Exile. Beneath the gnarled vines and ancient trees stood a pigsty, where two well-fed, contented pigs squealed merrily. Beside the pigsty, a thatched cottage echoed with raucous voices, a cacophony that pierced the tranquility of the surroundings. It was unbearable. The warmth was overwhelming, and a throbbing pain assailed her temples as she struggled to open her eyes, only to be beset by waves of dizziness. I don't care. You must expel this ill-fated specter at once, or you shall no longer reside in this cottage, exclaimed a woman, adorned with a silver hairpin, her complexion pale, with slightly prominent forehead and downturned eyes, her thin lips pressed into a fierce line. Clad in an exquisite silk dress, she exuded an unmistakable air of hostility. The physician had warned that if this ominous figure did not awaken by nightfall, preparations for her funeral would be necessary. Her eldest grandson was to marry next month. She could not allow this ill-omened wretch to mar the auspicious occasion or jeopardize her grandson's future ambitions of becoming a distinguished scholar and official. Furthermore, she had long desired to rid herself of this unfortunate family. Such a prime opportunity could not be squandered. Upon hearing his concubine's words, old Master Wu approached the bedside, checking the breath of the girl lying there. It was faint, barely perceptible. A wave of anxiety washed over him. He genuinely feared that she might perish, thus casting a pall over his grandson's joyous event and undermining the fortune of the household. Witnessing how the fate of the fourth branch had been entangled in her misfortune, he turned to his legal wife. Guiji, our dear Nguyen Jie is on the verge of death. She is scarcely different from a corpse. Quickly, roll up the mat and dispose of her. Surely, you do not wish for our entire family to be dragged down by her. Old man, our family is intertwined with both fortune and misfortune. What does it matter if there are burdens? Besides, she is your granddaughter, a living soul. How can you so callously speak of abandoning her? I will not abandon her. Sister Nguyen possesses great luck and resilience. She will undoubtedly be fine. We shall remain in this woodshed, not stepping outside for 3 months, ensuring we do not disturb you. You are eldest grandson, a frail, elderly woman. Her hair is white as snow and her face etched with deep lines, wept as she spoke. That is a life we are discussing, not merely a piece of flesh. How can he so casually dismiss it? Father, I implore you, do not forsake Sister Nguyen. She has endured for so many years. She will surely be all right this time as well. Please do not let her go. I promise that we will not set foot outside this woodshed for the foreseeable future. We will not disturb Liangge. Mrs. Wu knelt, her eyes reddened with tears. Her sister Nguyen has suffered greatly. The two children, witnessing their mother kneeling, followed suit, tugging at the old gentleman's trousers and crying, Grandfather, please do not abandon third sister. She will sure. LY be well. We will not go outside, we promise. Yes, we will remain inside. We will not disturb big brother. We beseech you, grandfather, do not forsake third sister. She will be fine. This matter is not open to negotiation. Your staying inside does not guarantee her survival. If she were to perish, would she simply linger here? Death brings misfortune. You heartless wretches cannot bear to see us prosper. You wish to thwart Brother Liang's aspirations and condemn the one family to eternal obscurity. Zhu glared menacingly at the pale girl lying on the bed, her chest devoid of movement. It was evident she was on the brink of death. No, it cannot be. Grandfather, do not forsake sister. She will not perish. Old man, is your heart made of stone? Nguyen is a living, breathing person. How can you be so cruel? The elder one observed his two grandsons, their faces streaked with tears, and hesitated. He had no desire to be a callous grandfather, engaging in such malevolent acts. Yet, the fate of his eldest grandson. You will not abandon her. I shall. Upon noticing the elder one's indecision, Zhu rushed to the bedside, seizing the girl and making for the door. Fortunately, this plague of a girl had withered to a mere wisp. Otherwise, she would have been too heavy to lift. Zhu, release Nguyen at once. If she falls, I will hold you accountable. Zhu clutched the girl tightly, preventing Wang from taking her. I will not let go. I absolutely cannot allow this harbinger of misfortune to ruin my family. One woman held the upper half of the girl, while the other grasped her lower half, neither willing to yield. Nguyen is not a harbinger of misfortune. Zhu, let go. Otherwise, I will fight you. I will not release her. Either you abandon this ill-fated wretch, or you all must leave. Do not bring your misfortune upon us. The two women glared at each other, neither willing to concede. Standing beside them, Madame Wu was fraught with anxiety, her hands half extended, ready to catch her daughter should he inadvertently be dropped. The two children circled them anxiously, unsure of what to do, simply calling out, Sister, sister. Master Wu furrowed his brow and stated, Madame Zhu, release her. Let's discuss matters calmly. I want. Madame Zhu retorted, tugging forcefully at the girl, attempting to drag her away. Madame Wang clutched her tightly, refusing to release her grip. Release, a feeble voice managed to utter. Nguyen felt as though she were being suffocated, her chest constricted, unable to draw breath. Nguyen is awake. Madame Wu exclaimed with delight, having kept a close watch on her daughter. Third sister says to release her. Second madam, Please release her. The little girl cried out, jumping up and down in distress. Nguyen's eyes rolled back in her head as she was being strangled, her body devoid of strength, unable to struggle. Release her. You're choking third sister. The little boy, in a moment of quick thinking, bit Madame Zhu's arm. Madame Zhu, stung by the bite, released her hold. The upper half of Nguyen's body plummeted downward. With swift reflexes, Madame Wu caught her and held her tightly in her embrace. Nguyen felt a wave of dizziness, her body limp and weak. What a frail body this was, utterly devoid of strength. Madame Wang urged anxiously, quickly, lay Nguyen on the bed. Madame Zhu, having been bitten, slapped the little boy across the face, exclaiming, "You little cur, daring to bite me. The offspring of a harlot is nothing but base." The young boy was struck and fell to the ground. Losing a tooth, his face swelled visibly, with 5 distinct finger prints etched upon it. Villain! The little girl, witnessing her brother's plight, rushed forward and butted into Zhu. Zhu staggered back a few steps, nearly losing her balance. "You little wretch!" Steadying herself, she raised her hand, intending to deliver another slap. "Zhu, you shameless wretch! I shall not let this go." Wang, upon witnessing Zhu's audacity in striking her grandson, charged forward, seizing Zhu's hand, while her other hand swung to deliver a resounding slap. "Wang, you brazen harpy!" Zhu shrieked in pain, reaching out a claw at Wang's face. Thus, the concubine and the legitimate wife of Old Master Wen found themselves embroiled in yet another altercation. Chapter 2. The move once again. Old Master Wen was plagued by a throbbing headache. "Stop it!" he exclaimed, rushing forward to separate Wang. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu clawed at Wang's face, leaving it marked. As she prepared to strike again, Old Master Wen bellowed at Zhu, "Enough! Cease this at once! What kind of decorum is this?" Only then did Zhu relent, for she had more pressing matters at hand and chose not to stoop to the level of that vile woman. Covering her face, Zhu sank to the ground, weeping, "Oh, I wish I were dead. My family is on the brink of ruin. Oh, why am I so unfortunate? I married a man, born children, and sought to bring honor to our lineage. Now, I am bullied, and he offers no protection. Worse still, he wishes for that wretched being to bring doom upon us all. Rather than be destroyed by others, I would rather end my own life." Old Master Wen, feeling his headache intensify, interjected, "Can you not speak sensibly? Let us discuss this like rational individuals. What do you mean by him not protecting you?" Zhu, her anger flaring, lifted her head and stood abruptly. "How have I not spoken sensibly? You want me to express myself clearly? Very well. Old man, today, either this pestilence must be cast aside, or the Wang family must vacate. Otherwise, I shall take my 3 sons and leap into the river. I cannot permit this calamity to curse our family. The Wang family cherished the pestilence as if it were a treasured jewel, and they would never part with it. Therefore, her aim was to drive the Wang family away. Yet, Old Master Wen was soft-hearted. Despite having agreed before their arrival, he was swayed by Wang's pleas. She realized that she must apply pressure to achieve her goal. Old Master Wen furrowed his brow. Liang Guo excelled in his studies and was the hope for the family's glory. However, with the 4th branch having moved out, where could they possibly go? They possessed no money. His wealth was securely locked away by the Zhu family and would never be relinquished. Was there a way to achieve a harmonious resolution? Upon noticing the old man's silence, Zhu Shi began to weep. "Oh, how unfortunate it is for my Liang Guo, a prodigious talent, to be entangled with this calamity. Wang Shi, if you do not rid us of this misfortune, I swear my Liang Guo will not achieve the top honors, and I shall hold you accountable." "Wang Jie is not a calamity. Mind your words," retorted Wang Shi, as Zhu Shi hurled accusations at her grandchildren, calling them calamities and ill-fated. Wang Shi too felt her ire rise. She wished to move as well. Who would want to endure Zhu Shi's unpleasant demeanor? Moreover, what if that when Liang did not succeed in his examinations and clung to her Wang Jie? Humph, as if achieving the top honors were so simple. Yet, where would they move to? She had no funds at hand. Staying put at least provided them with a place to live, even if it was next to the pigsty. Reeking of filth, Wang Shi was deeply troubled. Meanwhile, when Wan lay in bed, finally feeling less dizzy, with great effort, she uttered, "Let us move." Wu Shi, noticing Wan's lips move but unable to discern her words, leaned closer and gently asked, "Wang Jie, what did you say? Do you need water? Move. We shall move out. I do not wish to hinder Brother Liang's chance at the top honors." When Wan managed to convey with all her strength, she had crossed over before the quarrel between Zhu Shi and Wang Shi began, awakened by the overpowering stench of pig manure. She had just been absorbing the memories of her predecessor, rendering her unable to open her eyes, and she needed time to digest the reality of her transmigration. She had come to understand that she had crossed over and become a frail, sickly peasant girl, born with inherent deficiencies. In a desperate attempt to cure her ailments, her family sold their home, their land, and even themselves, teetering on the brink of ruin. Consequently, the villagers whispered behind her back, calling her the plague spirit, the debt collector, the short-lived one, and the medicine jar. From the original owner's memories, she discerned that the man named Liang was certainly not of the caliber to be a top scholar. She would not bear that stigma. Furthermore, the Zhu family and the main branch of the clan were exceedingly calculating. This was an opportune moment to move out, to liberate themselves, and to embark on a better life. Upon hearing this, Wu's eyes glistened with tears as she turned to Wan. Mother, Wan said we should move. Just then, a tall man entered, lifting the curtain as he stepped inside, carrying 2 bundles of medicinal herbs wrapped in oiled paper. Then let us move, he declared, having overheard Wan's desire to leave. Wan turned to look at him. The man bore a terrifying scar across his face, giving him an intimidating appearance that seemed at odds with the refined aura he exuded. Wan recognized him from the original memories as her father, Wen Jirue. Wang immediately responded, "All right, if Wan wants to move, we shall move." The entire family was willing to comply with Wan's wishes. That child had suffered enough, and they were uncertain how long she would survive, so they indulged her. The Wen family's main house, side rooms, and firewood shed had all been constructed from Wang's dowry, and now they could scarcely protect even the firewood shed. Wen's elder, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow, ready to speak, but was silenced by a piercing glance from Zhu. Upon witnessing her expression, Zhu swiftly provoked her, stating, "A mere 1 or 2 taels of silver is sufficient to acquire a humble shack. What? Do you wish to remain idle? If this plague of a person prevents my Lianger from achieving the title of scholar, can you bear the cost? How can you face the ancestors of the Wen family?" Wang, unable to endure such provocation, seized the silver from her hands in a fit of anger and retorted, "Who wishes to linger? How have I wronged the ancestors of the Wen family? I have more grandchildren than you. Do not let me hear you call Nuan Jia a plague again, or I shall refuse to move," constantly harping on the title of scholar. As if it were so easily attained. If that were the case, the streets would be lined with scholars. If one cannot succeed, do not think to place the blame on Nuan Jia. That will not happen. Though Wang silently harbored her grievances, she did not voice them, for she was not one to begrudge the younger generation their successes. The thought of her eldest grandson and granddaughter achieving great things filled her with pride. Silence. Wen's anger darkened his countenance, questioning what it meant to be of little worth, as if illness or incompetence were the only outcomes. Each of his children excelled. While Wang believed such a day would never come, she thought it vital to maintain her dignity. When Luo, feeling insulted, clenched his small fists, vowing to surpass Lianger and achieve remarkable success. "Rest assured, I shall not seek your favor. After leaving this shack, it remains uncertain whether your family can endure the winter. Yet you speak of glory and honor. Should I manage to build a single room, I shall acknowledge your prowess and call you ancestor." Wang's face turned pale with anger. Yet she was aware of the truth in the words spoken. Nevertheless, she stubbornly retorted, "Rest assured, we will certainly move into our new home before winter arrives." Zhu, unimpressed, merely responded with a derisive chuckle, too weary to engage in further banter. "Hurry and pack your things, and go live in your new house. If you manage to settle into a brick-tiled home before winter, I shall acknowledge you as my ancestor. But you must leave before nightfall." With that, she took her husband and departed, lest he secretly provide assistance to that wretched Wang. The elderly Wen wished to converse with Wang and her family, but felt it prudent to wait and offer support discreetly later. Once Zhu had left, the family relaxed. Wang quickly turned to Wan, "Sister Wan, do you feel unwell in any way?" In truth, she felt entirely unwell, lacking strength. Yet when Wan simply shook her head, "I am fine. It is my brother's face that hurts." When Wan gazed at the young boy who had received a slap from Zhu while attempting to save her, one side of his face was swollen, and he had lost a tooth. This boy was Wen Luo, the original owner's younger brother, aged 7. Beside him stood his younger sister, Wen Ran. They were a pair of fraternal twins. The original owner also had a pair of 13-year-old twin sisters, Wen Ro and Wen Xian, along with a pair of 12-year-old twin brothers, Wen Chun and Wen Ho. The original owner herself was only 11 years old. Due to Wu's closely spaced pregnancies, the original owner was born prematurely, having been weakened by her mother's lack of recovery from her previous childbirth. Wang was the original owner's biological grandmother, while Old Master Wen was her biological grandfather, and Zhu was the lawful wife of Old Master Wen. Due to the Wang family's 3 years of childlessness, the secondary wife, Zhu, had given birth to 3 sons, which bolstered her position to that of a primary spouse. It was only when Wang was pregnant with her 3rd child that she finally conceived, resulting in the birth of a pair of twins, the original owner's father and his younger aunt. Upon hearing warm words, Wang was reminded of her little grandson. She quickly pulled Wen Luo into her embrace, her heart aching as she gazed at his bruised face. That wicked Zhu! How could her heart be so dark? The force must have been tremendous to cause such harm, even knocking out his teeth. Luo, does it hurt? If only we had eggs, I could help soothe it. But we don't even have rice, let alone eggs. Wen Luo forced a smile, though his expression was somewhat contorted. It doesn't hurt. I'm too afraid to pull the teeth anyway. Losing them is just fine, as long as 3rd sister is all right. Where shall we move, grandmother? At over 7 years old, Wen Luo was beginning to lose his baby teeth. Oh, my child, Wang thought, her heart heavy again. But where would they move? Wen Nuan had already devised a plan. Grandmother, isn't there a grass shed at the end of the village? Let's move there for now. It's not winter yet, so it's not too cold. The grass shed had been left by those who sought refuge in Wen's village during the drought 2 years prior. After some contemplation, Wen Jiarui decided to gather the village brothers to repair the shed, which would at least provide some shelter from the wind and rain, thus avoiding the streets. He then declared, let us move to the grass shed. I will go with Circe to tidy it up now. We shall have a new home. He added, Yin Yang, you and the children stay home to prepare medicine for Nuan Jie and look after her, while also packing our belongings. Wang is a person of decisive action. She promptly released Wen Luo to fetch a broom and simultaneously move some items to avoid making multiple trips. Her intention was to first transport the pots and utensils. Wu hastily rose from the bed, saying, Mother, I will go clean with the children's father. You stay home and prepare the medicine. One ran and Wen Luo chimed in unison. Grandmother, I also wish to help with the cleaning. You stay home to care for 3rd sister. When one observed the eagerness of her family members to pitch in and felt a sense of quiet gratitude for encountering such a harmonious and loving family. I do not require anyone to look after me. Let us all clean together. It will be swifter that way. How can that be? Wang firmly rejected the notion. What if we do not keep an eye on Nuan Jie, and she jumps into the river? Wen Jiarui glanced at the sky outside. It had just passed noon. Yet autumn had arrived, and the days were growing darker swiftly. After nightfall, the chill would be intense, and Nuan Jie must absolutely be protected from the cold. Her health could not withstand it. The makeshift grass hut was unsuitable for her. A bamboo house needed to be constructed. There was plenty of bamboo in the village, requiring no expenditure of silver. After pondering for a moment, he suggested, Luo Gu is injured, so you and grandmother should stay indoors to care for Nuan Jie. Ranjie, would you and mother, along with father, assist in cleaning the new house? When Ran obediently nodded, all right, I shall help clean the new house. When Luo, displeased, puffed out his chest and declared, Father, I am a strong boy. How can I let my sister do the cleaning while I remain indoors? Ranjie should stay to care for 3rd sister, and I will go clean. My hands have not been struck, and my face no longer bears any pain. Even if my face did hurt, I am not relying on it for cleaning. Everyone chuckled at this remark. Children of impoverished families mature early. Although they are merely 7 years old, they venture daily into the mountains to gather firewood for sale, earning coins to purchase medicine for Sister Nuan. And they are also capable of cooking and doing laundry. Boys ought to shoulder a greater share of responsibility than girls. Wen Jiarui nodded in agreement. Very well, then. Sister Ran and grandmother shall remain at home to care for Sister Nuan, while we shall tidy up and hasten our move to the new house. Sister Ran, you are particularly attentive, so please look after 3rd sister closely. If she experiences any discomfort, remember to inform father immediately, understood? Upon hearing Wen Jiarui commend her attentiveness, Wen Ran joyfully nodded and chirped, all right. Ah, few, she will surely endure hardship before reaping the rewards. Wang said. Then I shall stay behind to prepare the medicine. You all may go. After reaching a consensus, the 3 set off to organize the new residence. Wang gently touched Wen Nuan's forehead and, finding it no longer feverish, finally felt at ease. Sister Nuan, rest for a while. If you feel unwell, be sure to tell grandmother, all right? I will prepare your medicine now, and once you take it, you shall feel better. Wen Nuan nodded. Okay. Wang then instructed Wen Ran to take good care of Wen Nuan before stepping out to brew the medicine. Excellent. Wen Ran obediently sat on the bed, her gaze fixed intently on Wen Nuan, unwilling to blink. Wen Nuan wondered wouldn't her eyes grow weary? Yet, she understood that this was Wen Ran's concern for her well-being, which made her hesitant to blink. Reflecting upon the cause of the original owner's demise, Wenwan sighed softly. Sister, I am weary. I wish to rest for a while. You should also take a moment to sleep. I am not tired. You may sleep. Sister, she replied. What if you fall asleep and I remain awake, secretly slipping away to leap into the river? I cannot allow myself to sleep. Wenwan. The young girl could not conceal her thoughts, and Wenwan discerned her feelings at once. With a resigned sigh in her heart, she closed her eyes and began to organize the memories of the original owner. Chapter 3. The appearance of auspicious Chi as Wenwan meticulously arranged the memories of the original owner. She prepared herself to navigate the treacherous waters of this malevolent ancient society without exposing her true identity. The original owner had encountered her betrothed, Zhu Zhenxuan, while seeking medical treatment in town. He berated her, labeling her a spoiled, sickly burden, a harbinger of misfortune who would inevitably lead her entire family to ruin. He proclaimed that he would never marry her, fearing that she would bring about their downfall, uttering ominous warnings about the misfortunes that would befall anyone associated with her. While the original owner was indifferent to the prospect of marrying him, his words struck a deep chord within her. She realized that her family had indeed suffered because of her. Her eldest sister had become a child bride to support her. Her second sister had toiled for an entire year washing dishes in a tavern to pay for her medicine. And her two brothers had forsaken their studies to work alongside their father in town. Meanwhile, her mother and grandmother labored washing clothes for the landlord. And even her younger siblings scavenged for firewood to sell, all with the singular aim of gathering silver to fund her treatment and procure her medicine. For the past decade, a family has sold their blue brick house, their fields, and their flower shop, now residing in a wooden shed, enduring a life of hunger and cold. Except for her, who, due to her frail health, requires a bit of rice porridge for sustenance. The others subsist solely on watery gruel, including the youngest, Wenran and Wenluo. Before her birth, the Wang family thrived, thanks to the dowry flower shop, allowing her two elder brothers to attend school for half a year, enjoying a life of comfort. However, her frequent illnesses drained the family's resources. The original owner felt an enduring guilt, and after being overwhelmed by her circumstances, she urged her parents to call off her engagement, claiming she did not wish to burden anyone. After the engagement was annulled, she took the opportunity to leap into the river, attempting suicide when her family was absent. Fortunately, she was quickly rescued, though her health deteriorated further, ultimately claiming her life, leading to her reincarnation with the same name. An antique shop suddenly erupted in flames, and in a moment of bravery, she shielded an elderly person with her own body, only to be engulfed by the inferno. Before her demise, she recalled witnessing a statue in the antique shop emanating a purple light that penetrated her being. Before she lost consciousness, upon regaining awareness, she inherited the original owner's memories. Just as she contemplated this, a sudden warmth enveloped her palm, causing her pain and prompting her to open her eyes to discover a swirling mass of purple energy in her small hand. Wenran, noticing her sudden awakening, anxiously inquired, "Sister, are you unwell?" Instinctively clenching her fist, she replied nonchalantly, "No, sister, I am just a bit thirsty and would like some water." It is perhaps best not to frighten the child with such notions as the presence of purple energy in one's palm. "Allow me to fetch you some water." Upon hearing this, Wenran immediately leapt from her bed and hurried out. Once outside, Wenwan opened her fist and beheld the purple energy spiraling upward from her palm, cascading along her arm and enveloping her entire being. She felt a gentle warmth wherever the energy flowed. Before long, the purple aura dissipated, leaving her feeling significantly lighter and free from dizziness. Could this purple energy possess healing and fortifying properties? Having inherited her grandfather's medical expertise, Wenwan took her pulse and found it notably stronger. A wave of joy surged within her. With this purple energy, she would soon be able to rise from her bed. Though she was skilled in the healing arts, restoring her health would not be trivial. This body was in a dire state, requiring an abundance of traditional herbal remedies, many of which were rather expensive. Given the current financial constraints of her household, achieving recovery without medication would be ideal. She did not need a complete cure. As long as she could stand and walk normally, she could devise ways to earn money. Gazing at the purple energy in her palm, she noticed its hue had significantly faded, now reduced to a small, delicate swirl, almost ethereal, as if it might be swept away by the slightest breeze. She yearned to harness this energy once more for her healing, but it seemed she would have to wait for its restoration. She pondered whether this purple energy had additional properties beyond healing and strengthening. Could it also benefit animals or plants? Wenwan resolved to conduct a thorough exploration of its potential. At that moment, When Ran entered with a bowl of warm water, exclaiming, "Third sister, the water has arrived." When Ran placed the water beside the bed, intending to help Wenwen sit up, but Wenwen had already managed to do so on her own. Upon witnessing this, a look of uncontainable joy spread across Wenran's face. "Third sister, you can sit up by yourself now?" "Yes, I feel much better." Previously, when the original owner had just recovered from her illness, it was a struggle for her to sit up. "That's wonderful. I'll go tell grandmother." With that, when Ran dashed out like a gust of wind, Wenwen picked up the rough, large bowl. This bowl was a far cry from the exquisite porcelain she had used in her past life. Yet, she bore no disdain. Lowering her head to drink the entire contents of the bowl in one breath, Wangshi soon entered, exclaiming, "Sister Wen can sit up by herself now? I feel much better." "Good, good. The medicine will soon be ready. Once you drink it, you might feel even better. You should rest a bit more. The medicine will be ready shortly, and you can drink it upon waking." Wangshi's face radiated with joy. Wenwen desired a moment of solitude, prompting Wangshi to leave once more. In the modern era, among the three prominent families, she and her elder brother were the only heirs. Thus, from birth, she was compelled to learn many things. She was not afraid of not being able to earn money. That was not a difficult task. Thinking of the modern world brought memories of her elder brother. A few years ago, a tragic accident had claimed the lives of her entire family, as well as those of her maternal relatives and grandmother's family, leaving only her and her brother to rely on one another, shouldering the fate of the three families. Now that she had also passed away, her brother must be in deep sorrow. Fortunately, he had married and shared a strong bond with his wife, and they had welcomed a pair of lovely and intelligent twins. He would soon find his way through this grief. "Brother, the family will now depend solely on you, and I shall live here well." Her warm eyes glistened with moisture as she recalled the coincidence that her grandmother shared the same name as her original self's grandmother, and her father and mother bore the same names as her own parents, albeit with slightly different appearances. Such serendipity might suggest that fate, in recognition of her benevolent heart, had granted her the opportunity to reunite with her parents in this foreign realm. With this thought, she felt an even greater urgency to restore her health and achieve prosperity. As she pondered various ways to earn money, she eventually drifted off to sleep. Chapter 4. The relocation. When she awoke again, dusk was fast approaching, and all the movable belongings had been transferred. Only her wooden plank bed remained, while the original cupboard and table had been removed, leaving the firewood room feeling desolate. Upon noticing Wenwen awakening, Wenran promptly brought over the medicinal concoction that had been warming on the stove. Wenwen took the bowl, sampled a small sip, and quickly identified the medicinal ingredients within. The prescription was mostly appropriate, though not of the highest quality. She drank it all in one go. "Third sister, we can move now," Wenran said, glancing around the firewood room with a hint of reluctance. "In the future, we won't even have a firewood room to stay in. Rest assured, third sister, I will ensure you have a grand house to dwell in. A spacious abode with blue bricks and big tiles. Warm in winter and cool in summer," Wenwen reassured her, noticing her sister's sadness. Wenran smiled at her words. "Yes, a house as grand as the main one." Wenwen chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. The main house? The one she envisioned would undoubtedly surpass even that. "Have you finished your medicine, dear sister? Grandma will help you get dressed." Mrs. Wang entered at that moment, and without waiting for Wenwen's response, she wrapped her tightly in an old cotton quilt, covering her head with a cloth, leaving only her pair of eyes exposed. At that moment, Wenjue entered, directly lifting Wenwen and placing her onto the cart parked outside the courtyard. He then went to dismantle the wooden bed where Wenwen had been sleeping, setting it aside on the cart. "Sister Wenwen, Sister Ran, let us go. We're moving into our new home." "All right," Wenran exclaimed joyfully. "Mother, you should also get on the cart. I will push you over." With that, Wenjue began to push the cart towards the edge of the village. As Wenwen glanced around, she noticed Wangshi at the corner, raising her hand to wipe her eyes. Suddenly, her heart felt as though it were being crushed by a heavy stone. This was the splendid brick house, constructed with the silver earned from Wangshi's dowry shop, which had been sold to the Zhu family to cover the original owner's medical expenses. Not only the house, but the shop and fields had also been sold to the Zhu family. How could Wangshi not feel sorrow? In the future, she vowed to build an even larger and better home for Wangshi. When they left, the door to the main house was firmly shut, as Zhu deemed her presence inauspicious. Just as well, it would be best for them to remain entirely disconnected from one another, Wenwen thought. The thatched hut was located at the village's edge, and after about a quarter of an hour, they arrived. The hut had been transformed into a bamboo house by one Jurue, along with several brothers from the village. The walls were constructed from vibrant green bamboo, freshly cut not long ago. The roof was thatched with straw, and the ground was compacted yellow mud after the grass had been cleared. The air was filled with the refreshing scent of bamboo and the earthy aroma of soil. In the rush of time, a spacious room had been erected on the original framework of the thatched hut. At that moment, several men, of a similar age to Wenjiarue, along with 2 boys, were surrounding the yard with bamboo. Given their proximity to the back mountain, they were concerned that without a fenced yard, wild boars might intrude upon their home at night. One ran spotted them and immediately greeted them with cheerful exclamations. "Uncle Guangrong, Uncle Quan, Uncle Fugue." She sweetly called out to each one. Wenwan followed suit, receiving smiles and compliments from several individuals before they resumed their tasks, as dusk was fast approaching and they needed to complete their work. Being seasoned farmers, they were adept at their labor. Wenwan observed as one person skillfully peeled bamboo, another crafted bamboo doors, 2 others assembled bamboo railings, and 3 focused on erecting fence posts, each displaying remarkable agility and proficiency in their movements. Wenjier eagerly sought out work to contribute. Wenjiarue carried Wenwan into the house and gently placed her on the wooden bed that had been moved from the firewood room. "Sister Wenwan, sit here. Father will prepare your bed shortly." He then stepped outside, bringing in 2 long benches and positioning them in another corner of the room. He fetched 2 planks and laid them across the benches, thus constructing a bed. He proceeded to bind a bamboo pole to the legs of the 4 benches, hanging a patched mosquito net, and finally spread a worn mattress, completing the entire process in less than 15 minutes. Wenjiarue cradled Wenwan once more, saying, "Sister Wenwan, lie down for a bit. Dinner will be ready soon." Wenwan nodded in response. He then strode outside to assist with the enclosure of the courtyard wall. That evening, as darkness enveloped the surroundings, everyone finally finished their tasks. Mrs. Wu borrowed some rice and flour from a neighbor, cooked porridge, steamed buns, and even gathered some green vegetables from the garden. Mr. Wen casually tossed a piece of meat over in the evening, mentioning he had bought too much to consume. After discarding the meat, he departed without affording anyone a chance to converse. Wang was aware that he secretly subsidized his family, enabling them to treat the villagers who assisted with their work to a meal, ensuring that the gathering did not appear too meager. Her feelings toward this man were indeed a tumultuous blend of affection and resentment. Wang handed the meat to Wu, who skillfully prepared a simple meal with the modest ingredients, inviting several villagers to partake in a humble feast as a gesture of gratitude for their help in constructing the bamboo house. As they dined, Wang and Wu, accompanied by their children, shared a meal inside the house, while Wenjurue sat with the villagers in the courtyard. Wenwan glanced at her bowl and then at those of the others. Her bowl contained a thick meat porridge, with bits of meat scattered throughout, exuding a delightful aroma. In stark contrast, the others had only thin porridge, devoid of any visible rice grains. With a cheerful exclamation, Wang announced, "It's time to eat." At this, everyone eagerly lifted their bowls, savoring a warm sip of the porridge. On the table lay 3 black steamed buns, which Wang picked up and handed to Wenwan, saying, "Wan Jia, please have a bun. Luo Gu and Ran Jia can share one, and Chun Gu and Ho Gu can have half each." In her recollection, it had been a considerable time since their family had enjoyed steamed buns. Had it not been for today's move, marking a new beginning, Wang would have hesitated to prepare an extra 3 buns for the children. Wenwan accepted the bun but did not eat it. Wen Chun, the eldest son, bore a striking resemblance to Wenjiarue. He shook his head and said, "Grandma, I'm not hungry. You should eat the bun." Wen Ho's stomach had been grumbling from hunger, and he quickly finished his porridge, declaring, "Grandma, I'm not hungry either. You can share the bun with Mother. I'm off to sleep now." As night deepened, the pangs of hunger faded into oblivion with slumber. Why indulge excessively in food and squander resources? Wait a moment, second brother. Warmth divided the steamed buns in 2, placing them into the bowls of Wen Chun and Wen Ho, before ladling a generous scoop of thick meat porridge into the bowls of Wang and Wu. Just as she was about to serve the remaining 4 children, their expressions shifted dramatically. Wang quickly grasped her hand, exclaiming, "Sister Wan, what are you doing?" Warmth replied matter-of-factly, "Meat porridge, we should all share." From the remnants of the original host's memory, it was clear that the family had not tasted meat in nearly half a year, not to mention a hearty meal. It had been ages since they had had their fill. "No need, Sister Wan, your health is fragile. A bit of meat would be beneficial for you. We are not in need of it." Grandmother had already eaten outside, and now she only craves a sip of porridge. We nodded in agreement. Mother had a bowl of meat porridge while cooking. We are not hungry. Sister Nwan, please, you eat for yourself. You, the youngest sister, should consume more to regain your strength. Once you are well, everything will be fine. Upon finishing, he pretended to burp contentedly. One ran, and when Luo hastily echoed that they were not hungry either. The third sister's hunger will only deteriorate her health, and poor health leads to medical expenses, even risking her life. It matters not if we eat less, as long as elder sister is well. Warmth calmly set down her bowl, stating, if you do not eat, then neither shall I. Thus, she remained steadfast, her expression resolute, as if they must eat before she would partake. The family exchanged glances, pondering. Why does Sister Nwan seem to have changed since her fall into the water? In the past, she was not so assertive, regardless of how many tried to persuade her. When Nwan remained unyielding. Ultimately, everyone capitulated to her will, and under her unwavering gaze, one person, with great reluctance, consumed half a steamed bun and a bowl of porridge with a spoonful of meat. This should have been sufficient for her to indulge in another meal. Only after observing them finish did Wen Nwan finally partake in the remaining half bowl of thick meat porridge. Chapter 5. Ascending the mountain after the family had finished their meal and bid farewell to several assisting villagers, they proceeded to wash up and retire for the night. The dwelling contained 3 beds. The innermost one was occupied by Wen Jiarue and Mrs. Wu, while Mrs. Wang shared a bed with Wen Ran and Wen Nwan. And the 3 brothers, Wen Ho, shared a large bed. Their poverty rendered distinctions between genders irrelevant. Simply having a place to rest was a blessing. After a day of toil, everyone was fatigued, and that evening, enveloped in the fragrant aroma of bamboo and earth, they fell into a deep slumber. Wen Nwan, having slept excessively during the day, now found herself restless and hungry, her mind swirling with thoughts. She needed to earn money swiftly. The pangs of hunger were quite unbearable. Yet, the idea of indulging in the meager rations saved by her family was unpalatable to her. Her thoughts wandered between her past and present, contemplating the path she wished to carve for her future. She soon realized that her most pressing concern was to restore her health. Raising her right hand, she summoned a swirl of purple energy within her palm. With a mere thought, the energy flowed throughout her body, bringing her a considerable sense of relief. Feeling lighter, and inhaling the refreshing scents of bamboo and earth while listening to the serenade of insects, she allowed her mind to drift. As dawn approached, she gradually succumbed to slumber. In the ensuing 2 days, Wen Nwan utilized the purple energy to invigorate her body on several occasions. Soon, she progressed from merely being able to walk to assisting with light household chores. The family, witnessing her transformation, was filled with joy. At last, there is a glimmer of hope in these days. Wang felt that it was the nourishing meat porridge that had brought about this change. Thus, she took a small amount of silver to pay for the medicine, intending to use the remainder to purchase meat and rice to help Wen Nwan regain her strength. Consequently, Wen Nwan enjoyed half a bowl of meat porridge with each meal, while others shunned her, opting instead for porridge made from wild vegetables. Cautious not to let Wen Nwan discover their plight, though she could do nothing about it. With many family members sharing a single room, life had become somewhat inconvenient, prompting the construction of 2 bamboo houses. After a couple of days, Wen Nwan felt that aside from being slightly frail and prone to colds and fevers, her condition was no different from that of a healthy individual. She could no longer contain her hunger. She believed that others must be even hungrier. This situation could not persist. She resolved to venture into the mountains today in search of food, while also scouting for opportunities to earn some silver. After breakfast that day, everyone had left the house, leaving only Wen Ran to keep an eye on her, primarily concerned that Wen Nwan might take drastic measures. Despite Wen Nwan's assurances that she would not, their worry remained. Wen Nwan stepped out of the house, embarking on her quest for sustenance in the mountains. At that moment, Wen Ran was watering the newly cultivated vegetable patch in the yard. Even at home, she busied herself with tasks, taking on any chores that needed to be done. In the past 2 days, Wang had tilled the yard and planted some vegetables. Wen Ran took it upon herself to tend to the watering. The water for the vegetables was drawn from the water tank, which had been filled by Wen Jiarei before dawn. Observing this, Wen Nwan also fetched half a bucket of water to assist Wen Ran in watering the plants. Warmth picked up a water ladle made from a gourd and scooped a ladle full of water to sprinkle over the vegetable garden, while cheerfully suggesting to Wen Ran, Sister Ran, "Let us take a stroll around later." Wen Ran firmly shook her head, replying, "Third sister, your health is fragile. Mother has instructed me not to let you wander about, as you might catch a chill." Warmth began to persuade her, "I am quite well now. Have you not noticed that my strength surpasses yours? Look at how much water I can carry compared to you. I can throw it farther, and my splashes are more vigorous. Clearly, my health has improved." Wen Ran paused, contemplating. It was true that Warmth was still quite young. Nevertheless, she shook her head again. No, Mother has entrusted me with your care. I cannot allow you to roam freely. Warmth continued her persuasion. The doctor said that life thrives on movement. Only through regular activity can one's health flourish. Observe. These past few days I have been assisting with household chores, and my strength has only increased. Remember when I struggled to lift even half a bucket of water? If one does not exercise, their body will rust like iron, deteriorating and becoming useless. Only through movement can one achieve greater health. Wenren pondered these words thoughtfully. Indeed. Warmth had been quite industrious lately, washing dishes, sweeping the floor, and even helping to plant vegetables in the yard. She seemed fine, her complexion even more radiant. Grandmother often remarked that strength is cultivated through practice. The more one trains, the stronger one becomes. Could it be that exercising truly benefits the body? Strolling around the village should pose no issue. With this realization, Wenren nodded. Very well, I shall accompany you for a walk shortly. Having successfully convinced her, Warmth smiled brightly. Excellent. Before long, the two were busy with their tasks. Wenren secured the gate before the two ventured out. Prior to leaving, Wenwan brought along a sharpened bamboo stick, claiming it could serve as a walking stick should she tire. Wenren found her reasoning plausible and chose not to contest it. As they stepped outside, Wenren intended to guide Wenwan toward the village, yet Wenwan opted for the narrow path leading to the back mountain. Wenren, feeling anxious, exclaimed, "Third sister, did we not agree to stroll about the village? Why are you heading toward the mountain? We cannot ascend. There are wild boars up there." I never stated I wished to roam the village. Wenwan retorted, "There are too many people there, and I prefer to avoid the crowd. Let us wander near the foot of the mountain. It is not frightening. Moreover, the back mountain is closer to home, is it not?" Upon hearing this, Wenren surmised that Wenwan was concerned about the taunts of village children who might mock her as a fragile medicine jar, a plague god. Those children were rather cruel. Thus, avoiding the village seemed wise to prevent Wenwan from becoming upset and possibly taking drastic measures. Hence, the two proceeded toward the mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Wenwan deliberately walked a few paces along the edge, then feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Sister Ran, I see a mountain chicken ahead. Let us catch it. We could have chicken for dinner tonight." Wenran's eyes sparkled at the mention of a mountain chicken. "Really? Where? I cannot see it. It is just ahead, obscured by the grass. Let us take a look. We might even find some mountain chicken eggs." "Sister, wait for me here." The allure of the mountain chicken and its eggs was too strong for Wenran to resist, especially since this was a familiar spot where she often came to gather firewood. Making it quite safe, without a second thought, she ventured deeper into the thicket. Wenwan, trailing behind, could not suppress a silent cheer in her heart, thinking, "I am with you. I am afraid to go alone." Wenran nodded in acknowledgement. She frequented this area almost daily, finding it quite safe. Though there were no mountain chickens to be seen, the two soon caught sight of a wild rabbit. "There's a wild." Before Wenran could finish her sentence, the bamboo pole in Wenwan's hand was hurled forth, striking the rabbit squarely in the neck. Wenran stood in stunned silence, her gaze fixed on Wenwan. "Third sister, where did your bamboo pole come from?" She found it hard to believe that the pole which had struck the wild rabbit belonged to her sister. "Tonight, we shall feast on rabbit." Wenwan disregarded her incredulous remark and cheerfully approached to retrieve the pole and gather the rabbit. Wenren thought to herself, "Is this truly my third sister? If it weren't for our daily companionship, I might suspect someone had assumed her identity. How is it that she has become so formidable so suddenly? She certainly wasn't like this before." The path through the mountains was not particularly treacherous, as it had been worn by the villagers' passage. However, this also implied that there would be no mountain goods to be found along this route. Wenwan chose to venture towards the less trodden path, and not long after, she indeed spotted a wild chicken, notably under the grasp of an eagle. Wenwan observed an eagle, its wings somewhat impaired, clutching a wild chicken that flapped desperately, unable to ascend. Chapter 6. The First Encounter. As the eagle noticed someone approaching, it regarded Wenwan with intrigue, causing it to release the wild chicken in a panic, flapping its wings frantically in an attempt to flee. However, with one wing compromised and its heart racing, it floundered and tumbled to the ground. Warmth. However, Wenran paid no heed to the eagle, the wild chicken, having escaped the clutches of the predator, swiftly scurried away on its conical feet. "Wild chicken, where do you think you're going?" Wenran exclaimed fiercely, launching herself forward. The wild chicken, startled by her voice, quickened its pace. In its haste, one foot slipped, causing it to tumble to the ground. Yet, with remarkable agility, it sprang back up and took flight. flapping its wings as it ascended over a meter before plummeting back down. Wenran lunged toward it, but missed entirely. The wild chicken had grown robust in the mountains for a reason, darting adeptly into the thicket. Such a tantalizing morsel could not be disregarded. She had forgotten how long it had been since she last savored chicken. Wenran swiftly regained her footing and pursued, completely oblivious to her obligation to watch over Warm. Meanwhile, the eagle struggled to rise from the ground, attempting to take flight once more. Yet, perhaps due to the presence of humans, it became overly anxious and fell again. When Warm approached the eagle and crouched beside it, the eagle trembled in fright, its once sharp eyes now clouded with fear, anxiously glancing at her. In a final act of surrender, it buried its head beneath its wings, feigning ignorance. Am I truly that terrifying? Warm pondered. She gently stroked the eagle's quivering back. Do not worry, I have no intention of consuming eagle mate. Allow me to examine your wings. Perhaps I can help you regain your ability to fly. Her voice was melodious, crisp and pleasant, reminiscent of a babbling brook flowing through the heart on a summer's day. She cradled the eagle in her arms. The eagle's trembling body stiffened momentarily, yet it did not struggle. When Juan glanced at its wings, finding no injuries, she examined the tendons and bones with her hands, noting their flexibility. Your wings are poisoned. You must have been bitten by a snake while catching it. What sort of poison it was remained a mystery to her, leading her to deduce that it had indeed been bitten during the hunt. It was fortunate, for despite the poisoning, it had not lost its life, only the ability to maneuver its wings. The eagle shook its head, eyes brimming with indignation. It was a nefarious individual who had tested poison on its wings, concocting an antidote that had yet to be realized even after a year. When Juan was taken aback by the eagle's reaction. Can you understand my words? The eagle nodded. When Juan pondered, could it be that this eagle has become sentient? She then offered, let me see if I can assist you in detoxifying. Placing her hand upon its wing, a wisp of purple energy slowly emanated from her palm, flowing into the eagle's wings and subsequently enveloping its entire body. The eagle lay motionless in Wen Nuan's embrace, eyes closed, wearing an expression of sheer bliss. Wen Nuan observed the transformation of the purple energy with great diligence, unaware that a curious gray wolf was watching her from the thicket. The wolf's lack of murderous intent rendered it undetectable to her senses. Before long, the purple energy dissipated. Wen Nuan gently set the eagle down. Now, try to see if you can fly. The eagle flapped its wings and soared effortlessly into the air. It gracefully circled above, calling out twice. At this sight, Wen Nuan smiled, astonished that the purple energy had indeed countered the poison, albeit only in minute quantities. Warm raised her head and waved her hand, saying, all right, you can go catch some wild chickens now. The eagle swooped down, circled around Warm, called out, and then soared into the sky. What a wonderful sister she was. Unlike some villain who used it for testing, it wanted to catch chickens for her to eat. After the eagle flew away, Warm picked up the bamboo pole from the ground, stood up, and turned to find Wenran. At that moment, a gray wolf emerged from the thicket. Warm sensed the movement behind her. Her heart leapt, and she swiftly turned around, only to see a wolf. Her pupils constricted, and she was about to throw the bamboo pole. The wolf immediately lay down, adopting a submissive posture, looking at her with pitiful eyes, wagging its tail vigorously, and let out a couple of whines. Those sorrowful little eyes were strikingly similar to the eagle's from earlier. Warm thought, could this mountain be the mountain of spirits? Are all the animals here enchanted? The gray wolf exerted its utmost effort to convey goodwill, looking up at the direction in which the eagle had flown away. For some reason, she felt she could understand the wolf's gaze. Warm tentatively inquired, are you hurt too? Do you want me to help you heal? The gray wolf shook its head and glanced in a certain direction. Warm mused. Indeed. It is another wolf that can understand human speech. She continued to probe. Is your family sick and needs my help? The gray wolf nodded and then looked at its back, signaling Warm to climb on. It intended to take her there. Warm pondered. Is it trying to lead her to the wolf's den? Warm recalled the tale of the big bad wolf, pondering whether it sought to deceive her by masquerading as a little goat. Was she truly so gullible? You go fetch it, she instructed. I still have hunting to do. Her current physique was frail. While she could contend with a lone wolf, facing a pack would be utterly impossible, despite her inability to sense any hostility from the wolf. It seemed to perceive her wariness, joining its front paws in a gesture of reverence, its tail wagging fervently. 3 words echoed in Warmth's mind. It's transformed. It's transformed. Ultimately, she could not comprehend how she had ended up on the back of this rogue wolf. The creature led her to a grand crimson gate nestled in the mountains, calling out as it approached. Warmth's gaze was drawn to the door knocker, a golden beast's visage adorned with gilt nails, and her eyes flickered with intrigue. Was this truly a wolf's den? It seemed more like a residence for humans. She was aware that in ancient times, door knockers were indicative of social rank. And this gilded beastly knocker signified a high status. Who resided within? She had never heard the villagers mention any inhabitants dwelling in the mountains. At that moment, the door swung open. Before Warmth could discern the figure of the person who had opened it, the wolf whisked her away like a gust of wind. No, how could a wolf take a human as a bride? She hastily pursued, for her master despised the sight of women. The wolf brought her to a pavilion perched above a verdant lake, where autumn had just begun to settle in. The lake adorned with withered lotus and the willow trees along the shore painted in hues of gold. One could only imagine the vibrancy of summer. Inside the pavilion sat a striking young man, engrossed in a book. The male figure's profile was breathtakingly beautiful, adorned in a silvery gray robe that shimmered with a chilling brilliance under the golden morning light, embodying an aura of frosty allure, both dazzling and impossible to overlook. At that moment, he turned his head, his contours sharply defined, his visage unparalleled in its beauty, with an innate tranquility and ethereal grace reflected in his eyes. Chapter 7. The ineffectual hand Nailan Jinyan beheld the individual atop the great gray wolf, his slender, almond-shaped eyes narrowing slightly. He regarded Warmth with an icy demeanor, his expression cold and solemn, subtly emanating a piercing darkness. It was he, the man who had saved the original owner. Warmth instantly recognized him from the memories of the original owner. Indeed, the man was strikingly handsome, leaving a profound impression in her mind. Meeting his formidable gaze, Warmth calmly dismounted from the wolf's back and pointed at the creature, stating, "It insisted on bringing me here," claiming it was to treat a family member. The fact that he had intervened to save a life demonstrated that he was not malevolent, regardless of how intimidating his presence might be. Nailan Jinyan's lips twitched slightly. To treat a family member? Who considers a wolf a relative? It seemed the girl was cleverly mocking him. Lowering his gaze, his piercing stare fell upon the great gray wolf, his tone unfriendly. Gray? The man shifted, and Warmth immediately noticed that the handsome figure's right arm hung awkwardly at his side. It was injured. The wolf crouched down, moving its right front leg, then raised it to point at Warmth before lowering it again. Subsequently, it lifted its left front paw to indicate Nailan Jinyan's right hand, then placed its right front paw atop the left. Warmth's lips twitched. She understood. She conveyed her intentions through body language, believing her hands could heal the perilous man before her. It is no wonder that when he rescued the original owner, he had seized her by the collar with a grip reminiscent of an eagle clutching its prey, lifting her from the water and carelessly tossing her onto the riverbank. Nailan Jinyan understood this, yet he remained skeptical. He recognized that this frail young girl was indeed the one who had attempted to take her own life by jumping into the river that fateful day. Clearly, she was a delicate soul. How could she possibly assist him in healing his hand? However, the wolf known as Big Gray had never been one to utter frivolous words. Big Gray asserted, "You can help me heal my hand." As his gaze returned to Wenwan, an intangible sense of pressure enveloped her. Instinctively, she vehemently denied, "I cannot." The wolf regarded her with a look of despair. How can you lie with such conviction? Ignoring his gaze, she felt deceived by it. She had thought she had entered a den of wolves, only to discover that entering a human's lair was even more terrifying. This man exuded an air that suggested he was not to be trifled with. Her ethereal aura must remain concealed from others, otherwise, in this superstitious and feudal era, it would spell trouble. Nailan Jinyan narrowed his eyes. She does not wish to assist in healing her hand. "You are deceiving me." "I am not," she retorted. At that moment, an eagle descended from the heavens, clutching a pheasant in its beak. It dropped the bird at Wenwan's feet, then circled around her gracefully, letting out a cry that seemed to signify both gratitude and acknowledgement of its deed. Wenwan was taken aback. The evidence had arrived. She could hardly fathom that one day she would be betrayed by an eagle. Nailan Jinyan observed the eagle's agile flight, his gaze flickering momentarily before fixating intently on Wenwan. The eyes of the great wolf sparkled as it cast a glance at the eagle, then fixed its gaze unwaveringly on Warmth. The unspoken communication between man and beast was unmistakable. How would one explain this eagle? The slap of reality came too swiftly, leaving Warmth with a slight sting upon her cheeks. Could this transformed eagle possibly be one of his pets? Nailan Jinyan called out, "Little Black." Immediately, the eagle soared to Nailan Jinyan's side, landing gracefully upon the jade table. Warmth felt a wave of despair. Why had she meddled in rescuing an eagle? Nalan Jinyan gently stroked the eagle's wing, inquiring, "Did she heal your wing?" The eagle nodded in affirmation. Nalan Jinyan raised an eyebrow, turning his gaze toward warmth. She felt a surge of frustration. Was this mystical eagle expressing gratitude or seeking revenge? Thankfully, animals could not speak of their innate powers. In her previous life, her grandfather was a revered figure in the medical field, and she had inherited some of his wisdom. Even without special abilities, she could aid in detoxification. Otherwise, the discovery of her powers could lead to complications in the future. "I can attempt to help, but I cannot guarantee the restoration of your hand," Warmth said cautiously. Nalan Jinyan regarded her, his expression cool and detached, and remarked, "Miss, how should one repay a debt of gratitude?" Understanding that evasion was futile, and feeling compelled to repay kindness, Warmth did not wish to hide. Unlike humans, the toxins within the eagle were minuscule. "As for your hand, I must examine it first to ascertain the situation. Then I shall be in your debt, miss," Nalan Jinyan replied without hesitation. His right hand had been devoid of sensation for over a year, and even Feng Yin Chun had yet to devise a solution. Little Black had a penchant for consuming medicine, and Feng Yin Chun had utilized it as a medicinal eagle, experimenting with its wings in the pursuit of an antidote. With just a slight prick of the needle, a minuscule amount of venomous blood was drawn, enough to render its wings rather sluggish. This serves as a testament to the potency of the toxin. The presence of the woman before him, capable of alleviating the poison from the little black wings, suggests that she may also be able to counteract the residual toxicity in her own right hand. Yet, how could such a young girl possess the knowledge to detoxify? Nalan Jinyan gestured for him to step aside, saying, "No need for concern. Da Huai has brought her to treat my hand." "Treat your hand? Her?" Butler Yuan was momentarily taken aback, doubting his own hearing. He stepped aside, unable to suppress a glance at Wen Yuan. The girl was as slender as a bean sprout, clad in coarse linen garments, her clothes and trousers riddled with patches and conspicuously short. Clearly, she was the child of a villager from the mountains, likely unable to recognize a single character. Could she truly possess medical knowledge? Butler Yuan was 100%, no, 1,000% unconvinced. He could only wonder what her intentions were, and he resolved to keep a wary eye on her. "The young lady may begin," Nalan Jinyan instructed. When one disregarded Butler Yuan's skepticism, acknowledging that doubt was a natural response, she approached the pavilion and seated herself opposite Nalan Jinyan. "Young master, please place your left hand upon the table so that I may take your pulse." Butler Yuan interjected immediately, "Wait, do you not require a pulse pillow? You cannot just take a pulse like this without any preparation. Do you truly understand what you are doing?" Wen Yuan glanced at Butler Yuan. "There is no need. That is merely an auxiliary tool, irrelevant to the process." But Butler Yuan attempted to voice further objections, but a cold glance from Nalan Jinyan silenced him instantly. Nalan Jinyan placed his hand upon the white jade table. What a splendid hand it was. It could easily serve as a model for hand modeling. Nalan Jinyan observed her intently as she gazed at her own hands. He cleared his throat and said, "Miss, please." Nalan Jinyan remained silent. Steward Yuan shot a glare at Wen Yuan, then swiftly produced a pristine white handkerchief to cover Nalan Jinyan's wrist. Wen Yuan thought to herself, is he concerned that she might take advantage of him? Flustered, she refrained from voicing her thoughts and instead placed her fingertips on his pulse. In contrast, her own hand appeared emaciated, resembling a skeletal claw. Even if it were a claw, it would be a pale, delicate one. What was she thinking? Wen Yuan promptly collected her thoughts and focused intently on taking his pulse. After a minute, she signaled for him to place his other hand on the table. Nalan Jinyan stiffened in response, saying, "No need. My right hand is completely numb. I alone will determine whether there is any sensation." Nalan Jinyan remained motionless. Indeed, his hand could not move, and he had no desire to lift his right hand with his left to present it to her. That would appear exceedingly foolish. I must examine it before I can ascertain how to treat it. If you are reluctant to be treated, then so be it. Wen Yuan's expression hardened. Steward Yuan's demeanor shifted, and he barked, "You dare." Chapter 8. Betrayed. This mere bean sprout had the audacity to speak to her master in such a manner. When Yuan felt her temper flare, she was not known for her patience. If you refuse to cooperate with the treatment, relying solely on pulse diagnosis, I assure you, I cannot remedy your hand. With a hint of impatience flashing in her bright, large eyes, she added, "I have other matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." The steward's anger was palpable, his mustache bristling with indignation. How dare you? What audacity this girl possesses. Does she not realize that attending to her master's hand is a tremendous honor? How dare she put on airs and treat her master with disdain? even referring to herself as auntie in his presence? Such insolence is akin to treason, deserving of the gravest punishment. Await the master's wrath, for she shall surely face a most cruel demise. When Yuan rose to her feet and stepped outside, daring him to follow. Yuan Butler, you are exceedingly rude. Nayland Jinyan cast a warning glance in his direction. Yuan Butler felt a jolt of fear and refrained from further insolence. Miss, please pause. The servants have been disrespectful. I hope you will not take offense. Nayland Jinyan discerned that this little girl, though small in stature, possessed a temperament that rivaled his own, coupled with a distinct lack of patience. Yet, he saw no reason to quibble with a mere child. My hand cannot move. He emphasized the words cannot move with particular weight, implying that while he had no objections to her taking his pulse, it was up to her to find a way to do so. When Yuan seemed to grasp his obstinacy and approached him on his right side, kneeling to take his pulse, she then rolled up his sleeve, her expression stern as she examined his hand. Nayland Jinyan's lips twitched, his body stiffening as he suppressed a reaction. After all, he felt nothing. However, he could not bear to watch and silently turned his head away. Yuan Butler's brow twitched, several times on the verge of speaking. Yet the moment he met his master's gaze, he clamped his mouth shut. He harbored deep suspicions that this little sprout was being deliberately provocative. How dare she lay hands upon her master? Not even the esteemed physicians of the Imperial Hospital, nor the renowned young healer Feng, had ever approached him in such a manner. Can you truly heal my master's hand? Yuan Butler was convinced she was merely putting on a show. Do you have paper and ink? Warmth contemplated drafting an antidote prescription, but she quickly recalled that the original owner could recognize characters yet had never practiced writing, resulting in poor penmanship. To avoid any future discrepancies, she promptly altered her statement. Never mind, my handwriting is inadequate. You may jot it down. Nayland Jinyan cast a glance at Butler Yuan, who immediately retrieved a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone from a concealed compartment beneath the table. He was eager to discover what she would articulate. Thus, Warmth dictated a prescription for the antidote along with another for cellular regeneration, subsequently adding, in addition to the medication, acupuncture treatment is essential. A set of silver needles is required. Naturally, gold needles would suffice if one possesses ample silver. Warmth detailed the specifications for the silver needles, which Butler Yuan meticulously noted. He felt an overwhelming astonishment as the prescriptions bore the semblance of authentic formulations, with each ingredient genuinely being a medicinal herb. Starting today, the medication can be administered. My name is Warmth, and I currently reside in the bamboo house at the end of Wenjia village, situated at the foot of the mountain. Once you have procured the silver needles, please send someone to find me for the acupuncture. I was unexpectedly brought here by your wolf, and my sister awaits me on the mountain. I must depart, lest she worry. Farewell. Warmth then approached to collect the mountain chicken and wild rabbit lying on the ground, which would serve as that evening's dinner. Nothing could be left behind. Once she had secured her catch, she mounted the wolf's back, and it darted away like a gust of wind. Nayland Jinyan gazed pensively in the direction of Warmth's departure. Master, shall I present this prescription to young Master Feng? Perhaps we could also arrange for a set of gold needles? At that moment, Butler Yuan felt a blend of belief and anticipation stirring within him, yet he understood the need for caution. The prescription contained several rare ingredients. However, no matter how precious, the master was never lacking. Indeed, Yuan, the steward, respectfully withdrew. If that sprout truly healed the master's hand, not merely a few garments as a reward, but rather a fortune of a myriad of gold would be justly deserved. With the prescription in hand, Yuan hurriedly departed. Nayland Jinyan looked up at the eagle soaring in the sky and whistled. The eagle promptly descended, alighting upon the round table, having not flown so freely in quite some time. Little Black, how did she assist you in mending your wings? He harbored a lingering belief that her methods for aiding Little Black's wings differed from those employed for his own hand. Little Black had scarcely been gone for a quarter of an hour, hardly enough time even to brew medicine. Upon the intricately carved round table of Wang Wali wood inlaid with white jade, lay a thick tome devoid of any title on the cover. Nayland Jinyan extended his left hand and lifted the cover of the book. As he continued to turn the pages, he paused momentarily with each one. Whenever Little Black spotted a character, it would tap on it with its talon. Ultimately, Nayland Jinyan concluded, she healed my wings with the purple energy released from her right hand. Nayland Jinyan was momentarily taken aback. Purple energy? Little Black nodded and continued to point with its talon on the pages. Her right hand can emit purple energy, and that energy can also detoxify. The possession of precious treasures invites envy. and human hearts can be treacherous. She likely remained unaware that an eagle could read, nor did he anticipate this revelation. Gently, Nailin caressed the eagle's head with the hand that had lightly tapped the table, speaking in a soft tone. Little Black, this matter must remain a secret from everyone. Not even Feng Yinshan, or I shall sever your wings to make soup. His tone remained gentle, his gestures tender. Yet Little Black's feathers stood on end, its entire body trembling in fear, eyes wide with trepidation. It nodded vigorously. The villain consistently bullies an eagle. In this day and age, it is indeed challenging for an eagle. Little Black gazed at him, his piercing gaze filled with confusion, reflecting on a certain someone's frail physique, resembling a stunted sprout. He continued, you ought to deliver several prey each day. Little Black comprehended. That kind young lady truly deserved to be well repaid. He flapped his wings and soared into the sky, circling beneath the azure heavens before diving down. However, perhaps due to his exuberance today, he frightened the wild chickens into hiding, and after an extensive search, Little Black found none. Nailin Jinyan approached the edge of the pavilion, hands clasped behind his back, gazing silently at a pond adorned with withered lotus leaves. After a moment of stillness, he spoke. Lin Xing. A dark figure leaped down from a large tree. Kneeling behind him, Master, please command. Investigate. This girl seems transformed since the last time I rescued her from drowning, and for a mere peasant girl, she possesses an unsettling amount of knowledge. Yes. Chapter 9. The means to earn silver at this moment, when Ran was frantically searching for her nearby. Tears streaming down her face as she cried out, Third sister, where are you? The big bad wolf nodded and turned to run. However, it did not depart, but remained not far away, watching over when Ran. Though the vicinity was devoid of ferocious beasts due to its presence, there were still occasionally reckless wild boars that dared to intrude. That would spell disaster for her. A wave of guilt washed over when Ran. I'm sorry. I also spotted a wild chicken and chased it to the foot of the mountain. Why would I contemplate such a thing as jumping off a cliff? It was only then that when Anne realized that in addition to a wild rabbit, she also held a wild chicken in her hand. You were not in such despair before. When Ran thought of something and immediately fell silent. Third sister, the next time you see a wild chicken, please refrain from chasing it. Let me know instead. What if that wild chicken flees into the depths of the mountains? That would indeed be troublesome. I understand. I merely pursued it because I saw it running towards the foot of the mountain. Rest assured, Ranjia, I will no longer act foolishly or contemplate self-harm. Now that my health has improved, I am determined to ensure that our parents and you all enjoy a good life. When Ran spoke with utmost seriousness, it must be guaranteed. Otherwise, the family would always worry about her potential for self-harm, leaving Ranjia to guard her constantly. When Ran gazed at her, somewhat incredulous, truly, you will not fall into despair again? I swear. When Ran raised her hand. Immediately, when Ran pulled her hand down. Why make such oaths, third sister? I believe you. Can one make oaths so casually? It's as if she were swearing while foraging for wild vegetables. When Wan touched her nose and remained silent. Thus, the two descended the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there lay a small river, its waters crystal clear, with small fish swimming by. This river was where the original owner had jumped in to end her life. When Wan noticed numerous field snails in the water, it then dawned on her that the villagers had never touched field snails for food. Field snails? Are you referring to these? When Ron's face twisted in disdain as she shook her head. These creatures are filthy, filled with mud. Consuming them would surely result in a stomach upset. That would necessitate a visit to the clinic, costing money. Far too unwise. Yes, indeed, they are field snails. I have a method to cleanse them of the mud within. Once the snails purge themselves, they are quite delectable. The names for this thing vary across different regions. How do you know? When Ran looked at Wenwan with a skeptical expression, as if to say that Sanjia spoke as if she had experienced it herself. Wenwan replied, could you please refrain from looking at her that way? She cleared her throat and, feigning an air of mystery, said, Sister Ran, I shall confide a secret to you, but you mustn't disclose it to anyone else. I fell into the water and was unconscious for several days, during which I had a rather lengthy dream. In that dream, I encountered many individuals who possessed considerable knowledge. I learned an abundance of things and discovered numerous methods of earning money. Among them, there were those who fried snail meat and sold snail noodles for profit. I am uncertain whether this dream holds any truth, which is why I wish to test it. If it is indeed real, we could soon amass a great fortune and enjoy a prosperous life. The dream was nothing but a fabrication. When Ran nearly rolled her eyes, thinking it was merely a dream. However, when Wan's words stirred something within Ran. She, too, desired to earn money. Glancing at the riverbed, teeming with snails, she thought, why not give it a try? Wenwan smiled. Indeed, since it costs us nothing, let us gather as many as we can. Wenwan bent down to roll up her pant legs. All right. Hey, Sanjia. You need not enter the river. I can manage it. When Ran tossed the wild chicken she was holding to the riverbank, skillfully rolled up her pant legs, kicked off her already tattered shoes, and waded into the water to gather snails. Very well, Wenwan agreed. The riverbank was abundant with snails, and she could easily reach them. I shall fetch some leaves to collect them. Wenwan walked to the foot of the mountain, plucking 2 large, round leaves to use as containers for the snails. Sanjia, how should we prepare these snails? Warmth prepared a basin of clear water and soaked the already rinsed snails, which had been simply cleaned in the river. In the fresh water, they would remain undisturbed for a day and a night, allowing the snails to purge the mud from their insides. Warmth considered adding a pinch of salt but recalled its high cost. The ancient river water was unpolluted, and once the snails had expelled the dirt, they could be consumed with peace of mind. Sister Ran, we shall dispatch a wild chicken and then simmer it into a savory chicken porridge. Today, we shall indulge in fragrant chicken porridge. Very well, let us kill one and keep another to sell alongside the rabbit in town. Why sell? If we slaughter them all, we'll still need to purchase meat. We could just consume everything. Warmth pondered, finding merit in the thought. Now, the third sister had greatly improved in health due to her daily consumption of meat porridge, and the silver gifted by their grandfather had been entirely spent on purchasing meat. The 2 children, not quite grown, began boiling water to prepare the chicken. A pristine wild rabbit pelt could fetch 20 coins, while a well-processed pelt might command 50 coins, depending on its color. An hour later, a pot of thick, smooth, and aromatic chicken porridge was ready. Before serving, they sprinkled a bit of chopped green onion to enhance the flavor and visual appeal. How delightful! Warmth inhaled the enticing aroma and gazed at the porridge, her stomach rumbling in anticipation. Early that morning, Mrs. Wong and Mrs. Wu had gone to the neighboring village to help wash clothes for the Feng landlord. It seemed they were delayed today, perhaps due to an increased workload. However, they should return soon. Such occurrences were not uncommon, and Warmth paid it no mind. Just then, a woman's voice resonated from outside the courtyard. Sister Ran, are you home? Quickly, open the door. Something terrible has happened. Upon hearing a noise, when Ran hurriedly rushed to open the bamboo door, Warmth also stood up. Chapter 10. The win-win situation of Aunt Qian. When Ran saw that the person knocking was a shrill-voiced aunt from the village, who exclaimed, Aunt Zhangfu, what brings you here? Bad news. Your mother and grandmother have ruined the clothes of the landlord's daughter and are required to pay compensation. You must take some silver to them quickly. Otherwise, they might have their legs broken. Broken legs? When Ron's face turned pale at these words, her voice trembling involuntarily, how much silver do they need? There are only a few coins left at home. I don't know. The landlord's clothes are made of fine silk and satin, and each piece costs at least several hundred coins. Some even amount to a couple of taels of silver. You must hurry. I happened to pass by and saw your mother and grandmother being dragged by the landlord's servant to demand payment. If they refuse, they will report it to the authorities and face punishment. Aunt Yongfu was a well-known gossip in the village. She spent her days idly wandering from house to house after meals, sharing snippets of news and gossip, always the first to know the latest tidbits. She could even smell the delicious aroma of chicken porridge wafting from someone's home, which had reached the village's edge. Aunt Yongfu, with her stomach growling, had no suspicion that it was Warmth's family making the chicken porridge, as they were often reduced to eating mere scraps due to the burden of that sickly child. If she had suspected, she would certainly have had the audacity to stay and partake in the meal. Oh, dear sister, is there anyone buying chicken porridge? Ran Jia was on the verge of tears. How could her family be embroiled in so many troubles? How much could a pot of chicken congee possibly sell for? Would it be sufficient to cover the losses? Let us go take a look. Do not fret. Grandma and mother have washed clothes for so many years. There may very well be some misunderstanding when one consoled her. The girl was clearly dazed by the mere few hundred coins and several taels of silver. The two hurriedly made their way to the residence of the landlord Feng in the neighboring village. Wu Shi had previously brought one Ran here, so she was familiar with the route. At this moment, in the courtyard behind the grand house with 4 entrances, a woman was hurling insults at Wang Shi and Wu Shi. What do you 2 destitute folk mean by this? How could such fine garments possibly be ruined during washing? This is my young lady's new autumn attire, which has not been worn even once. Do not think you can shirk your responsibility. 2 taels of silver, pay up promptly. If not, I shall report you to the authorities. Wu Shi, her face etched with worry, replied, "Aunt, I truly am not lying. I had barely picked up the garment, not yet begun washing, when I discovered a tear. I did not ruin the dress. If I had done so, I would certainly take responsibility." When Wan and Ran rushed to Wang Shi and Wu Shi's side. "Grandma, mother," when Ran called out. Wu Shi was taken aback. "What are you two doing here?" Wang Shi was startled to see Wan, flushed and drenched in sweat from running. "You just recovered a bit. Why did you come here?" She quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from her forehead. "Ranjia, why did you bring your third sister here?" Wang Shi's tone was somewhat stern. At that moment, when Ran thought of her sister's health and her complexion paled even further, leaving her momentarily speechless. Warmth quickly tugged at Wang's sleeve, saying, "Grandmother, do not blame Ran. It is my own desire to come. You child, why are you so disobedient? Stay at home and take care of your health." Wang was ultimately reluctant to scold Warmth, for she had been frail and sickly since childhood, evoking sympathy. Granny Qian's gaze flitted between Warmth and Ran, as if assessing the value of goods. Having made her calculations, she smiled and pointed at Ran. As for Warmth, seeing the tension in Wang and Wu, she realized that she was likely the infamous sickly child, the harbinger of misfortune, whom she dared not accept. In truth, her desire for a child bride stemmed from the fact that Wu's eldest daughter had become a child bride for the scholar of their village. That gentle soul might have toiled in the fields, planting crops, washing clothes, cooking, and raising pigs, single-handedly managing all household chores. Moreover, her temperament was particularly gentle. Despite being beaten and scolded daily by the scholar's wife, she did not dare utter a word of complaint, burying herself in work, eating little, laboring much, rising early, and sleeping late. The entire family of the scholars simply sat and awaited their meals. She could only gaze upon them with envy. How she longed for such a child bride, to sit back and enjoy life like a lord. Granny Qian knew they certainly had no silver to compensate. It was said that this family had a harbinger of misfortune, and in their attempts to cure her, they had sold their house and land, and even their own kin on the verge of ruin. Just yesterday, her daughter had accidentally cut a small hole in the young lady's garment. That piece of clothing, worth 2 taels of silver, represented half a year's wages. How could they afford to compensate for that? Today is the day when the Wang and Wu families come to wash their clothes. She deliberately tore the hole a bit larger, intending to pin the blame on them. If they had silver to compensate, she would not need to pay anything herself, and her daughter would be spared from the young lady's reprimands. If they lacked the means to pay, then her family would gain a child bride, allowing her to live a life of leisure like a scholar's wife. She was truly clever to devise such an advantageous plan. Wenran's face turned pale with fright, instinctively hiding behind Wu. She did not wish to become a child bride and leave her home. However, if they could not afford the compensation, Wenran glanced at Wenwan. "Sister, your health is poor. It cannot be you who becomes a child bride, for you would surely be scorned in another household. Yet, 2 taels of silver, how could the family possibly afford that? If they truly could not pay, she thought with a heavy heart. Perhaps it would be better for her to take on that role herself. Wu shielded Wenran protectively, exclaiming, "No way. Do not even think of targeting my child. I did not tear this garment. I have yet to begin washing it. It has merely been soaking. I shall not pay any silver. Do not attempt to shirk responsibility. If you do not want to accept me as your daughter-in-law, then pay the silver. If not, I shall report you to the authorities." Old Granny Qian observed the timid Wenran cowering behind Wu and grew increasingly satisfied. Timidity was advantageous. Only those who were timid could be thoroughly bullied. Chapter 11. What a beautiful thought. Upon hearing these words and witnessing the old woman's sinister expression, Wenwan harbored deep suspicions that the woman was deliberately framing them to acquire a child bride without justification. Humph! What a fanciful notion. Warmth, with a deliberately pouting face, indignantly exclaimed, "Impossible. How could my mother have torn the clothes? Which piece did she ruin? Let me see. Do not think you can slander my mother so easily. You wretched girl, your mother is the one who tore this garment. Look at this enormous hole. Do you still wish to deny it?" The old woman presented a torn sleeve to Warmth, casting a scornful gaze upon them, her expression dripping with disdain. Seizing the opportunity, Warmth took the garment into her hands. The old woman continued her tirade. "A coarse servant is merely suited for menial tasks. I had intended to wash a fine piece of clothing for you, to elevate your standing and help you earn more silver. Yet, you have ruined it and refused to take responsibility. Pay up immediately, or let this girl become my son's child bride, and I shall let the matter slide. Otherwise, I will report you to the authorities." Warmth examined the tear. It was notably clean-cut, suggesting it had been made with sharp scissors, a detail that would easily go unnoticed at a cursory glance. She understood the implications and stated, "Indeed. If the garment is damaged, compensation is warranted." Wu, alarmed, grasped Warmth's arm and implored, "Sister Yuan, it was not Mother who did this. We cannot afford to pay." Yuan also grew anxious, asserting, "Sister Yuan, do not be intimidated by this old hack. We have done nothing wrong and compensation is unnecessary." Warmth, equally distressed, interjected, "Third sister. Do not speak rashly. Mother would never lie." The old woman smirked in triumph. "At least you, little girl, possess some sense. Some individuals have truly wasted their years, lacking even the wisdom that a child understands. Is it not a matter of course to compensate for damaging someone else's belongings?" When one gently patted Wu's hand, assuring her, "Indeed, it is only just to offer recompense for the destruction of another's garments. However, the manner in which such compensation is rendered is not for you to decide, but rather for the authorities to dictate." Did this woman not mention reporting to the officials? Then let her do so. Whatever the magistrate decrees in terms of compensation shall be adhered to. What? Report to the authorities? Qianpozi was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden shift in narrative. Was it not agreed that compensation would be made? Both Wu and Wang were equally stunned. Reporting to the officials? They had heard that such actions could lead to corporal punishment, if not worse. When one's expression was resolute, "Yes, report to the authorities. There is a tear in this garment that is evidently the result of being cut with sharp scissors, subsequently tugged apart with force, creating such a gaping hole. I am confident that the magistrate will see through the matter and ascertain who truly damaged this piece of clothing worth 2 taels of silver. Come, let us report to the officials at once. My mother has committed no wrongdoing, and thus has no fear of reporting." When one evaded capture, with the evidence in hand, she would not allow it to be destroyed. Wang soon grasped the situation, realizing that this garment was likely torn by the old crone, who feared punishment from the household and sought to frame them instead. This was utterly intolerable. Wang declared loudly, "Report to the authorities. Even if I face punishment, I shall not allow myself to be wronged." Without hesitation, she seized Qianpozi's hand and began to exit. "My mother is here to wash clothes, not to make them. How could she possibly have brought scissors? Since you say so, Ran, quickly go to the town and find father. Have him report to the authorities and bring the officials to search for any scissors that mother and grandmother might have. I will remain here to safeguard the scene." "All right. I shall do so immediately." Upon hearing this, Ran readily agreed and dashed out the door. Granny Qian's heart raced with unease. Requesting officials to conduct a search and protecting the scene? How does this insolent wretch seem to know so much? Yet, this is not her own home. It belongs to the landlord. If this matter escalates and catches the attention of the landlord, and the officials uncover the truth, both she and her daughter will face dire consequences. Such a promising position within the landlord's household will be lost. When Ran halted at the doorway, "Third sister, shall we report it or not?" Wu and Wang breathed a sigh of relief, glancing towards Wenwan. Wenwan winked at Ran in a discreet manner, signaling with her index finger in a negative gesture, all while asserting, "Why wouldn't we report it? Is mother so easily wronged? If we do not uncover the truth, what if someone covertly places the blame on her? They think they can frame and ensnare us because our family is easy to bully? Today, I shall ensure she pays dearly." However, reporting to the officials will only lead to Granny Qian compensating for the clothes. If we do not report, I can administer a more substantial lesson. Excellent. Ran immediately took off again. "Wait," Granny Qian shouted, exasperated. Ran had already dashed outside but paused upon hearing the outburst. Granny Qian was ready to explode. She had already stated there was no need for compensation. Yet this obstinate girl persisted. What more could she possibly want? "What exactly do you desire? I have already expressed my trust in your mother, and there is no need for compensation. Since it was not your mother who committed this act, I shall not spread rumors. Let me warn you. Should this escalate to the authorities, you too shall face consequences. Why should I depart? If you remain silent, others will speak. It was the villagers who informed me of this matter, prompting my swift arrival. Can you truly silence the multitude? You have tarnished my mother's reputation and wasted precious time for both her and my grandmother. You expect me to simply accept your assurance that your mother is not responsible and let us go? Such leniency is scarcely found in this world. What then do you propose? Should I traverse the village proclaiming that it was not your mother who damaged the garments? Mistress Qian is on the verge of fainting with fury. Such a contentious spirit. Apologize to my mother and grandmother, and compensate them for the emotional distress and lost wages incurred. The total amounts to 2 taels and 21. If you can fulfill this without a single one missing, I shall refrain from reporting this matter to the authorities. Do not presume I am unaware. This garment was undoubtedly torn by your daughter, and you have falsely accused my mother. Mistress Qian is utterly astounded. How did she come to know this? Warmth perceived the truth in Mistress Qian's expression. This is a young lady's dress, and given Mistress Qian's age and rough hands, she would certainly not be one of the maids attending to the young miss. She would have had no opportunity to handle the young lady's clothing. The only plausible explanation for her willingness to assist would be that her daughter is a maidservant in the landlord's household. It must have been her daughter who accidentally tore the garment, and she wishes to shield her from punishment or monetary recompense. Only then would they spare no effort to frame the easily manipulated Wu and Wang families, who were least likely to cause complications. Since the two members of the Wu family were not part of the household, they were the most manageable. Once they were implicated, there would be no recourse for them, rendering them voiceless. Most importantly, Granny Qian sought to seize this opportunity to secure a child bride for her son. What a profitable scheme. You speak nonsense. Granny Qian exclaimed, her shock rendering her speechless. How did she know? When one smiled faintly, whether it is nonsense or not, the authorities will discern the truth. In any case, the magistrate will surely compensate me. Landlord Feng is a benevolent man. Upon learning of the wrongful accusations against my mother and grandmother by his servants, he would undoubtedly apologize. We stand to lose nothing, but some may find themselves losing their positions. After speaking, Wenwan turned to Ran and urged, Sister Ran, hurry and report this to the authorities. What are you still doing there? All right. Ran swiftly took off running. Wait, I'll pay. Granny Qian shouted once more. She realized that this wretched girl intended to swindle her out of her money. To her astonishment, she had not managed to deceive anyone. Instead, she found herself outmaneuvered. At that moment, regret washed over her. Deep down, she understood that half of what this girl said held truth. After reporting to the authorities, she and her daughter would undoubtedly lose their positions. Landlord Feng cherished his reputation above all. Granny Qian glared at Wenwan with venomous eyes, filled with malice. As though poisoned, are you not concerned that your mother and grandmother might lose their laundry work? Wenwan replied, there is no need for your concern. My mother and grandmother shall no longer need to do this work. Hasten, for the longer the delay, the greater the loss incurred. The moneylender gritted her teeth in anger. How could she possibly compensate for such a sum? I currently possess no silver, but when your mother comes to wash tomorrow, I shall provide her with it. At that moment, an elderly woman passed by, and Warmth intentionally raised her voice. That esteemed lady, the moneylender lacks silver. Might you assist her in requesting her daughter for some? Upon hearing Warmth's call, the woman turned her head, and, with a slight change in her stride, approached them. The moneylender's expression shifted upon seeing the woman, and she hastily produced 2 taels of silver and 21, thrusting them into Warmth's hands. 2 taels of silver. Now be gone. The moneylender looked at the silver with a pained countenance, as if her very heart and soul were aching. Warmth retorted, an apology. Do not presume that merely offering silver suffices. The moneylender trembled with rage, casting a venomous glance at Wang and Wu. Her teeth clenched as she spat. My dear ancestors, I sincerely apologize for this misunderstanding. Is that sufficient? Do not hurl the term ancestors about. Neither my mother nor my grandmother would claim such a disreputable descendant. Warmth tucked the silver into her garment. The moneylender felt a surge of blood rush to her head, nearly fainting, yet she forced a smile, saying, Manager Feng, there is no issue. I owe them some money, and I am just a bit short at the moment, wishing to delay the repayment. Warmth regarded her coolly. Returning the torn garment to the moneylender, Moneylender, you have damaged this dress. Remember to proactively admit your fault to the mistress and compensate her. Warmth exposed her, concerned that the moneylender might target another unsuspecting victim next. For impoverished families, saving 2 taels of silver is no small feat. What? You have torn the young lady's dress. The old woman seized the clothing. Her expression shifted dramatically. Aunt Qian felt as though she might faint, desperately wishing to feign ignorance, yet she could not. She bowed and stammered, I was careless. I shall go before the young lady to accept my punishment. With that, she turned to leave. Aunt Qian's anger only intensified. How dare she call me an unworthy descendant? And what of being startled, subsisting on chicken porridge to soothe her nerves? I am the one truly alarmed. They are not consuming chicken porridge. They are feasting on my blood and tears. Those vile wretches with hearts as dark as their intentions. The thought of not managing to extort 2 taels of silver from those despicable Wu women, and instead being compelled to compensate the young lady with 2 taels, totaling 4 taels, alongside the loss of a child bride, left her gasping for breath in anguish. Truly, it felt as if life had lost its meaning. At this moment, Ran was immensely impressed by Wan. Sister, how did you deduce that the dress was torn by that old hag's daughter? Both Wang and Wu were equally curious as to why she had not accused Aunt Qian. When Wan explained, that is a young girl's garment. The old woman has coarse hands, and her nails are dirty. She lacks the standing to serve in the presence of her mistress, thus. When Wan articulated her reasoning, and when Ran gazed at her with admiration, Sister, you were truly remarkable. You managed to ascertain all of that. Wang gently patted Wan's head. Our dear Wan has a keen eye. Had she been born a male, she would surely achieve great things. But being a woman is equally commendable. The group shared a light-hearted conversation as they strolled towards the village. Soon, they passed by the entrance of the old Wan family residence. Zhu had just awakened from her afternoon nap and was contemplating stepping out to chat with the village women when she spotted the group passing by, prompting her to react with a loud bang. With a firm thud, the courtyard door was shut. The gossipy matron, Madame Yangfu, couldn't resist spreading rumors. Zhu had already caught wind of the news that Wang and her companions had ruined the clothes of the landlord's daughter and were expected to compensate her. This wretched family had no funds to repay such a debt. Zhu fretted that they might come seeking loans from the old man. Intentionally speaking loudly to the elderly gentleman within, she declared, Old man, we are out of silver. If you dare to squander our money on those worthless women, I shall take my sons and leave you to your own devices. Some individuals possess such audacity, shamelessly spending the filial tribute given by others. Startled by the sound of the door slamming, Wang was infuriated upon hearing Zhu's words, her face darkening with anger as she strode forward. Noticing her agitation, Wan warmly grasped Wang's hand and exclaimed, Grandmother, do not be upset. Soon, someone will call you their ancestor. Amused by this remark, Wang responded with a chuckle, Very well. I shall await that day. Inside, Zhu rolled her eyes at the exchange. When she opened the courtyard door, she found that the group had already turned the corner and disappeared from sight. With a disdainful spit, she scoffed, Call that wretched woman an ancestor? What a fantasy! Such a lowly creature, hands calloused, could never hope to mingle with those of noble birth. Let us see which of her offspring she sells to cover this debt. Upon returning home, Wang and Wu were taken aback to discover a large pot of chicken porridge awaiting them. The yard also contained a wild rabbit and a basin of snails. Where did this chicken come from? Have you been foraging in the mountains and rivers? Wang furrowed her brow, her expression grave. Clearly, her daughter was not to be trusted. Children's love for play is innate, in their revelry. They often forget the perils that surround them. Ran promptly proclaimed, The wild pheasants were caught by me in the mountains, and the snails were gathered by me at the riverbank. But, dear sister, you are still quite young. Did I not mention just a few days ago that you should refrain from playing in the river? Why then did you gather so many snails? Wu Shi's thoughts drifted to the incident where Wan Jie fell into the water, sending a chill of fear through her. Wang Shi interjected, Indeed. You two children should not frolic in the river. What if something were to happen? Who would dare approach the river again? I shall break her legs. Wu Shi added. Moreover, there are no wild pheasants near the foot of the mountain. Have you ventured deep into the woods? When Ran shook her head vigorously, No, absolutely not. We discovered them right at the foot of the mountain. Wan quickly soothed her agitated relatives, mother, grandmother, we did not play in the river. The snails were merely at the riverbank, and we did not venture further in. My health has improved. I cannot remain idle all the time. The only way to regain strength is to move about. I did not wish to wander aimlessly in the village. So I asked Ranjie to accompany me for a walk at the foot of the back mountain, where we stumbled upon 2 wild pheasants and a hare. With the autumn harvest approaching, everyone has gone to town to mend their farming tools in preparation for the season. It is likely that no one has ventured into the mountains these past few days, allowing the mountain chickens to roam freely. Wan Shi's expression softened upon hearing this. The children were usually well behaved, especially Wan, who had never told a lie. Thus, she believed her. Promise me you will not play in the river or venture into the mountains, understood? When Ran nodded obediently, I understand. Wan mirrored her gesture. I understand as well. Regardless, her venture into the mountains and the river was not for leisure. She had pressing matters to attend to. Wang sought to continue speaking. But when Wan decisively shifted the topic, Can Grandma eat porridge now? I am quite hungry. Wu and Wang had initially intended to offer further admonitions. But upon hearing her words, they cast aside all concerns. Haven't you eaten yet? Hurry and have something. Wu promptly went a ladle out the porridge. Wang entered as well. Feeling a pang of sympathy upon seeing the abundance of chicken, realizing that warm Jia alone could nourish herself for many days with such a feast. With this thought, she sought out some freshly washed cabbage nearby. While the children indulged in chicken porridge, she would settle for a bit of cabbage and some porridge broth. Chapter 13. Porridge warms the heart even more. Wu carried 2 bowls of chicken porridge into the room for Wenwan and Wenran. In Wenwan's bowl, the chicken was noticeably more plentiful, filling the large, pale bowl to the brim, the pieces of chicken piled high, while Wenran's bowl contained only half. With merely 2 chunks of chicken, Wenran gazed at her bowl with satisfaction, saliva pooling, and had no objections to her portion. Wenwan lowered her gaze, realizing that this entire family always prioritized her nourishment. No one voiced any grievances about the perceived unfairness, a testament to their genuine affection for her. Take your time eating. Be cautious of the chicken bones. Warm Jia, eat more. It will help you regain your health. Mother is going out to eat, Wu stated before placing her bowl down and stepping outside. Observing this, Ranjia understood that their mother and grandmother were reluctant to partake in the chicken porridge. I will also go outside to eat. It feels a bit stuffy in here, so take your time. She scooped up a chipped large earthenware bowl and exited. When Wan recognized that Wu intended to retreat to the kitchen, likely to nibble on some boiled greens or wild vegetables as a makeshift meal, leaving the chicken porridge for her and Wang to savor. Observing the situation, when Ran felt a pang of reluctance to indulge herself. A weight settled in her heart as she stood up and ventured outside to the makeshift kitchen behind the house. Indeed, Mrs. Wang had just finished preparing boiled bok choy and was serving it into bowls. Mother, I cannot consume so much chicken porridge. Please share some with you and grandmother, said Ranjia, as she ladled a generous scoop of porridge into their bowls, even placing 1 piece of the scant chicken into a bowl. Wusher quickly grasped Ranjia's hand, insisting, Dear, you should eat for yourself. Mother has had her fill of chicken porridge earlier. I find it rather rich and would prefer some wild vegetables. Mrs. Wang chimed in, Ranjia, grandmother has also eaten. Being elderly, I do not relish such greasy fare. You should enjoy it yourself. A wave of melancholy washed over Wenwan, and she inhaled deeply before re-entering the room. Let us all partake together. Eat to your heart's content. There is more than enough for everyone. From now on, we will share both our fortunes and our hardships as a family. When Wan approached, retrieving 2 clean bowls and filling them to the brim with chicken porridge, the meat peeking over the edges, she added a bit more chicken to Ranjia's bowl until it could hold no more. The 3 of them exchanged glances. We shall eat together. When Wan declared with unwavering resolve, a flicker of panic crossed Wusher and Mrs. Wang's faces as they recalled how this child had once compelled them to finish that single spoonful of meat porridge and steamed bun. Wusher glanced at the pot, noting that half of it had already been consumed, her eyelids twitching slightly. When Wan's tone brooked no refusal, it was exceptionally assertive. Mother must eat. Grandmother must eat. We shall all eat together, Wu said. Such warmth leaves no room for refusal among the 3. Wang, unable to contain her tears, hurriedly wiped them away, exclaiming, All right, let us eat. Dig in. With heads bowed, they quietly began their meal. Each person silently cradled their bowl, savoring the delicious porridge. No words were spoken. The porridge was thick and just right, soft and sweet, with tender chicken that was a taste they had never experienced before. As they continued to eat, tears from Wang and Wu fell into their bowls. The porridge was simply too sweet, too warm. On this chilly autumn day, it penetrated their hearts, warming every limb and bone. Once everyone had finished, and even let out a contented burp, a first for her. Seeing that everyone was satisfied, Warm then said, Grandmother, Mother, I have thought of a way to earn some silver. We could sell fried river snails during the busy farming season. Wu shook her head in disapproval. There are countless snails in the river. No one would buy them. Besides, they are filthy, filled with mud. In the past, someone tried to eat them, and the whole family ended up with stomach aches. Wang concurred, Indeed, those are not fit for consumption. They are too dirty and can upset one's stomach. Thus, when Warm reiterated the words she had shared with Wen and Wang and Wu were taken aback. The ancients were superstitious. They pondered deeply. When Warm's sister was still in Wu's womb, she encountered a monk who foretold that Warm's sister would be born prematurely and would have innate deficiencies. In her youth, she would be frail and ill, facing death multiple times. However, if she could survive past the age of 11, her life would thereafter be one of peace, health, longevity, and unparalleled wealth and glory. Initially skeptical, they were left in disbelief when Warm's sister indeed arrived prematurely. Kixingxi, born with inherent deficiencies, was as frail and delicate as a newborn kitten. She fell ill frequently, often flirting with death, and her family had come to believe in the specter of mortality that loomed over her. However, they held no illusions of grandeur or wealth. Their only wish was for Warmth to survive her 11th year, hoping that thereafter she would enjoy a life of peace, health, and longevity. At that moment, the two of them listened to Warmth's words, pondering the possibility that she had ventured to a realm inhabited by celestial beings, acquiring wisdom and skills beyond mortal comprehension. Not long ago, Warmth had narrowly escaped drowning after a fall into a river shortly after her 11th birthday, an encounter so perilous that it had nearly extinguished her breath. Yet now, day by day, she appeared to be regaining her vitality, glowing with newfound energy. Could the monk's words hold truth? Tomorrow's trial will reveal the accuracy of my claims, Warmth asserted. The rice in the fields had ripened, and with favorable weather, she anticipated that the autumn harvest would commence shortly. During this season, everyone needed sustenance to muster the strength for labor. Seizing this opportunity, she proposed venturing into the village to sell stir-fried river snails, spicy, delectable, and a perfect accompaniment to rice. Priced at a mere 2 coins for a generous bowl, it was an irresistible bargain for those who had labored in the fields all day. Not only would they traverse the streets and alleys selling their wares, but they would also set up stalls in the town. Given the abundance of snails in the river, aside from the cost of some seasonings, their profits would be substantial. Certainly, they could earn several taels of silver by the end of the busy farming season. Warmth articulated her vision, and Wang pondered her words, recognizing their merit. If it truly can be consumed, there will surely be buyers. Presently, a single egg cost a coin, and a bowl of prepared meat is 2 coins for a small bowl. Such a deal. There will undoubtedly be customers. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that during the busy farming season, everyone is exhausted and reluctant to cook. Yet they require nourishing meals to gather strength for their labor. Spending a mere 2 coins for a meal without the burden of preparation is undoubtedly appealing to many. Wang's maternal family had previously operated a noodle shop, and upon realizing this, she decisively declared, "Very well, I shall head to the town this afternoon to procure some seasonings. And tomorrow morning, I will prepare a dish of stir-fried river snails for us to sample. If it proves satisfactory, we shall venture to the river to gather snails." Just in time, her father and the others would finish their work today, and the whole family could go to the river together. The market day in town is the day after tomorrow. We shall set up a stall there. It was a relief for Wenwan to see how easily Wang was persuaded. However, selling snails was not a sustainable endeavor. It would not be long before others figured out how to prepare them. She needed to explore other avenues for generating income in the town. In the afternoon, Wenwan took a short nap, for her body was still too frail, and after a long day, she was already feeling fatigued. Upon waking, she found herself alone in the house. Observing the waning daylight, she fetched half a bucket of water from the cistern to tend to the vegetables. The ancient wooden buckets were heavy, crafted from thick timber, and given her inherent weakness, she could only manage to lift half a bucket at a time. After watering the various patches of vegetables in the yard, she was utterly exhausted. Wenwan settled on a low stool beside the vegetable garden, gazing at the newly sprouted greens, pondering how wonderful it would be if they could grow more swiftly. The vegetables from their home garden had been consumed, and the seeds sown had yet to mature. To satisfy her craving for greens, she would need to venture into the mountains daily to forage for wild vegetables. Just then, warmth enveloped her palms, and a purple aura began to emanate once more. Wenwan? She recalled the first instance when the purple aura unexpectedly manifested, aiding her in healing her body. This time, as she pondered the desire for the vegetables to grow more rapidly, it appeared once again. Could it be? Chapter 14. The other function of the purple aura. Warmth felt her heart lift as she placed her palm upon a newly sprouted seedling, which bore merely 2 tender leaves. The purple aura gently flowed from her hand, gradually enveloping the entire vegetable patch. The delicate lavender mist lingered for a moment before vanishing into thin air, significantly less than what was required for bodily nourishment. In that instant, the previously modest seedling, which had only 2 leaves, began to flourish before her very eyes. Akin to the visual effects of a television broadcast, 1 leaf, 2 leaves, each growing increasingly larger. Warmth's heart raced. Stop growing, or it will be difficult to explain. The rapid growth persisted until the largest leaf swelled to the size of a ping-pong ball, at which point the visible expansion finally ceased. Although it was still not ready for harvest, it appeared to have matured for 7 or 8 days. Gazing at the lush green expanse of the vegetable plot, Warmth was rendered speechless. How can this be explained? Yet, ultimately, this was a fortuitous occurrence. She was elated to discover that the purple aura possessed the ability to stimulate plant growth. She wondered if it could also enhance the seeds themselves. With urgency, Warmth dashed inside and retrieved the seeds that the Wu family had carefully preserved. In this era, almost all vegetable seeds were saved from previous harvests. Unless the crops of that particular year had been poor, undersized, or unpalatable, in such cases, one would venture to the town to purchase or exchange seeds with neighbors for the following planting season. This year, the Wu family has preserved seeds from various gourds, including loofah, water gourd, pumpkin, winter melon, and bitter melon, among others, selecting only the largest specimens to retain. Each year, the seeds saved by the Wu family are of the highest quality, resulting in an abundant harvest of vegetables that flourish within their household. Villagers occasionally spend their silver to purchase seeds from their home. As when Wan gazed at the plump seeds, she recalled the purple aura that had not yet dissipated. She carefully poured out a few seeds from each oil paper package, mixing them together. With a focused thought, she began the process of enhancement. The purple aura enveloped the seeds, and a wave of joy surged within her. This seemed promising. She hoped that these gourd seeds could become frost-resistant, capable of thriving even in winter, yielding fruits that are large, plentiful, sweet, and fragrant. The purple aura lingered longer than usual, perhaps due to Wenwan's lofty aspirations. She fixed her gaze intently on the seeds, unwavering. Suddenly, Wen dashed in like a gust of wind. Third sister, the vegetables in the yard have grown significantly. Noticing Wenwan's hand resting on the seeds, she found the action peculiar. Third sister, what are you doing? Are you trying to warm these seeds with your hands? Can't you see? Wenwan replied. If Wen could perceive the purple aura, she would undoubtedly inquire about its presence. What do you see? Wen asked. The purple aura. I believe these seeds are emanating a purple glow. Are you seeing things? Where is there any purple aura? Wen approached, peering closely at the plump seeds. Is there? I don't see anything. However, these seeds do appear exceptionally full. Could it be that the purple aura was visible only to her? This thought brought her a sense of relief. However, it is also possible that Wen did not notice. I was merely jesting. I wanted to take these seeds out to see if planting them now could yield melons in winter, thereby providing us with vegetables during the cold season. Wen shook her head, stating that should not be possible. No one has ever attempted such a thing. Who wouldn't desire a fuller meal? Seeing her sister's urgency, Wen exclaimed, Sister, we cannot waste the seeds. Our sustenance for the next year relies on them. If our grain supply is insufficient, we must depend on consuming more vegetables, albeit even those are scarce. Upon hearing that there was a possibility of earning silver, Wenran's eyes widened in curiosity as she asked, Sister, could it be that the person from your dream can also cultivate these melons in winter and sell them for silver? You have a method, don't you? Let us do it. Wenran, I hadn't anticipated that the excuse of the dream would prove so effective. As they stepped outside, Wenran caught sight of the lush vegetable patch and suddenly remembered what she wanted to say, her face alight with excitement. Sister, look at the vegetables in the garden. Wenran, equally exhilarated, replied, You're only just noticing. I realized it upon waking and even watered them. They weren't this tall when I went out this afternoon. How did they grow so much? How would I know? Perhaps the soil is rich and the sunlight ample. With sufficient watering, the plants thrive. Wenran exclaimed, Where's the hoe? We should hasten to plant these melons. Perhaps they will grow quickly. Changing the subject, Wenran responded. Wenran, convinced by her sister's reasoning, pulled her along, saying, It's right beside the house. They proceeded to find a vacant plot behind the house and worked together to prepare the soil. Warm surveyed the vacant plot. Planting loofah at the corner of the yard would suffice, allowing the vines to gracefully ascend the bamboo fence without the need for a trellis. Bitter melon and green beans, unlike the sprawling winter melon and pumpkin, required less space. The two of them prepared 2 rows of soil, one for bitter melon and the other for green beans, intending to erect supports once they reached around 30 centimeters in height. The vines of winter melon and pumpkin could thrive directly on the ground, albeit necessitating a larger area. They casually selected a corner for their endeavors. For the loofah, it was best to construct a trellis. Thus Warmth planted the seeds in a corner behind the house, planning for the convenience of support later. Ms. Wang remarked, How peculiar. When I left in the afternoon, the vegetables appeared as they did in the morning. How could they have grown as if 10 days had passed in just one afternoon? They seem almost ready to harvest. Seeing the moist soil, when Jarue inquired, who watered them? Upon noticing Warmth and Wenran approaching, Ms. Wu immediately asked, Sister Ran, did you water the vegetable patch? What kind of water did you use? Warmth bore a perplexed expression, replying, I awoke to find the plants had grown this way. I noticed their rapid growth and merely gave them a watering from the barrel. Ms. Wu shot a glare at Wenran. Did you go to the river again? Wen Ran tugged at Ms. Wu's sleeve, offering a conciliatory smile. No, I was just by the riverbank. Being by the riverbank is not permissible either, Ms. Wu retorted but fell silent, as all attention was captivated by the astonishing growth of the vegetables. Everyone pondered the reason behind such extraordinary development. When Luoling mused, perhaps this is a blessed spot, with even the heavens aiding us. After the arrival of the third sister, her health improved day by day, and even the vegetables in the field flourished. Wen Ho gently stroked his chin, pondering, perhaps that is indeed the case. If so, it would be splendid. In just a few days, they could grow enough vegetables to stave off hunger. Wen Jiarui harbored some skepticism, yet he could conceive of no other explanation. Wang remarked, this matter must not be spoken of outside. The gate must always remain shut, and the vegetable patch must not be discovered by others. When Jiarui's expression grew more serious, under this scrutiny, the scar on his face appeared even more menacing. Tomorrow, I shall cut more bamboo to enclose the vegetable patch. This way, when the gate is opened, outsiders will not see the growth of our crops. Wang nodded in agreement. This cannot be delayed. You must not breathe a word of this to anyone outside, not even the children, lest we lose our bamboo shelter. Do you understand? Wen Jiarui could not help but reiterate his warning. The siblings nodded, assuring him they would keep silent. Seizing the remaining daylight, Wen Jiarui set out to gather bamboo for the fence. Chapter 15. The two grateful little creatures. During dinner, the family joyfully gathered to enjoy chicken porridge. They were reluctant to consume the wild rabbit, deciding to save it for the following day. Wen Jiarui prepared it meticulously, salting it to preserve it, confident the cool weather would prevent spoilage. Wang then broached the subject of laundry, lamenting the loss of that source of income, and seized the opportunity to discuss the potential profits from selling snail shells. The family was incensed upon hearing about Granny Qian's situation, declaring they would refuse to comply. When Jiarui suggested, I believe we should consider trying this approach. The tasks in the town had been completed, and while they initially planned to assist others with the harvest, they decided instead to sell snails. The following day, Chun and Ho would join me by the river to gather these delicacies. The family then discussed how they would collaborate to collect snails and earn some silver before retiring for the night. Meanwhile, Wen Jiarui and Mrs. Wu remained awake, laboring by the firelight and moonlight to fashion bamboo into a fence until midnight. Inside, the children enjoyed the most restful slumber, having eaten to their fill and feeling the warmth of their bodies, having discovered a fortuitous location and a means to earn money, all of which painted a bright future in their minds. As dawn broke, the family rose early, with Wen Jiarui rising before the sun to fill the water tank. He then used the fence they had constructed the previous evening to enclose the vegetable garden, with his brothers and Mrs. Wu assisting in the task. Wen Ran took charge of watering the vegetables, which had grown overnight and were now ready for harvest. This delightful revelation brought even greater joy to everyone. When Wan and Mrs. Wang were tasked with cleaning the snails and preparing breakfast, cleaning the snails proved to be a meticulous endeavor, requiring them to wash the dirt from the shells and trim the tails. Once Wen Wan had sought Ed the snails and prepared the rice porridge, the others finished their tasks. Wen Ho could not help but inhale deeply, exclaiming, it smells wonderful. It looks delectable. Let us eat quickly. Breakfast consisted of a pot of creamy white porridge paired with spicy sought Ed snails, complemented by crisp, sweet bok choy picked from the garden. The family feasted heartily, their bellies round and full. When Luo patted his plump stomach and remarked, it is absolutely delicious. I could eat more. This spicy sought Ed snail dish would surely attract buyers. Today, the bok choy is exceptionally sweet, crisp, and refreshing. Indeed, this land is a treasure. Wang is increasingly eager to acquire this plot. Currently, he possesses 2 taels of silver and 300 wen, sufficient to purchase 2 acres of wasteland. However, he is concerned for his sister Wan's health, fearing that they might suddenly need the silver. Thus, he decides to wait until after selling the snail to assess their earnings before making any purchases. Wen Ho remarks, the vegetables are delicious, and the snails are equally delightful. I am resolute. I shall certainly gather more snails to earn silver, as they are simply too delectable. They will undoubtedly sell like hotcakes. Wen Jiarui glances at him and quips, who is this old man? Wen Ho straightens up immediately, declaring, I am not the old man. Father is. The family bursts into laughter. After their merriment, they set off to gather snails, leaving only Wen Wan at home to guard the door, as her frail constitution renders her unsuitable for wading into the river. Wen Wan, however, prefers not to collect snails. She intends to ascend the mountain to seek out potential sources of income. As the saying goes, rely on the mountains for sustenance when in the mountains, and on the waters when by the waters. Once everyone has departed, Wenwan prepares to head up the mountain when suddenly an eagle descends from the sky. The eagle clutches a pheasant in one talon. It drops the pheasant at Wenwan's feet, circles around her once, and then lands gracefully on the ground. Wenwan points to the two pheasants at her feet and asks, "Is this for me?" The little black bird nods, unable to contain her joy. Wenwan crouches down to stroke its head, exclaiming, "What a grateful and benevolent eagle." The eagle, basking in her affection, casts a glance toward the courtyard gate, as if to indicate that there is more. Realizing something, Wenwan rushes to open the gate, and indeed, she spots a large gray wolf. The wolf carries a pheasant in its mouth and has a goat draped across its back, wagging its tail with an expression full of charm. It takes a few steps forward, signaling for Wenwan to step aside and allow it entry. Another grateful creature has arrived. Warmth quickly shifted to the side to allow it entry. These two clever little beings have even learned the virtue of gratitude. The big gray wolf circled around Warmth and entered the courtyard, gently placing the mountain chicken from its mouth and the goat from its back onto the ground. Warmth affectionately stroked the soft fur atop the wolf's head, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, dear little ones. You possess a semblance of conscience. You sold me to your master, yet still know to share a morsel of meat for me." The big gray wolf, however, appeared displeased and cast a glance at the eagle. Little Black is indeed small, but it is not insignificant. It is robust, vigorous, and striking. Warmth felt she understood the wolf's gaze and smiled. "Thank you, mighty creature." The big gray mother. "What do you mean by mighty creature? I am not merely an object. I am a wolf." It looked at Warmth with a face full of grievance. Warmth couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, a delightful aroma wafted into the big gray wolf's nostrils, making it forget its own identity. It sniffed the air and then proceeded toward the kitchen. Inside, remnants of a bowl of snails from breakfast awaited, while a pot of wild rabbit stew simmered on the stove, prepared for lunch, which she had just extinguished. The big gray wolf stood motionless in front of the stove. Little Black flew in, opening its beak wide and drooling. Warmth followed, and upon seeing their eagerness, she retrieved the leftover snails from the pot, using a bamboo skewer to extract the tender morsels to feed them. Before long, the large bowl of snails was devoured, and the two little creatures turned their heads, gazing longingly at the earless clay pot on the stove. Warmth, amused by their greedy expressions, gently patted their heads. "That is not yet ready. It needs to simmer a bit longer to be delectable. Come back for lunch. You have brought forth an abundance of prey, and at noon I shall prepare a medicinal chicken and lamb for you to savor. Now, Great Wolf, would you kindly guide me to the mountains in search of herbs?" The great wolf's eyes sparkled with interest as it nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing about the medicinal chicken, the little black bird joyfully circled around Warmth, expressing its delight. Before soaring into the azure sky, heading towards the mountains to catch some chickens, it relished both herbs and chicken. The great wolf gestured for Warmth to mount its back, leading her up the mountain, completely forgetting that its master had instructed it to descend and bring Warmth to treat his hand. "Wait, I must secure the door," Warmth thought. Thus, she took a bamboo pole and a small sickle, slung a basket over her shoulder, locked the door, and then the great wolf embarked with Warmth towards the mountain. The great wolf moved swiftly, quickly carrying Warmth deep into the mountains. The outer regions offered little in terms of herbs, only the depths harbored them. The great wolf brought Warmth to a spot where Feng Yinshan often gathered herbs. Here, the foliage flourished more abundantly than in the outer mountains, with a thick carpet of fallen leaves blanketing the ground. A squirrel, clutching a pine nut, froze in fear at the sight of intruders, leaping up the tree in a startled frenzy. As Warmth dismounted from the great wolf's back, she chanced upon a peppercorn plant. She plucked every peppercorn from the tree. This ingredient, when added to dishes, imparts a delightful fragrance and numbing spiciness. Peppercorns are the premier seasoning in the 13-spice blend, renowned for their rich aroma and authentic numbing flavor, suitable for both culinary and medicinal purposes. The great wolf tugged at the hem of Warmth's trousers, beckoning her to follow. Warmth complied, taking a few steps until they arrived before a plant on the verge of blooming. This is Chapter 16, a reunion. This is ginseng. Moreover, it was a ginseng in bloom. Warmth could not contain her surprise as she gently stroked the head of the big bad wolf. "Goodness, how did you know this is ginseng?" The wolf, with an air of pride, raised its head. "Of course. That fellow with the surname Feng comes to check on it daily, waiting for it to bear fruit. How could I not be aware?" Warmth hastily set down her backpack, crouched down, and placed her right hand upon the ginseng. A gentle purple aura gradually emanated, lingering longer than before. until it slowly faded into thin air. Warmth watched as the ginseng blossomed and bore fruit, the ginseng seeds transitioning from green to red, though she couldn't ascertain if the ginseng had grown any larger. She plucked a ripe seed, tasting it. It was sweet, with a rich ginseng flavor, incomparable to the artificially cultivated varieties of her past life. She picked another seed to offer to the wolf, but it disdainfully turned its head away. Warmth then took a sickle and carefully dug up the ginseng, ensuring not to break a single root. Although the ginseng was only as thick as her thumb, it appeared to be a wild mountain ginseng of approximately 50 years in age, and Warmth felt quite satisfied. At that moment, the wolf tugged at Warmth's clothing, signaling her to follow. Was there more? She wondered if the wolf was for sale. Perhaps she would purchase it. Initially, she had only thought of the wolf's swift speed to help her ascend the mountain, not realizing this sentient creature recognized valuable medicinal herbs as well. Warmth felt as though she had struck gold. Following the big bad wolf, she continued onward, gathering various spices and common medicinal herbs like cinnamon, fennel, grass fruit, nutmeg, and sand ginger, even unearthing an ancient Hisho Wu. Each time she gathered medicinal herbs, the gray wolf patiently waited by her side. Once she had finished her task, he would lead her onward, halting only when they reached a grove adorned with clusters of reishi mushrooms. If even animals exhibit such loyalty, what can be said of humans? She resolved, come what may, to tend to the injured hand of their master and prepare a delightful meal for them afterward. Warmth had already excavated all the mushrooms. The gray wolf then gestured for her to climb onto his back, guiding her to the banks of a gentle stream. After washing her hands thoroughly, she realized she had grown parched from her labors. She cupped her hands to drink from the clear water. It was slightly sweet, and unable to resist. She took another sip, wary of parasites lurking within, content as long as her throat felt less constricted. Warmth approached the water's edge, examining it closely, her heart racing with exhilaration. She was certain it was a piece of jadeite. Turning to the gray wolf, she inquired, "Can you carry this stone?" The wolf cast her a sardonic glance. After all, he could bear his master, who weighed over 100 pounds, so what was this mere stone to him? Amused by his haughty expression, Warmth chuckled. "Very well, it seems I must trouble you, dear wolf." Without hesitation, she placed her woven basket on the ground, emptied its contents, then tipped it over, nudging the stone inside before righting the basket once more. "I will find some vines to secure the basket to your back." Warmth glanced around and spotted some creeping vines on the stone wall, prompting her to stride over, intending to gather a few to fashion into ropes. At that moment, a silvery gray figure gracefully descended by the stream, casting a glance at the piece of jadeite resting in the basket, then gazing thoughtfully in the direction the girl had departed. The wolf, realizing its master had arrived, remembered the instructions and wagged its tail in a canine manner, eager to please. Nailin regarded the unreliable wolf with a faint expression before directing his gaze towards the girl in the distance. The girl, clad in coarse linen, was currently crouched upon a rock, tugging at a vine. Her short clothing revealed her emaciated hands and feet, resembling slender bamboo stalks. She paused, startled. Why had he come? "Miss One." The man's voice was low and cool, reminiscent of the clear spring water she had just tasted, refreshing to the soul. When One approached, inquiring, "What brings you here, my lord?" "The golden needles are ready. I sent Dehui to find you, but after a long wait, Shahe informed me you were here. So I came." "Such haste?" "Crafting a set of golden needles to your specifications should not have been an easy task. I had thought it would take at least a few days." Nailin seemed to discern the girl's thoughts. He crouched down, picking herbs from the ground, and, upon spotting a ginseng and several lingji mushrooms, his eyes flickered momentarily. Yet, he maintained an indifferent demeanor as he placed them into the basket. He then lifted the basket with one hand, placing it upon the wolf's back, saying, "This stone is somewhat heavy. Let Dehui escort you down the mountain." He steadied the basket with one hand, gesturing for Wenwan to secure it with vines. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she found herself unable to refuse. Although her health had significantly improved, she was still not strong enough to carry nearly 100 pounds down the mountain. "Thank you, my lord, and thank you, Dehui." She hastily seized the vine and secured the backpack onto the wolf's back. The young lady need not be overly courteous, it was only fitting. As she finished fastening the bag, a furious roar resonated from the mountains. "That scoundrel has stolen my ginseng." Warmth turned to Dehui, who gazed at her with innocent eyes. Soon, another thunderous shout echoed. "That cursed wretch has also pilfered my reishi." The sound was earth-shattering, startling the birds in the forest into flight. Warmth felt a twitch at her temple. Did the ginseng and reishi belong to someone? Never mind, it mattered not. The treasures of the mountain are without owner. Whoever gathers them is their rightful possessor. Yet, Warmth, still worried about being discovered, grasped Nailin hand and urged, "Run." The wolf dashed away in a flash. Chapter 17. The first visit. Nailin watched as her small hand clutched his larger one, racing down the mountain. His hand, previously numb, now seemed to pulse with a tingling sensation. He allowed her to lead him onward. Together, they reached the foot of the mountain in one breath. She released his hand, bending over, her palms resting on her knees as she gasped for air. Exhausted, she leaned against a tree and sat on the ground. In stark contrast, Nailin remained composed, his breathing undisturbed. Observing her flushed face and labored breaths, he pondered her frail condition. "Are you all right?" His clear, magnetic voice flowed like a refreshing stream on a summer day, invigorating the spirit. It was only then that Warmth realized she had brought him down the mountain as well. There is absolutely no need for that. Warmth, momentarily forgetting her breathlessness, straightened her posture. To mask her earlier blunder, she earnestly suggested, "No worries, cough cough. Would you like to come to my house for a bit? I could check your pulse and see if the medicine is effective. That would be beneficial." Perhaps her medicine truly worked. She recalled the tingling sensation in her right hand moments ago. Warmth was taken aback. She had anticipated his refusal, merely expressing politeness. Fortunately, her home was situated at the village's edge, with the mountains not far behind and few eyes to witness. Nailin gracefully stepped inside, unable to restrain his curiosity as he surveyed the surroundings. This was his first visit to such a bamboo-structured farmhouse. The house and courtyard walls were crafted from bamboo, and the ground was fresh yellow clay. Everything appeared so new. Even the bamboo retained its verdant hue. Had they just moved in? He remembered that at the foot of the mountain, there used to be a grass hut. Indeed, they had only recently settled in. Warmth pulled out a bamboo chair beside the wooden table in the courtyard, inviting, "Please, take a seat, young master." Currently, only 2 rooms had been constructed, both serving as bedrooms, making it quite unsuitable for hosting guests. He could only sit in the courtyard, and she figured he would be leaving soon. After her invitation, Warmth turned to fetch water for him. Nailin sat casually, one hand resting nonchalantly on the table, his demeanor strikingly elegant, proud, and exuding an innate nobility that suggested he was seated not on a bamboo chair, but rather on a throne. The big gray wolf, quite aware, leaped onto a nearby chair, settling comfortably. As Warmth emerged with 2 bowls of water, she observed the duo, one man and one wolf, and couldn't help but feel that they had transformed the humble farmhouse into a scene befitting a royal court. She paused for a moment, then walked over and placed 2 bowls of water before them. "Please, young master, have some water. I apologize for the lack of tea." As a host, she felt it was essential to offer something, and since her home lacked tea, water would have to suffice. Warman thought he might not drink it, but whether he chose to do so was his own affair. She could not be impolite. Nailin gazed at the coarse porcelain bowl filled with crystal-clear water. The bowl was roughly crafted, yet it was evident that it had been thoroughly cleaned. Accustomed to tea, he had never tasted plain boiled water and had certainly never drunk from a bowl. Nonetheless, he nonchalantly lifted the aesthetically pleasing bowl and, with measured grace, drained it entirely before placing it down. Warman was taken aback, momentarily speechless. Was he truly that thirsty? To consume an entire bowl of water without leaving a drop. The big bad wolf also finished the water in his bowl. Nailin observed her with a bemused expression, questioning whether there was a need to critique the water after finishing it. "The water is quite sweet," he remarked. The big bad wolf nodded in agreement, wagging its tail. "Indeed, it is sweet." Warman responded, "Well, this is spring water, and it does have a hint of sweetness. Would you like more?" Nailin shook his head. "No, thank you. After such a generous bowl, I should be satisfied." A moment of silence enveloped them, and Warman felt a twinge of frustration. Did he not realize it was time to leave? Meanwhile, he remained blissfully unaware, completely at ease. "Shall I take your pulse?" she suggested, eager to expedite his departure, as his presence felt somewhat awkward. "Very well." Nailin placed his left hand upon the worn yet impeccably clean wooden table. Warmth settled beside him, resting her hand upon his pulse, meticulously taking his heartbeat. Nailin observed that pale, emaciated hand, the fingertips resting on his pulse point. The pads icy to the touch. This girl was far too frail, her body resembling mere skin over bone. His thoughts drifted to the news Lin Xing had uncovered. She was a person of congenital weakness, plagued by illness, referred to as a harbinger of misfortune throughout the region, a short-lived native of Wenjia village. Moreover, following her recent near drowning, her condition had worsened, bringing her to the brink of death. The old patriarch of the Wang family, fearing for the fate of his grandson, had expelled the entire family from their home, forcing them to reside in this newly constructed bamboo hut. How could someone who had been bedridden for so long and unable to heal their own ailments possibly concoct an antidote, and to even recognize jadeite raw stones? Nalan Jinyan pondered deeply. Seeing that the wolf and the person showed no intention of leaving, warmth suggested, "If you do not mind, young master, let us share a meal here. The big gray wolf and little black have brought plenty of game." Just as Nalan Jinyan was about to decline, the big gray wolf eagerly nodded, then turned to him with an enthusiastic gesture. Nalan Jinyan was taken aback, as it seemed the wolf was quite keen to stay for dinner. It appeared that the wolf had grown weary of the meals prepared by Steward Yuan, a sentiment Nalan Jinyan could empathize with. Warmth remarked, "This gentleman truly seems oblivious to the concept of courtesy. Please wait a moment, young master." She decided not to dwell on it further, having already promised to prepare a delightful meal for the big gray wolf and little black. With that, she turned to busy herself, first kindling a fire to boil water for processing the wild chickens caught by the old eagle. Then she went to gather some vegetables and wash them clean along with the herbs she had picked in the morning. At that moment, the water had boiled, and when one intended to pour the hot water from the large iron pot into the wooden basin to scald the chicken feathers, unbeknownst to her, Nalan Jinyan had approached and gently pulled her aside, exclaiming, "Let me handle this." He was genuinely concerned that her petite frame might inadvertently spill the scalding water onto herself. Just as she was about to protest, he deftly grasped one handle of the pot with a cloth in one hand, lifting the entire pot and pouring it into the basin. Well, it seemed that even with one hand, he was more capable than she was with two. "Thank you. Please, do take a seat. I can manage the rest," she offered. Nalan Jinyan did not refuse, as he was unfamiliar with the other tasks. Wenwan's kitchen was a makeshift setup in a corner of the yard, lacking even a roof or walls, allowing Nalan Jinyan to observe her every move as she busied herself. He sat quietly, watching her work diligently. However, the tranquility was abruptly shattered when a figure and a wolf appeared in the yard, prompting Wenho to exclaim, "Who are you? How did you end up in my home?" He wore an expression of wariness. Chapter 18. Who is the glutton? Wenwan swiftly stood up, "Second brother. This is the person who rescued me from the river that day." Just then, when Jiayue and Wen Shun entered, pushing a cart, followed closely by Wang and Wu, who recognized Nalan Jinyan as well. Wang immediately exclaimed with excitement, "This gentleman is indeed the savior of our dear Wenwan. We are profoundly grateful for your assistance the other day," Wu said, "Esteemed benefactor. That day we were preoccupied with escorting Sister Nguyen to the medical hall and inadvertently neglected to inquire about your residence. We wish to express our gratitude, but alas, we are unable to do so. It truly weighs on my conscience. However, what brings our savior to his own abode today?" Upon hearing this, when Jiarue and his two brothers immediately set down their cart and bowed in unison, exclaiming, "We are profoundly grateful for your life-saving assistance on that day. Such a simple act requires no formalities," replied the benefactor. "Miss Wen has also rendered me significant aid. It is I who should be expressing my gratitude to you all." At this, everyone turned their gaze towards Wenwan. She sensed the myriad of questions swirling in their minds and succinctly elucidated, "Yesterday, I encountered an eagle that could not take flight. I healed its wings, only to discover it belonged to our benefactor. The eagle had been poisoned, which in turn affected our benefactor Ascent. Upon learning that I had cured the eagle of its poison, he sought me out today. All these game were brought by the eagle and our benefactor S-Wolf." Upon hearing this, Wen exclaimed, "I see. No wonder that eagle could not even catch a chicken. How pitiful. It was indeed its wings that were poisoned." Just then, Xiaohei swooped down, clutching two wild rabbits, and placed them on the ground before circling around Wenwan, seemingly seeking her favor. This further corroborated Wenwan's account. Wang looked at the sheep and wild chickens in the yard and sheepishly remarked, "Esteemed benefactor, you are our Wenwan's savior. How could we possibly accept your game?" Wen Jiarue added, "Indeed, you are Wenwan's lifesaver. It is only right that she assists you. We have yet to visit and express our gratitude. Yet you have brought so many gifts to our doorstep. We are truly ashamed. No matter, it was Staohong and Dague who caught them. They owe their gratitude to Miss Wen. I am the 17th in my family, so you may call me 17. Upon witnessing her family's cordiality, Wenwan remarked, "Grandmother, Mother, I have invited the young master to dine with us. Let us prepare together." "Very well, let us hasten, for noon is nearly upon us." Upon hearing this, the two immediately busied themselves. Wen Luo, and when Ran willingly lent their assistance. When Jiroe kept company with Nalan Jinyan, initially feeling somewhat reserved. For Nalan Jinyan was evidently no ordinary individual, exuding an air of nobility that he had not even encountered in the county magistrate. Sensing when Jiroe's discomfort, Nalan Jinyan took the initiative to inquire about the river snails, curious about their purpose in such quantity. Their conversation soon transitioned from the snails to agricultural matters. When Jiroe, having been educated and also skilled in farming, engaged in lively discourse with the well-versed Nalan Jinyan, who displayed no pretentiousness. He too was eager to learn more about agricultural practices. Thus, they conversed animatedly. Half an hour later, a table laden with an array of delectable dishes was prepared: medicinal herb chicken, braised wild rabbit, ginger lamb, black fungus and lamb rib soup, beggar's chicken, spicy stir-fried river snails, river shrimp stir-fried with chives, spinach and broth, and blanched leafy greens. The medicinal herb chicken was fragrant yet not greasy, offering a balance of flavors and health benefits. The black fungus and lamb rib soup was nourishing for the blood and complexion, though it would have been even more perfect with the addition of red dates. The meats were sourced from others, while the shrimp, a fortunate catch from the river while foraging for snails, were few in number, merely a dozen, but their taste was exceptionally sweet and refreshing. During the culinary endeavor, Nalan Jinyan caught a whiff of the delectable aromas wafting through the air, leading him to ponder the exquisite flavors that awaited him. However, upon beholding the splendid array of dishes before him, he was utterly astonished. The kitchen was al fresco, and not far away, he discerned that it was the warm-hearted girl, one who had orchestrated this feast. He could hardly believe that this young maiden, a mere farmer's daughter, was capable of crafting such a lavish spread. When Jiroe, already well acquainted with Nalan Jinyan, admired his erudition and poise, and cordially invited, 17, please join us for the meal. Nalan Jinyan, feigning nonchalance, complimented, Miss One, you truly are a woman of many talents. At such a tender age, not only do you possess knowledge of medicine, but you can also prepare such exquisite delicacies. Nalan Jinyan nodded thoughtfully, refraining from further inquiries. One had even prepared a generous bowl of meat for the big wolf and a large sea bowl for the little black one, both of whom were happily devouring their meals nearby. The feast was a resounding success, leaving both hosts and guests thoroughly satisfied. Nalan Jinyan found himself quite stuffed, gazing at the pile of bones before him. Was it possible that he had consumed so much? A subtle glance around confirmed that he had indeed eaten the most. His handsome face flushed with embarrassment as he contemplated the mountainous remains before him, instinctively wishing to erase the evidence. He turned to observe the big gray wolf and the little black one. The former had completely devoured a sizable platter of meat, and one had replenished it, leaving the creature in high spirits. The little black one was still in the throes of feasting. He felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, there were two other gluttons who had outdone him in their consumption. After satiating their appetites, wolves are prone to drowsiness. What were ginseng and reishi mushrooms? How could a wolf possibly comprehend such matters? Little Black, as you soar through the skies, have you glimpsed the audacious individual who pilfered my ginseng and reishi mushrooms? Little Black, feeling somewhat guilty, shook its head. It had gone off to catch a mountain chicken and knew nothing of the matter, although it did find the ginseng and reishi mushrooms from the young lady's home somewhat familiar. Feng Yinshin observed Little Black's reaction with a hint of suspicion. Could it be that you, this glutton, have stolen my ginseng and reishi mushrooms? Feng Yinshin seized the eagle's head, and Little Black flailed in his grasp, terrified, shaking its head vigorously. He leaned closer to sniff. An enticing aroma of meat wafted through the air. Yet, there was no trace of ginseng or reishi. The scent was utterly delectable. Have you dined on meat? Where did you indulge in such a feast? It smells divine. 17. Did you take them to savor something delightful? How could you abandon me? With that, he retreated inside. Feng Yinshin pondered. He had laid claim to them first, and he had entrusted De Hui to guard them. How could they not belong to him? Wait, he hadn't even inquired where they had gone to feast. He twisted the eagle's head and tossed Little Black onto the table, flipping open a book with a blank cover. Spill the truth at once. Where did you go to eat meat? In the end, Little Black pointed with its claw and uttered, the young lady's home. Feng Yinshin stared in bewilderment. The young lady's home? Which young lady? Yet Little Black paid him no further heed, flapping its wings and swiftly taking flight. It was off to hunt for wild chickens, planning a sumptuous meal for the night. Chapter 19. Who has such a bold face? Steward Yuan was utterly astonished. Who possessed such audacity as to receive gifts from the master? The master was always the one to accept gifts, and not just any offering would suffice. Countless individuals in the capital had sought to forge connections with him, all to no avail. This is the first occasion to present a gift. In this remote and impoverished locale, who possesses such audacity to compel the master to offer a gift? He felt a mixture of astonishment and curiosity. Yet he humbly acquiesced. Yes. Nayland Jinyin settled himself down, intending to lift the teacup for a sip. However, upon gazing at the exquisite white jade cup, he hesitated momentarily. Prepare additional tea leaves and nourishing ingredients. Furthermore, bring forth that exquisite tea set acquired some time ago, and select a fine set of tableware as well. Steward Yuan was increasingly taken aback. Is the tea set to which the master refers the one belonging to Master Qingyan? Indeed, Nayland Jinyin replied nonchalantly, then lifted the teacup to take a sip. Upon receiving confirmation, Steward Yuan's heart surged with tumultuous waves. That delicate, colorful tea set adorned with magpies is Master Qingyan's magnum opus, his final masterpiece, meticulously crafted, resplendent in hue, and breathtakingly beautiful, embellished with numerous and valuable rubies. It is truly a treasure beyond price. The master had invested considerable effort to acquire it from Master Cheng. Who, then, possesses such audacity? Master, it is for the Empress Dowager's birthday gift. This prince has his own plans. Nayland Jinyin paused, believing the tea set to be quite suitable for her. Mother is advanced in age. She may not appreciate such ostentatious items. Master, may I inquire to which residence these gifts shall be sent? Simply prepare them. Nayland Jinyin replied with a touch of impatience. Understood. Steward Yuan dared not utter another word and promptly set about his preparations. Warmth merely mentioned that. In that extensive dream, he had learned a bit of medicine. That day, while on the mountain, he rescued an old eagle, which happened to be witnessed by him, prompting the eagle to request his assistance with its injured wing. Recognizing him as her savior, she agreed to help him in gratitude, though she was uncertain if she could truly restore his hand. Today, he had sent a messenger to seek her assistance, and also to pay a visit, reassuring them of his intentions. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Wang remarked, the 17th young master is indeed quite courteous. Sister Yuan has made the right decision. His status is extraordinary, and we possess little to repay him. Should she succeed in healing his hand, it would be a modest way to express our gratitude. When Jairi, gently stroking Wenwan's head, expressed his concern for her potential pressure, Sister Yuan, focus on your treatment. Do your utmost, but if it does not yield results, it is of no consequence. Your father will find a way to repay this kindness. When your elder brother matures, he too will offer his gratitude. Just do your best without feeling compelled. Indeed, your second brother will also repay this debt. Do not feel burdened. If the treatment proves futile, do not pursue it. It is of no concern. After all, that individual seems formidable. Families of such stature often have numerous protocols. Should you offend him while attempting to treat him at his residence, it could lead to dire consequences for you. When Yuan felt a warmth in her heart, I understand, and I feel no pressure. I am confident in my ability to heal him. You need not worry. She continued, by the way. Today the wolf led me up the mountain, where I unearthed ginseng and reishi mushrooms, and I even found a piece of jade. Unearthed ginseng and reishi, and discovered jade? Sister Yuan, are you jesting? Surely you do not mean to suggest that you mistook roots for ginseng, mushrooms for reishi, and stones for jade? When Ho expressed disbelief, he had trekked up the mountain countless times without encountering ginseng. Not even Codenopsis had he seen. When Yuan approached the basket, retrieving the ginseng and reishi she had found, when Ho widened his eyes in astonishment, glancing left and right, indeed, it was ginseng and reishi. He had encountered these in his second uncle's apothecary. How could this be? Despite numerous excursions into the mountains, he had never come across ginseng. In the past, when Yuan had fallen gravely ill and required ginseng for medicinal purposes, he and his father had specifically ventured into the mountains to search for it, yet they had found nothing. This ginseng and reishi were discovered with the assistance of the big gray wolf. Otherwise, he would have remained oblivious. When Shun cautiously picked up the ginseng and scrutinized it closely, the wolf raised by his elder brother had truly become extraordinary. Tomorrow, if they sold the ginseng in town, they could finally purchase land and build a house. Moreover, he had also unearthed a considerable amount of polygonatum, again with the wolf's guidance. When Ho's eyes sparkled with excitement, Sister Yuan, could you allow that wolf to lead me to the mountains in search of ginseng? He too yearned to gather ginseng. Nonsense. Do you think ginseng grows like radishes, scattered across the mountains? When Jiarui shot him a glare, venturing deep into the mountains, even with that extraordinary wolf as protection, was perilous. Wen-ho touched his nose, unable to suppress his inner thoughts. Finding a single radish in the mountains would likely be more challenging than discovering a stalk of ginseng. Yet he dared not voice this aloud. Wang said, "Sister Nuan, we shall not sell the ginseng and reisure. Let us keep them at home for our survival." Sister Nuan's health was frail, and one could never tell when ginseng might be needed. Years ago, they had sold their house and noodle shop for a half-stalk of a century-old ginseng. Wu nodded in agreement. Indeed, it must not be sold. High-quality ginseng is sometimes unattainable even with silver. When Wan replied, "If we do not sell it, we could part with the raw jade stone instead, which would suffice to build a house." When Luo touched the stone and asked, "Sister, is this truly jade? They say gold has a price, but jade is priceless. Just how much silver could such a large piece be worth?" When Wan pointed to a small section of the stone where a hint of green was visible, a minuscule amount that revealed a difference within. Though it might merely be that small, when Wan, well-versed in jade, recognized it as a piece of high-quality jadeite rough, quite substantial in size. When Luo instinctively covered that tiny green spot with her hand, exclaiming, "I shall sleep with it tonight. No one is allowed to take it from me." The family erupted in laughter. Mrs. Wang gazed out at the azure sky, the autumn heavens stretching infinitely, devoid of clouds, as blue as a precious gem, brimming with hope. At last, all the shadows seemed to be lifting from their family. In the afternoon, the family refrained from harvesting snails. Wen Jiarue continued to chop bamboo to construct their home, while the others lent a hand, striving to build an additional shelter and 2 rooms. The children had grown, and living together had become rather inconvenient. After a brief nap, Wen Wan attempted to nurture the jade with purple qi in her room, approaching it with a mere experimental mindset, yet to her astonishment, it indeed proved successful. As the purple qi dissipated, she observed that the tiny green spot had become even more vibrant and translucent. Even someone as knowledgeable and composed as she could not suppress her excitement. This purple qi was truly formidable and remarkably effective. Wen Wan felt as though she must have saved the galaxy in a past life, for the heavens had granted her such a golden opportunity. On the following day, at the break of dawn, precisely at 3 o'clock in the morning, the family rose early. They divided tasks to wash the snails, trim their tails, stir-fry them, and prepare breakfast, bustling about joyfully. Finally, by the time the clock struck 5:30, 5 large wooden tubs of snails were ready. Wen Jiarue placed 5 large buckets of river snails upon an old cart, one that had been acquired many years prior and had served its purpose for over a decade. Wen Wan arranged a large sack of half-wilted lotus leaves, freshly cleaned, alongside 3 pristine bowls on the cart, then climbed aboard, settling herself comfortably. Wang Shi enveloped Wen Wan in a quilt, mummifying her in warmth. With Wen Jiarue pushing the cart and Wen Chun following closely, the trio set off towards the town to sell the river snails. Chapter 20. Who would dare to buy? Wenjia village was neither too distant nor too close to the town. After half an hour of pushing the cart, they arrived. By the time they reached the town, the sun had risen fully. A street had been designated specifically for the villagers and merchants to conduct their trade. However, time was not on their side, as the street and its center were already bustling with vendors. They managed to find a spot at the end of the street. Noticing that their chosen location was adjacent to a poultry vendor, Wen Wan observed that as customers pulled chickens from their cages, dust and feathers would scatter into the air, making it an unsuitable place for selling cooked food. "Father, let us occupy that corner spot," she suggested. Wen Chun countered, "That spot is too obscure. Many would not bother to walk that far, opting instead to purchase their goods midway and leave. No one is inclined to set up a stall there. Fear not. For fine wine needs not fear the depths of alleys. We offer cooked delicacies. The enticing aroma will draw customers in. Furthermore, the space is ample, allowing for orderly queues. Most importantly, there were no other vendors nearby, resulting in less dust and a cleaner environment." Naturally, Wen Wan refrained from expressing this thought in front of the poultry vendor. The vendor, overhearing the conversation, cast a glance at Wen Wan, her lips twitching slightly, as if anyone would bother to queue. As long as someone buys, that's all that matters. Wen Chun found it rather unimaginable that everyone was queuing up to purchase this scene. However, whatever his sister wished, so it shall be. Wen Jiarue replied, "All right, I will heed Sister Nuan's advice." He pushed the cart forward, since no one was inclined to venture into this corner. They did not even need to place their goods on the ground. They simply turned the cart sideways, lowered the barriers, and commenced their sales. When one unveiled the wooden lid of the barrel, releasing a waft of the distinctive aroma of stir-fried snails. She raised her voice. Don't miss out, folks. Come over and take a look. Sample for free, delicious and spicy stir-fried snails. Just 2 won per bowl, free tasting. Wenwan shouted unexpectedly, startling both men, who gazed at her in astonishment. After calling out, she glanced at them. Father, elder brother, shout out. If you don't call out, who will come over? Upon finishing, she continued to call out loudly, don't miss. When Jirawei and Wen Chun opened their mouths but could produce no sound, their faces turning crimson instead. Sister Nguyen is truly remarkable. Her voice was soft and melodious, lacking the sharpness typically associated with street vendors. Instead, it resonated like an ethereal melody descending from the heavens, imbued with a refreshing clarity, akin to the sweet song of a lark emerging from the valley. Everyone was entranced by her enchanting, almost musical, sales pitch. Free tasting? An elderly passerby caught a whiff of the delightful scent, his nose twitching. What a wonderful aroma. He couldn't resist approaching, peering in closer. What are you selling? Dear sir, she said with a warm smile, we sell stir-fried snail, exquisite and utterly delicious. It pairs wonderfully with rice or wine. She skillfully dished out a bowl of snails, then picked one up and deftly extracted the tender meat with a bamboo skewer. Please, have a taste. The elderly man received it, casting a skeptical glance. Is this little creature edible? It won't leave a mouthful of mud flavor, will it? In response, she promptly took one, sucking the meat out directly. Of course it's edible, and it's delightful. I could easily consume 3 large bowls by myself. The old man, intrigued, took a sample and his eyes lit up. Indeed, it's fragrant and spicy, with a delightful texture, not a hint of mud flavor. This pairs well with drinks. Is a bowl 2 coins? I'll take 2 bowls to try. Certainly, she replied briskly, filling 2 generous bowls with the snails, then adding half a bowl more. Wrapping them up carefully, she presented them to the old man, saying, here you go, sir, since you are our very first customer. I'll add an extra half bowl as a gesture of goodwill, for coins in total. The old man handed her 4 coins, remarking, my dear, your daughter is quite remarkable. She has a knack for business. You will enjoy a life of comfort ahead. With both hands, she accepted the coins. Thank you for your kind words, sir. I never misjudge a person. If these stir-fried snails prove to be as delightful as they are, I shall return for more next time. Thank you, dear sir. We will be here again tomorrow, she replied sweetly. Excellent. Just then, a few more patrons approached the stall, and upon witnessing the elderly man's approval, a burly man could not contain his curiosity. Sir, is this dish truly delicious? Delicious, and available for free sampling. You will know once you try it. It pairs perfectly with drinks. Upon hearing this, the robust man immediately turned to Wenjurue and said, Brother, let me have a taste. If it's delectable, I shall purchase some. The aroma was utterly enticing. The man took a sample, and without a moment's hesitation declared, Give me 3 bowls. No, 5 bowls. This is truly delightful, and at merely 2 coins per bowl, it is a bargain. A single egg costs 1 coin and is not nearly as delightful. Very well. Please wait a moment. Wenwan and Wenjurue hastily began to pack the orders, with Wenwan mentioning that due to the large purchase, he would include an additional half bowl. Soon after, 2 more individuals sampled the dish and promptly made their purchases. After all, it was something fresh, and curiosity drew more people to taste and buy. Consequently, Wen Chun managed the cash register while Wenwan and Wenjurue handled the packing. In less than an hour, nearly all 5 large buckets of snails had been sold, leaving only a third of a bucket remaining. Yet, there remained a line of eager customers. At that moment, a young couple approached. The man was strikingly handsome, and the woman had a sweet appearance, adorned in a pink skirt that accentuated her beauty. The woman exclaimed in surprise, Uncle C, it truly is you. What are you selling here? Wenwan recognized her as Wenyu, the second daughter of Wen Jiafu from the main branch of the family. Wen Jiafu had once come into a windfall and subsequently opened a restaurant in town, enjoying a life of affluence. He had 1 son, Wen Liang, and 2 daughters, Wen Wan and Wen Yu. All 3 were literate from a young age. Wen Liang had passed the elementary scholar examination at the age of 16, with his teacher declaring him to be of great potential, while Zhu Shi anticipated he would achieve the highest honors. Wen Wan was skilled in playing the guqin, and Wen Yu excelled in painting, both of whom were said to be quite renowned in the town, earning the title of Little Talented Women, in the memory of the original owner. She was gentle and graceful, truly living up to her name, always treating others with kindness and warmth. In contrast, Wen Yu was impulsive and spoke harshly. often lacking forethought in her words, though this was only directed at those she looked down upon. Beside her stood the pale-faced scholar, Zhu Zhenchuan, the original owner's former fiancé. Their relationship appeared to be quite amicable. When you leaned over the wooden barrel and exclaimed in astonishment, "Heavens! Is this not a snail? How could you possibly sell such a lowly item? Is this fit for human consumption? Even beasts would reject it. Do you not fear the consequences of consuming this?" Zhu Zhenchuan cast a disdainful glance at Wen Yu and the stir-fried snails on the stall, turning his head away, as if even a single glance would tarnish his refined sensibilities. He thought to himself, to be displayed so publicly is unbecoming. How could one lose their dignity in such a manner? Fortunately, Wen Yu had the foresight to awaken me to the need to annul our engagement, or I would have been utterly humiliated. At that moment, a woman accompanied by a child approached to make a purchase. The child was sampling the food. "Mother, this is delicious. I want to buy it. I want to buy it." The woman, alarmed by Wen Yu's words, quickly urged her son, "Spit it out. Spit it out. This could be deadly. You must not eat it." "I don't want to. It's really tasty. I want to eat it," the child protested, desperately evading her attempts, ultimately swallowing the snail meat whole. The mother, taken aback, frantically patted her child's back and tried to reach into his throat, exclaiming, "Why did you swallow it? You could die." The child began to wail intensely. Initially, there were only 3 or 5 people in line, but soon a crowd gathered around the stall, with voices rising in concern. Could this be poisonous? Who knows? I've never tried it. It is better not to purchase it. After all, it is not worth the risk of an upset stomach. Indeed, let us observe those who have partaken in it. Only then shall we decide to buy. Chapter 21. Worthless Lives. Wen Yuan gently reassured the woman, "Auntie, there is nothing wrong with these river snails. We consumed them yesterday and again today. If these were truly harmful, we would never dare to sell them." Wen Chun picked up a snail and consumed it without hesitation, saying, "Auntie, look, if these snails were lethal, would I dare to eat them?" With that, he devoured one after another. When Jarue, who detested people striking children, quickly interjected, "Sister-in-law, please do not strike the child. These river snails are indeed safe to eat." However, when you fanned the flames of discord, declaring, "Life holds varying values. Your family possesses worthless lives. You may consume these trifling things without fear, but others hold their lives dear and cannot afford such risks. What if you suffer from a stomach ailment? Can you compensate for that?" This family of lowly origins had already swindled their own grandmother out of 2 taels of silver for that dilapidated cottage. Now, they dared to sell such trifles, seeking to deceive others for a chance to reclaim their fortunes. She would not allow them to succeed. Her grandmother had informed them that the family of worthless scoundrels had vacated, and they only agreed to sell the decrepit cottage for 2 taels of silver. A family of worthless lives? This was the first time Wen Yuan felt such fury towards someone. She cast a cold glance at Wen Yu, her lips curling into a smile. "Oh, I was unaware of what it meant to have a worthless life. It is precisely individuals like you, who scavenge in the dirt, impoverished and constantly surrounded by chickens, ducks, pigs, and cattle, frail and sickly creatures born of the mire, who possess worthless lives. Do you understand?" Unbeknownst to many, the current emperor's lineage can be traced back through several generations of farmers, whose ancestors, after all, were not humble tillers of the soil. Why then? Is one deemed of lesser worth? The crowd buzzed in unison. "Indeed, does your family not also boast agrarian ancestors? Why then, are we considered lowly?" It seems to me that her tongue is the true offender. Wen Yu's words offended many present. Most who had come to the market were indeed farmers, toiling in the fields and tending to livestock. Was she not, in essence, demeaning them? As the crowd berated her, her face flushed with embarrassment. "I did not speak of you. I referred to her. Why do you scold me?" Wen Yuan's gaze turned icy. "Me of lowly worth? Have you forgotten that we share the same grandfather? Our grandfather also toiled in the village fields." "Ah, I nearly overlooked that. Although we share the same grandfather, my grandmother was a legitimate wife, while yours was merely a concubine, a secondary wife. And you, at best, are but a bastardy. Thus, who is truly of lesser status?" "Indeed, those of lowly character perceive everything as base." Zhu Zhenchuan frowned at Wen Yuan. He had initially thought that her frail constitution was enough to excuse her, believing she possessed a sense of propriety. Yet today, he discovered her to be utterly ignorant of decorum, capable of uttering such hurtful words. It was a disgrace to civility. Let us depart. Do not stoop to engage with such individuals. It is beneath our dignity." How fortunate that the engagement was called off. Had he been compelled to marry such a vulgar shrew, he would rather embrace a monastic life. Yuan is truly admirable, well-educated and refined, her artistic talents divine, bringing her subjects to life with remarkable authenticity. Moreover, her candor is refreshing, speaking her mind without reservation, unlike certain others, who are illiterate and burdensome. Warmth felt a vein of irritation and was tempted to exclaim, "What madness!" Zhu Zhenxuan, infuriated, retorted, "You are the one who is mad. Yuan, let us depart." At that moment, when Yu's heart seethed with anger, how could this wretched creature insult herself as a lowly being, claiming to be of lesser birth? When Yu loathed being referred to as of inferior lineage, for in truth, a concubine is but a secondary wife, lacking the dignity of a legitimate spouse. Ignoring Zhu Zhenxuan, she furiously proclaimed, "You are nothing but a harbinger of misfortune, dragging the whole family down, and yet you wish for my elder brother to fail in his endeavors. What else could you be but a lowly being? My grandmother is a legitimate wife, not a concubine. This thing has never been consumed by anyone. Having been raised on mud, what else could it be but a lowly object? Only those like you, impoverished and destitute, who cannot afford proper meals, would resort to such base fare." When Jirui's expression turned icy, "Enough. We share the same roots. Do you not possess a modicum of self-awareness in your insults?" Warmth replied with a cold laugh, "A legitimate wife is, in essence, still a concubine. Moreover, humans consume grains, which spring forth from the earth. Thus they too are nourished by mud. People also eat fish, shrimp, and crabs, all of which thrive in water. Every sustenance in this world is reliant upon the nurturing of soil and water. According to your logic, everything in existence is of lowly origin, and all who partake in meals of fish and rice are thus lowly beings. We are all mere mortals, part of the vast tapestry of existence. Regardless of wealth or poverty, we all consume common fare, unlike you, who descend from the heavens, aloof and untouched by earthly struggles." Warmth felt disheartened, no matter her arguments. Society tends to believe the worst of things. When Yu's outburst would undoubtedly tarnish their business, yet fortunately, they were nearing the end of their sales. Upon hearing this, the onlookers nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Wen Yu shifting in tone. The majority of those gathered were from impoverished backgrounds, and Wen Yu's remark about "you poor wretches" inadvertently offended many. However, none dared to purchase the snail delicacies, instead opting to spectate the unfolding drama. When Yu was about to speak when Zhu Zhenxuan interjected, gently pulling her aside, "Where? You are well educated and refined. Do not stoop to the level of the unlettered. Let us merely observe which mortal dares to purchase this mundane fare. Should no one take the plunge, it shall be evident that this item is of little worth." Wen Yu chuckled at this, her gaze playful as she looked at Wen Yuan. "Indeed, I am eager to see who would dare to buy this triviality." Suddenly, a voice rose from the crowd, tinged with impatience, proclaiming, "I will buy, I will buy." A wolf, tugging at the corner of Yuan Guanjia's clothing with its mouth, dashed to Wen Yuan's side before releasing its grip. It then placed its forelegs upon the cart, embracing the wooden barrel, its intentions unmistakable. It wished to make a purchase. Initially, the spectators had recoiled at the sight of the wolf, but the creature's antics soon provoked laughter among them. Surely, this must be a dog masquerading as a wolf. Yuan Guanjia's lips twitched in exasperation. This little rascal. Just moments ago, as our carriage passed through the town, Dehui suddenly leaped from the vehicle and sprinted over. Who would have anticipated encountering Miss when selling fried snails and engaging in a dispute? Dehui must have known she was here, intentionally coming over. One wonders why Dehui is so affectionate towards her, and who prepares its meals daily. Humph, such a heartless creature. However, Manager Yuan recalled the prescription devised by the young lady, which even young Master Feng praised, stating that he too had contemplated the notion of using poison to counteract poison. Yet he had overlooked a common herb. This seemingly insignificant herb played a crucial role in the concoction, earning her commendation for her remarkable medicinal prowess. Since the master required the assistance of this young girl to treat his hand, Manager Yuan was more than willing to lend a hand. "I have consumed these river snails during my childhood amid famine. They are harmless, albeit unpalatable. I never imagined someone could prepare them so delectably. Had I known of their edibility and exquisite taste, many would not have succumbed to starvation. My dear girl, allow me to sample one. If it is as delightful as you claim, I shall purchase them all." Warming quickly selected a piece of snail meat and offered it. "Esteemed elder, do try this. It is truly scrumptious." Manager Yuan accepted it and consumed it immediately, pondering whether it would induce an upset stomach, yet hoping that the young girl would assist him if it did. He anticipated a muddy flavor upon tasting, but to his surprise, it was delicate, smooth, and delightfully fragrant. Delicious. Is there anyone else who wishes to purchase? No. Then I shall take them all. 2 coins for a bowl of meat. What a bargain. The big bad wolf, hearing this, clutched the wooden barrel tightly with its front legs, warily observing the crowd in a protective manner over its food. The onlookers were amused by the wolf's antics. Chapter 22. Embarrassment. Most of those who came to the market were the impoverished. After hearing Warming and Manager Yuan's words, they felt a deep resonance. Indeed, during times of famine, some had consumed river snails, but they were notoriously unappetizing, leaving a mouthful of mud flavor. Now, upon encountering Steward Yuan, who was inclined to make a purchase, it was evident that this individual donned exquisite attire, unmistakably not of ordinary stature. Furthermore, the wolves themselves were eager to procure. An elder, who originally intended to buy some for his drink, remarked, "I have consumed snails before. They are harmless, merely lacking in flavor. However, this spicy stir-fried snail truly tantalizes the palate. Bring me 2 bowls. Indeed, I shall have a bowl as well. As a humble villager, raised in the mud, I must indulge in the humble fare that springs from the earth." Warmth cast an appreciative glance at the big gray wolf and cheerfully replied, "Very well, please hold on a moment. Father, brother, quickly assist in packaging." The Wen family promptly set to work. Wen Yu, witnessing her painstaking efforts to undermine this family's business thwarted by several individuals, could not suppress her sarcasm. "By all means, indulge yourselves. Do not say I failed to offer a heartfelt warning. This person is a harbinger of misfortune, inherently frail and plagued by ailments. Anyone who associates with her shall surely encounter bad luck. Perhaps this harbinger is afflicted due to consuming such lowly fare. And if you are unafraid of partaking in her offerings, prepare for a lifetime of maladies." The crowd's expressions shifted drastically. A harbinger of misfortune? Afflicted by maladies? Could consuming these snails lead to illness? Hesitation gripped the attendees as they regarded the snails in their hands. To eat or not to eat? Warmth's gaze turned icy. Clearly incensed, she cast a glance at the big gray wolf. The wolf howled and lunged at Wen Yu. Startled, Wen Yu's face paled, and she hastily concealed herself behind Zhu Jinshuan. Zhu Jinshuan, witnessing the charging wolf, wore an expression of sheer terror, retreating repeatedly. "Do not come any closer. No. Help? The wolf is attacking." The big bad wolf lunged forward, knocking both individuals to the ground, its jaws agape, revealing sharp fangs that glinted ominously. Its piercing gaze fixated on Wen Yu as it lowered its head. Wen Yu, upon seeing those menacing fangs, screamed incessantly, No, please." The wolf folded its ears back, covering its ear holes, exclaiming, "It's so noisy. If Xiaohe were here, he would have stuffed their mouths with 2 lumps of bird droppings." With one foreleg pressing down on Wen Yu and the other on Zhu Jinshuan, the wolf turned its head towards Wen Yuan, who nodded slightly in response. The onlookers, already terrified, instinctively recoiled, but the sight of the two in such disarray prompted a fit of laughter. Wen Yu's hairpin had come undone, and she was covered in dust. She and Zhu Jinshuan hastily scrambled to their feet and fled. As the crowd watched their retreating figures, they noticed a dark stain on the back of their garments, caked with mud and sand. The spectators couldn't help but glance down at the ground, where 2 glaring puddles of water lay. The expressions on their faces were utterly delightful. A small child, perplexed, inquired, "Mother, did they wet their pants? How embarrassing at such an age." The crowd erupted in uncontrollable laughter. Not far away, Wen Yu and Zhu Jinshuan overheard the commotion, their faces burning with shame as they wished to vanish into a hole. Their feet, like tightly coiled springs, propelled them to run even faster. It was all due to that wretched spirit. When Jiarui's face turned a shade of anger as he remarked, "Sister Yu, truly, how can such a young mind harbor such malice?" Wen Yuan gently replied, "Father, do not be angry. She does it intentionally. Justice resides in the hearts of the people. We are all human, and who has not fallen ill at times?" The antics of Wen Yu cannot escape the keen eye of Steward Yuan, who abhors those who deliberately seek to undermine others' livelihoods. The young lady possesses a certain charm, yet at such a tender age, her intentions are far from pure. She cannot bear to witness the prosperity of others and resorts to every conceivable means to sabotage their efforts. For rural families, finding a lucrative means of subsistence is no easy feat. If she is unwilling to partake, she need not purchase. Even my dear De Hui finds her behavior intolerable. It is not the young lady's fault that she is frail and ailing. Regardless, I remain unperturbed. I shall take the remainder of the delicacies. My young master has caught a whiff of the aroma and expressed a desire to indulge. I must hasten to procure it for this afternoon. I must tend to his hands." The crowd gasped in astonishment. This individual, clad in fine attire, is merely a servant, implying that his master must be of considerable wealth. How curious that even the affluent indulge in such stir-fried snails. The woman who had just purchased a bowl of snails also had a frail child at home. And upon hearing Steward Yuan's words, she felt a profound resonance. Indeed, it is not the child's fault to be weak and ill. If one cannot bear to consume it, one need not buy. I have come to understand. That young lady must harbor a grievance against you. She is deliberately slandering you. Would you dare sell something that could cause harm? Taking a life demands a life in return. Animals possess a certain spirit. If this wolf clings to something, it must be of good quality. Thank you all for your understanding. When Wan smiled warmly, deftly packaging the remaining stir-fried snails into 2 portions, which she handed to Steward Yuan. Thank you, dear sir, for speaking justly on our behalf. These snails are a token of gratitude, a modest gesture, yet heartfelt. De Hui wagged his tail at Wen Wan and then scampered off, warmly observed as the big gray wolf trotted to a nearby carriage and leaped aboard. At that moment, the curtain of the carriage was drawn back, revealing a strikingly handsome face that exuded elegance and charm. The young man nodded faintly in Warm's direction. She smiled and reciprocated with a silent expression of gratitude. The curtain fell, and Butler Yuan approached the carriage, taking a seat in the front passenger position before the carriage set off into the distance. Witnessing this, others became further convinced of his words, believing him to be merely a servant. With no excitement to behold, and the snail shells sold out, the crowd dispersed. Warm promptly assisted, and together with 2 others, they tidied the ground before pushing the cart away. "Sister Nguyen, we made a bit of silver today. What would you like to eat? Father will buy it for you. I'm filled with water." Warm was washing dishes at the Prosperity Tavern, and today marked the final day. Once she finished, she would have repaid her debts. All right. The proprietor of the apothecary was her second brother, so the Warm family had no fears of her being deceived. Thus she agreed. The 3 then went their separate ways. Chapter 23, Clouds and Mud. The auspicious apothecary was situated on Dongning Street. The 2 crossed Zhongning Street, turning onto Dongning Street. On the street stood a music academy, from which a scholarly-looking man emerged, his expression tinged with excitement. Outside, a girl of 17 or 18 rushed to greet him, her face alight with joy. "Elder brother, did you sell the piece?" "Yes." The pair hurried away. Warm overheard their conversation, and as she turned her head, her gaze brushed over the red paper inscribed with characters beside the academy door, stirring something within her. Simultaneously, at the other end of the town, in a narrow lane beside a 2-courtyard residence, a group of over 10 people stood captivated, drawn by the melodious sounds of a guqin emanating from within the courtyard. The melodious sound was enchanting, captivating all who listened. When you covered her face, avoiding the crowd, and hurriedly slipped through the back door into the courtyard, her eyes swollen from tears. "Oh, mother, I can no longer bear this." The music abruptly ceased. Those outside the courtyard stirred from their reverie. "Why has it suddenly stopped?" One exclaimed in astonishment. Another lamented, "Why was it only played halfway? It was simply exquisite. Such a melody ought to exist only in the heavens." Some remained unsatisfied, feeling a pang of sorrow. It truly rends the heart. Such unparalleled skill in playing the zither exists in but one person. If Miss Wen claims to be second, I doubt anyone would dare to claim the title of first. A dozen voices chimed in with praises, but as they waited in vain for the music to resume, they eventually departed with a sense of regret. In the courtyard, when Wan ceased her playing, lifting her exquisite visage, her delicate brows knitting together as she gently chided, "Did we not agree to refrain from such impulsivity? One must be mindful in speech and in stride." Her words trailed off as she noticed her younger sister, disheveled and somewhat distressed, her expression shifting with concern. "What has happened to you? How did you end up like this? Surely you haven't encountered a scoundrel." At this thought, her heart skipped a beat. Just then, Xiaozhu rushed out from the house, exclaiming, "Oh, my dear little heart, what has happened to you? Who has wronged you?" "Woe is me, it is all that pestilential Warman's fault." When you wept as she recounted the events. Upon hearing this, when Wan felt a headache coming on, her typically gentle demeanor was tinged with anger, yet her voice remained soft. "How can you even compare yourself to Warman? She is utterly shameless. Would you cast aside your dignity as well? Do you not understand the difference between clouds and mud? We are akin to the clouds in the sky, admired from below, while she is merely the mud beneath our feet, trampled upon." Such outbursts of indignation will only tarnish your reputation, pulling you down from the lofty heights. It may even implicate me, Wenwei silently added in her heart. Little Miss Zhu wiped her tear-streaked face with a handkerchief, feeling a pang of sorrow. Your sister is right. How could you engage in such a self-destructive act? Harming yourself while attempting to harm others? Those people are shameless, indifferent to their reputation, causing a ruckus in public without a hint of embarrassment. But you are different. Once your elder brother succeeds in the imperial examination and ascends to officialdom, you shall be a lady of the house, destined to marry into a prominent family and become the matriarch, adorned with the title of a noblewoman. If your reputation suffers, all will be in vain. When you ceased her tears, her eyes reddened as she spoke. I could not bear the deceit that robbed grandmother of 2 taels of silver. I merely wished to teach them a lesson. For the sake of 2 taels of silver. Wenwei felt an even sharper pain in her temples. At that moment, as the wind blew, she caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor, causing her to retreat a step in silence. Her sister's impulsiveness was indeed excessive. Surely, the people on the street did not recognize her as my sister, did they? What should I do? When you regretted her momentary rashness, Wenwei shook her head. Aware that she could not rely on her impulsive sister for anything, simply ignore them. Focus on your painting. In the future, your reputation shall be yours. And you shall be the center of admiration, while they can only look up to you. Would you not relish the thought of stepping on those mediocre and lowly individuals? Watching them gaze at you in awe, feeling ashamed and striving to please you? Furthermore, does the cloud descend to teach the mud a lesson? As soon as it rains, the mud becomes drenched, leaving one covered in filth. Have you ever contemplated the nature of such rain? Your sister is correct. All you need to do is to study diligently and become a renowned talent. There are matters that our mother will handle, and those who admire you will assist in your pursuits. In contrast to the mud, which sullies your being and tarnishes your reputation, it will become increasingly difficult for you to marry into a wealthy family in the future. When Yuru appeared pensive, after a moment, she softly replied, I will heed the advice of mother and my sister. On the bustling street, Wen Wan and Wen Chun walked for over a quarter of an hour before finally arriving at the auspicious apothecary. Upon entering, they greeted the middle-aged man at the counter, who was engrossed in his calculations, second uncle. When Jia Gui looked up at the arrival of the two, glancing outside in surprise. Chun, is it just you and Wan? Did Wan come to fetch medicine due to illness? He scrutinized Wen Wan, noting her remarkably good complexion, better than ever. Surely, she must be in good health. Moreover, this marked the first time she had entered on her own. Previously, her younger brother had always carried her inside. No, second uncle. We have come to the town to sell fried snails, while father went to purchase some items. We thought to visit you, and, while we are here, sell some Chinese knotweed. Second uncle, here you go. These are the fried snails. They are quite delicious. Please, try them with second aunt and my 2 sisters. When Wan handed him 2 large bags of fried snails that had been prepared earlier. Although second uncle was the son of the Zhu family, he was kind-hearted and gentle. Unlike the Zhu family themselves, he treated his own family with great care and was always willing to assist his brothers in times of need. In the past, whenever they came to procure medicine, it was always at a significantly reduced price, as they were aware of his clandestine support for his family. The Zhu family harbored disdain for him, perceiving him as a man who had, in the name of love, become a quasi-son-in-law, residing perpetually at his father-in-law's abode. Furthermore, his wife, Miss Tan, had borne him only 2 daughters, leaving him with 3 sons but merely 1 grandson, which paled in comparison to the Wang family, who boasted 1 son and 3 grandsons. Zhu would only vent her grievances in front of the elderly master when, upon noticing the arrival of the 2, a young apothecary hastily retreated into the inner chamber, while Wen Wan cast a fleeting glance in his direction without concern. You dear child, simply indulge yourself. There is no scarcity of food here at your second uncle's. The family of your 4th brother struggles to have a full meal. How could he possibly trouble them for sustenance? We have plenty at home. Second uncle, please continue. When Chun interjected, indeed, we possess an abundance, procured from the river, which costs us not a single coin. These snails are delightful when paired with rice. Present some to your second aunt, second cousin, and 4th cousin to savor. When Chun set down a burlap sack from his back and opened it. At that moment, a sharp and caustic voice pierced the air. Are all the apothecaries in town lacking in FOTI? How is it that I was unaware of this? And pray, does one receive a favorable price? Brother-in-law, you cannot possibly think this apothecary is owned by the Wen family, can you? If you wish to offer a better price discreetly, then do so. A woman in her 20s, with her hair styled in a traditional manner, emerged. She adorned herself with an abundance of golden jewelry, glistening brilliantly in the light, a dazzling spectacle to behold. Wen Jiagui's expression briefly flickered with embarrassment. However, upon catching sight of the Hishou Wu that Wen Chun had produced, his eyes lit up. This Hishou Wu was long, round, and plump, with a reddish-brown skin that bore a uniform hue. Such a substantial piece of Shou Wu was a rare sight in his years of running a medicine shop. He had only encountered it once before, and that had been a tribute. Moreover, it seemed inferior to this specimen. In the realm of medicinal herbs, there are 9 revered herbs: ginseng, dendrobium, tianshan snow lotus, cordyceps, 120-year Hishou Wu, aged poria, wild lingji from deep mountains, pearls from the sea, and sistanch, all extraordinarily precious materials. This Hishou Wu is undoubtedly over 120 years old. Sister, look at this Hishou Wu. It's over a century old and of unparalleled quality. Surely, offering a fair price would not be unreasonable. Ten Panner glanced at the Hishou Wu. Realizing it was indeed 120-year Hishou Wu, she felt a surge of excitement, but quickly suppressed it. 2 per gene. Take it or leave it. Do not impede our business. What? 2 per gene? Wen Jiagui could not help but scowl. Sister, even ordinary raw Hishou Wu requires 10 to 20 per gene for procurement. To suggest such an absurd price for such an exceptional specimen is tantamount to pushing away quality medicinal herbs. I care not. Our shop only purchases Hishou Wu at 2 per gene. Whether you choose to sell is entirely up to you. Humph. I have never even seen such a large piece of Hishou Wu. Who can ascertain its authenticity? Furthermore, when they come to gather herbs, you consistently offer them prices that are even lower than the procurement cost. Do not presume I am unaware. Now they are merely selling the Shou Wu to you at a bargain. What nonsense are you spouting? When have the shop's accounts ever been inconsistent? Wen Jigui's face flushed upon hearing those words, as he harbored concerns for the psychological well-being of the 2 children. He refrained from disclosing that. Although he had provided them with a low price, he himself had covered the difference. This matter had long been concealed from the family of his 4th brother, and it was not the right moment to reveal it, lest they feel embarrassed or burdened, which might deter them from seeking medicine in the future. Such a scenario would only exacerbate their difficulties. Since he possessed the means to assist, he was determined to see it through to the end. He was well aware that Lu Yuanwai's family was tirelessly searching for the rare 120-year-old Polygonum multiflorum, and he was resolute in his intention to acquire it. While the price of Polygonum multiflorum could not compete with that of ginseng, the 120-year-old variety could still fetch a handsome sum, and its market value is volatile. With a stroke of luck, he might secure a price that would undoubtedly exceed 10 taels. Tan Panner's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. The audacity of this opportunism, which sought to undermine her own family's interests, was infuriating. Was it not possible to offer a fair price? Lu Yuanwai's family was in pursuit of superior 120-year-old Polygonum multiflorum. Previously, in an attempt to cultivate connections with the military, she had covertly procured a batch of high-quality medicinal supplies for the army at a loss. To her dismay, her husband, lacking foresight, intended to profit from this endeavor. And among the supplies sent to the military, one particular herb, sanchi, had been moldy and repurposed from previous years. This would certainly compromise its efficacy in stopping bleeding and healing wounds, and she feared it might lead to festering injuries. She was acutely aware that trouble was inevitable and was therefore seeking out the rare 120-year-old Polygonum multiflorum to establish a favorable rapport with Lu Yuanwai. After all, Lu Yuanwai's younger brother was a military doctor. If she could forge that connection, the issue of the moldy sanchi might be conveniently overlooked. And with the military's substantial demand for medicinal supplies, she would not have to worry about earning silver in the future. Hence, acquiring this Polygonum multiflorum was of paramount importance to her. Brother-in-law, you are mistaken. The Hishou Wu we ordered will only arrive tomorrow. Yet there are others selling it now. Why have you not procured it? No wonder the apothecary's business has been declining in recent years. Is this how you conduct business? If so, perhaps you should relinquish your position as the shopkeeper. Warmth and Wen Chun exchanged glances. Although the second uncle was the eldest son-in-law of the apothecary owner, managing the shop was no easy task. His previous practice of supplementing his family's expenses from the medicinal costs had likely caused discontent among his in-laws. Business should be conducted with integrity, treating both young and old fairly. This Hishou Wu is evidently of superior quality, aged well over a century, and is exceedingly rare and valuable. If offered to other apothecaries, it would be snatched up at a premium. Yet, you propose a mere 2 coins per pound. Is this not a form of exploitation? In all transactions, One must not take advantage of others. After all, business is not a fleeting endeavor. Only through enduring honesty can one sustain a lifelong livelihood. She felt somewhat guilty and was anxious that the affluent Wen family might indeed allow these two impoverished souls to sell the Hishowu elsewhere. Should the incident related to Sanchi come to light, it would be catastrophic. In that case, father would surely pass the apothecary down to this one. With an innocent expression, she remarked, I merely thought this large Hishowu was a counterfeit, as I have never seen such a specimen before. Very well. I am no expert in herbal medicine. Let it be 2 coins. It cannot be more. After all, it is just a common Hishowu. Tomorrow. She planned to present this Hishowu to Madame Lu, hoping to foster a good relationship with her. Warmth did not miss the subtle shifts in her expression. The woman's eyes flickered, clearly calculating something. The only asset she could manipulate was this Hishowu. Otherwise, she would not have transitioned from creating obstacles to making concessions. Warmth's curiosity was piqued, and she resolved to validate her suspicions. She smiled and said, Second uncle, I merely brought this aged herb to show you the year it was harvested. I have no intention of selling it. My health is poor, so I prefer to keep it at home for emergencies. Tanpanner was infuriated. This traitorous display was intolerable. Not only did she refuse to help, but it was utterly excessive. Then, second uncle, we shall take our leave. Wen Jiagawei had initially intended to buy some buns for the 2 children, but with his sister-in-law present, he felt it inappropriate to leave, fearing he would be accused of idleness in front of his father-in-law. He could only say, all right, be careful on the road. Very well. When Chun tightened his sack, and the 2 turned to depart, Tanpanner seethed internally but was compelled to feign composure, exclaiming, So this herb is 120 years old. I truly did not recognize its worth. 120-year-old herb. I have never even laid eyes on one. Let us settle it at 1.5 taels of silver per pound. We shall acquire it for our apothecary as a prized possession. The corners of Wen Jiagawei's mouth twitched. How could a 120-year-old herb serve as a store's treasure when there was already a 200-year-old ginseng as the store's centerpiece? Wen Yuan, witnessing this, was even more resolute in her refusal to sell, eager to discover the woman's true purpose. She decided to keep it for Wen Jiagawei, as it might aid second uncle after all. Pretending not to hear, she quickened her pace. Seeing them truly departing, Tanpanner hastened after them and, gritting her teeth, declared, 3 taels of silver. I will purchase a pound. Frustrated, Tanpanner could not help but reproach Wen Jiagawei, brother-in-law, why do you not accept such a fine herb? Do you truly wish for the shop to thrive? Wen Jiagawei retorted irritably, at first you attempted to acquire an herb worth 1 tael per pound for merely 2 coins. Is it not entirely reasonable that they refuse to sell? Having spoken, he disregarded her further and returned to his calculations. In Tanpanner's heart, there was a surge of indignation as she cast a disdainful glance at Wen Jiagawei. Just wait. She possessed myriad strategies to compel him to procure the prized Hishowu. At that moment, a portly, balding middle-aged man clad in a long robe ambled in. His face etched with concern, as if beset by troubling matters. Master Lu, shopkeeper Wen, Madame Song. Have you managed to find any Hishowu that is over a century old? I am willing to pay any sum. Wen Yuan and Wen Chun, having just exited the apothecary, halted in their tracks upon hearing this declaration. Master Lu's eyes widened in astonishment, a glimmer of hope illuminating his visage. Have you truly found it? Splendid. His son was slated to partake in the spring examination the following year, but had inexplicably turned gray overnight. The physician had advised that only Hishowu aged over 100 years, preferably 120 years, would suffice. He had scoured the entire city in vain. His anxiety palpable. Hishowu of such age was among the 9 celestial herbs, as elusive as the century-old ginseng. Wen Jiagawei furrowed his brow, casting a disapproving glance her way, as he rose, poised to voice his thoughts. She understood him well. This brother-in-law was remarkably naive, deeply valuing both loyalty and filial piety. Yet, he was utterly devoted to the prosperity of the shop, devoid of selfish motives. She had countless methods to ensure he would willingly acquire the Hishowu from those impoverished souls. Even if it required begging, she would do so, which emboldened her to assert that she had found it. This precious herb would undoubtedly be bestowed upon Master Lu from her hands, thereby securing a debt of gratitude from him. Wonderful, wonderful, Master Lu exclaimed, his delight evident as he reiterated his joy. Madame Song, you have truly rendered me a tremendous service. You are a great benefactor to our family, and I shall remember this kindness. Master Lu, you are being overly polite. It is our duty as a pharmacy to attend to the urgent needs of patients, is it not? Mrs. Song, You truly possess a compassionate heart akin to that of a bodhisattva. A healer's benevolence is commendable. I shall return tomorrow. Master Lu hastily made his exit, but suddenly paused. Young lady, do you possess the rare herb known as 120-year-old Hisho Wu? Indeed, my second uncle mentioned a scholar who, despite his bright prospects of achieving the title of Zhuang Yuan in the upcoming spring examination, was struck by the misfortune of turning gray overnight. It would be a great pity for our county's champion to be hindered by such a trivial matter as hair color. Hence, my uncle enlisted the help of many to venture into the deep mountains to seek this herb, for many hands make light work. My father also took the perilous risk of searching in those mountains, nearly falling prey to wolves, but through great hardship. He finally unearthed this 120-year-old Hisho Wu. Heaven must have had a hand in this, for it surely did not wish for the literary star of our realm to fade away. This piece of information was overheard by Nguyen while selling snails. As two women conversed in hushed tones, one remarked, "What a pity for the young master. He is the only scholar in the entire county this year." Master Lu was quite distressed. Indeed, Wen Jiaguai mused, when did he ever mention such a thing? He is unaware of the incident regarding Master Lu's sudden grayness. He only knows that Master Lu is searching far and wide for the 120-year-old Hisho Wu. Now it becomes clear why he is so agitated. However, Wan did mention to Master Lu that his son had turned gray overnight. Master Lu is quite sensitive about his son's reputation and cannot bear to hear any negative remarks about him. Offending Master Lu would not bode well. When Jiaguai quickly interjected, "Master Lu, this is entirely my fault. It is my fault for speaking out. Please do not blame the child for her rashness." Tan Pan was initially infuriated. As it turned out that when Jiagu knew of Lu Yuanwai's urgent need for the rare herb, Hisho Wu, no wonder she admonished that insufferable girl against selling it. She was sabotaging her own prospects. However, upon hearing that the foolish girl had the audacity to disclose the incident of Lu Gongzi's overnight transformation to white hair, it became apparent that Lu Yuanwai would realize she possessed Hisho Wu and thus would not purchase from her. Yet, she still had a chance. Fortunately, she had just claimed to have found Hisho Wu aged over 120 years. She awaited the moment when Lu Yuanwai would reject that insufferable girl, thereby declining to buy her herb. At that point, all the benefits would still belong to her. She coldly watched Wen Wan, anticipating Lu Yuanwai's scolding rejection. Initially, Lu Yuanwai was extremely displeased when he heard someone divulging the matter of his son's sudden white hair. However, as Wen Wan extolled him with praises of top scholar and the star of literature, lamenting the hardships endured to procure a century-old Hisho Wu, he felt as if he had found a kindred spirit in an instant. It was indeed a great pity that his exceptionally talented son could not achieve the status of top scholar due to such a triviality as hair color. Thus, others would surely empathize with his plight. Moreover, as the young lady stated, heaven had truly opened its eyes to allow the discovery of Hisho Wu aged over 120 years. His son was saved. Lu Yuanwai's plump face first darkened, then brightened. "You, my dear girl, are quite the eloquent speaker. You all have sincere intentions. Where is this Hisho Wu aged over 120 years? Allow me to take a look." Tan Pan's expression stiffened. Wasn't it agreed that she would remain angry and displeased? In her panic, she exclaimed, "Lu Yuanwai, I have examined this Hisho Wu, and it is undoubtedly inferior to what I have procured. Let me see first. As long as the age is sufficient, at worst, he shall purchase both." When Chun opened the conversation, "Master Lu, please take a look." Upon inspection, Lu Yuanwai exclaimed, "What a magnificent specimen. Its quality is undoubtedly over 120 years old. My son is saved." When Jia Gui interjected, "Master Lu, this Hisho Wu is indeed over 120 years old. Such a treasure is exceedingly rare. The offerings from previous years pale in comparison. I sincerely hope that it will cure young Master Lu, allowing him to achieve great success in the upcoming imperial examinations." Indeed, I appreciate your kind words," Lu Yuanwai replied. "Brother Wen, I shall remember this favor." The transformation in Lu Yuanwai's address from Master Wen to Brother Wen signified a deepening camaraderie. "It is all thanks to my fourth brother," Wen Chun continued. "He once excelled in the preliminary examinations, but alas, an injury marred his face, preventing him from participating in the imperial examinations. He harbors great regret. Upon hearing of this matter, he ventured into the mountains to seek a remedy. Unable to bear the thought of other scholars suffering a similar lifelong regret, perhaps he could find employment as a bookkeeper under your esteemed guidance. However, due to his scarred visage, despite his literacy, other shops refused to employ him, relegating him to menial labor with meager earnings." Lu Yuanwei pondered this and surmised. Your fourth brother is Wen Jirui? Indeed, Master Lu. You are acquainted with him? He was a classmate of my eldest son. My son has long since passed the imperial examination and has been serving as a magistrate in a small county in the north for several years. His performance has been commendable, and upon completion of his term, he is poised for promotion. I recall my son lamenting that had it not been for Wen Jirui's disfigurement, he would have undoubtedly topped the examinations. What a shame it is that your brother possesses such a generous heart, Lu Yuanwei remarked, noting the significance of this bond. He then produced a banknote and handed it to Wen Chun, saying, "This is the payment for the Heeshou Wu. Please convey my gratitude to your father." Wen Chun, taken aback by this unexpected gesture, glanced at the sum written on the banknote and declined. It is far too much. Since Lu Yuanwei is acquainted with my father and serves as an elder, it is only fitting to show respect by accepting merely 10 taels. Otherwise, my father would chastise me. Here, take it. The future of my son cannot be purchased with a mere 10 taels. If your father dares to scold you, let him come to me. This gesture from Wen Wan, surprisingly, caught Lu Yuanwei's attention. He feigned anger and thrust the banknote into Wen Chun's hands. Twisting the sack of herbs, "I have matters to attend to. Gentlemen, I bid you farewell." Lu Yuanwei did not afford them an opportunity to respond and hurriedly departed with the sack in hand. Tan Panner gazed at the 100 taels of silver, her breath catching. That silver should rightfully belong to her. The favor from Lu Yuanwei should also be hers. She cast a venomous glance at the Wen family. It is all the fault of that traitorous wretch. A few paces away, Lu Yuanwei suddenly paused. "Madam Song, I shall come to collect your 120-year-old herb tomorrow." With that, he hastily left. Tan Panner stood frozen, as if encased in ice. She stiffly turned to Wen Wan. "Does your family still possess any 120-year-old herb?" Wen Wan shook her head. "My family does not. But they can be found all over the streets. You might want to seek them out." Tan Panner. Chapter 26. She shall not compensate. After selling the herb, Wen Wan and Wen Chun went to the rich and noble tavern to fetch Wen Xian. Wen Chun, filled with joy, exclaimed, "I initially thought we could earn only a few taels from the herb, but unexpectedly, we made 100 taels. Now, we have ample funds for building a house." Wen Wan, unimpressed, replied, "Thus, earning money lacks certainty. Small profits come from diligent and earnest labor, and through continuous hard work, wealth will naturally accumulate over time. However, amassing great wealth not only requires a discerning eye, but also relies heavily on opportunities and connections. In essence, having a benefactor to assist you can lead to great fortune. If one is favored by such a patron and seizes the opportunity wisely, substantial wealth can be attained. Conversely, if one fails to grasp the moment, only a meager profit may be earned, or worse, the chance may be entirely lost. Today, Lu Yuanwei stands as a benefactor holding opportunities. Wen Chun pondered thoughtfully. Warmth should be subtle. Certain truths must be comprehended through personal insight and then synthesized into understanding. Life experiences impart wisdom. At the esteemed Rich Wealth Tavern, she carefully carried a stack of dishes taller than herself towards the kitchen and gently placed them in the cupboard. She dared not touch her own food. Previously, she had succumbed to hunger after a day of consuming only a single steamed bun and, upon discovering an uneaten bun left by a guest, could not resist. Unfortunately, someone informed her aunt, who insisted that such breaches of decorum could not be tolerated, lest other waitstaff follow suit, and thus she was punished with 2 months of dishwashing duties. The bun was now a forbidden temptation. "My dear child, why be so formal with your aunt?" Yet, despite the words, she merely spoke out of politeness. The tavern's buns were exquisite pork-filled delicacies, far beyond her modest means. Initially, she intended to decline the offer of precious tableware, instinctively shying away from it, but upon hearing the words, she found herself unable to refuse, simply responding, "Very well." When Xian cautiously accepted the dishes and proceeded to the hall, whispering a silent plea to avoid breaking them, for these exquisite items had been brought by a distinguished guest. It was said that a complete set was worth dozens of taels of silver. This thought made her even more cautious. Yet, a curious question lingered in her mind. Why would a guest capable of affording such costly tableware choose to dine in the main hall rather than reserving a private room? Little Zhu gazed at Wen Qin's cautious figure with a cold smirk, her eyes glinting with malice. In truth, she had not intended to be so ruthless. But what choice did she have after her daughter had been bullied by that pest at the market? "If you show no mercy, do not blame me for my lack of kindness." It was mealtime, and the dining hall was filled with patrons, a cacophony of voices echoing throughout. Wenxin carefully held her utensils, dodging the bustling crowd as she made her way to table 1. Just as she was about to reach her destination, her foot was suddenly tripped, causing her to stumble. She lost her balance, and a bowl flew from her hands, crashing to the ground with a resounding clang, shattering into 3 pieces. The bowl shattered right in front of the esteemed guest at table 1. Upon witnessing the destruction of his beloved bowl, he leapt to his feet, exclaiming, "How dare you conduct yourself in such a manner? Where's the manager? Bring him to me." "Oh no. How many years of washing dishes would it take to repay this?" Wenxin stared at the broken bowl on the floor, her hands trembling with fright. She hurriedly apologized. "I am so sorry. It was unintentional. Please forgive me. Someone suddenly stuck out their foot, and that is why I dropped the bowl." She pointed to the person beside her, saying, "It was him. He was the one who tripped me." Yang Chao, the one accused, sprang to his feet, shouting furiously, "You vile woman! How dare you slander me? When did I ever stick out my foot? Where's the manager? Is this how you conduct business? A servant breaks a bowl and shifts the blame onto a customer? Who would dare to dine at your establishment after this?" Wenxin's face flushed with embarrassment. "I did not." At this moment, the innkeeper hurried over, saying, "Dear guests, please remain calm. Let us discuss this matter amicably." Lin Zhong, noticing the innkeeper's arrival, interjected, "Innkeeper, your timing is impeccable. My tableware is of great value, a masterpiece by Master Ching In, worth 50 taels of silver. One of your maidservants has shattered one of my bowls. How do you intend to compensate me?" Yang Chao chimed in as well. "Innkeeper, is this how you conduct business? Your maidservant broke the bowl herself and is now attempting to slander me, insinuating that I deliberately tripped her." The innkeeper glanced at the broken bowl on the floor and furrowed his brow as he looked at Wen Xin. "How do you manage your duties? You broke the bowl and now wish to shift the blame onto the guest. Apologize immediately to young Master Lin and young Master Yang. Moreover, compensate young Master Lin for the broken bowl." Then he turned to the 2 young gentlemen, bowing respectfully. "Gentlemen, I sincerely apologize for the recklessness of my staff. Allow me to express my regrets. Young Master Lin, please inform me of the value of the bowl so that I may ensure she compensates you." Yang Chao scoffed. "Considering your face, innkeeper, I shall overlook this matter." He then resumed his seat. 50 taels of silver? When Xian panicked, exclaiming, "Innkeeper, this has nothing to do with me. It was he who tripped me, causing me to accidentally break the bowl. If anyone is to compensate, it should be him." The thought of paying for a set of bowls worth 50 taels was overwhelming. She could toil her entire life and still not repay that debt. This was not her fault, and she refused to compensate. Yang Chao, incensed, slammed his hand on the table. "You insolent girl, what did you just say? Do you have any evidence?" The pressure of 50 taels weighed heavily on Wen Xian, yet she stubbornly retorted, "You tripped me," which led to the guest's bowl being broken. "You are the one responsible for this 50 taels. Surely, someone here must have witnessed it." The shopkeeper glanced at the 2 neighboring tables and inquired, "Has anyone seen young Master Yang deliberately trip her?" Silence enveloped the room as no one dared to speak. Yang Chao exuded an intimidating aura, making it clear that he was not someone to be trifled with. Observing this, Wen Xian boldly declared, "Regardless, it was he who tripped me. It's none of my concern. Even if it cost me my life, I shall not compensate. You vile creature, how dare you slander me? I shall strike you down." Yang Chao exclaimed, raising his hand to deliver a blow to Wen Xian's face. As his hand swung dangerously close, a cup hurtled through the air, intercepting his strike. A deep voice resonated, "I witnessed it." Wen Wan and Wen Chun had just entered the tavern, fortuitously witnessing this scene, and rushed forward. With a look of concern, Wen Chun asked, "Sister, are you all right?" Wen Xian, upon seeing them, particularly when Wan exclaimed in surprise, "Chun Ge, Nuan Jie, how did you come here?" Noticing the glimmer of tears in Wen Xian's eyes and the shattered bowl on the floor, along with the set of tableware she clutched, Wen Wan surmised the nature of the incident. Outside, she had distinctly seen the assailant strike. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, usually sparkling, now radiated a chilling glare that deterred anyone from meeting her gaze. Confronted by Wen Wan's icy stare, Yang Chao felt a shiver run through him. He had not anticipated that such a young girl could exude such an imposing presence. When Xian continued, "He tripped me, causing me to break a bowl. He owes me 50 taels. 50 taels? When Chun gasped, "Is this bowl made of gold?" Just moments ago, Yang Chao had felt the sting of the cup striking his hand, leaving it numb. Unable to contain his anger, he shouted, "Which scoundrel dared to strike me? Show yourself." He would tell him why the flowers bloomed so red. Yang Chao's expression abruptly shifted, narrowly evading danger. Seeking demise. He seized a stool and hurled it fiercely at Wenwan. Startled, Wen Xian cried out in alarm, "Be careful." Despite her current strength being merely a fraction of her former self, it sufficed to deal with this drunken buffoon. She extended her hand to intercept the stool. But just then, a shadow darted past, and a large hand swiftly grasped one of the stool's legs in midair. A burly man, his face largely obscured by a thick beard, set the stool down and coldly remarked, "What kind of hero picks on 3 children?" Yang Xiao spat in disdain. "What business is it of yours? Get lost. I witnessed it. You deliberately tripped this young lady as she walked by. You owe her compensation." The tavern's patrons, initially enjoying the spectacle, were now frightened into retreating to the sidelines, continuing to observe the unfolding drama. The tavern keeper was nearly petrified by the sudden escalation into a brawl. How had it come to this? He was momentarily at a loss for words. Aware that it was Xiao Zhu who had orchestrated the situation to keep Wen Xian as a dishwashing maid. Now, however, someone had stepped forward to bear witness. He glanced toward a certain direction on the second floor, seeking guidance from Xiao Zhu. Xiao Zhu, covertly observing from the second floor alongside Wen Jiafu, was equally taken aback by the turn of events. What if the tavern were to be destroyed? It would be a fruitless endeavor. Should a life be lost, the consequences would be dire. No one would dare to come again. They hurriedly made their way downstairs, following the tavern keeper's gaze. When one looked toward the second floor and noticed Wen Jiafu and Xiao Zhu, the eldest son of the esteemed Long family, Master Wen's most accomplished offspring, serves as a paragon for the entire village. Yang Chao glared at the bearded man, seething with rage. "Were you the one who threw that cup? Which of your eyes witnessed me extending my foot? Who are you, and do you even comprehend my identity? With your 2 eyes? You are unworthy of knowing who I am. I care not for your identity. I merely detest your bullying of the weak. Will you compensate for the damages?" Lin Tingxian casually picked up a chopstick and, with a gentle stroke of his thumb, neatly severed it in 2. Yang Chao felt a prickling sensation on his scalp and stubbornly retorted, "You must be mistaken. I will not pay." With a swift motion, Lin Tingxian slammed the chopstick onto the table, causing it to splinter into a heap of wooden fragments. "Now tell me, did you truly see incorrectly?" Yang Chao swallowed hard, his scalp tightening. "No." Lin Tingxian dusted off his hands. "Then you shall compensate for the damages." Only then did Yang Chao realize the implications of his words. "No, You refuse to pay?" Lin Tingxian glanced at him again, casting a look at his own palm. Yang Chao's anger was stifled. "I will pay." Lin Tingxian turned to the shopkeeper and Lin Zhong. "Did you hear that? He will pay." Both men were taken aback. This is not how the script is supposed to unfold. When Xian gazed at the bearded uncle, her eyes sparkling as she bowed gracefully. "Thank you, benefactor, for your assistance." Wen Wan and Wen Chun echoed her gratitude. "Thank you, benefactor, for your assistance." At this moment, the young Zhu Shi approached, noticing the scattered wood debris. Her brow twitched. These were a newly replaced set of tables, each costing several hundred coins. When Jiafu gazed at the chaotic state of the shop, a throbbing headache overtaking him. What a significant loss. Xiao Zhu, suppressing her heartache, raised a smile. "What happened? How did this altercation arise?" "Chun Gur, Muan Jier, you have also arrived?" Upon noticing their presence, the shopkeeper felt a surge of relief and hastened to recount the events. Lin Zhong, seizing the opportunity, exclaimed, "Now, who will compensate me 50 taels? That bowl was an early masterpiece of Master Cheng Yin. Master Cheng Un has now retired, and this set of tableware possesses considerable collectible value. 50 taels is the minimum." Upon hearing this, Zhu chuckled and waved her hand. "Oh, it's merely a trivial matter. The fault lies with me. I instructed Xian Jier to deliver the bowl, unaware of her carelessness. Guests are paramount. I am Xian Jier's aunt, and I shall cover this expense. There is no need for further concern. Everyone may disperse." This also serves to remind these ungrateful wretches of the favor they owe her. Following this incident, she would ensure the tale was circulated, deliberately fanning the flames, claiming she compensated when Xian 50 taels while the 4th branch did nothing. This would lead others to perceive them as ingrates. Their reputation would be tarnished. Should they dare to bring shame upon her daughter, she would ensure they suffered a loss of honor in return. In the future, should this wretched girl speak of her in-laws, she wouldn't hesitate to use this incident to her advantage, pondering which respectable family would dare to marry her. The malice in Xiao Zhu's eyes resurfaced. As for the compensation, that bowl had cost her merely over 101 at the grocery store. Losing one was hardly regrettable. When one scoffed inwardly, this Xiao Zhu was truly cunning, aware of her failed scheming, yet able to seize the moment to enhance her own reputation. Warmth. Having lost her parents at a tender age, inherited a vast fortune alongside her elder brother, she had witnessed the myriad faces of humanity. And reading between the lines was among her acquired skills. What schemes lurked behind the countenance of the young Madame Zhu? Who could have anticipated that someone would extend their calculations from mere reputation to the future matrimonial prospects of a family? At this moment, the shopkeeper proclaimed loudly, "You are indeed fortunate to have such a wonderful aunt by your side. 50 taels of silver shall be compensated to you without hesitation." Madame Zhu gazed affectionately at Wenxin, gently stroking her head as she smiled. "We are all family. I cherish Sister Xin as if she were my own daughter." Lin Chong, unable to contain himself, remarked to Wenxin, "You, my dear girl, are truly blessed to have such a wonderful aunt. Without her, your worth would scarcely suffice to repay me." The shopkeeper and Lin Chong, along with others present, echoed praises for Madame Zhu, extolling her virtues as an exemplary aunt. Wen Warm returned their sentiments with a smile, her gratitude evident as she expressed, "Aunt, thank you for treating my sister as your own. However, this individual has already agreed to compensate. And this matter is not Wenxin's fault. There is no need for you to take it upon yourself." She pointed towards Yang Chao. Madame Zhu's smile faltered. This calamity was indeed quick to react. Her earlier intent to obfuscate the truth and insist on customer supremacy, absolving the guest from responsibility, was thwarted by Wen Warm's revelation. Wen Warm had no intention of letting her off easily. Wenxin had spent a year washing dishes merely to repay that 21. Today's affair confirmed her suspicions that Wenxin had been ensnared by this young Madame Zhu's machinations, transforming what should have been a month's labor into an entire year's toil. A warm smile broadened as she gazed at Xiaozhu with an expression that straddled the line between amusement and mockery. "While the customer is paramount, there's no need for Aunt to bear the loss." Xiaozhu's brow twitched, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Could this insufferable girl have discerned something? Both were struck with a wave of dread. Report to the authorities? Chapter 28. Where is conscience? Report to the authorities? The shopkeeper was taken aback. How had the situation escalated to such a point? He stared at the slender Warmth, who resembled a withered green bean, perplexed by how she had deduced their collusion. Yang Chao and his companion were equally astonished. They never imagined that this fragile little girl would dare to suggest involving the law. Moreover, how had she perceived their joint conspiracy to swindle money? Xiaozhu was also startled, taken aback by Warmth's unexpected perceptiveness. Suppressing her shock, she inquired with a smile, "Sister Warmth, why do you claim they are in cahoots?" Warmth regarded Xiaozhu with a knowing smile, her gaze imbued with profound significance. That look made Xiaozhu feel as though her very essence was laid bare before her. This notion sent a jolt of terror through her. Instinctively, she averted her eyes from Warmth's seemingly all-seeing gaze. Warmth offered a faint smile, devoid of warmth, and pointed to the set of tableware in Wenxin's hands. Wenxin still held it delicately. "This is counterfeit and shoddy merchandise. Though I know not who Master Cheng'an is, it is evident that even the master's early works possess intrinsic value, and anything worth 50 taels must not be found lacking." Warmth took the tableware from Wenxin's grasp and placed it on the table, continuing, "Yet this set of tableware, is hardly worth a single tael. One intentionally trips another, while the other deliberately peddles inferior goods at exorbitant prices. This is not a case of two individuals colluding to deceive. What is extortion?" Upon hearing this, Lin Tingxian approached, picked up a bowl, and examined it closely. Indeed, it is a counterfeit. It resembles the early works of Master Cheng'an. Yet the craftsmanship is woefully subpar, worth at most a mere 101 for a complete set. Such bowls can be found in abundance at the general store, where one could easily procure a replacement for just 10 or 8 won. From his previous distance, he had not realized that the entire set of tableware was fraudulent. Nor could he have anticipated that someone would scheme against a destitute girl. When one suddenly proclaimed with a fierce demeanor, "Elder brother, we must report this to the authorities." When Chun's expression turned grave, "Very well." He promptly made his way outside. "Wait," exclaimed the little Zhu. "Hold on," called Yang Chao. "Slow down," shouted Lin Zhong. "We cannot involve the authorities," interjected Wen Jiafu. The four spoke in unison. However, Wen Chun paid them no heed and instead hurried out. Startled, Wen Jiafu quickly pursued him. Wen Wan let out a cold huff, casting a glance at the four before her gaze settled on the intimidated Yang Chao. With a seemingly amused expression, she asked, "Are you afraid? Dare to deceive my second sister, and you shall find yourself in prison." The latter part of her statement was deliberately emphasized. delivered with a biting intensity that left no doubt of her resolve. Yang Chao felt a chill run down his spine. How could this girl be so formidable? Going to prison? That is out of the question. He had initially thought it would be a trivial matter, but it had escalated into a significant predicament. As a man who dealt in silver, to face imprisonment for a mere 100 won? It would be a tremendous loss. I'm not involved. It was Manager Zhu who gave me 100 won to trip your second sister, Yang Chao exclaimed, pointing at the manager loudly. Then he tossed 100 coins onto the counter and dashed out. At that moment, Lin Zhong was also flustered. If he didn't flee now, would he wait for the officials to arrive? He pulled out a string of copper coins and placed it on the table. Zhu Zhongwei, I'm quitting too. Here is the money I owe you. Lin Zhong also attempted to escape. However, Lin Tingxian blocked his path. Wen Wan acted swiftly, grabbing him. What do you think you're doing? If the truth has been revealed, how can you run away? What if you unjustly implicate my aunt? Zhu's eyelids twitched. Why was she being accused of wrongdoing? Zhu Zhongwei caught the string of coins, his expression shifting dramatically. You slanderous wretches. When have I ever given you money? Such idle ruffians from the village were easily intimidated. A mere scare would make them cower. The crowd exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a mix of astonishment. Could it truly be the shopkeeper's doing? Why would that be? Heaven, why would the shopkeeper conspire against the young lady? Wen Wan snorted disdainfully. Why? Clearly, he intends for my second sister to wash dishes in this tavern for free for the rest of her life. Zhu Zhongwei's face flushed crimson. Everyone, do not listen to the lies of these two deceivers. I have never committed such an act. Wen Wan's icy gaze fell upon him, and the young Zhu. If you haven't done it, then someone must have instigated you. Why else would a shopkeeper scheme against a dishwasher? She is not even helping you with your work. Now I understand why my second sister has spent a year washing dishes to repay a debt of 20 coins. It turns out your tavern has been scheming time and again. A whole year, over 300 days and nights. My sister alone scrubbing thousands of plates each day until her hands were raw. Aunt, where is your conscience? Warmth inquired earnestly, her voice slightly trembling with emotion. A wave of sorrow washed over the crowd. Where has their conscience gone? The patrons of the tavern erupted in outrage. 20 coins for a year's worth of dishwashing? This is utterly unscrupulous. The dishwasher at the Rue E Tavern earns 300 coins a month. Is this truly their aunt? How could the tavern owner be so heartless? Scheming against her own niece? Just moments ago, I thought she seemed rather kind. One truly knows faces but not hearts. Little Zhu, observing the scornful gazes directed at her and the accusations thrown by the crowd, felt an overwhelming urge to slap Warmth across the face. This wretched creature not only brought shame upon her daughter, but also tarnished her own reputation. She had truly underestimated her, suppressing the surging tide of fury within her. She feigned sorrow and remarked, Sister Warmth, please do not misunderstand. I was completely unaware of this matter. I was taken aback and still cannot believe it. Is it possible you did not know? My second sister has been washing dishes here for a year, and you would not be aware of that? She was grateful for the 20 coins you lent me for my medical treatment and voluntarily offered to wash dishes for a month to repay the debt. However, as the deadline approached and with no food in the kitchen, she, overwhelmed by hunger, could not resist stealing a single dumpling, precious as gold, left by a customer. Fearing repercussions, the other waitstaff, feeling disgruntled, imposed a fine of 40 coins on her. She ended up washing dishes for an additional 2 months. Time and again, Aunt, are you intending for my sister to wash dishes for you for a lifetime without pay? Once more, the crowd erupted in disbelief. This was clearly a calculated scheme. Outrageous. Utterly outrageous. What kind of aunt is this? Truly, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. Indeed, the most venomous of hearts belong to women. The ancients do not deceive me. How terrifying this aunt is. Little Zhu's heart skipped a beat. Does this wretched girl intend to tarnish her reputation? How can one so young harbor such malice? With tears glistening in her eyes, little Zhu said, I know you will not believe what I say. And I do not expect you to. Yet, I speak with a clear conscience. Perhaps ignorance was excusable before, but now I shall seek justice for Sister Xin. Little Zhu turned towards Manager Zhu, giving him a subtle wink before exclaiming with profound sorrow, Manager, how could you commit such an act? If you were not my elder brother, the sole male in the family tasked with honoring our parents and supporting your wife and children, I would personally take you to the authorities to ensure justice for Sister Xin. Little Zhu has always been prudent in her dealings, allowing Manager Zhu to handle all matters while she remained in the background. And as her elder brother, he would certainly not betray her. Chapter 29. A great loss. Zhu Shoren understood little Zhu's words. He had to accept the situation. Having colluded with his sister for years, he quickly realized that acceptance was indeed the most prudent course of action. Otherwise, if his sister's reputation were ruined or if she were taken by the authorities, it would tarnish the names of Liang, Wan, and Yu, his three exceptionally promising nieces and nephews. With such bright futures ahead, how could he allow their prospects to be jeopardized? Observing how they now lived a life 1,000 times better than his own childhood, he knew that the future could only bring further improvement. The ungrateful son of mine still expects his 3 siblings to support him. Realizing the gravity of his actions, Zhu Shoren knelt down, his head bowed in a posture of shame, as if he could not face the elders of Jiangdong. Sister, I apologize. I merely intended to withhold a small portion of her wages, never anticipating it would lead to such misunderstandings about you. He then turned to Wenxin while still on his knees. Sister Exine, I am truly sorry. The lady has been receiving her wages monthly. It was I who wrongfully kept some for myself. I have been blinded by greed. After uttering these words, he struck his own face twice, causing it to flush with embarrassment. The onlookers were moved by this display, believing it to be genuine, yet they still remarked, this shopkeeper is indeed excessive. Even children are schemed against. Indeed, he should be taken to the authorities and punished. Wenwan commented, these two are truly in collusion, working together harmoniously. No wonder the wealthy tavern has prospered so remarkably over the years. Yang Chao and Lin Zhong quickly interjected, I told you, this matter was instigated by the shopkeeper. There is a principle to every grievance. Seek him for retribution. We shall take our leave. The two hastily departed. For individuals accustomed to petty thievery dread the presence of officials. At that moment, the young Zhu, filled with remorse, grasped Wenxin's hand. Sister Xin, I am deeply ashamed. I had no idea you endured such injustice in my tavern. Young Zhu's heart ached. That gold hairpin was a precious gift she intended for Liang Guer's future bride. She had planned to present it during the tea ceremony as a token of respect. The exquisite design from the capital was adorned with several pearls and cost 20 taels, an extravagant sum. Had Liang Guer's bride not hailed from the capital and been the daughter of Guofuzi, she would never have dared to purchase such an expensive gold hairpin. Yujia yearned for it, yet she had refrained from purchasing. Upon the emergence of the golden hairpin, gasps filled the air. Heavens! This pearl hairpin is exquisite, surely worth a considerable sum. It is a treasure from the treasure pavilion, a popular style in the capital, and must be worth at least 20 taels of silver. If one is willing to bestow a 20-tael hairpin upon a niece, how could they possibly withhold a few hundred coins of her wages? Observing that Zhu had deliberately prepared a golden hairpin for Wenxin, the crowd began to believe that perhaps she truly was unaware, genuinely cherishing her niece, and that it was merely the shopkeeper who was malevolent. Upon seeing the pearl hairpin, Wenwen too felt a twinge of surprise. However, she did not overlook the pain evident in Wenxin's eyes. Instinctively, Wenxin hesitated. No, thank you. How could she possibly refuse? Wenwen promptly reached out to accept the hairpin. And although Xiao Zhushi instinctively tightened her grip, she soon relinquished it. This year, you alone have washed every dish in the entire restaurant, which is undeniably yours. Washing all the dishes in such a large establishment? The crowd erupted again. With such a bustling business, the sheer quantity of plates and bowls must surely number in the thousands. How could a mere child manage such a task? The Rui restaurant employs 2 dishwashers. Could Xiao Zhushi truly be unaware that her niece washed the dishes single-handedly? What a devoted aunt she is. Child, take it. That silver is rightfully yours. Indeed. Why should those unscrupulous individuals benefit? Xiao Zhushi was rendered speechless, a knot of indignation lodged in her throat, akin to a fishbone stuck in her gullet. Yet, she could not voice her discontent, fearing that to speak would unleash a torrent of curses, thereby tarnishing her reputation and image. Why does she, the ill-fated one, still cling to life? Little Zhu admonished herself to remain calm. She could not believe that she would be outdone by this vile creature. Suppressing all her fury, her heart ached with resentment. Wiping away her tears, she adopted a dejected demeanor, unwilling to elaborate, and stated, regardless of the circumstances, it is ultimately my aunt's fault. And it is only natural that everyone misconstrues my intentions. I ought to present the silver monthly by my own hand. Regret now consumes me. Observing little Zhu's sincere expression and her words of admission and atonement without defense, others began to question whether they had indeed misjudged her. To continue pressing the matter would appear rather unfeeling. 5 taels of silver, along with a pearl hairpin, should suffice. Auntie has treated Xin Jia so well. This kindness will forever be etched in our hearts. When Wan remarked with a knowing smile. Little Zhu felt her heart skip a beat and forced a smile, replying, "It is only right." At that moment, Wen Chun entered with 2 constables, followed closely by the anxious Wen Jiafu and the worried Wen Jiarue. Upon entering, Wen Jiarue rushed to his daughters, scanning them with concern. "Xin Jia, have you been wronged? Are you all right?" Little Zhu, feeling the weight of her misfortune, was deeply pained. After all, it was she who had been wronged by that wretched creature. Nevertheless, she gathered her composure and replied, "Fourth brother, all is well. It was merely a misunderstanding, and I take full responsibility for my oversight. I have already apologized to Xin Jia." The leading constable surveyed the surroundings, scrutinizing the individuals present, before finally resting his gaze upon Little Zhu. "I have heard that here, everyone engages in extortion and even resort to violence?" Xiao Zhu smiled brightly and said, "No. It was merely a misunderstanding, and it has been clarified now. I must trouble you 2 officials to come along. Is it truly a misunderstanding? Are you aware that making false reports to the authorities can lead to punishment? It is indeed a misunderstanding. I appreciate your efforts. You 2 must be quite famished after patrolling all morning. Since you are here, please allow us to offer you some refreshments before you depart." Innkeeper hastened to instruct the kitchen staff to prepare a sumptuous feast to honor our esteemed guests. "Very well, gentlemen, please take a seat. I will see to the preparations at once." The innkeeper hurriedly set about making arrangements. "Quickly, please guide the 2 officials to a private room." Xiao Zhu discreetly pinched Wen Jiafu's arm. This hopeless man, unable even to restrain a child, had truly compelled her to summon the constables. She would inevitably incur further financial losses today. Wen Jiafu promptly gestured for the officials to enter. Seeing Xiao Zhu's earnest demeanor, the 2 officials chose not to dwell on the matter. As she paused for effect, she continued, "Your elder brother has schemed for so long. You treat your second sister as if she were your own daughter. A simple meal to ease her distress would be no trouble, would it? Furthermore, this esteemed guest can testify that my second sister was not successfully deceived. Aunt, might you consider waiving his bill? What? It is one thing for her to dine at no cost, but to request that she waives another's bill. How dare this ill-fated wretch?" Xiao Zhu cursed Wen Wan internally countless times, yet she maintained her smile. "Of course, it is no issue. I am most grateful." Lin Tingxian also did not decline the offer. Hearing that he had aided his daughter, Wen Jiarue immediately bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, young sir, for your righteous words. You are too kind. We shall take our leave," Lin Tingxian replied, clasping his fists before departing. Little Zhu, recognizing the burly man, resolved henceforth to ignore him. "And is truly generous. We need not have much. Just one of each signature dish will suffice." When Wan urged her father, elder brother, and second sister to take their seats. "One of each signature dish, please," exclaimed Little Zhu, nearly toppling over in indignation. "What an appetite! One of each dish? That would cost several taels of silver. Are you not afraid of bursting?" Yet, with so many eyes upon her, she forced a smile and acquiesced, "Very well. You shan't burst." Subsequently, she invited the patrons of the restaurant to sit, delivering a few pleasantries and providing each table with a portion of appetizers. It must be said that Little Zhu possessed a peculiar knack for navigating social situations, earning her a chorus of praise. However, what of it? Once the events of the day spread, her previously virtuous image would inevitably be tarnished in the eyes of those who understood. After the Wen family had dined sufficiently, they departed the restaurant with smiles. Little Zhu, from her vantage point above, cast a dark glare at their departing figures, finding it exceedingly irksome. Her heart ached as if afflicted by a malady, feeling an overwhelming rage that seemed insurmountable. Today had truly cost her face, reputation, and wealth. Just wait. She had never suffered such a significant loss before. It was simply infuriating. Of course, that is another tale. On the journey home, Wen Wan stopped by an old bookstall, purchasing several volumes on ancient music theory for 101. The 3 antiquarian tomes also cost 101, while the new books were priced at 500 won each, with rare editions and works of renowned authors fetching even higher prices. The ink, brushes, paper, and inkstone are rather expensive. Even a stack of the poorest quality Xian paper costs 100 won. It is no wonder that so many people cannot afford an education. There are still some writing supplies left over from when Chun and his companions attended school, which Wen Wan has chosen not to purchase. According to the shopkeeper, only the 4 great families possess the knowledge of papermaking, rendering it perpetually costly. This notion sparked an idea in Wen Wan's mind. Industries with such monopolies are the most lucrative. In her previous life, She had visited a workshop that practiced traditional papermaking and was familiar with the entire process. It was not particularly difficult, merely tedious and time-consuming. Later, driven by curiosity, she even made paper herself and studied the craft, producing sheets of superior quality compared to those found in bookstores. When Wen Jiarui noticed Wen Wan purchasing a book on music theory, he inquired if she intended to learn the guqin, which necessitated acquiring an instrument. He felt content merely to see his daughter happy, especially since he had earned some silver that day. Wu Shi observed her second daughter, whose face was adorned with a smile yet glistened with tears. And she looked at Wen Xian with eager eyes, taking in her figure. Sister Xian, you've lost weight. Wen Xian embraced Wu Shi, her eyes reddening. Mother. And then there was the eldest daughter. The family was finally complete. Wen Ran and Wen Luo joyfully surrounded Wen Xian, calling her second sister, Wen Ho. Gazing at his sister who had spent a year working as a dishwasher, felt a lump in his throat. He opened his mouth, his voice hoarse, and called out, Second sister. Wen Xian gently patted Wen Chun's head, her voice slightly choked. Chun, you've grown taller. Wen Jiarui suggested, let us talk inside. It was only then that Wang Shi noticed the empty wooden barrels on the cart, along with 2 large bags of rice and flour and several bottles of condiments. It seemed they had earned a considerable amount of silver. She exclaimed in disbelief, You sold everything. How much silver did you make? Wen Jiarui pushed the cart into the yard and set it down, then entered the house. The family secured the courtyard door and all rushed inside, gathering around an old 8 immortals table. Only then did the 3 of them produce their money bags, spilling the copper coins onto the table with a clatter. Afterward, Wen Wan took out a couple of silver taels and a banknote. Let us string these copper coins together and count how much silver we have earned today. Wen Xian also revealed 5 taels of silver and a gold hairpin, leaving the family in astonishment. Wang Shi could hardly believe her eyes. How can there be so much? Before her marriage, Wang Shi's family was relatively well off, and while she had seen banknotes, they were quite rare. Wen Wan offered a brief explanation. Wang Shi, feeling indignant, scoffed. That silver must have cost her dearly. I bet she is heartbroken. But it is still a good deal. Let us not forget that our dear sister has spent an entire year washing dishes for 20 coins. How did the wealth of the prosperous restaurant come about? Did the Wen family acquire the restaurant for 100 taels? I do not believe a word of it. If it were not for the hidden silver that Zhu Shi secretly pocketed from her shop, I would never believe it. The noodle shop is thriving with a steady clientele. How could it possibly be operating at a loss every month? The secret recipe for the broth leaked by the waitstaff? I will not accept that either. It is merely a lack of evidence. Let us reserve this gold hairpin and 5 taels of silver as a dowry for Xian Jie in the future. What does everyone think? Wang Shi inquired. The others readily agreed, and a moment of silence enveloped the atmosphere. Wen Jiarui added, Indeed, we have already discussed going to fetch your elder sister on the day of the county fair. You may keep this silver and the hairpin. Upon hearing these words, she felt a sense of warmth and reassurance. She placed the silver and gold hairpin down, declaring, I do not require it. Let it remain for the purpose of building a house. Wang stated, the silver is to be used for constructing the house, but you, Yin Yang, should keep the gold hairpin safe for Xinjie in the future. Very well, Wu responded. However, it is essential that Nguan does not fall ill, otherwise, we shall have to pawn it to exchange for silver to seek medical attention. Wen Ran gazed at the mound of copper coins on the table, her eyes gleaming with excitement. I can count the coins, may I? Wen Luo eagerly interjected. I can count too. I wish to count as well. Wang chuckled upon hearing this. Little money-loving children. Then count away. Count out 10 coins to string together. Hooray. The 2 joyfully began their counting. Chapter 31. The accomplishment. The family gathered around the table, counting the copper coins, the atmosphere filled with delight, each face radiating joy. The coins were swiftly counted, and when one calculated their earnings for the day, they had sold 5 large buckets of snails, each containing approximately 60 bowls. After deducting the cost of tastings and seasonings, along with the 2 taels of silver from Steward Yuan, they had made a total profit of 1 tael and 670 coins from the snail sales. The Wen family spent 270 coins to purchase 10 pounds each of rice, flour, various seasonings, and candy, opting for the mid-range prices. She also acquired 3 old books for 100 coins. Thus, their net profit for the day amounted to 100 taels and 300 coins. When Luo exclaimed, That Shou Wu is truly valuable. In the future, let us venture into the mountains to seek out Shou Wu for sale. Do you think finding 120-year-old Shou Wu is an easy task? Most of the Shou Wu on the mountain is harvested as soon as it sprouts. Wang retorted, somewhat exasperated. When Luo chuckled, scratching his head, warmth, selling for 100 taels is indeed a stroke of good fortune, aided by the influence of her father. Otherwise, I estimate it would only fetch a mere few dozen taels at the auction house. However, that particular Hishowu has been nurtured by her unique aura, rendering it truly one of a kind in the world, incomparable to ordinary Hishowu aged merely 120 years. Lu Yuanwei certainly has not made a poor investment. When Jiai smiled and waved his hand, Sister Nuan, you have a way with words. I heard from second brother that Lu Yuanwei is quite pleased by your flattery. After finishing his purchases, he passed by the pharmacy on his way to the Fuguei restaurant, just to check if the children had left. Second brother had mentioned this matter. Nevertheless, Wen Wan's words brought him immense comfort. Sister Nuan's charm is growing ever sweeter. Wen Ho, holding a handful of heavy copper coins, exclaimed joyfully, we earned over 600 won in just one day, far more than what we would make from labor. From now on, let us sell snails. Wen Luo nodded in agreement. Today, Shirtu laughed at our family, thinking we must be starving, rummaging through those duck carcasses without even eating them. Next time he mocks me, I shall inform him that selling stir-fried snails is quite profitable. Wen Wan remained unfazed, indeed. The villagers whispered behind their backs about how their family must be driven by hunger to scavenge for snails. Yet in a few days, many would likely join in. Wen Jurue remarked, selling snails is not a sustainable plan. The method is simple, and soon others will catch on. We can only seize a few days of quick profits during the busy farming season. Upon hearing this, Wen Ho's initially soaring spirits were tempered. Finding a long-term method to earn money is truly challenging. Mrs. Wang, however, took a more optimistic view. Earning quick money for a few days is still worthwhile. What we made today surpasses what many earn in a lifetime. Mrs. Wu concurred, indeed. Moreover, if we can no longer sell river snails, we could venture into the realm of medicinal herbs. This blessed land of ours is capable of nurturing both ginseng and reishi mushrooms. Can we truly fear the absence of lucrative endeavors? Indeed, dear mother is exceptionally astute. We shall trade in medicinal herbs. They are indeed precious commodities. The prospect of cultivating ginseng and reishi in the backyard corner filled everyone with hope. Wenqin, however, appeared perplexed. What ginseng? Wenran chirped excitedly, elucidating the matter of ginseng. Wenqin was utterly astonished, realizing that sometimes fortune does turn, and from deep hardship, sweetness can naturally arise. Wenran declared, well then, we have money now. Purchasing land and building houses is now on our agenda. The mere mention of buying land and constructing homes sent a tremor of excitement through the hearts of all present. Throughout history, acquiring land and erecting a dwelling has never been an easy feat. Countless individuals have labored their entire lives for this singular purpose. Yet, they had achieved it. In merely a few days, Sister Nuan had led them from being cast out to this triumphant moment. Wan Shi, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears of joy. Good, good. Noticing Wang Shi's tears, although aware they stemmed from overwhelming joy, Wenran could not help but recall the previous hardships. Thus, she playfully teased, Grandmother, do remember to seek out someone to call you an ancestor. I wish to hear it. The family erupted in laughter. You mischievous child. Wang Shi, indeed, chuckled, wiping her tears while playfully admonishing her. In the afternoon, some busied themselves with land purchases, while others gathered river snails, each engaged in their respective tasks. Meanwhile, the big bad wolf arrived to escort Wenran up the mountain. Atop the mountain, Steward Yuan gently tapped on the study door. Master, Miss Wen has arrived. At that moment, Nayland Jinyan lounged gracefully in his chair, exuding an aura of exquisite charm and elegance. At this moment, he was attentively listening to Lin Tingshuan's report regarding the affairs of the Western Rong. On the table lay a blueprint depicting a crossbow. The crossbow of the Western Rong possessed formidable lethality and an extensive range. Over the years, the Nayland Kingdom had faced numerous defeats against the Western Rong, primarily due to their elite crossbowmen, who were exceptionally fierce. Upon hearing Steward Yuan's words, Nayland Jinyan straightened his posture, withdrawing his casually resting left hand from the table. The air of indifference and coldness surrounding him seemed to dissipate considerably. Lin Tingxian inquired, who might this esteemed visitor be? The Prince of Jin appears remarkably serious today. He has not displayed such decorum even before the Emperor and Empress. At that moment, the study door was pushed open, and Steward Yuan entered, accompanied by Wen Nuan. Lin Tingxian turned to leave, but was taken aback upon recognizing Wen Nuan, a fleeting look of surprise crossing his face, though his beard obscured his expression. Wen Nuan was equally astonished to see Lin Tingxian there. She offered him a faint smile, saying, "Young master, what a coincidence to meet again." Lin Tingxian nodded, replying, "Indeed. It is quite a coincidence. The world is truly small. However, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." When one acknowledged him with a nod. "Please take care, young master." Lin Tingxian departed swiftly. Steward Yuan, filled with curiosity, could not resist asking, "Miss Wan, how do you know young master Lin?" Nalin Jinyan also turned his gaze in her direction. When one explained succinctly, "Earlier today at the tavern, my elder sister was wrongfully accused. And young master Lin spoke on our behalf, helping us out of a predicament." "Ah, I see," came the understanding response. He remarked that someone like Miss Wen, a simple country girl, could hardly be acquainted with young master Lin. However, why has Miss Wen's family consistently been subjected to bullying? When one offered a faint smile before turning to Nalin Jinyan, "Young master 17, shall we commence? May I first take your pulse?" Chapter 32. Unheard of very well. Nalin Jinyan rose from his desk and moved to a round table nearby, where a crimson brocade pulse pillow adorned with an embroidered magpie perched upon a branch awaited him. "Please, take a seat." When one settled beside him, while the large wolf crouched at her feet, resembling a loyal hound. Nalin Jinyan placed his right hand upon the pulse pillow, and just as Butler Yuan intended to lay a cloth over his hand, Nalin Jinyan cast him a cold glance, causing the butler to hesitate. The large wolf shot a disdainful look at Butler Yuan, as if to say, truly lacking in perception, "Butler Yuan, fetch the golden needles," Nalin Jinyan commanded, his tone indifferent. "Yes, master." Butler Yuan promptly approached the antiquities shelf and retrieved an exquisitely carved box, holding it carefully and standing aside, refraining from disturbing Wen Wan as she examined the pulse. Seemingly oblivious, Wen Wan gently placed her bony little hand with slender, slightly pale fingers upon his pulse. Her nails were a delicate pink, rounded and clean, yet somewhat pale. "How does your hand feel today?" "It feels somewhat numb. I experienced the same sensation yesterday." Nalin Jinyan recalled the numbness that had returned when she had grasped his injured hand the previous day. Wen Wan nodded. "Experiencing numbness is a good sign. It indicates that sensation is beginning to return. The poison within him is exceedingly potent, and his neural cells have suffered severe damage. Any misstep may result in irreversible repercussions." It is only then that Steward Yuan cautiously opens the box, murmuring, "Miss Wan, could you please examine whether these golden needles meet your requirements?" When Wan glanced at the meticulously arranged golden needles resting upon the crimson silk brocade, she nodded and turned to Nalin Jinyan, inquiring, "Is it ready, young master 17th? Can we proceed with the needling?" Nalin Jinyan found it somewhat awkward to hear her continuously address him as young master, and replied, "You may simply call me Jinyan." "Miss Wan." When Wan cast him a surprised look, and Steward Yuan regarded his master with equal astonishment, Nalin Jinyan sensed the discomfort and added, "Or, like your elder brothers. You may refer to me as Brother 17th. Young master feels rather distant." Steward Yuan was taken aback. What status did his master hold in the entirety of the Nalin kingdom? No one was worthy enough to call him brother. For him to allow this wild girl and her family to address him as such, what could this signify? Could it be that his master harbors feelings for her? Steward Yuan observed Wen Wan, a mere sprout yet to mature, devoid of any noteworthy qualities. It was utterly impossible. She was unworthy. Surely, his master was elevating her due to her medical skills. After all, she alone could heal his hand, couldn't she? Wen Wan, however, did not dwell on the matter, considering it merely a form of address. "Very well, Brother 17th, you may call me Sister Wan." Steward Yuan squinted at her words. Brother 17th? She truly dared to say that. It seemed he would need to caution her soon to prevent any overthinking on her part. When one cast a glance around the study, it contained only a chaise longue and no bed. She remarked, 17th brother, acupuncture requires one to lie flat. Upon hearing this, Steward Yuan suggested, "Let us move to the guest room. It is rather inappropriate for a young woman to enter a man's bedroom. Moreover, our master has always been averse to women stepping foot in his domain." At that moment, the big gray wolf dashed inside, wagging its tail as if inviting Wen Wan to enter promptly. A twitch of Steward Yuan's brow betrayed his concern. Was it too much to trust this young woman? The study concealed many military secrets, and yet the master had allowed her to be aware of the hidden mechanisms. Compared to the bedroom, the secret chamber was even less appropriate for her presence. However, he reassured himself, remembering that Wen Wan was merely a peasant girl, lacking the audacity or ability to infiltrate the secret chamber through layers of hidden guards, likely unable to even recognize a single character. With this thought, he felt more at ease. Inside, there was a soft couch. Nailan Jinyan stepped in first, followed closely by Wen Nuan. At that moment, a figure clad in white burst in. Is the young lady who concocted the antidote here? Wen Nuan turned to the doorway and saw a young man in white rushing in. His lips were red and teeth white, his skin fairer than snow. With elegantly arched brows and phoenix-like eyes, exuding an air of refined elegance. Clad in white, he appeared as pure and pristine as the fresh spring snow. A sight that was truly delightful. When one recognized his voice, was he the owner of the ginseng? No, that couldn't be right. Wild ginseng had no owner. Whoever unearthed it claimed it as their own. At that moment, Feng Nianxin also scrutinized Wen Nuan, noting her frail appearance, akin to a delicate string bean, evidently lacking in nutrition and beset by ailments. How could she possibly resolve a poison that even he could not? And she understood the art of acupuncture as well? He found it hard to believe. Young lady, was that prescription concocted by you? Yes, Wen Nuan replied with a slight nod. How did you come to know the antidote's formula? I learned it. From where? Is it any of your concern? Wen Nuan furrowed her brow, a hint of impatience flickering in her expression. Self-taught, I suppose. And do you practice acupuncture as well? Feng Nianxin was taken aback. It was the first time someone dared to show him disdain. He was the esteemed disciple of the revered divine physician, known as Feng the Little Divine Doctor. In all of Nailan Kingdom, no one would dare to offend him, not even the emperor who spoke to him with a measure of deference. Wait, did you just call him 17th brother? He looked utterly astonished. Is that not permissible? He told me to address him that way. Feng Nianxin wore a peculiar expression. No, it is not. Let us go. Nailan Jinyan cast a casual glance at Feng Nianxin before stepping into the secret chamber. Wen Nuan followed closely behind. Feng Nianxin, scratching his nose, decided it was best not to meddle further and hurried in as well. Butler Yuan followed a few steps behind, entering as well. Feng Nianxin was eager to witness how she performed acupuncture. The technique had long been lost, and no one in Nailan Kingdom understood it. Nor did physicians from other realms possess such knowledge. He could not fathom how Wen Nuan had acquired it. Butler Yuan's presence was to supervise her. A single needle could sometimes claim a life. Although it was discovered that Wen Nuan was merely a native peasant girl who had never even visited the capital. One could never be too cautious. Some individuals hide their true capabilities well. After all, this place was not too distant from the fiefdom of the Prince of Huainan. Warmth cast a glance at the two who had entered closely behind and patiently stated, 17th brother, I cannot be disturbed while administering acupuncture. Nailan Jinyan glanced at the pair and commanded, leave. Feng Nianxin interjected. I merely wish to observe the long-lost art of acupuncture. Additionally, if I learn it, I could assist you with acupuncture when the young lady requires it, correct? Steward Yuan added, I shall remain to see if I can be of any assistance. Nailan Jinyan said nothing further, merely casting a glance in his direction. Very well. Steward Yuan immediately lowered his head in respectful acknowledgement and exited. Feng Nianxin was fervently devoted to the healing arts. He genuinely yearned to witness it firsthand. He stole a glance at Nailan Jinyan, whose expression was cool and indifferent, revealing a hint of impatience, a countenance as frigid as ice directed at him. He decided it wise not to provoke him further and was about to withdraw when Warmth interjected. Wait, are you a doctor, sir? Then please stay and assist. Warmth contemplated the need for acupuncture on several acupoints the following morning for optimal results. However, she would be occupied selling river snails and unable to attend. She planned to instruct him shortly, so he need not return in the morning but could come in the afternoon instead. Feng Nianxin's eyes lit up. Yes, I am a doctor. I am Feng Nianxin. Perhaps you have heard of me? You may call me Brother Feng. He was indeed the renowned Feng Zai, and since she possessed knowledge of medicine, she must have heard of his illustrious name. He anticipated the admiration in her gaze. I haven't heard of it. Is it quite famous? Warmth did not spare him a glance, engrossed in her manipulation of the golden needles, her response casual and dismissive, her demeanor exceedingly perfunctory. Feng Nianxin. Chapter 33. Commencing Acupuncture. Feng Nianxin. Well, that is not quite accurate. Never mind, in this remote village. It is hardly surprising that she has not heard of him. A renowned divine physician such as himself should not stoop to quibble with an unworldly village girl. Warmth paid him no further heed. Her approach to medicine was always characterized by utmost seriousness. In modern times, her elder brother remarked that once she donned that white coat, she transformed entirely. Candlestick. Warmth, with an impassive expression, meticulously examined each gold needle, arranging them in her customary order. Nailan Jinyan glanced at Feng Nianxin. Feng Nianxin. A distinguished divine physician reduced to the role of an assistant? Warmth waited for his response, then turned her head to him, frowning in disdain. Feng Yinshan silently lit the candlestick. Nayland Jinyan stole a glance at him, a glimmer of schadenfreude evident in his eyes. The once imperious Feng Yinshan had finally met his match. He shed his outer garment and reclined on the bed. Warmth turned to Nayland Jinyan, her face devoid of expression as she issued her command. Nayland Jinyan, even he, usually so composed, was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't it only necessary to perform acupuncture on the right hand? Feng Yinshan approached with the candlestick, a teasing glint in his eyes. The earlier cloud of frustration dissipated. It was a rare sight to witness the usually unyielding 17 humbled. The wolf wagged its tail, relishing the moment. Warmth gestured for Feng Yinshan to place the candlestick on the low cabinet beside the soft couch. She retrieved a gold needle, holding it over the flame for sterilization, and retorted, "Did I ever state that the acupuncture was exclusively for the right hand?" Nayland Jinyan, no. Nayland Jinyan observed her poised demeanor as she held the needle, exuding a calm confidence that stirred an unfamiliar emotion within him, an anxiety he had never encountered in his 18 years of existence. Feng Yinshan could not suppress a laugh. Nayland Jinyan shot him a fierce glare, regretting not having kicked him out earlier. When Nuan, holding the sterilized golden needle, gazed earnestly at Nayland Jinyan, patiently awaiting his removal of his outer garment. She understood that it was rather awkward for a man of antiquity to disrobe in the presence of a woman. Even modern men might feel a twinge of embarrassment when asked to undress before a female physician. This was a scenario she had encountered numerous times. With unwavering patience, she awaited his compliance. In her eyes, Nayland Jinyan discerned a seriousness and an unspoken expectation. She held the needle, waiting with the dedication of a caregiver tending to a petulant child reluctant to confront his ailment. Nayland Jinyan was momentarily taken aback by his own thoughts, questioning his own sensitivity. After all, he was a man. What was there to lose? He pivoted and swiftly removed his outer garment with one hand, then collapsed onto the bed in a fluid motion that left the onlooker momentarily dazed. When Juan blinked in surprise, only to be captivated by the sight before her. Despite having witnessed countless barebacks, she found herself enthralled by the lean, muscular contours of this man's back, smooth and delicate as jade. It was, without a doubt, the most alluring back she had ever seen, surpassing even the models gracing television advertisements, and eclipsing the claims of her former self-proclaimed perfectly built brother. Warmth silently praised, yet her expression remained unchanged, concealing her thoughts. "Master Feng, please help me sterilize the golden needles one by one over the candle flame, in the order I have arranged." "Certainly." Feng Yinshan swiftly picked up a silver needle, mimicking Warmth's actions for sterilization. Although he did not comprehend the term sterilize, he intended to inquire about it later. However, being astute, he understood she meant to briefly expose the golden needles to the fire. With Feng Yinshan present, Warmth refrained from utilizing her purple energy. One by one, she inserted the golden needles into Nayland Jinyan's acupoints. Feng Yinshan's dark eyes widened, unblinking as he observed intently. An hour later, Warmth pierced the ring finger of his right hand, a drop of black blood oozing forth. Feng Yinshan hurriedly fetched a vial to collect it. This substance warranted further examination. Warmth removed all the golden needles and remarked, "All right, you may put your clothes back on." She then instructed Feng Yinshan, "Disinfect these golden needles with the strongest liquor available. I shall not ascend the mountain tomorrow morning as I have matters to attend to." You will administer the needles to his right hand and extract the toxic blood once more. Expose his right arm, and I shall guide you. Feng Yinshan promptly loosened his clothing, revealing a substantial portion of his shoulder. Must I undress completely? In the eyes of a physician, there exists no distinction of gender. And he undid his attire with ease. No need. Nayland Jinyan, who was rapidly adjusting his shirt, felt a sudden twitch at his temple. His foot itched. He longed to kick someone. Unbeknownst to them, Warmth proceeded to insert the golden needles into the acupuncture points on Feng Yinshan's hand, explaining diligently as she worked. Dressed impeccably, Nayland observed the interaction between the two, as when Nuan's hands roamed over his arm, meticulously elucidating the purpose of her actions. For the first time, Nayland Jinyan found himself particularly irked by someone, barely restraining himself from delivering a swift kick to expel the individual. He even regretted allowing Feng Yinshan to linger earlier. Explaining the concept of disinfection and providing a rudimentary discourse on virology and bacteriology. The advancement of medical science relies on collective exploration. Each step forward in this field brings immense benefits to humanity. Gradually, Nailin became enraptured by her words. He gazed at the frail woman before him, whose delicate frame seemed ready to topple at the slightest breeze, as she spoke with a crystalline voice, articulating terms he had never encountered yet grasped the essence of. The young girl spoke eloquently, her discourse rich with erudition, and her every gesture exuded a confidence born from profound knowledge. Her bright, animated eyes sparkled with what appeared to be galaxies, their brilliance captivating. Although her features were refined, her emaciated visage bore signs of illness, her hair a dull yellow hue. Yet, at that moment, she radiated an extraordinary brilliance, drawing attention and making it impossible to look away. Nailin understood that this luminosity transcended mere physical beauty. It emanated from an individual of exceptional talent, a confidence that radiated from deep within. He found himself momentarily entranced, perplexed by the notion that this was truly a native peasant girl. Suddenly, when Yuan rolled up her sleeves, revealing arms as slender as bamboo, "Try it on my hand." Nailin felt a sharp throb at his temples. Was it now the turn of the so-called Feng sorcerer to explore her hand? Without a moment's hesitation, he interjected, "Wait." His voice was urgent and rapid. When Yuan and Feng Yinshan turned to look at him, disturbed, when Yuan furrowed her brows. Nailin heart raced as he realized he had lost his composure. He cleared his throat and said, "You still need to administer the needles to me. It cannot afford to go awry. Let Butler Yuan give it a try." When Yuan pondered for a moment and subsequently pulled down her sleeves, which fell short by a third, "Very well. I shall call Butler Yuan in." Concerned about the potential mishaps during the initial trial, Feng Yinshan swiftly dashed out. He had been so engrossed in the art of acupuncture that he had failed to notice someone's unusual demeanor. Nailin glanced at Wen Yuan's shortened sleeves, feeling it was somewhat bothersome. How could Butler Yuan be so careless? Hadn't those garments been prepared yet? Butler Yuan was soon ushered in by Feng Yinshan. Nailin cast him a cold glance. Butler Yuan thought, what has he done? Why does the master seem so angry? He found himself increasingly unable to fathom his master's thoughts. Meanwhile, Feng Yinshan, oblivious to everything else, boldly reached for Butler Yuan's attire. Startled, Butler Yuan hardly had time to consider how he had offended his master. He clutched his collar tightly to preserve his dignity, eyeing Feng Yinshan warily. "Young Master Feng, what do you intend to do?" He had no interest in men. Even if he were the esteemed young physician Feng, he would resolutely refuse. Moreover, there was still a young lady present. "Fear not, I shall merely administer acupuncture." Observing Butler Yuan's reaction, Feng Yinshan unceremoniously tore off Butler Yuan's sleeve entirely. Rip! With a sudden chill in his arm, Steward Yuan glanced at his loose skin, mottled with age spots and adorned with wrinkles, as a wave of frustration surged through him. His eyes rolled back, and in a fit of anger, he fainted. Feng Yinshan, Nailin. However, Wen Yuan remained remarkably composed. "It's fine. This is actually more convenient." "Indeed." Feng Yinshan nodded in earnest agreement. Nailin couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that Steward Yuan might be in dire straits from now on. In truth, even if he fainted, one could still administer acupuncture to revive him, provided one is attuned to his. Seizing the opportunity, Wen Yuan began her explanation anew. Feng Yinshan listened intently, absorbing every detail. Nailin cast a glance at Steward Yuan, who appeared quite rattled, and felt little sympathy for him. Soon enough, Steward Yuan regained consciousness. But upon seeing the needle embedded in his arm, he fainted once more. Nailin had initially intended for Steward Yuan to present the prepared items to Wen Yuan. But upon witnessing the man's fright, he decided it best to postpone until tomorrow. After Wen Yuan assisted Nailin with the acupuncture, the big bad wolf whisked Wen Yuan away. An eagle swiftly descended from the sky. Thus, Feng Yinshan, carrying one person and grasping the eagle, entered seclusion. From that point on, the duo of man and eagle led a life of utter misery, sitting atop the wolf's back. When Yuan felt the roaring mountain winds rush past her ears, swift as the wind itself. "Dehui, I wish to go to the stream." Upon hearing this, the big bad wolf immediately altered its course, swiftly taking Wen Yuan to the stream's edge. Upon arrival, Wen Yuan first dug up the iron-skinned dendrobium and golden thread orchid she had spotted the other day, then proceeded to follow the stream upstream. She suspected that the emerald raw stone had been washed down from higher ground by the flowing water. She attentively observed the stones along the creek and the rocky formations on both sides of the towering mountains. Unbeknownst to her, she had wandered quite far, with the wolf following closely behind, silently accompanying her. Upon reaching a certain location, Warmth halted her steps and skillfully began to ascend the rocky wall. She noticed that this particular mountain range was abundant in stones, and after a thorough examination, she suppressed her excitement. She was certain that this range harbored a jade mine. While she could not guarantee the quantity, the sight of several substantial pieces was more than satisfying. Moreover, her intuition and experience hinted at the presence of many more. In her previous life, her uncle had been an avid collector of antiques, and her family's primary business revolved around the extraction of jade and diamond ores. He was indeed the one who owned a mine. Since her uncle never married and had no children, he regarded her and her elder brother as his dear grandchildren, designating them as heirs to his legacy. He often took them on journeys around the world to explore jade mines and diamond locales, introducing them to various antiques while imparting his lifelong knowledge to the siblings. Warmth could be said to have grown up amidst raw jade and diamond ores, possessing a remarkable affinity for them. Her ability to discern raw stones surpassed even that of her uncle. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, Warmth leapt down. Even her typically composed demeanor could not contain her enthusiasm. This was her moment of fortune. The wolf, ever vigilant below, fixed its gaze upon her. As she descended, it hurried over to catch her with its body. Startled by the wolf's actions, Warmth quickly adjusted her posture to avoid injuring it, merely landing atop it. She clambered off the wolf and affectionately patted its head, advising, "From now on, don't act as a cushion, you might get hurt. I am capable of leaping down without harm, this much skill I possess." The big bad wolf nudged Wen-Wan affectionately with its head. "Alas, how I long to whisk away this considerate wolf," she mused. In an instant, the big bad wolf whisked Wen-Wan away, racing towards the foot of the mountain. The wolf's speed was remarkable, and within a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the door of a bamboo house. Wen-Wan dismounted from the wolf's back, retrieved her key, and they both entered. By this time, dusk was approaching. The western sky was adorned with crimson hues, and golden sunlight bathed the verdant courtyard. In the yard, several large pots of snails thrived, while wild game hung from the eaves, drying in the gentle breeze. Time appeared tranquil and beautiful. The big bad wolf nodded resolutely. As the sun dipped lower, wisps of smoke began to rise from homes nearby. Wen-Wan was busy preparing a meal, while the wolf noticed that a significant portion of the meat hanging from the bamboo pole was missing. It swiftly opened the bamboo door with its paw and dashed out into the mountains. In the distance, a wolf emerged, glancing back at her, causing her to turn and flee in fear. Old Master Wen was in the courtyard, tending to his farming tools, preparing for an early harvest the next day, sorting through a set of fine tools to give to the fourth family. Noticing Zhu Shi's terrified expression, he furrowed his brow and asked, "What is the matter? Is there a ghost pursuing you?" "More fearsome than a ghost," Zhu Shi exclaimed, patting her chest. "No, it's just that," she hesitated, almost revealing that a wolf had entered the Wang family's abode, but then quickly altered her response. "No, it's that the wife of Heir Lai Zi wants to borrow money again." Thankfully, I was quick on my feet. She resolutely vowed to keep the old man unaware of the wolf's presence at that wretched family's home. The wolf over there will likely devour that despicable family. Indeed. That would be the best outcome. What I dread most is if it merely injures them without killing them. If the old master goes, he will undoubtedly send them to the medical hall, which will incur a significant expense. Thus, it is imperative that the old master does not go. Old Master Wen pondered. Is it truly necessary to fear borrowing silver to this extent? Although the gambling-addicted Heir Lai Zi has borrowed from every villager and has a reputation for never repaying, there seems to be no need for such trepidation, as if pursued by wolves. Shaking his head, Old Master Wen disregarded her concerns and picked up his farming tools, heading outside. Upon witnessing this, Madame Zhu grasped his arm again. "Where are you going?" "I am going to find the fourth son. There is something I must discuss." Chapter 35. The purchase of land. Madame Zhu felt a surge of displeasure at this. However, she masked it with a neutral expression. "What business do you have with the fourth son? They seem quite occupied. Starting tomorrow, we will begin the autumn harvest. I have asked him to bring the children to assist in the gathering." Upon hearing this, Madame Zhu's anger ignited. This was yet another way of supporting that wretched family. To think he would have that good-for-nothing bring a horde of little good-for-nothings to help, only to reward them with silver and rice. It is unheard of for a son to pay for assisting his father. How shameless. With Sister Wan's health deteriorating, she desperately requires care. The fourth son is working in town with the children. You should not go and add to their troubles. Why waste silver? For all these years, that Tian family has not contributed a single egg. Are they merely living off free handouts? Old Master Wen furrowed his brow upon hearing this. How did you come to hire help? In the past, he would always gather with the fourth and third families to harvest together. which provided him an excuse to supplement the fourth family with additional grain and silver. Upon hearing this, the old gentleman could only reflect on the filial piety of his eldest and second sons. There is no need for future invitations. Who among outsiders can match the devotion of one's own kin? Nevertheless, Zhu expressed her acquiescence while secretly cursing. Devotion, indeed. They are merely seeking to profit from her provisions. It was evident that her invitation had not been successful, as she intended to head to town that afternoon to rescind the temporary labor arrangements for her eldest and second sons. It was then that she discovered that the wretched family had swindled her eldest son out of 5 taels of silver and had also intended to take a 20-tael gold hairpin mint for herself. By the way, did you inquire about Liang's impending marriage preparations during your visit to town? The days are passing swiftly. Speaking of her most capable grandson rejuvenated Zhu's spirits. The eldest mentioned that the entire village would be invited, and the festivities would take place at the tavern in town. That sounds splendid. The more, the merrier. She continued. Liang is to wed the daughter of Master Gua, a learned and refined young woman. Her family holds a respectable position in the capital, and we must not treat them with negligence. Please remind the villagers to dress appropriately, lest we bring shame upon ourselves. The Gua family is quite distinguished. As for the fourth branch, let us refrain from inviting them. I fear their presence may bring misfortune. You are not to visit them. That is unacceptable. How can you exclude the fourth family when we are inviting everyone else? What will they think of the fourth? I care not for others' opinions. I have decreed that they shall not be invited. This is my grandson's wedding. Their argument escalated once more. Have the land been purchased? Wu inquired anxiously, handing a bowl of water to Wen Jirue. Yes, we acquired 5 acres at 1 tael of silver per acre. 1 acre will be used for constructing a house and enclosing the yard. This is the land deed. Please take good care of it. I have already visited Wu family village and arranged for the purchase of blue bricks and tiles from my father, as well as wooden beams from the town. After the autumn harvest, we shall commence the construction of our house. Wen Jirue produced a land deed from his pocket and handed it to Wu, then accepted a cup of water and drained it in one go. The father he referred to as Wu's biological father. Wu's maternal family was engaged in the brick and tile business, which had once flourished but had since declined due to increased competition from neighboring families, leading to financial strain, prompting her father-in-law to contemplate ceasing operations. 5 acres is quite ample, sufficient for cultivating vegetables and medicinal herbs. Wu received the deed, examining it carefully, her fingers trembling slightly. Finally, they had land again. Moreover, it was fertile land. Mother, let me see it as well, when Luo interjected. I want to see too. Several children clamored for a glance. Father, how large is 5 acres? It's quite large, roughly from our house to the edge of the pond. When Luo pondered for a moment, her eyes brightening. Yea, we can grow plenty of grains, and won't he go hungry anymore. Even 5-year-olds in the village understood that having land meant they would not suffer from hunger. The family envisioned their future meals amidst the overgrown weeds and scattered stones of their new plot, eagerly discussing their hopes for the house, filling the room with warmth and joy. Wen Wan diligently noted all their thoughts, intending to draft the house design later. With limited funds and winter approaching, she planned to first construct a simple courtyard residence to occupy, and as finances improved, gradually expanded. Eventually, she aspired to acquire the entire stretch of barren land nearby. After dinner, the Wu family and the Wang family gathered around the fire, under the moonlight, to clean and dry the lotus leaves for packing tomorrow's snail sails. When Jiarue continued to craft chairs and tables from bamboo, for when the time came to build their house, it would be impractical to have insufficient seating for the workers during meals. Meanwhile, Wen Wan was inside, illuminating the room with an oil lamp. Engrossed in 3 books on music theory, eager to discern the distinctions in musical scales and theories of this era compared to modern times, as well as the prevalent styles of melodies. The Qian family, rumored to possess considerable wealth, was a mystery regarding the amount of silver required for their release. The family toiled until deep into the night before finally succumbing to sleep. On the mountain, Nailan Jinyan was dining with Feng Yinshan, partaking in a meal of 4 dishes and a soup, consisting of exquisite mountain delicacies that the average household would seldom encounter. However, they found the flavors insipid and uninviting. The stir-fried snails at noon had been acceptable, but now, Nailan Jinyan frowned, recalling the delightful dishes from the previous day. He struggled to swallow. He could not fathom how the same medicinal chicken could be prepared so poorly by Steward Yuan. The meat was tough and gamey, leaving a lingering taste of blood. Nailan Jinyan could only manage a couple of bites from each dish before losing his appetite. The big bad wolf turned away in disdain, unwilling even to glance at the food. Steward Yuan, puzzled, inquired, Big Gray, why aren't you eating? This is not meant for wolves, it is fit for pigs. The big bad wolf sat up, patting its belly with its front paws. Young master, I am full. A well-fed wolf soon grew drowsy, needing to rise early for the hunt the following day. Nayland Jinyan observed the wolf's plump belly and squinted his eyes. A wolf was dining better than he. Suddenly, he felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. He reminisced about her earning silver coins selling river snails in town, only to be scorned for peddling cheap fare, and for being a lowly person consuming lowly things. He was incensed at the time. It was because of poverty that she was looked down upon. Poor, indeed. She had healed his hand, and he had yet to compensate her for medical expenses. The quack, surnamed Foam, was unable to heal his hand. Yet he usually charged thousands of taels for a single consultation, sometimes even tens of thousands. That lass's medical skills were superior to his. How much should he compensate her? Nayland Jinyan glanced at the 4 dishes and soup on the table. Verily, this was not fit for human consumption. He resolved to, starting tomorrow, like Dahui, board with her family, and incidentally pay for this month's medical and living expenses. Chapter 36, Betrayed Again from Afar. He detected wisps of smoke curling from the bamboo-fenced yard before dawn. Had this family of lowly wretches not perished? Moreover, she seemed to detect the scent of meat. Excellent. Zhu Shi charged towards the bamboo house, seething with rage, intent on tearing Wang Shi, that harlot, to pieces. Dahui, the wolf, had stealthily pilfered a large chunk of beef from the kitchen and descended the mountain. From afar, it espied Zhu Shi rushing towards the Wen family's abode, radiating murderous intent. Its pace quickened dramatically, and with a few bounds, it arrived behind Zhu Shi. Zhu Shi raised her hand, poised to knock on the door. A wolf's howl erupted behind her. She whirled around, discovering a colossal dark figure lunging towards her, so terrified that she forgot to scream, and fled on foot. And the autumn mornings were rather chilly. Consequently, she fell ill for several days, unable to even leave her bed. Of this, Warmth was unaware. Today, the Wen family dispersed to sell river snails, Wen Chun and Wen Xin to the eastern villages, Wen Ho and Wang Shi to the western villages. Wu Shi leading Wen Ran and Wen Luo to gather snails in the river. Warmth and Wen Jurue, on the other hand, ventured to town to sell river snails. Yesterday, the first elderly customer who came to purchase river snails arrived late and discovered that only 2 bowls remained, his face etched with disappointment. Is it gone so soon? He requested a takeaway. Warman smiled and replied, there are still 2 bowls left. Will you be buying more tomorrow? I can set aside an extra 2 bowls for you. The old man chuckled. That sounds splendid, but 2 bowls are hardly sufficient. I will need at least 10. Very well. Warman swiftly packaged the snails and handed them to him. The elderly gentleman accepted the package, paid, and hurriedly departed. As they passed by a bookstore, Warman expressed her desire to purchase a book, feeling that the one from last night lacked comprehensiveness. They entered the shop, where Warman selected a book titled Yuji, which delves into ancient musical rhythms. She also discovered a renowned musical score and inquired about its price, only to find it was a hefty 1 tael of silver per volume. The proprietor explained that these 2 titles were in high demand and had just arrived. If she waited until tomorrow, they might no longer be available. Warman decided to buy them, knowing her siblings could benefit as well. Wen Jurue assumed that Warman wished to learn the piano and resolved to purchase one for her once their house was completed and they had some surplus silver. On the way home, Warman seated herself on the cart and finished reading all 3 books in one sitting. She possessed remarkable speed in reading and an extraordinary memory. The content of these 2 books was indeed superior to that of the ones purchased from the old bookstall. By the time she finished, she had gained a general understanding of the types of music favored in that dynasty, as well as the instruments and the level of musical development during that era. After placing the cart, when Jiarue went to gather some river snails for sale the next day, this morning, only Mrs. Wu had taken Wen Ran and Wen Luo to collect snails, likely not enough for tomorrow's sale. Subsequently, Warman rummaged through the bottom of the chest, retrieving the leftover brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone once used by Wen Chun and Wen Ho during their schooling, and began to compose music. Before long, a donkey appeared on the back of the big bad wolf. Little Black had finally escaped from Feng Yinchen's grasp and had come along with 2 wild chickens in tow. The 2 small creatures, upon seeing Wen Nuan busy, obediently settled nearby. The musical scales and modes of this era differ significantly from those of modern times. Yet they bear a resemblance to the ancient pentatonic system known to Wen Nuan. The 5 tones, which are gong, shang, jiao, wei, and yu, roughly correspond to the modern musical notations of 1, du, 2 re, 3 mi, 5 sol, and 6 la, while the altered way and gong align with the notes 7 and 4, respectively. Generally, ancient musicians regarded gong as the tonic of the scale, although any of the other 5 tones could also serve as the tonic. The ancient pentatonic system, alongside the 6 pitches, is a revered aspect of musical tradition, with the latter actually referring to the 6 pitches of Luel, representing 12 distinct pitches. She scribbled on paper, revising multiple sheets until she was satisfied, pondering how delightful it would be to test her ideas on a musical instrument. The big bad wolf remained crouched beside Wen Yuan, observing her industrious efforts. Upon hearing her remark, he tilted his head, glanced at the crumpled papers on the ground, and seized a piece before dashing off. Little Black, witnessing this, also picked up a crumpled sheet and flew away. Wen Yuan, oblivious to their antics, dried the ink on her paper, folded it neatly, and planned to sell it at the market for river snails the following day, intending to also visit the music academy. On that day, the red paper outside the music academy announced preparations for the Empress Dowager's grand banquet, calling for the collection of melodious tunes at high prices from various regions. The original owner had a penchant for eclectic literature, and from her memories, Wen Yuan learned that the historically non-existent Nalan kingdom held music and rituals in high esteem, where such cultural practices flourished remarkably. Furthermore, due to the Emperor and Empress Dowager's profound appreciation for music, numerous music schools have flourished in the realm, dedicated to discovering talented musicians and exquisite melodies. As the warmth gathered several crumpled papers from the ground to stoke the fire for cooking, fragrant smoke soon began to waft into the air. On the mountain, the esteemed tableware was being hastily delivered to the capital. Steward Yuan presented the prepared gift list to Nalan Jinyan. Upon glancing at the items on the list, which included medicinal herbs, various delicacies from the mountains and seas, tea, cutlery, tea sets, fabrics, clothing, and shoes, Nalan Jinyan recalled that they had dined on porridge rather than rice that day and remarked, in the future, while residing at the Wen household, do send over a greater quantity of rice and ingredients. Steward Yuan appeared visibly taken aback, exclaiming, "Share meals? My lord, that is utterly inadvisable. The food from outside is not safe." He refrained from expressing his doubts about the small farmer daring to poison them, for even if they had 100 such daring thoughts, they would not risk it. However, should a malicious individual become aware of this arrangement and take the opportunity to secretly administer poison, it could spell disaster. Alas, he had forgotten to caution her about this after being startled by young Master Feng yesterday. Without further ado, this matter was settled. From now on, you need only prepare meals for Feng Yanchen. Nalan Jinyan cast a significant glance at him, implying that if it were not for his inability to consume the dishes he prepared, he would not have suggested it. Steward Yuan, feeling a crushing blow to his pride, thought to himself, "Has my lord grown weary of my culinary skills? He was but a steward, not a royal chef." The fact that he managed to prepare 4 dishes and a soup daily was no small feat, a testament to the considerable effort he had invested. Nalan Jinyan disregarded Steward Yuan and said indifferently, "Prepare everything. I will send it out later." Just then, a big gray wolf rushed in, placing a bundle on the ground before glancing at Nalan Jinyan and wagging its tail. Little Black also flew in, dropping a crumpled piece of paper on the table. Nalan Jinyan picked up the paper, raising an eyebrow at the sight. A draft of musical notation? He glanced at Steward Yuan, who promptly picked up the crumpled paper and presented it to him. Nalan Jinyan received it, unfolded it, and discovered another sketch of a musical score. This one appeared more complete, sighed Wanxing. Was this composition crafted by that girl? Being well-versed in music, he could tell at a glance that this piece was grand and magnificent. Could it truly have been her creation? Such ambition and vision were far beyond that of a mere peasant girl. That girl truly was surprising. Warman felt a tickle in her nose and sneezed. Who was thinking of me? Little did she know, she had been betrayed by the 2 small creatures. Chapter 37. Collaboration. The big gray wolf promptly ran to a red jade guqin, resting its paws upon it. Little Black flew over, landing next to the guqin and nodding in agreement. Nalan Jinyan's temples twitched. Who was the owner of this loyal dog? With an impassive expression, he folded the scrap of paper and tucked it into his pocket. Steward Yuan, please pack up that guqin. Hearing this, Steward Yuan's murky eyes widened in astonishment. My lord, this is your most cherished guqin. It was a gift from the Grand Emperor for your 3rd birthday. Its value is immeasurable, and its significance is extraordinary. You have always treasured it. Do you believe this royal hand is still capable of playing the guqin? Nalan Jinyan approached the desk, seated himself, and picked up a book to read. Butler Yuan glanced at his master's right hand, which hung limply at his side, and felt a pang of sorrow. Indeed, he silently replied, gently removing the ancient instrument. The big bad wolf turned and dashed down the mountain, still hungry. Little Black took flight, unwilling to stay for a meal fit for an eagle. Once alone in the study, he retrieved a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket, unfolding it with one hand and smoothing it out. Nayland Jinyan sat at the desk, gazing at the calligraphy that danced across the page, vibrant and spirited. A contemplative expression graced his handsome visage. Truly, what a boastful fellow. Hadn't he claimed his writing was subpar? He scrutinized the piece once more before tucking the 2 sheets into a book and placing it in the drawer. Only then did he pick up the sealed letter on the desk. Meanwhile, a family gathered around the octagonal table, counting coins. That day, they earned a total of 1 tael and 902 win, approximately 2 taels of silver, and smiles never left their faces. After lunch, they rested briefly before resuming their tasks without pause. In the afternoon, Wen Wan ascended the mountain once more to administer acupuncture to Nayland Jinyan. In the study's secret chamber, Feng Yinshan observed, enduring the searing gaze of a certain individual, humbly seeking knowledge. Wen Wan taught with earnestness, sharing everything she knew. Eventually, Feng Yinshan felt compelled to experience the sensation of acupuncture himself to grasp its essence. "Little girl," he said, "administer a treatment on me. I wish to feel it." Startled by the icy stare, he recalled that this man possessed an acute obsession with cleanliness in certain matters. "Do not climb onto his bed. Little girl, come with me. Let us go to my room, and you shall assist me with a few stitches." Nayland Jinyan's countenance darkened, and he coldly interjected, "There is no need to trouble her. I will assist you, for I have already learned." Feng Yinshan swiftly dashed outside, forcefully kicking open Steward Yuan's door and seizing him. A cacophony of desperate pleas ensued. "Are spicy stir-fried river snails selling well?" When Wan paused, seemingly taken aback by his unexpected inquiry, and nodded, "They are quite satisfactory. Your household's cuisine is rather delightful." "Wen Wan? What is wrong with him today?" If you enjoy it, you may indulge further." "That is precisely my intention." "Wen Wan." She was merely being polite. Welcome, welcome." "Hiki. To be candid, I do not have a cook here. Steward Yuan is incapable of preparing meals. I wish to share meals in your esteemed residence for 10 taels of silver a month. I hope this is not inconvenient, if circumstances permit." Nayland Jinyan has never been one to subject himself to discomfort, regardless of the matter at hand. On the contrary, he relishes enjoyment. Most importantly, he is convinced that this girl harbors secrets, compelling him to draw closer and discover her hidden talents. Sharing meals? 10 taels of silver a month? She has no reason to decline. After all, meals must be prepared daily, and accommodating one more individual is merely an addition. "Do you intend to dine at my home 3 times a day?" He does not fear the inconvenience of descending the mountain thrice daily. Not at all. He could simply have De Hui and Xiao He fetch the meals, along with Steward Yuan. Certainly, Warmth readily agreed, as it was merely a matter of preparing an additional meal. Considering the daily offerings of game brought by the Gray Wolf and Little Black, she felt it would be impolite to decline. Furthermore, the vegetables cultivated in her garden, nourished by the essence of purple qi, would aid in restoring his sense of touch. There was no need for special preparations. Merely prepare an extra portion in accordance with their usual fare. Nayland Jinyan presented a silver ingot weighing 10 taels to Warmth. With a glance at the large gray wolf, he noted that the issue of sustenance had been resolved, which elicited a cheerful response from the wolf as it approached Warmth, wagging its tail in a display of affection. From now on, hearty meals would be a daily delight. Warmth patted its head before mounting the back of the gray wolf and setting off. As they passed a certain courtyard, Warmth heard the sound of an elderly lament within. She shook her head, remarking, "Butler Yuan is truly inept. What harm is there in a little prick?" Warmth planned to cultivate a variety of medicinal herbs, vegetables, fruits, tea leaves, spices, and other profitable crops in her backyard. Step by step, these would be nurtured by the essence of purple qi and branded as a premium health series of agricultural products, subsequently to be sold at auction. Of course, she intended to avoid overexertion, limiting her sales to a manageable amount each day and month. Having heard her second uncle mention an auction previously, she had taken the initiative to gather information. There was an auction house in the county where various items could be sold, with a commission fee of 10% of the auction price. She envisioned a long-term partnership with the auction house, having planted all the herbs. Wen Wan ventured into the backyard to gather a few cucumbers, some green beans, and tender bean leaves, as well as a pumpkin, before commencing the preparation of dinner. As dusk approached, the sky blazed with fiery hues. The western horizon was adorned with scattered clouds glowing like embers, while a large crimson orb hovered, seemingly on the brink of descent, enveloping the world in a golden embrace of sunlight. The bamboo gate was rapped upon. Chapter 38. An ingratiating invitation to dinner. When Juan was in the midst of seasoning the pigeon soup when the knock echoed. Hastily, she set down her spoon and rushed to the door. Upon opening the gate, she beheld the visitor, bathed in golden sunlight. The brilliance momentarily dazzled her, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the sun, illuminating the world in an instant, as though something had enchanted time itself. Many years hence, when Juan would not forget the awe of that moment. "I've come to share your meal," the man said, a subtle smile gracing his lips. His features were already strikingly handsome, yet in that moment, the usual aloofness had dissipated, rendering him even more exquisite, with warm, gentle eyes radiating the tender glow of spring. He exuded an irresistible allure, reminiscent of a poppy flower, captivating even when Juan, who was accustomed to handsome men. Nalan Jin Yen entered, one hand grasping a long gift box, moving past when Juan, illuminated by the sunlight. His tall, elegant figure cast a long shadow as the setting sun stretched it across the ground. Indeed, another woman enchanted by her master. Following Nalan Jin Yen was Steward Yuan, who carried a gift box taller than himself, entering behind him. As the warmth enveloped her, she could not help but softly remind Miss One, "My master is not someone you can easily approach." Behind Butler Yuan, Lin Xing entered, carrying 2 large bags of rice and flour. Observing Butler Yuan's inability to comprehend the significance of this lady in their master's heart, she shook her head. This world is not one where just anyone can mend their master's hand. Clearly, the master holds her in high regard. If she lacked the capability for self-preservation, would she so calmly follow a wolf? Moreover, in the presence of the master, which woman could maintain such composure, neither servile nor arrogant, as she does? The queen often finds herself somewhat apprehensive in the master's gaze, unable to utter a word. No, nothing. Butler Yuan felt a twinge of grievance. He too was concerned that this young lady might be ensnared by the master's striking appearance, hence his well-meaning caution. After all, her background is rather humble, and the emperor and empress would undoubtedly disapprove. He did not harbor any ill will towards her, wishing to spare her future sorrow. If the master chooses to elevate her, then he shall simply regard her with respect. Ultimately, she is the master's benefactor, given her ability to heal his hand. Perhaps she might one day enter the royal residence as a concubine. Nalan Jinyan casually placed the exquisite box on a pristine green bamboo long table set up in the courtyard. The air was filled with an enticing aroma of meat. His gaze was irresistibly drawn to the stove nearby, his hunger intensifying. It was pitiful that he had not enjoyed a proper meal in the past 2 days. The delightful scent wafted through the air, prompting him to wonder, what shall we have for dinner tonight? 5-spice roasted chicken, braised donkey meat, kung pao chicken, snail noodle soup, garlic vegetable hearts, or dendrobium chicken soup. Originally, when Juan intended to prepare a humble meal of snail noodles and kung pao chicken. However, upon receiving 10 taels of silver and a generous amount of meat from others, she felt it would be too simplistic, and thus, she hesitated. That sounds delightful. Nalan Jin casually pulled out a chair and seated himself. Steward Yuan and Lin Xing carefully placed the gifts onto the table, creating a towering pile. Observing the mountain of offerings, when Juan imperceptibly frowned. When Juan paused, then waved her hand dismissively. "There is no need for a consultation fee. You saved me once, and I shall assist you with your hand in return. It is only fitting." Nalan Jin was not fond of her tone, which suggested a lack of mutual obligation. That is merely a customary visiting gift. One cannot arrive empty-handed. These are merely provisions, not worth much silver. Steward Yuan interjected. Not worth much silver? Just that set of tea utensils alone could sustain an ordinary farmer's family for generations. Yet, in the eyes of the master, they are indeed trivial. When one chose not to respond further, simply expressing her gratitude, when Jarraway was quite pleased to see Nalan Jin arrive. This erudite gentleman offered him ample opportunities to broaden his horizons through conversation. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they changed into clean attire and commenced their meal. When one first prepared a large basin of meat for the big wolf and the little black one before serving the dishes. Steward Yuan, feeling uneasy, was about to retrieve a silver needle from his sleeve. Upon catching a glimpse of the glinting silver, when Juan's expression darkened, Nalan Jin subtly glanced at him, causing Steward Yuan to refrain from producing the needle. The others remained oblivious to his actions. When Jarraway warmly urged, "Steward Yuan, Brother Lin, please sit down and join us," Lin Xing remained seated. Yuan, the steward, dared not dine at the same table as his master. He shook his head, stating, "I shall attend to matters from the side." Nalin Jinyan cast a glance at him and replied, "When out and about, there is no need for formality. Come, take a seat and join me." Yuan dared not refuse. Today, his master seemed to harbor considerable discontent towards him, so he settled onto a chair, albeit only perching on the edge, hesitant to sit fully. When Wenwan served the dishes, she noticed his discomfort but chose to feign ignorance. By the time Nalin Jinyan took his leave, the sun had vanished, and the night had enveloped the surroundings. The big gray wolf, with a cheerful demeanor, strutted ahead with its round belly, while the little black one soared through the sky. The humble fare prepared by this small farmhouse surpassed even that of the imperial kitchen. His master, who typically consumed little and had recently grown gaunt, was devouring an uncharacteristically generous portion. This realization led Yuan to ponder the merits of his master dining at this farmhouse more often. Once Nalin Jinyan departed, the family began to unwrap the gifts he had brought. Wenwan was the first to unveil a long ebony box, exquisitely carved with a representation of a winter sweet blossom, showcasing intricate craftsmanship that exuded an ancient charm, subtly emanating the weighty and rustic aura born from the passage of time. Merely this Qin box was a relic of antiquity. She delicately opened the box to reveal a zither crafted from catalpa wood and adorned with red jade, resting serenely within the ebony enclosure. The body of the instrument was engraved with frosty plum blossoms, embodying an air of elegance and transcendence. As her slender fingers gently plucked the strings, the sound emerged vast and resplendent, crisp and melodious, resonating with an enduring beauty. What a fine instrument! How could he possibly gift her family such a chain? As the other boxes were gradually unwrapped, excitement filled the air. Exquisite tableware, magnificent tea sets, a variety of fabrics, several exquisitely crafted garments, as well as boxes filled with bird's nest, shark fin, sea cucumber, abalone, and dried scallops, alongside tea leaves and an assortment of fresh fruits such as peaches, grapes, and cherries, not to mention 2 large bags of fine rice and refined flour. The family gazed in astonishment, exclaiming how extravagant it was. They felt both honored and undeserving. Warmth recalled the words of that person, remarking that all these items were merely consumables, not worth much silver. With a slight twitch of her lips, she said, "It's all right, please record it and set it aside. This is a consultation fee, by this reckoning." He has indeed profited. Surely one hand cannot be worth only these items. The family. Surely a renowned physician would not demand such a lavish consultation fee? Moreover, this is for a quack doctor barely glimpsed in a dream. Chapter 39. Are you selling it for a tale? The next morning, before dawn, the family rose to prepare. As they needed to make an additional breakfast for Nalin Jinyan, Warmth was solely responsible for the morning meal. She crafted lamb dumplings, simmered a pot of congee with scallops and chicken, and also prepared chicken rolls filled with shredded chicken and vegetables. As the first light began to break, the big bad wolf and little black arrived, the former bearing a food box around his neck. Warmth fed both the big bad wolf and little black, then placed all the breakfast items into the food box. She poured the congee into a small ceramic jar, sealing it with lotus leaves and a clean cloth, and then secured it with twine. Upon reaching the mountain, Butler Yuan received the food box from the big bad wolf and the ceramic jar from the eagle's claw. He arranged a plate of lamb dumplings, 2 flaky pancakes, and ladled a bowl of congee from the jar, meticulously presenting the meal. The speed of the wolf was remarkable, and the food emitted a delightful warmth. Nalin Jinyan gazed at the plump, dumpling-like lamb meatballs, 2 chicken rolls, and a small ceramic pot filled with a rich and smooth clam and chicken porridge. A subtle smile graced his lips, and his spirits inexplicably lifted. He scooped a spoonful of porridge to taste. It was exquisitely delicious, soft, sweet, and perfectly thick, leaving a lingering fragrance in his mouth. In no time, he had reduced the hearty breakfast to just 2 lamb dumplings. At that moment, Feng Yinshan entered, drawn by the enticing aroma wafting through the room. His eyes widened as he spotted the 2 plump dumplings on the plate, clearly appetizing. With a glare directed at Butler Yuan, he exclaimed, "Butler Yuan, why is my breakfast different from that of your master?" Just earlier, he had endured a bowl of tasteless porridge and undercooked, hard dumplings that nearly threatened his teeth. Nalin Jinyan, however, paid no heed to the commotion and elegantly lifted a dumpling to his mouth. Seeing that only 1 dumpling remained, Feng Yinshan lunged towards the round table, snatching the last one with his hand and stuffing it into his mouth. One bite revealed a burst of succulent juice and extraordinary flavor. Indeed, it was delicious, so delightful that it made one want to savor it entirely. Feng Yinshan's dissatisfaction grew. How could Butler Yuan prepare such exquisite food for his master while serving him mere swill? Butler Yuan, feeling wronged, replied, "Young Master Feng, it was not I who prepared these breakfasts for the master, it was Miss Wen who made them." Swill? How could he call the breakfast he painstakingly prepared for himself such a name? Feng Yinshan gazed at Nalan Jinyan with astonishment. Why does the little girl prepare breakfast for you, and not for me? Did he consume my portion as well? Nalan Jinyan replied, I paid her to make it. Feng Yinshan, clearly displeased, retorted, why did you not ask her to prepare an extra serving for me? Are you unaware of how unpalatable Steward Yuan's cooking is? It is scarcely fit for swine. Forget it, Nalan Jinyan remarked with nonchalance. Feng Yinshan, his heart heavy with despair, lamented, behold this heartless, ungrateful, and cold-blooded individual. How could he disregard our brotherhood? He tirelessly assisted in researching the antidote for my sake, and yet cannot spare a morsel for me. This is truly excessive. You can inquire with her this afternoon. 100 taels of silver per month is quite steep, and I cannot make that decision for you, can I? Nalan Jinyan stated earnestly. Feng Yinshan was left speechless. 100 taels of silver per month? Surely there must be a mistake. It should be only 1 tael. Indeed. It is correct, Nalan Jinyan confirmed. Why doesn't the girl simply seize the silver? 100 taels a month is more than even the chefs in the imperial kitchen earn. You may choose not to eat. Feng Yinshan was at a loss for words. He turned to Steward Yuan, and recalling the unappetizing meal he just endured, felt his stomach churn. He then remembered the painfully fresh mutton dumplings he had seen earlier and reluctantly conceded, I suppose I shall eat after all. Otherwise, how could I endure dining at the same table while the person across from me savors delectable dishes while I am left with swill? Unyielding, Feng Yinshan inquired, Steward Yuan, is it truly that expensive? Yuan, the steward, wore a grave expression. My lord has gifted his ancient cuisine, a set of exquisite porcelain adorned with gold and inlaid with rubies, and a collection, not to mention bird's nest and shark fin, which Miss Wen has graciously accepted. He listed each of the splendid offerings. Feng Yinshan fell utterly silent. The mere presence of that red jade guqin was worth a fortune, an unattainable treasure. Moreover, it was the masterful creation of Master Chang'an. He was undeniably basking in the glory of Nalan Jinyan, earning 100 taels a month. He was indeed profiting immensely. Nalan Jinyan glanced at him. That is my token of gratitude for Miss Wen. Do you find 100 taels exorbitant? The young lady teaches you acupuncture free of charge, generously sharing her medical knowledge without hesitation, and has not taken a single coin from you. One might consider her your little mentor. Yes? Should she also provide you with meals at no cost? Feng Yinshan. Indeed. I have yet to express my gratitude to my little master. In retrospect, 100 taels is truly a bargain. Down the mountain, after the warm family had enjoyed breakfast, they each busied themselves with their respective tasks. Today, when Nuan and when Jiarue made their way to the town, where patrons awaited them at their stall. This fare complemented meals perfectly, and when Nuan had thoughtfully prepared a bucket without chili to cater to the children. Bowls of river snails sold briskly, and soon, a significant portion of the 5 large barrels had vanished. At that moment, the stall was momentarily unoccupied. When Nuan, still preoccupied with her intention to sell musical pieces, instructed Wen Jiarue and proceeded to the music academy. The Academy of Music was situated at the end of the street, easily visible to Wen Jiarue, who readily acknowledged her. This institution served as a public academy for dramatic arts and music in the current era, housing numerous musicians. When one first ventured to the tailor's shop, purchasing the most affordable men's attire, after donning the garments, she gathered her hair with a scarf, transforming herself into a male figure before stepping outside. The shopkeeper, suddenly enlightened, regarded Wen Nuan with a hint of sympathy. It is common for girls from impoverished families to wear their siblings' cast-off clothing. How desperately she longed for a new outfit, even resorting to trying on men's clothes. Go ahead, I shan't say a word. Thank you. Wen Nuan replied with a shy smile before making her way directly to the music academy. Upon her arrival, a sweet-faced woman intercepted her, stating, This is no place for children to play. You must leave. This beautiful sister, I am not here to play. I have come to assist my brother in selling music compositions. Sell music? Let me see, Lin Zheng replied dismissively. Since the Music Academy had announced its intention to purchase high-quality compositions at a premium, a multitude of individuals had begun to arrive daily to sell their works. Yet most were of little merit. The truly exceptional pieces were consistently brought by the same few familiar faces. When Wan retrieved a composition she had created the previous day from her bosom, Lin Jing accepted it, casually opening the manuscript. However, she was soon captivated by the elegant, flowing script that adorned the pages. As she perused the content of the composition, reciting it silently in her mind, her demeanor shifted from nonchalance to seriousness. Her excitement palpable as her hands trembled slightly. She glanced at Wen Wan, her eyes darting thoughtfully. Suppressing her enthusiasm as she feigned a frown, "Did your brother compose this piece?" "Indeed. The writing is commendable, yet the composition itself is rather mediocre. Would you consider parting with it for 1 or 2 silver coins?" Chapter 40. The lion's roar. With a swift turn, she departed, leaving no room for negotiation. She held in disdain those who exploited the vulnerable, targeting even children and the elderly. While haggling is a common practice in business, to attempt to devalue her exquisite piece of music, worth 100 taels, to a mere 1 tael was an affront. Revealing a contempt for her modest attire and youthful appearance, a blatant act of bullying. Lin Jing was momentarily taken aback. Why did this young man not counter the offer? That was a rare and magnificent composition. Its grandeur was undoubtedly worth over 100 taels. If she were to acquire it and claim it as her own, she would surely outshine that wretched one and be selected for the grand autumn banquet, earning renown across the realm. With her beauty, if she caught the attention of a certain nobleman in the capital, she might just soar to greatness. Wait a moment. Judging by your attire, it seems you are not well off either. Consider this an act of kindness. Would you sell it for 5 taels? 5 taels is quite generous. I am merely extending this high offer out of pity for your impoverished state. Will you sell it? Exploiting her while feigning benevolence? What misfortune to encounter such unsavory characters while trying to sell her work. Lin Zhong, infuriated, blurted out, 500 taels? You might as well rob someone. Who would be foolish enough to pay that? Do you take me for a simpleton? Her anger flared. This pauper dared to mock her poverty and pity her. When one smiled gently, I knew you could not afford it. However, fear not, for my composition, valued at over 500 taels, is ill-suited for you. Perhaps you should seek a piece priced at 5 taels. After all, only with music below that price can you truly express its essence. Is that not clear to you? TSK. It seems that even a melody of modest worth may elude the grasp of such intellect. Warmth observed her, shaking her head in disbelief. Ah, how dare she mock the piano skills that Lin Zhong held in such high regard. Lin Zhong, seething with indignation, felt her chest heaving. Her visage contorted in disdain as she glared at Warmth. "Pah, you wretched miser, not a soul would pay even a single tael for your composition, let alone 500. Your talent is utterly non-existent. I was merely benevolent enough to offer a tael for your work. Don't come seeking me later. You audaciously expect to sell it for 500? Have you lost your mind? Are you deluded?" With that, Warmth turned to depart. 500 taels indeed. At that moment, a refined middle-aged gentleman approached. Upon seeing him, Lin Jing's expression shifted dramatically. She quickly concealed her feelings, adopting a demeanor of superiority, as though the youth were blissfully unaware of their own limitations. "Master, this person claims to sell a composition and demands 500 taels, refusing to lower the price. Such audacity. He believes his work to be divine. A nameless individual, unheard of until now, dares to price his inaugural composition at 500 taels. What folly! Oh, what composition is worth 500 taels? Allow me to see." The gentleman, intrigued, turned his gaze upon Warmth. He recalled a renowned piece by Master Yongla that had once fetched an astronomical 500 taels at auction, catapulting its creator to fame. Could this individual's composition truly be deemed worthy of comparison with Master Yongla's work to warrant such an exorbitant demand? Warmth did not immediately present the score. Instead, she inquired coolly, "Are you genuinely interested in purchasing it? My elder brother has stated that this piece shall not be sold for less than 500 taels. I am the chief of the Music Academy, and we are in dire need of fine compositions. If your work is indeed worth 500 taels, I shall acquire it." Warmth then presented the musical score to him. 500 taels, not a single coin less. This was merely the first half of the composition. Li Wei took the score, instantly captivated by the beautiful calligraphy. Such spirited characters. Lin Zhong, witnessing this, felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. This piece had even stirred her master's interest, a testament to its genuine excellence. Regret washed over her. Had she initially offered 50 taels, this masterpiece could have been hers. She discerned that Warmth's insistence on 500 taels was a deliberate mockery of her. Unable to restrain herself, she followed, hoping for another opportunity. Warmth was led into a room adorned with various classical instruments. Li Wei approached the guqin and strummed a few notes. The melody was enchanting, grand, and profoundly moving. Moreover, this composition was perfectly suited for a grand banquet. Although only the first half remained, abruptly ceasing at the climax, it was undeniably a rare masterpiece. It surpassed even the renowned works of Master Yonghua in its emotional impact. He resolved to acquire this piece without fail, intending for his beloved disciple to perform it. When she gained fame, he too would bask in the glory. With her remarkable talent and striking beauty, she would surely attract the attention of the nobility in the capital. If she were to soar to great heights, how far could he be from becoming the director of the Grand Music Bureau? 500 taels seemed exorbitant. 200 taels. And I shall buy it immediately. Should you have any other exceptional compositions in the future, feel free to bring them to me. I shall pay a handsome price. However, once this piece is sold, the composer will no longer be the aforementioned Warmth. Warmth? That name was unfamiliar, and the youth's face was unknown. Could he possibly be a newly emerging, gifted composer? He offered a remarkably high price of 200 taels with the intent of winning favor. It is unclear who initiated this, yet the seller's reluctance to reveal their identity suggests a desire for discretion, which is indeed preferable. Wen Wan was uncertain of his motives. Yet she did not overlook the determination reflected in his eyes. 500 taels. Her original intention was to challenge the earlier woman, planning to sell for around 300 taels. However, upon glancing at Lin Zhang, who stood beside her with eyes wide in disbelief, she felt compelled to declare, I cannot sell for less than 500 taels. This piece can be auctioned, and its value will undoubtedly exceed 300 taels. Were it not for my urgent need for money, I would not have come here to sell, as the auction house only holds sales once every 10 days. There is no shortage of wealthy individuals eager for fame and profit in this world. The auction house may not fetch the high price I have offered. 300 taels is the utmost. 500 taels is simply outrageous. Li Wei remained still. He had encountered many like her, who sought to artificially inflate the price. Ah, then I am pleased, he remarked, perplexed. What kind of statement is that? He is pleased? He is certainly not. Chapter 41. What a big brother. Who is this fellow? How is he so different from ordinary people? Li Wei had collected numerous pieces and never had anyone taken advantage of him. When one stepped out of the room, striding quickly without a hint of hesitation, unconcerned about whether anyone chose to buy. As she neared the exit of the music academy, Li Wei grew anxious. This girl was serious. He had a strong intuition that this piece would certainly be selected for the Qinxiu banquet, gaining widespread acclaim. If it went to auction, that piece could no longer be considered the original work of his beloved disciple. Although 500 taels is exorbitant, it pales in comparison to the illustrious reputation it could secure. Resolutely, I shall have my beloved disciple provide the funds. With this thought, he hastily pursued, exclaiming, Young master, please hold your horses. There are matters to discuss. Warming calmly turned around, asserting, 550 taels, not a single coin less. Li Wei stumbled, utterly flabbergasted. Why the sudden increase? Was it not agreed upon at 500 taels? His entire savings amounted to merely 550 taels. She truly dared to raise the price. I am delighted. Will you purchase? If you hesitate, I might very well raise it to 600 taels out of displeasure. Lin Zhang rolled her eyes, thinking, is this person mad? Attempting to barter with a ghost. Li Wei's lips twitched as he observed her defiant demeanor. She audaciously dared to escalate the price. After a moment of painful contemplation, he gritted his teeth and declared, I shall buy. The one with the exquisite melody is the master. The master decides. Who could deny his desperate need for such a remarkable tune? Lin Zhang was left astounded. The adult had actually spent 550 taels. Insanity. Both of them were mad. One must understand that across the entire continent, there are no more than 5 individuals capable of composing a piece valued at 500 taels. Little did she know that soon, she would regret her indecision, lamenting her failure to liquidate her possessions to secure the purchase. At this moment, the river snails were nearly sold out, and the elderly man from yesterday was conversing with Wen Jirawei. Wen Wan quickened her pace, sweetly greeting, Grandfather, is there something you wish to say to me? The elderly man gazed upon the frail, pallid girl, her large, sparkling eyes twinkling with mischief and charm. With a smile, he replied, Little one, may I borrow a few moments of your time? Very well. Warmth accompanied him to a spot not far from the stall, yet distant enough that the buyers of the river snails could not overhear their conversation. The elder said, to speak candidly, I am the proprietor of the Rui restaurant, and my name is Tang Bingquan. After savoring the stir-fried river snails prepared by your family, I found it exceptionally delightful. I thought to procure the recipe to enrich my restaurant's offerings with an additional delicacy. Your father mentioned that this dish was your creation, and whether to sell it is solely your decision. Young lady, I offer you 50 taels for the recipe, no less. For ordinary recipes, I typically pay around 30 to 40 taels. Will you sell it? Yesterday, he had invited friends to the restaurant for a tasting, and just 2 bowls of stir-fried river snails nearly had them intoxicated. His primary motive for purchasing the stir-fried river snails was not to profit directly from them, but rather to encourage patrons to indulge in more beverages, thus generating revenue. Without hesitation, Warmth nodded. Grandfather Tang, your sincerity is evident, and I shall indeed sell it. Selling stir-fried river snails was not a sustainable endeavor, and given the simplicity of its preparation, it would be easily replicated by others. Today, she heard an elderly woman mention that someone on the other side of the town was selling them for 3 coins a bowl, but the taste was slightly muddy, lacking the quality of her family's dish, which deterred her from purchasing. Now, with someone willing to pay, and 50 taels being a considerable sum, the prospect of earning extra money was undoubtedly appealing. The young lady was indeed forthright. Here are 50 taels in banknotes. Would you accompany me to the restaurant to instruct my chef in preparing the stir-fried river snails? The elder presented a 50-tael banknote to Warmth, who graciously accepted and secured it. Certainly, thank you, grandfather. Once the few waiting in line have completed their purchases, we shall proceed together, for they have been queuing for quite some time. This is quite natural. Otherwise, I would have purchased all the river snails myself. I am waiting for you all. Tang Bingquan merely stands by, observing. Behind him, there are 7 or 8 individuals queuing up, while Wen Jiaowei and Wen Nuan adeptly wrap the requested river snails in lotus leaves. As only 2 customers remain, Wen Jiafu and Wen Yu approach. With a look of surprise, Wen Jiafu exclaims, "Fourth brother, I didn't realize you were here selling river snails. How splendid." Splendid? What do you mean splendid? Wen Nuan raised an eyebrow. Wen Jiaowei, noticing the newcomers, maintained a cool demeanor. Elder brother, is there something you require? Despite being family, he could not muster warmth for those who had plotted against his daughter. Wen Jiafu, seemingly oblivious to Wen Jiaowei's aloofness, cheerfully replied, "Is it not permissible for me to come and see you if there is nothing pressing? However, I indeed have a matter to discuss with you. Fourth brother, your stir-fried river snails have been selling remarkably well. Occasionally, patrons at my tavern inquire whether we offer that dish. Quite well, people simply enjoy something novel." Wen Jiaowei replied nonchalantly, "There's no need for modesty. My guests rave about your stir-fried river snails. The reason I came today is to procure your recipe. Considering our brotherly bond, I shall offer you a tael of silver. Typically, I pay no more than 500 won for recipes from others." Wen Yu, concealing her face beneath her veil, interjected with a peculiar tone, "Father, only you would regard brotherly affection enough to offer silver. Others do not see you as their elder brother. If I were the younger sibling, I would simply gift you the recipe without asking for any silver." Wen Nuan could not help but smile, expressing her gratitude to her uncle for his care. However, she reminded her second cousin, "Did you not say that our possessions are trifles unworthy of being displayed in a prestigious establishment?" Thus, she declared, "We shall not sell them." When you felt a flush of embarrassment, as if Wen Nuan had struck her across the face. How could this insufferable person so casually bring up matters best left unspoken? Did she fear that nobody would recognize her? Thankfully, she wore a veil. Did I ever say such a thing? Utter nonsense. Baseless fabrications. When you slightly raised her chin and, peering through the veil, cast a sidelong glance at Wen Nuan. "Let me inform you that 1 tael of silver is already quite generous. Were it not for the bond of brotherhood, my father would consider 500 when sufficient to assist you. Quickly divulge the recipe, or else this opportunity will pass us by. To my knowledge, a typical recipe would demand at least 30 to 40 taels. To offer merely 1 tael is to display a patronizing demeanor. Brother Wen, it seems your companion is indeed quite generous, truly a good brother, full of loyalty and affection." Upon concluding his statement, Tang Bingquan gave a thumbs up to Wen Jiafu. Chapter 42. After seeking ancestry, seek the authorities. The individuals in line looked down upon Wen Jiafu with disdain. Their gazes were so piercing that it rendered one utterly mortified. Wen Jiafu, who managed one of the most prominent taverns in the town, had always been the object of envy. How could he endure such humiliation? Even with his thick skin, he felt the heat rise to his cheeks. "Boss Tang, what concern is this of yours? Is the bond of brotherhood to be measured in silver? Wen Yu retorted with an air of entitlement. My father is the elder brother, as the saying goes. An elder brother is like a father. Thus, it is entirely justifiable for my father to receive the recipe directly. He has every right to inherit all that belongs to the Wen family. Now my father is spending a mere 1 or 2 silver coins. Is it not out of brotherly affection? Hand over the recipe promptly. My father has humbled himself. Do not disrespect his generosity. Upon hearing this, when Jiafu felt that his daughter's words were exceedingly justified, fourth brother, this recipe originally belongs to the Wen family. I merely offered 1 or 2 silver coins out of consideration for our brotherhood. I am indeed looking for an excuse to bestow you this silver. Do you not understand? Otherwise, I would have simply taken it. Wen Jiawei, maintaining an indifferent demeanor, replied, I appreciate your kindness. But the recipe has already been sold and cannot be returned to you. When Jiafu's expression changed dramatically, what? How could you sell the Wen family's recipe? To whom did you sell it? Is it this individual? Hurry and refund the silver. It must not be sold. Faced with the prospect of significant profit, he momentarily forgot his brotherly demeanor and unconsciously assumed the authoritative stance of the elder brother, issuing commands. When you similarly asserted with fierce determination, this is the Wen family's recipe, what right do you have to sell it? My father is the legitimate heir of the Wen family, the rightful successor to all its possessions. Wen Wan nearly chuckled at their absurdity. Were these two not of sound mind? Engaging in debate with those lacking reason is unwise. With a smile, Wen Wan remarked, since you believe the recipe belongs to the Wen family, why not seek it from the family as ancestors? There would be no need for silver. Nor would you have to humble yourselves, right? Father, let us depart. We must not delay our uncle's inheritance of the family secret. Wen Wan swiftly handed over 2 bags of river snails to the last 2 individuals, collected 4 copper coins, and began to gather her belongings. Wen Yu, momentarily caught off guard, exclaimed, Father, did not our ancestor pass away? How could we seek it from him? As 2 guests, having received 2 bags of river snails, were on the verge of departing, they couldn't help but chuckle. Tang Bingquan shook his head, muttering, is this a curse upon him? When Jiafu's expression darkened to an extreme, Sister Nguan, what do you mean by that? At this moment, Wen Yu also grasped the situation and exclaimed in anger, Wen Nguan, how dare you wish death upon my father? How can you show such disrespect to him? This is simply outrageous. Wen Nguan feigned innocence, did I? I merely spoke the truth. I have always treated you with kindness. Think carefully about which of my words were disrespectful. Wen Yu was nearly driven to madness by Wen Nguan's faux innocence. You told my father to seek recipes from our ancestors. Isn't that a wish for his demise? Is this not outrageous? Wen Nguan nodded. You were the one who said to wish him dead. I did not. The one acting outrageously is you. Our grandfather is not a chef and does not even enter the kitchen. If you claim that the recipes belong to the Wen family, then there must have been a great chef among our ancestors. Is it inappropriate for me to suggest seeking guidance from our forebears? Wen Yu was nearly infuriated to death by Wen Wan's innocent demeanor. Wretched girl, I meant that your recipes are indeed the Wen family's, and it is only fitting for my father to inherit them. Wen Wan's expression turned stern as she hastened her actions. Then you should go ask the authorities for them. Wen Yu was utterly perplexed. Why seek the authorities? First, we consult the ancestors, then we turn to the officials? What does she mean by that? Speaking in such a manner is simply bullying. Perhaps you should consume more pig brains to enhance your wit. Wen Wan adjusted the cart's panel and, seeing that Wen Jiawei had finished tidying up the area, said, Father, shall we be on our way? Let us teach the chefs at Tang's restaurant how to stir-fry river snails. Time is of the essence. All right, Mr. Tang, let us be off. As the conversation unfolded, Wen Jiawei had already tidied up the litter on the ground and was pushing his cart away. Tang Bingquan, initially concerned that the recipe would go to waste, now felt a sense of relief. He approached Wen Jiafu, patted him on the shoulder, and chuckled, Boss Wen, you truly value loyalty. Just a mere ounce of silver to assist your brother in acquiring a recipe. Such brotherly care. I cannot boast of such a good brother. My ancestors were not chefs, and I am unable to trace my lineage. I spent 50 taels of silver on a recipe, and it pains my heart. 50 taels and 1 tael. Your brotherly affection is indeed worth a fortune. Tang Bingquan laughed heartily as he departed, muttering loudly, to flaunt a benefactor's demeanor over just 1 tael of silver. If I had such a brother, I would sever ties immediately. What a brother to have. When Jiafu's complexion fluctuated between shades of blue and red, his eyes darkened with a fierce glare, betraying whether he was more angry or embarrassed. When you finally grasped the implications of seeking help from the authorities, It was a suggestion that if they desired the recipe, they ought to report it to the officials and see if the magistrate would grant it to them. How could that pest speak so cruelly? And what did she mean by forcing her to eat pig brains? Pigs are so foolish. She would not partake. When you watched them depart in frustration, stomping her foot. Father, are we just going to let them leave? What about the recipe? This was his so-called good brother. Knowing full well he owned a restaurant, he deliberately sold the recipe to his sworn enemy, colluding with outsiders against him. Did he not regard his elder brother at all? Just wait. It is best that the plague god remains unscathed. Otherwise, when he arrives at one's doorstep, he may offer nothing in return. Wen Yu's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly followed suit. Indeed, let us consult grandmother. She surely possesses the means to acquire the recipe for the dish, thus saving us a few coins. The duo swiftly departed. At the Rui restaurant, although Tang Bingquan had prepared some river snails, they could not be utilized as they had not been soaked in clean water to expel the mud. Hence, Wen Wan narrated the recipe, while Wen Jie diligently transcribed it. Upon completion, Wen Wan also shared the method for preparing snail noodles and a farmhouse dish of sour bamboo shoots and fish head stew. Without comparison, one cannot appreciate the value. A mere 50 taels for a recipe truly signifies their generosity. Tang Bingquan, witnessing Wen Jirui's exquisite handwriting, robust and vigorous, akin to a dragon soaring through the clouds, could not help but exclaim, I had no idea that brother Wen possessed such remarkable calligraphy. As he glanced at the signature, he felt an inexplicable familiarity with the name Wen Jirui, yet could not recall from whence it stemmed. Wen Jirui merely smiled in silence. Ultimately, under Tang Bingquan's warm hospitality, Wen Wan and Wen Jirui departed, carrying 2 large pig trotters and a 10-pound live fish. After their exit, Tang Bingquan pondered over the 3 recipe slips, reflecting on how the honest and grateful brother of Wen Jiafu across the street had truly miscalculated. What a lost opportunity. He then recalled Wen Wan, the little girl who, while selling goods, spoke sweetly and courteously, yet surprisingly possessed such a sharp tongue. With a smile, her airy remarks were both infuriating and without malice, evoking laughter even as they stung. At such a tender age, she was remarkably adept. What prowess would she possess in her maturity? Chapter 43, Becoming Addicted on the Road. Wen Wan sat upon a cart while Wen Jiarui pushed it. Inquiring about the sale of her tune, Sister Wan, has your piece been sold? He was not concerned with the amount of silver it fetched, but rather if it had indeed found a buyer, as he had little faith in the marketability of Wen Wan's composition. Yes, it sold for 550 taels. With no one around on the road, Wen Wan disclosed the information. Wen Jiarui was taken aback by the success. 550 coins is not an insignificant sum. It could buy several buckets of river snails. Wait, Wan, did you just say 5 what? He halted the cart abruptly in the middle of the path. 550 taels, she reaffirmed. I believe it was undersold. It could have fetched 600. The cart nearly careened into the fields on either side, causing Wen Wan to grasp the side rails tightly in alarm. As they continued, Wen Wan felt the cart become somewhat unsteady, and she clutched the side in trepidation, fearing that Wen Jiarui might inadvertently push the cart into the river. They safely descended from the official road, with the village paths flanked by farmland. Many villagers were energetically harvesting in the fields. Wen Yongfu, having just finished cutting a sheaf of rice, stretched and happened to spot Wen Jiarui pushing the cart past. Unable to contain himself, he called out, Jiarui, have you sold everything so quickly? You must have made quite a bit of silver. Just days prior, he had seen their family collecting river snails, initially assuming they were destitute, driven to foraging for food. He had even mocked them in secret. Little did he know they were selling fried river snails, which were evidently in high demand. On this day, they had made 3 trips to sell, totaling over a dozen buckets of the delicacy. How much silver could that yield? A tinge of envy stirred within him. Alas, the river snails his wife cooked were utterly unpalatable. Many villagers paused their tasks to gaze over, inquiring about the sales of Wen Jiarui, questioning whether it was profitable or not. It barely earns a meager sum, he replied. You all know my family lacks even a proper dwelling. With winter approaching, I must find a way to gather some funds to build a house, otherwise, it is futile. Upon hearing this, the villagers expressed their assurance that a house would indeed be constructed, offering to assist when the time came. Wen Jiarui smiled in agreement. However, as they meandered away, one remarked, to think that selling a few river snails could lead to building a house is utterly naive. Constructing a house is no simple task. Besides, after the busy harvest season, who would purchase these snails? Another chimed in, indeed. The money earned from selling snails is merely enough to cover his family's medical expenses. As long as that affliction persists, Wenjiaowei will never be able to build a house. Whenever that illness strikes, no amount of silver can salvage it. One wonders what he is thinking, cherishing a burden like that. If only he had cast it aside long ago, his family might be thriving now. They reminisced about the past when the Wang family's dowry was exceptionally lavish, the envy of the entire village. Now, they had become the poorest of all. I suspect this family may not survive the winter. The villagers engaged in lively discussion. When Yongfu, upon hearing this, pondered why he would harbor jealousy towards a family that was the most impoverished in the village, earning paltry sums. Such individuals, even if set free, could not serve far. The villagers, unaware of his thoughts, remained indifferent, prioritizing their own lives and striving to live well above all else. The town can no longer sell, but they informed Boss Tang that during the busy farming days, they would continue to sell fried snails in several villages. Selling in the village would not affect his restaurant's business, and without hesitation, Boss Tang agreed. Wenjiaowei still walked with a slight sway and even bumped his head against the courtyard gate when he went out. Wenwan chuckled, then shook her head and rolled up her sleeves to begin cooking. Not far away, Nailan Jinian and Feng Yinshan, accompanied by a wolf and an eagle, were strolling over and happened to witness Wenjiaowei colliding with the gate, swiftly running off afterward. Feng Yinshan remarked, "Who is that fool? How can one be so foolish?" Nailan Jinian said nothing but was somewhat surprised by Wenjiaowei's excitement, wondering what good fortune he had encountered. Nailan Jinian led Feng Yinshan to Wenwan's home. Upon seeing Nailan Jinian and Feng Yinshan's arrival, Wenwan felt a slight headache and asked, "What brings you here? Is this fellow addicted?" Feng Yinshan placed a medicine box on the bamboo table and said, "Little girl, I have brought some various pills I've formulated. One's for strengthening the body, curing ailments, detoxifying, and enhancing beauty. In short, everything you might need. Each bottle comes with usage instructions and prescriptions, and I present them to you. Please let me know if there are any areas for improvement." He offered her the fruits of his painstaking research over the years. Upon hearing this, Wenwan's eyes sparkled with interest, the earlier hint of impatience vanished. This gift was indeed to her liking. The realm of medicine is boundless, and Wenwan held a keen interest in it. She was eager to learn about the pills Feng Yinshan had developed, and thus, with a smile, she expressed her gratitude. Nailan Jinian cast a glance at the cheerful little figure of Wenwan and recalled that she had not been so elated upon receiving his gift. Immediately, he felt that Butler Yuan had fallen short in his preparations. Feng Yinshan surveyed the surroundings and asked, "Little girl, is this your home? How can one reside in such a bamboo house that lets in wind on sunny days and rain on rainy ones?" When one nodded affirmatively, yes, Feng Yinshan fell into silence, realizing that the monthly stipend of 100 taels was woefully inadequate. The little girl's family was evidently so impoverished that they lacked even a proper dwelling. He retrieved a 500 tael banknote from his pocket, saying, "Little girl, I am here to share in the expenses. This is for your sustenance." Wenwan gazed at the 500 tael note, but did not accept it, replying, "There is no need for so much. What Brother 17 has given is already sufficient. My cooking is hardly a banquet of rare delicacies. His contribution encompasses not only provisions, but also a fee for mentorship. I believe this sum is still insufficient. 500 taels may seem modest. Yet it was all he had on him at that moment." He recalled the time he had apprenticed under that cantankerous old man, bestowing a lavish gift of 10,000 taels. That old fellow had scarcely paid him any heed, unlike this little girl, who explained things with such clarity. If it weren't for his exceptional talent and brilliance, how could he have risen to become a renowned little physician? Nailan Jinian said lightly, "Accept it. He is not lacking in silver." The title of Feng the Little Divine Physician was not merely a boast. Many were willing to spend lavishly for his healing services, and whether he chose to treat them often depended on his mood. Moreover, this was indeed her due. It was unreasonable for her to teach him without compensation. Feng Yinshan nodded and placed the banknote into the medicine box, saying, "Indeed, little girl, accept it. Otherwise, I would feel quite embarrassed to learn acupuncture from you. Moreover, this silver includes my meal expenses. I eat quite a lot, so you might even be at a loss." How could he allow his young master to continue residing in a bamboo house? Wenwan pinched her brow, choosing to remain silent. "Please, make yourselves comfortable. I shall prepare the meal." She brewed a pot of tea for them before busily attending to her tasks. However, Feng Yinshan did not sit down. Instead, he surveyed Wenwan's home, even coaxing Nailan Jinian to step outside and examine the surrounding terrain. Feng Yinshan remarked, "The feng shui here is rather auspicious. We should acquire this entire area, including that lake. Then, we can construct a courtyard here and build a pavilion over the lake, and over there we can establish. Feng Yinshan meticulously outlined his plans. Nalin Jingyan, with his unparalleled stature, stood tall like a pine tree, exuding an innate air of nobility in his silver-gray brocade robe, resembling an emperor surveying his domain amidst the countryside. Occasionally, passing villagers cast sidelong glances but dared not approach, hastily departing for fear of offending the noble. Upon hearing this, Feng Yinshan became invigorated. You also find it appealing, then it is settled. Tomorrow, I shall seek out that fellow Ouyang to purchase the land. How could his young master lack even a residence? By the way, isn't that landscape master, Jing Yuan, looking to treat his ailing mother? Let us have him design it. He need not charge for the medical expenses. Feng Yinshan graciously bowed to the elders and introduced himself to those younger than him. He was more loquacious than Nalin Jingyan, bringing joy to Wang Shi, who was entertained by his wit. Everyone held a favorable impression of the charming Feng Yinshan, encouraging him to visit their home more often. Feng Yinshan gazed at the enticing array of dishes before him, including crystal pork knuckle, boiled fish, abalone chicken, scrambled eggs with chives, tender bamboo shoots with fish head and snails, jade spinach, smashed cucumber, and pumpkin pancakes, all exuding an irresistible aroma. He swallowed hard, his expression serious, and declared, I shall certainly come to visit often. This elicited laughter from those around him. Wang pondered to herself, who says that the scions of wealthy families are all debauched. These two are rather commendable. Chapter 44. Equal standing. Not long after the meal, when Wan accompanied the two of them up the mountain to administer acupuncture to Nalin Jingyan. Nalin Jingyan glanced at Feng Yinshan and inquired, Aren't you supposed to seek him out for something? Feng Yinshan, bewildered, replied, What business do I have with him? I still wish to learn the art of acupuncture. Then it dawned on him that he indeed needed to approach Ouyang Huayan regarding land purchases. Right? I must buy land. I shall go do that first. The sooner, the better. The young master still resided in a drafty bamboo shed. With purposeful strides, Feng Yinshan headed towards the flower hall. Nalin Jingyan turned to Wenwan and said, Let us proceed to the study. Wenwan nodded and followed closely behind him into the study. As they were about to enter the inner chamber to commence the acupuncture, Steward Yuan arrived to report, Master, young Master Lin, Miss Gua, and Lord Li have come with urgent matters to discuss. Steward Yuan cast a meaningful glance at Wenwan when mentioning the urgent matters, hoping she would be discreet enough to step out for a moment. Military affairs are not to be delayed. Nalin Jingyan, considering the time required for acupuncture, reasoned that Lin Tingxian must have brought the design plans for the crossbow. A quick glance would suffice, and thus he instructed, Let them in. Understood. Worm turned and walked outside. I will take a stroll. Call me when you are finished. However, Nalin Jingyan grasped her arm, saying, No need. The wind outside is strong. Just sit here, read a book, and wait for me for a short while. Upon finishing his words, he effortlessly guided her to his expansive and comfortable chair, comparable to a dragon throne, beside the writing desk. Da Hui lay directly at Worm's feet, his front paws resting on her shoes. At that moment, Lin Tingxian, Guo Mingyan, and a military officer entered together. As they prepared to pay their respects, they were momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the Prince of Jin pulling Worm to sit down. Guo Mingyan was utterly astonished. Who was this young girl? Why was she in the prince's study? Most importantly, the prince had actually touched her. He allowed her to sit in his chair. That was his chair. Guo Mingyan stared intently at Worm, wishing she could bore a hole through her. Nalin Jingyan had merely tugged at Worm's arm before releasing it. As for allowing her to occupy a seat, it was simply the closest option available. He gave little thought to it and turned to Lin Tingxian. Has it been completed? After Worm sat down, she glanced at an open map and a letter on the desk before shifting her gaze to a black-covered book that bore no title. What kind of book was this? Why did it lack a name? The thought flitted through her mind, but she paid it no heed and picked up a nearby poetry collection to read. Li Bing immediately praised, 17 Master, it is entirely thanks to Miss Gua that this 20-arrow repeating crossbow has been crafted. Our group at the Armament Institute was at a loss, yet Miss Gua single-handedly invented it in just a few days. It is truly impressive. Guo Mingyan smiled, her eyes betraying a hint of pride. She cast a glance at Wenwan and humbly remarked, Your Excellency overestimates me. In truth, the esteemed individuals at the military academy have nearly completed their work. I merely made a few minor enhancements at critical junctures. It is of little significance. Li Bing waved his hand dismissively. Miss Gua, you are far too modest. Without your improvements, the feat of firing 20 shots in succession would have been utterly unattainable. May I see the blueprints? Nailan Jinyan and Lin Tingxian turned their gaze towards Guomingyan, who held the blueprints in her hands. The actual device is somewhat large and is currently set up in the camp, prepared for the 17th Lord to conduct a test firing. Guomingyan hesitated, refraining from stepping forward. She glanced at Wenwan, her eyes filled with deep suspicion. Might I inquire, who is this young lady? Upon hearing this, Nailan Jinyan's gaze, which had softened slightly over the course of the afternoon, returned to its usual chill. He casually took a seat beside Wenwan, who, being delicate and petite, found ample space on the wide chair, leaving plenty of room beside her, thus avoiding any feelings of confinement. Wenwan instinctively shifted to make space. Nailan Jinyan looked at Guomingyan and stated coolly, "Hand it over." Guomingyan's eyelids twitched. The notion of equality and status weighed heavily on her mind. She observed that Wenwan merely adjusted her position without standing up, igniting a fire within her. Did she not comprehend the 17th Lord's status? Daring to sit at the same level? Guomingyan did not advance. 17th Lord, these blueprints are classified. Hand them over. His voice was sharp and brooked no refusal. And those familiar with him could sense his rising ire. What value does a defective item hold that warrants concealment? Guomingyan felt a sense of reluctance, yet dared not act impulsively. She presented her findings and cast a wary glance at Wenwan. "I shall attend to my needs," she declared. As Wenwan rose and exited the room, Nailan Jinyan glanced at her but did not intervene. The big wolf quickly stood up to follow, rolling his eyes at Guomingyan and emitting a wolfish grunt before dutifully trailing behind Wenwan. Guomingyan pondered the meaning of his actions. Nailan Jinyan opened the blueprints for a moment before setting them aside. "Is there anything else?" he inquired. Guomingyan was taken aback. "Is that all? Does Master not wish to test the effectiveness of this crossbow? I have devoted many days and nights to its design, having consulted numerous texts for his sake. Is it not worth trying, given it rivals the powerful, long-range capabilities of those from the Western Rhone?" Lin Tingxian also bowed, stating, "I take my leave." "Very well. Expedite your research. Winter approaches, and the desolate northwest will leave the Turks desperate for sustenance, driving them to plunder and commit heinous acts along the borders." "Understood." Lin Tingxian and Li Bing respectfully withdrew. Guomingyan, feeling a bittersweet sense of longing, offered a slight bow before following suit. She had traveled a great distance from the capital, seizing the opportunity to spend more time with him. After laboring tirelessly over the crossbow, she had hoped for at least half a day's companionship, yet found herself departing after only exchanging a few words. Once the trio had exited, Nailan Jinyan likewise rose and made his way outside. He contemplated whistling to inquire where the little girl, the big wolf, had wandered off to. Not far away, a slender and delicate figure was swiftly climbing a persimmon tree like a monkey, reaching the top in just a few nimble movements. His eyelids fluttered, and with a sudden leap, he soared towards the tree, seizing a monkey by the collar and bringing her down with the ease of an eagle snatching a chick. Chapter 45. Intuition is accurate. "Hey, what are you doing?" Wenwan exclaimed, clearly displeased as she landed. "If you want to eat persimmons, ask someone to pick them for you instead of climbing the tree yourself. This tree is old, and its branches are brittle. Just moments ago, the big bad wolf was eager to devour it." Nailan Jinyan was taken aback, not expecting this response. "But you still can't climb the tree." "Well, might as well pick a few persimmons," she mused, genuinely wanting to taste them. The basket of persimmons he had sent home was so red and sweet, utterly delicious. Nailan Jinyan casually plucked a cluster of persimmons and handed them to her, his icy gaze softening with a hint of amusement, as if to mock her for wanting to eat while making excuses about the birds. Wenwan accepted them nonchalantly, breaking one in half with her hands. The orange flesh glistened like crystal, its juice radiating vibrant colors, enticingly glossy. She took a bite, its soft, sweet, and rich flavor enveloping her senses. "So sweet. Would you like some?" Wenwan looked up at him, offering the other half of the persimmon. Nailan Jinyan remained still, merely watching her. In this desolate and fading autumn, clusters of persimmons hung like fiery little lanterns from the gnarled branches, creating a striking contrast against the somber backdrop. Beneath the persimmon tree, a girl clad in a simple blue cloth dress squinted her water-like autumn eyes in satisfaction before lifting her gaze. Her long eyelashes fanned out like a delicate fan as she opened her lively eyes to behold him. Those clear eyes, dark and bright, sparkled with a vitality reminiscent of the stars and the sea, illuminating the desolate mountains and dispelling the chill of late autumn. It was uncertain whether it was the clusters of fiery red persimmons on the branches or her luminous, water-like gaze that brightened the wilderness. "Won't you eat?" she inquired, stretching her warm hand a little higher to present half of a persimmon, its sweet juice glistening enticingly. Nalanjinyan gazed at the vibrant half-fruit, overflowing with sweetness. And though he had never been fond of sweets, the earnestness reflected in the girl's clear, pure eyes compelled him. There was no trace of adoration he was accustomed to, no cautious flattery, no shyness, nor any sense of retreat. Just an unpretentious, straightforward beauty, compelled by an inexplicable urge. He bent down and took a bite, inadvertently brushing his lips against her fingertips. The fragrant, tender persimmon filled his palate, gliding smoothly down his throat to his stomach, leaving a trail of sweetness and delight, ultimately saturating his heart with a gentle sweetness that seemed to imbue time itself with a hint of joy. Feeling a soft touch against his fingertips, she paused in surprise. She hadn't expected him to eat it directly. With a hint of irritation, she retorted, "Finish it yourself. Aren't you old enough to feed yourself? It's not like you don't have hands." "I only have one hand, and besides, I don't want to get my hands dirty," he admitted. In truth, he wasn't particularly fond of such small treats, finding them overly sweet. Yet he couldn't deny that it was quite delectable. Thus, despite his words, he accepted the half-eaten persimmon and finished it. A hand is still a hand. "Can it be washed if it gets dirty?" Warm murmured, then walked away to wash his hands. Meanwhile, Steward Yuan was escorting Guo Mingyan and the other two as they departed. Li Bing, noticing Guo Mingyan's slightly low spirits, consoled her. "Miss Guo, you need not feel disheartened. Prince Jin's standards are always exceedingly high, yet you have demonstrated remarkable prowess. Without you, how could we have possibly crafted a repeating crossbow that fires 20 arrows in succession? Across the entire Nalan Kingdom, I believe there is no one else capable of such a feat within mere days. The Prince Jin truly lacks appreciation for the delicate sentiments of a lady. How can he speak so brusquely to a young woman?" Guo Mingyan possesses exceptional talent in weapon design, coupled with formidable martial skills and striking beauty, endearing her to the soldiers in the camp, and earning Li Bing's admiration as well. Steward Yuan also felt that his master was overly stringent. Miss Guo hailed from a noble lineage, excelling in both the arts and martial disciplines, her beauty unparalleled, making her a formidable candidate for the role of Princess Jane, a sentiment echoed by the Empress Dowager. He thus reassured her, "The master always strives for perfection in his endeavors. Given your remarkable abilities, I believe it won't be long before you develop a crossbow even more formidable than that of the Shirong people." However, Guo Mingyan was not particularly concerned about this matter. She had long grown accustomed to the indifference of the 17th master, for he treated everyone the same. Yet, she couldn't help but inquire, "Steward Yuan, who is the girl beside the 17th master? He seems particularly kind to her." "She is a farmer's daughter from the foothills, here to assist our master with his hand," he replied. "Thus, our master naturally treats her with greater kindness." Guo Mingyan felt an unsettling instinct, assisting the 17th master with his hand? How could a mere peasant girl possess medical knowledge? Even young Master Feng seemed incapable of aiding the 17th master. How could she? She claimed it was merely a coincidence that she had encountered such poison before and was knowledgeable in acupuncture, hence her ability to treat him. Yet Guo Mingyan held no belief in such coincidences. The circumstances surrounding the 17th master's poisoning were too peculiar. How could a mysterious farm girl possibly cure him? And yet the 17th master believed her? Did he not find this suspect? Steward Yuan, while it was understandable that the 17th master, eager for relief, placed his trust in that girl, you must remain vigilant. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Guo Mingyan always harbored a sense of foreboding upon seeing her. Steward Yuan felt a jolt of alarm and a tinge of fear. Guo Mingyan, daughter of General Guo, had seen the battlefield, and it was said her instincts were remarkably accurate, having once saved a battalion of soldiers through her intuition. Furthermore, a farmer possessing medical skills was indeed unusual. What if she were a spy from a foreign nation? Steward Yuan dared not contemplate further. If that were the case, then this young girl possessed extraordinary capabilities and concealed them adeptly. He involuntarily became cautious. Lin Tingxian furrowed his brow. That young lady does not appear to be one with deep machinations. Tingxian, do you know her? It was merely a brief encounter. Guo Mingyan chuckled, shaking her head. Impressive. You trust her so readily after just one meeting. Lin Tingxian. Steward Yuan's eyelids twitched with concern, reproaching her softly. To the three of them, his tone was laced with profound worry, a sentiment never before exhibited by the usually indifferent King Jane. When had he ever fretted over anyone? The girl uttered something incomprehensible, prompting him to leap gracefully and pluck a cluster of red persimmons for her. Yet, it was not merely this act. The two also shared a single fruit. One stood tall and elegant in resplendent attire, while the other was petite and delicate, dressed in coarse fabric. Strangely, this scene evoked an uncanny sense of harmony and beauty. However, Guomingyan was profoundly disturbed. How shameless could that servant be? Boldly feeding King Jean persimmons. Such intimate gestures. How could she dare? Brazen. Guomingyan felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Her intuition had always been remarkably accurate. She glanced at the equally stunned steward Yuan and could not help but remark, "It appears that the 17th Lord has been bewitched by her." Unable to discern north from south, Steward Yuan. With a heavy heart, Steward Yuan bid farewell to the three. Upon returning to the study, the two had already entered the secret chamber for acupuncture, and he stood watch outside, wishing he could enter and keep a close eye on them. However, he dared not intrude and could only anxiously await outside. Chapter 46. More joyful than finding 100 tails inside the secret chamber, Nailin lay prone on the couch. His eyes closed and his upper body bare. As usual, when Nuanyuan administered acupuncture to Nailin, this time, in the absence of Feng Yinshan, she focused her thoughts, and a wisp of purple energy flowed through the golden needle into Nailin body. Being a martial artist, Nailin possessed heightened sensitivity. He immediately sensed a warm current coursing through the silver needle into his body. Just as he was about to open his eyes, a thought crossed his mind, and his eyelids fluttered but remained still. Soon, the warm current penetrated his limbs and bones, ultimately swirling around his right hand, where the warmth flowed. He felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Soon, the warmth dissipated, and Nailin quickly donned his garments. "How do you feel today? Can you sense any feeling in your right hand?" "A bit of warmth. The numbness has vanished." Nailin attempted to move his right hand and discovered he could wiggle all 5 fingers. Warmth smiled gently. "Excellent. I believe that within a month, you will regain full mobility. However, your hand will still lack strength. That will require gradual recovery." Nailin nodded. "I have matters to attend to tomorrow. There is no need to prepare breakfast or lunch. If De Hui does not come to fetch you, there will be no need to ascend the mountain for acupuncture in the afternoon." "Understood," Warmth replied, as they both exited the chamber. Steward Yuan discreetly observed them, unable to discern anything particularly unusual. Nailin cast a cold glance his way, remaining silent, which startled Steward Yuan. Upon seeing Warmth emerge, De Hui promptly stood up and trotted over, wagging his tail. Warmth affectionately patted the wolf's head before mounting it, waving goodbye to Nailin. "I shall take my leave now. Before the words had fully left his lips, De Hui bolted away. At that moment, around the bend of a nearby rockery, Feng Yinshan approached the study alongside Ouyang Huayan. Ouyang Huayan was taken aback upon spotting the figure atop De Hui's back. Who was that seated upon De Hui? Typically, De Hui reserved its disdainful demeanor for everyone except Nailin, exuding an air of aloofness and unapproachability. Even attempting to pet De Hui was futile, let alone riding it like a steed. Feng Yinshan enthusiastically praised Wenwan in front of Ouyang Huayan once again. Ouyang Huayan rubbed his ears, having endured this for an entire afternoon. Yet, this only deepened his curiosity about Wenwan. To earn such accolades from a medical eccentric like Feng Yinshan was truly remarkable. Ouyang Huayan approached, inquiring, "Can that little girl truly heal your hand? Will it really move again? What did she do today?" Feng Yinshan, brimming with excitement, reached out to grasp Nailin hand for a closer inspection. Nailin swiftly dodged his touch, replying, "Nothing much, just the usual acupuncture." Feng Yinshan cast him a forlorn glance, remarking that a hand devoid of sensation could not withstand even the slightest contact. The year-long wait was nearing its end. "So, does that mean amputation is no longer necessary?" Butler Yuan observed the master's hand with mounting excitement. "Why is the master angry again?" He pondered. He hesitated, recalling his master's temperament and the prospect of a recovering hand. Perhaps it would be wise to remain vigilant. Everything could be discussed once the master's hand was healed. The big bad wolf escorted Wenwan down the mountain, and halfway down, Wenwan spotted the Zhu family and the Wang family engaged in a heated argument by the riverbank. Their quarrel had attracted a crowd of villagers, some of whom had even abandoned their rice harvesting to witness the spectacle. The disputes between the legitimate wife and the concubine of the late Master Zhu had become a source of amusement for the villagers over the years. Few families could rival the entertainment provided by theirs. Standing by the river, Zhu pointed at Wang, unleashing a torrent of abuse. Wang, your family is truly ungrateful. With hearts as black as coal and stomachs full of rot, you possess not an ounce of conscience. Knowing full well that the boss runs a restaurant, he still sold the ancestral recipes to the Ru-Yi restaurant. Now Ru-Yi has snatched away the business of the Fu-Gui restaurant, and you are pleased. Upon further inquiry, she discovered that the fourth brother, without a shred of brotherly loyalty, sold the recipe for stir-fried snails to Ru-Yi, thereby usurping the business of Fu-Gui. This must be a scheme by the Wang family, envious of her son's wealth, deliberately undermining her family's restaurant to leave them destitute. By selling the recipe, we can amass enough silver to build a home for the winter, preventing us from perishing in the cold. Do you think I am not overjoyed? Moreover, once the house is built, that certain someone will have to address me as their ancestor. Just the thought of this brings me joy even in my dreams. I am utterly elated, more so than finding 100 taels of silver. Zhu looked at Wang, brimming with arrogance, and was infuriated, stomping her feet by the riverbank. Wang, you wretched woman, you are indeed doing this on purpose. You cannot stand to see me prosper. Your own family may be in shambles, but you wish to drag us down with you. Your entire family is a plague. If you dare harm us, I will fight back. Zhu was furious. When had Wang ever dared to be so brazen in her presence? Furthermore, she could not allow the selling of the Wen family recipes to lead to her own family's prosperity. Ignoring everything in her rage, Zhu kicked off her embroidered shoes, stepped into the river, and seized Wang's hand. Hand over the recipe. Otherwise, none of us shall have a good day today. Wang shook off her hand. Are you out of your mind? The recipe belongs to my family. We can sell it to whomever we please. Recently, Wang has been enjoying a hearty diet, enriched by the nourishing essence of warm, purple-hued vegetables, which have significantly enhanced her strength. In a sudden display of vigor, she managed to throw Zhu into disarray. Zhu stumbled backward, her foot slipping on the mud in the river, and lost her balance, plunging into the water. This incident stirred quite a commotion. The river was shallow, barely submerging Zhu up to her neck. She quickly regained her footing and lunged at Wang, exclaiming, Wang, you wretched woman, you intend to drown me. I will not let this go. Wang, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, momentarily stunned, found herself shoved into the river by Zhu. The two women soon became embroiled in a fierce struggle in the water, slapping and clawing at each other, neither willing to concede defeat. When Luo, watching from the sidelines, was in a frenzy, shouting, Stop fighting. Grandmother, please stop. The onlookers by the river were equally agitated, calling out, Heavens, someone fetch old Master Wen. His two wives are at it again. Despite the uproar, no one dared to venture into the water. Suddenly, a sleek wolf leapt into the river, sinking its teeth into Zhu's backside. The unexpected pain made Zhu release her grip, and she cried out, Ah, which beast has bitten me? Meanwhile, Wen Wan leapt from the wolf's back and swiftly assisted the drenched Wang, who was struggling to catch her breath after inhaling water. Grandmother, are you all right? Wang, having choked moments earlier, wiped the water from her face and gasped, Which scoundrel dared to bite me? As Zhu felt a sharp pain in her backside, she assumed it was the mischievous Wen Luo once again. In a fit of irritation, she turned to deliver a slap, only to be met by a pair of glowing, predatory eyes that froze her in terror. A wolf! A wolf! Help! There's a wolf! In her panic, Zhu hastily fled towards the shore. However, the gray wolf pounced, sending her tumbling into the river. As she splashed into the water, she attempted to rise, but the wolf's paw pressed her head down, declaring, This human dares to strike at me. She has chosen her own demise. Struggling desperately beneath the surface, Zhu choked on the water, managing to lift her head just enough to gasp, Help! Ugh! Wen Wan, observing the chaotic scene, felt a sense of admiration for the wolf and gave it an approving glance, acknowledging its prowess. At that moment, Elder Wen, along with Wen Jiarue and Wen Jiaxiang, hurried from the fields. Upon seeing the drenched figure in the river, Elder Wen was instantly struck with a headache. Not again! This time, she ended up in the river. Is she courting death? Relieved that no lives were lost, he soon found himself overwhelmed with indignation. As Zhu noticed Elder Wen's arrival, she felt a wave of grievance wash over her and cried out, Elder, I'm about to drown. Better to die than to witness this. Elder Wen's fury erupted like a rocket launch. With a furious roar, he turned on his heel and departed, unable to bear the embarrassment any longer. The thought of the villagers at the riverside observing him filled him with a desire to vanish into the earth. Zhu, having swallowed copious amounts of river water and gasping for breath, dared not linger any longer in the water. With great effort, she clambered ashore, calling out, Elder, Wait for me. Warmth and Wen Luo had already assisted the Wang family to the shore. After the big bad wolf climbed onto the bank, he stood beside Zhu and shook off the water from his fur, drenching her in the process. You beast, I will kill you, she yelled, stepping back a few paces to distance herself from the wolf. It dawned on her that this wolf was, in fact, a pet of the plague god. No wonder that wretched family still lived on. It was late autumn, and the river was quite chilly. The meager earnings from gathering snails likely wouldn't even cover the medical expenses, just as Warmth intended to decline assistance. When Jirue had already removed his outer garment and wrapped it around her, lifting her in his arms and hastening homeward. Quickly, Wang urged, following closely behind. The big bad wolf trailed after them as well. In an instant, they had all departed, leaving only Zhu and Tian, along with a few onlookers from the village. Zhu glared at her third son, who paid her no mind, whisking away the child of that wretched woman. She was nearly driven to the brink of fury. After having just slapped someone, a gust of autumn wind swept by, causing her to shiver uncontrollably, and she momentarily forgot everything else. Hastily pursuing the already distant old master one, Tian covered her face. Being struck and insulted in front of so many villagers was utterly humiliating, making it difficult for her to lift her head. Yet, she dared not disregard Zhu's command and turned to follow in the direction of Warmth's home. Upon returning, the group quickly changed into dry clothes. When Jirue provided 3 large bowls of hot water for them. Drink this to warm your bodies. They accepted without hesitation, carefully sipping from the bowls. Warmth was aware that this body was still too frail. She dared not take any risks. While changing clothes, she had already nourished herself with purple energy, and her complexion had returned to a healthier hue. When Jirue observed that Wen Wan's complexion appeared slightly better than that of Luo Gur, and only then did his anxious heart begin to settle. However, Wang Shi remained unconvinced. Xilang, please summon a doctor to examine the 2 children. Upon hearing this, Wen Wan replied, Grandmother, there is no need. I am perfectly fine. The last time, young Master Feng provided us with a medicinal pill, one of which was the 4 seasons warmth dispelling pill. We 3 can simply take one each. She, being knowledgeable in medicine herself, saw no necessity to call for a doctor. When Jirue hastily retrieved the warmth-dispelling pills from the cabinet, and the 3 of them each consumed one, Zhu Shi harbored a strong disdain for San Lang and his wife, often seeking any excuse to undermine them. It was said that even a tiger would not harm its own offspring, yet Wang Shi could not fathom Zhu Shi's intense dislike for Wen Jiachang. Was it merely because she experienced difficulties during San Lang's birth? Every woman faces risks when giving life. Some, despite complications, strive valiantly to ensure the survival of their children. Yet, Zhu Shi, after suffering during childbirth, placed the blame squarely on the child. After giving birth to San Lang, she refused to nurse him a single drop whenever the old man was absent, allowing the newborn to cry in silence. Were it not for her own imminent delivery, which had granted her early milk supply, she would have likely let San Lang perish. This exemplifies Zhu Shi's merciless nature. Such cruelty directed even towards her own flesh and blood. Reflecting on the wolf, Wang Shi felt it an inadequate comparison. The heart of a wolf could not be so callous. Even wolves possess a degree of humanity. At this moment, Tian Shi was in the kitchen preparing hot water and ginger soup for the 3 of them, when Jiachang assisted her, his heart aching upon noticing the handprint on his wife's face. Mother, has someone struck you again? She has truly gone too far. Whenever she is in a foul mood, she takes it out on her wife. In recent years, due to Tian Shi's inability to conceive, she has sought every opportunity to torment her. Upon seeing the exquisitely crafted medicine bottle, Tian Shi quickly shook her head, insisting, no need, my complexion will be restored by tomorrow. The term in their dialect signifies to keep as a backup. Warmth, recalling Zhu's temperament, understood that such a fine item would not be given away lightly, and nodded in agreement. Very well. If you need anything, just send for me. In the old house, Zhu explained to Old Master Wen why she had clashed with Wang. Afterward, tears streamed down her face. The 4th, disregarding brotherly affection, deliberately sold the recipe to our rival restaurant, causing Darlang's establishment to be usurped by Ruyi Restaurant. Liang relies on the profits from the restaurant to pursue his studies and examinations. What are we to do now? Old Master Wen, observing the weeping Zhu, felt a throbbing headache. However, concerning the recipe, he had already heard from Wen Jiayun during the harvest. Enough. The matter of the recipe has already been addressed by the 4th. He is not to blame. Ruyi Restaurant offered 50 taels of silver for his stir-fried snail recipe, and it was already sold by the time Darlang expressed interest. Furthermore, Darling only offered 1 tael, a staggering difference. Even among brothers, once separated, accounts must be settled clearly. It is entirely reasonable for the fourth to sell it to someone else. He also needs the money to build a house before winter sets in. Those 50 taels are crucial for their family. Upon hearing this, Zhu ceased her weeping and, with indignation, retorted, "What do you mean by entirely reasonable? Shouldn't brothers lend a helping hand to one another? If the Lang is faring well, how could the fourth brother possibly be lacking? Over the years, has it not been De Lang, Air Lang, and San Lang who have supported the medical expenses for that pestilence? Otherwise, she would have perished long ago. Now, he is unwilling to share the recipe with De Lang. The fourth brother shows not an ounce of brotherly affection. He is nothing but a thankless wretch. Is he envious of De Lang's flourishing life and hoping that De Lang's family too becomes a fallen household like his own? She harbors ill intentions." Zhu spoke at length, her words flowing like a stream. "What nonsense are you spouting? Is it not true? I will not stand for it. Old man, De Lang's restaurant business cannot be ceased. Otherwise, how will Yang Guo have the funds to sit for the examination? You know as well as I do that the business of Rui Restaurant has always surpassed that of our Fugui restaurant. Old man, go and ask the fourth brother for the recipe. This way, we can compete fairly with Rui Restaurant." Upon hearing this, Old Master Wen furrowed his brow. Indeed, pursuing academic success requires substantial funds, and Liang Guo is the hope of the Wen family to bring glory to their ancestors. Is the business of the restaurant truly so sluggish? Once the recipe is sold, it cannot be divulged to others. Otherwise, will the proprietor of Rui Restaurant simply let it go? Zhu understood that by having Liang Guo speak, Old Master Wen would relent. Of course, it cannot be revealed to others, but does Fugui Restaurant count as others? De Lang and Si Lang are brothers bound by blood. She knew precisely how to persuade him. Old Master Wen remained silent. The phrase about being bound by blood resonated deeply with him, as he yearned for the four brothers to stand united. "Allow me to ponder a solution to this matter." Old Master Wen's words indicated that he had been persuaded. Zhu, understanding the situation, remarked, "Very well. We cannot afford to delay business. A single day of procrastination results in substantial loss of silver. If the fourth brings forth the vegetable recipe, I shall overlook Wang's intentions to drown me." Master Wen shot her a disapproving glance and retorted, "What more do you wish to contest? You are the one who plunged into the river. Let this matter rest. No further discussion. Both of you are at fault. I was even bitten by a wolf." Zhu snapped back in anger. How can this debt simply be dismissed? Wang intends to use the proceeds from selling the recipe to build a house? Absolutely not. When the recipe is leaked, she'll pay dearly for it. At that moment, when Jiachong and Tian entered, and Master Wen inquired, "San Lang, is your aunt well? What of Wan and Luo? I hope Wan does not fall ill again and squander the hard-earned funds for the house." "All is well," Zhu coldly scoffed at the two. "Ungrateful wretches, who even knows who your true mother is?" When Jiachong remained silent, though it was irreverent to think so, he mused that she had given him life. Yet it was not her who raised him. He had been nourished by his aunt's milk. The debt of life pales in comparison to the debt of nurturing. Master Wen interjected, "Is this how a mother speaks of her child?" Seeing Wen Jiachong's unyielding demeanor, Zhu grew furious and glared at Tian. "What are you doing standing there like a barren hen? Hurry and prepare ginger soup, boil water, and cook the rice. After so many years of marriage, you can't even lay an egg, yet you wish to do nothing at all? Do you not need to be fed? You consume my provisions all day long." Tian's face flushed with embarrassment as she stammered, "No, I will attend to it right away." She quickly turned away to busy herself. "Mother, she does not consume without labor. All the household tasks are performed by her. She eats little, yet works much. You ought not to speak of her in such a manner." After speaking, when Jiaxiang paid no heed to Zhu's retort and turned to offer assistance. Infuriated by her son's rebuttal, Zhu was beside herself with rage. Truly, the world has been turned upside down. "You, third son, halt right there." The elder one, growing weary of the commotion, waved his hand dismissively. "Enough, spare me your words. The third daughter-in-law has toiled in the fields all day. She is surely exhausted. I too am fatigued. Allow me some peace to contemplate how to address Circe." He dreaded the lengthy tirades Zhu often unleashed, which left him with a throbbing headache. Upon hearing this, Zhu finally fell silent, yet as she settled down, she became acutely aware of the discomfort in her backside, having suffered several painful chafes. That wretched wolf. De Hui arrived at Feng Yinchen's courtyard, finding it unoccupied. Without hesitation, it leaped onto a table, seized a bottle of pills from the shelf, and promptly dashed outside. Halfway through its escape, it paused, letting out a long howl to the heavens. Soon after, Xiaohei descended from the sky and landed upon its back. Together, they raced to Nalanjinyan's study, which too was vacant, for Nalanjinyan had gone to the military camp. Dehui placed its front paws upon the desk, tapping a blueprint with one of its claws while glancing at Xiaohe. Understanding immediately, Xiaohe seized the blueprint with its sharp beak, and thus, the wolf and the eagle descended the mountain together. Chapter 49. Not her in the warmth of the kitchen. Wen Wan was preparing a meal when the big gray wolf approached her, holding a bottle of pills in its mouth and wagging its tail. Wen Wan glanced down at it. The wolf let out a couple of soft howls, signaling her to take the bottle. She reached out, accepted it, uncorked the container, and inhaled. Is this a cold remedy? The gray wolf nodded. She affectionately patted its head, saying, Good boy, Gray. Your master has already delivered a bottle to me, but I still appreciate your kindness. I shall prepare something delicious for you tonight. At that moment, the little black creature flitted in front of Wen Wan, bobbing its eagle head up and down, indicating for her to take the blueprint. Upon receiving it, she immediately recognized it as the design for the 12-arrow rapid-fire mechanism discussed by the three individuals earlier that afternoon. She quickly identified the flaw within it. Why have you given this to me? Wen Wan pondered, stroking the little black creature's head, slightly perplexed. The little black creature gazed at the gray wolf with confusion, as it too was unaware of the reason. The gray wolf, equally bewildered, felt that the woman was wary of the young lady, which displeased it. Wen Wan couldn't help but chuckle at the expressions of the two little creatures and chose not to inquire further. She tucked the blueprint into her bosom and continued with her cooking. For dinner, she prepared a lavish feast to reward the gray wolf, who had done exceptionally well by driving the Zhu family head into the river today. Noticing the Wang family's somber mood, she gathered everyone to discuss the day's earnings. When they learned that Wen Wan had sold a single piece of music for 550 taels, and received a master fee of 500 taels from Feng Nianchen, totaling over 1,000 taels for the day, silence enveloped the group. After a lengthy pause, Wen Ho finally managed to utter, Indeed, the melodies of a celestial being are truly extraordinary. When ran, not only this piece, but all things celestial are truly extraordinary. The family wholeheartedly agreed. Warmth could not help but express her frustration. Every night, as I drift into slumber, I yearn to dream of Sister Wan. Yet I cannot achieve it. The family burst into laughter upon hearing her words. Wang's earlier melancholic mood, stirred by Zhu's antics that afternoon, dissipated. Very well. Let us venture tomorrow to purchase land and construct a house. She intended to have Zhu refer to her as an ancestor, rousing her ire. Today, they had earned a total of 1,102 taels and 362 won. Even accounting for the compensation of over 100 taels to the scholar from the Qian family, it would suffice. The Qian family village is in close proximity to the county. She had nurtured that piece of jadeite for several days with purple qi. As Warmth contemplated fetching her elder sister tomorrow, she also planned to sell it in the county. She was confident that its quality was now exceptional. Selling it would likely provide nearly enough funds to acquire the jade mine. Having discovered a treasure trove, she could not afford to let it slip away. Fearing the loss of such a promising opportunity, that child always reported good news while omitting the bad. However, each time she encountered someone from the Qian family village, she heard tales of how diligently and capably Wenro was working. They were unaware of how deeply their words pierced her heart. Warmth nodded resolutely. We must purchase it. She possessed the purple qi and aspired to improve the rice and wheat varieties, aiming for 3 harvests in the coming year. The family finalized their plans and continued their individual tasks by the fire. In the dim light of the tung oil lamp, Warmth retrieved the blueprint from within the house, examined it carefully, and then took out her brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, circling a particular section and making some modifications on the side. She contemplated for a moment, then retrieved a piece of yellowed paper and sketched a drawing, annotating it thoughtfully. It was not until the late hours of the night that she finally succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, on the mountain, Nalanjinyan and several generals convened in the study to deliberate. With winter fast approaching, they were discussing strategies to defend against the relentless raids of the Turkic forces, who persistently plundered the livelihoods of the border populace. Each time the Turkic marauders invaded a village, it was left utterly desolate. Whenever the local soldiers arrived, the invaders would vanish, leaving them at a loss. However, it was impractical to station troops in those villages throughout the entire winter, neglecting the defense of the borders. After a night of fruitless deliberation, Nalanjinyan grew increasingly impatient, his expression darkening. Think again. If no solution arises by tomorrow, we shall relocate the common folk to your residences for the winter. The others broke into a cold sweat, inwardly lamenting, as they had exhausted all possible measures over the years without resolution. How could they possibly conceive a solution overnight? Today, the armory sent over a design for a repeating crossbow. Examine it for any issues. Upon hearing this, several generals felt a chill run down their spines, their garments becoming soaked with sweat. Why were they being asked about the armory's concerns? Their expertise lay solely in wielding weapons, not in their design. Each one silently cursed Li Bing's ancestors for their predicament. If Li Bing could not produce the design, why were they being summoned? Did Nayland Jinyan wish to put them in jeopardy? Nayland Jinyan rummaged through the letters and confidential notes on his desk, but found nothing. He turned to the steward Yuan, stationed outside the door, and inquired, "Steward Yuan, have you secured the blueprints for the repeating crossbow?" Steward Yuan paused momentarily, then replied, "No, my lord. No one is permitted near your desk without your consent." Upon a sudden realization, Steward Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. "My lord, could it be that Miss Wen has stolen it? I always believed that a mere peasant girl could not possibly possess knowledge of medicine. She must be hiding something. Those blueprints are of utmost importance. Over the past 2 years, how many of our soldiers have perished due to the relentless assault of those repeating crossbows?" Steward Yuan urged, "Lin Xing, quickly, descend the mountain and apprehend Miss Wen." Yet, Lin Xing remained still, casting a glance at Nayland Jinyan, for he only heeded his master's commands. Lin Xing, go now. Do not let her escape." Steward Yuan exclaimed in frustration. The significance of those blueprints weighed heavily on him. If they were to fall into the hands of other lesser nations, those unscrupulous entities could unite and wield such devastating weaponry against the Nayland Kingdom, leading to catastrophic consequences. The presence of the formidable Western Rome Kingdom had already caused considerable distress among their soldiers. Cannot find her? General Gue, struck by a thought inspired by his daughter's words, furrowed his brow in anger. What peasant girl? Could she be a spy? Those vile little nations have likely infiltrated us with countless agents. We must eradicate them. Better to mistakenly slay 1,000 than to let one escape. Where is she? I shall go and capture her. General Tang's countenance also darkened. These infiltrators are insidious. It was such a person who harmed the 17th Lord. We cannot afford to let her flee with the blueprints. Rising to his feet, he declared, "What peasant girl? How could she possibly steal those blueprints? Regardless, she is not to be underestimated. Anyone who dares to steal such plans is certainly no good. We must apprehend her. The blueprints for the repeating crossbow must not be allowed to leak." Indeed, several other deputy generals echoed his sentiments, rising to pursue the matter with fervor. It is far better than remaining here to face Prince Jean. Nayland Jin's gaze was icy as he regarded the crowd, his tone calm, yet resolute. It was not her. Steward Yuan interjected, "But she is the only outsider who has visited the study. If I say it was not her, then it is not." He commanded, "You all may leave." Reluctantly, Steward Yuan exited, his heart brimming with dissent. He was increasingly convinced of Guo Mingyan's words. Indeed, the prince had been bewitched by that peasant girl. Guangxiang's eyes flickered. His daughter was right. Prince Jean harbored an undeniable trust in that farm girl. It seemed necessary to investigate her further. Chapter 50. Unsatisfactory yet acceptable. As dawn broke, shrouded in mist, the world appeared a blanket of white. Da Hui and Xiao He traversed the thick fog, bringing home the day's catch. This morning, there was no need to prepare breakfast for Nayland Jin. After warming and feeding the 2 little creatures, Wenwan produced 2 sheets of blueprints for Da Hui. "Deliver these to your master." Da Hui wagged his tail in acknowledgement before departing with Xiao He. In the depths of the mountains, the morning was cloaked in heavy fog. However, the training grounds were alive with activity. Groups of soldiers engaged in combat practice, the air filled with the sounds of clashing weapons, cheers, and shouts of reprimand. At one corner of the training field, arrows pierced through the dense mist, striking a blue brick wall 50 meters away with tremendous force, leaving only the quivering tips of the arrows visible. A wave of cheers erupted, filled with excitement. "Hooray, we did it. We succeeded." The arrows had penetrated the wall with incredible precision and power, a testament to the might of a great nation's military. With such formidable strength, the borders of the Nayland Kingdom shall remain secure. Miss Guo is exceedingly clever, truly a master of weaponry, evoking profound admiration. Guo Mingyan's lips curved upward, her crimson attire strikingly radiant, impervious even to the fog that could not conceal her triumph. She tilted her head slightly, gazing up at the tall, slender man beside her, her eyes shimmering with a hint of hope, awaiting his remarks. The man, clad in a silver-gray robe, seemed to merge with the mist, one hand resting behind his back. His stature tall and elegant, He gazed distantly at the trembling arrows still quivering against the wall, his expression inscrutable, leaving one to ponder whether he was pleased or displeased. "Your Highness, how do you find this 20-shot repeating crossbow?" Gua Yingqi beamed with pride, for though he had but a single daughter, she surpassed many men in prowess. Truly, she is the embodiment of the phrase women can match men. Passable, the crowd murmured. Such a potent divine weapon. Yet it merely elicited a lukewarm response from His Highness. Guo Mingyin's bright expression faltered, the starlight in her eyes dimming slightly. Nevertheless, she managed to muster a smile, acknowledging. Indeed, it is merely passable. It matches the power achieved with the Shirong people, yet we must strive further to attain true wall-penetrating capability. Though she smiled, her heart felt shrouded in the heavy fog of the early mountain morn. Nailan Jinyan turned to depart, and after a few steps, a gray wolf approached, circling around him before lifting its head and wagging its tail, signaling him to take the object it held in its mouth. Nailan Jinyan pondered for a moment, gently stroking the wolf's head before accepting the offering. With a deft flick of his wrist, he unfolded the two neatly folded sheets of paper. Lin Xing stepped forward and took two long sheets of paper, spreading them out before Nailan Jinyan. Nailan Jinyan cast a fleeting glance, his icy eyes shimmering as he began to scrutinize the contents earnestly. After a quarter of an hour, the onlookers exchanged glances, astonished by the remarkable memory of the King of Jin, whose ability to read at a glance surpassed mere description. Even a 5-meter-long map of an enemy nation had never captured his attention for such an extended duration. With a mere sweep of his eyes, he had committed the entire geography of the map to memory. What could these two sheets depict that held his focus for so long? Li Bing was taken aback. What secrets lay within those papers? The glimmer in the depths of Nailan Jinyan's icy gaze was a sight to behold, an admiration he had never witnessed before. Lin Xing meticulously folded the blueprints and handed them over, his hand trembling slightly, betraying a surge of excitement. Nailan Jinyan then walked away. Li Bing unfolded the drawings for a brief moment, his body stiffening in shock. As the head of the Armament Institute, he had collaborated with Guo Mingyin on the design of the 20-shot repeating crossbow. No one, aside from Guo Mingyin, was more familiar with the intricacies of this formidable weapon. The modifications depicted on the blueprints illuminated his mind like a sudden revelation, dispersing all fog and shattering the barriers before him. Such alterations promised unparalleled power beyond imagination. He swiftly turned to the next sheet, his entire being quivering with exhilaration, as if he were a leaf caught in a tempest. The others could not restrain their curiosity and gathered around Li Bing, imploring, "What do these drawings represent?" Li Bing clasped his hands together, his expression grave, the true treasures of the nation, the genuine divine weapons. While the weapons crafted could be wielded by the soldiers, the blueprints remained too precious to be shared with them. Guo Mingyin's expression stiffened once more. General Tang, taken aback, exclaimed, "My Lord Li, are you suggesting that this is even more formidable than the 20-arrow rapid-fire crossbow we just witnessed?" Li Bing shook his head, declaring, "It cannot be compared. 60 arrows in one volley." With that, he swiftly departed, determined to work through the night to forge this miraculous weapon and unveil its potential. A collective gasp arose from the onlookers. 60 arrows in one volley? This is inconceivable. Yet, observing Prince Jin's demeanor, it seemed anything but impossible. No wonder Prince Jin had earlier remarked that the performance was merely satisfactory. They had thought his expectations were high. Such a powerful barrage of arrows deemed only acceptable rather than truly commendable. Indeed, Prince Jin's previous comment had been generous. How could this be considered merely satisfactory? When comparing 20 arrows to 60, satisfaction was hardly the appropriate term. Guo Mingyin felt a tremor in her heart, her expression one of disbelief. 60 arrows in one volley? How could this be? Which celestial being devised such a marvel? It is astonishing, truly extraordinary. Curiosity piqued in General Tang, while Deputy Zhang speculated. Did you not see that it was the wolf, the guardian of Prince Jin's divine weapon, that brought it here? That wolf only engages with Prince Jin's belongings. It must surely be his invention. The crowd paused in contemplation, then unanimously nodded in agreement. It must be so. Who else possesses such remarkable skill? Eager anticipation filled the air as someone voiced, "I cannot wait to behold the form of such a divine apparatus." Indeed, with such a weapon at their disposal, would they still fear those Western barbarians? The assembled commanders wore expressions of yearning. Guo Mingyin felt a sense of relief wash over her. The earlier feelings of embarrassment, resentment, and humiliation evaporated instantaneously. Her admiration for the extraordinary and captivating man intensified. She swiftly turned and pursued Li Bing, eager to witness his remarkable talents. At the end of Wenjia village, after the Wen family had finished their breakfast, the fog had lifted. Wen Jiarui slung a basket onto his back and, accompanied by Wen Wan, set off to fetch Wen Ro, all the while intending to sell the raw stones. It was the busy farming season, and few occupied the ox cart, which held only 2 village women, one being Aunt Yongfu and the other the wife of Heir Lizi. Upon spotting Wen Jiarui and Wen Wan, Aunt Yongfu greeted them warmly. "Sir, Sister Wan, are you heading to the county as well?" Wen Jiarui guided Wen Wan to the opposite side, placing the basket down and politely responding, "Greetings, sisters." Wen Wan also offered a greeting. However, Heir Lizi's wife chose to remain silent. She had no desire to engage with the village's impoverished folk, particularly those reduced to scavenging for snail shells to sell. Moreover, Heir Lizi had recently lost money and owed several taels to the gambling den, which left her in a state of annoyance. She had been unable to borrow money from anyone and was heading to the county today to sell a piece of land to settle debts. In contrast, Aunt Yongfu was exceedingly cordial, inquiring, "What brings you to the county? Are you selling something?" Leaning closer to peek into the basket, she noticed the contents were concealed beneath a cloth, obscuring her view, just as she was about to reach out to lift it. When Jiarui swiftly picked up the basket and slung it back over his shoulder, Aunt Yongfu paused momentarily, pouting slightly. "What is so special about it? Can't a sister take a look?" Chapter 51. Inquiring passers-by when one could hardly tolerate the worldview of such individuals. Why must others always accommodate you? If it cannot be done, then so be it. Yesterday, a venomous snake slithered into our home, and my father captured it, intending to sell it at the county medicine shop, mindful not to frighten Aunt Yongfu. If Aunt Yongfu dared to look, should I then reveal it to you? When one pretended to reach into her backpack. With so many snakes at the foot of the mountain, how could that drafty bamboo house possibly fend off such slippery creatures? Aunt Yongfu believed her, and after a moment of trepidation, declared, "No need. You've secured that snake, haven to you? Make sure it doesn't escape." How impoverished one must be to dare capture a venomous serpent. When Wan smiled faintly and replied, "Of course, it is well contained." Subsequently, Aunt Yongfu chose to ignore the two of them, even distancing herself from the wife of the second Lotzi, fearing that the snake might unexpectedly emerge. When Wan was more than pleased. At the town's entrance, they encountered a man on horseback who inquired the way to an family village. When Wan scrutinized the man, noting his restrained demeanor and the aura of danger surrounding him, indicative of a veteran who had seen battle, Aunt Yongfu, intrigued, asked whom he was seeking. The man remained silent, prompting Aunt Yongfu to state, "I'm afraid we do not have a Wen family village in this vicinity." When Jiarui, unable to stand idly by, observed the man's weary appearance, suggesting he had traveled a great distance and possibly had urgent matters to attend to, thus providing him with directions. The man, grateful for the information, clasped his fists in thanks and offered Wen Wan a silver coin to buy some sweets before galloping away. Aunt Yongfu and the wife of the second Lotzi gazed at the coin in Wen Wan's hand, filled with regret that was as deep as the ocean. Aunt Yongfu gazed at the silver in Worm's hands, her heart tingling with desire. "Sister Worm, that man inquired about directions from me first, surely. I deserve half of that silver, don't you think?" Such audacity. Worm cast a glance at her, feigning innocence. "But that man did not ask me for directions. He simply found me charming and offered silver to buy sweets. What does asking for directions have to do with anything? Otherwise, why did he not give my father a couple of taels to purchase sweets?" Aunt Yongfu insisted that the silver was a reward for her guidance, questioning why she hadn't informed the man earlier. Aunt Yongfu remained unconvinced, persistently voicing her desire for a share of the silver throughout their journey, even enlisting the second-rate wife to join her in claiming a portion. Worm remained resolutely silent, inciting Aunt Yongfu's ire and leaving her feeling agitated. After an hour, they finally arrived at the city gate. Worm quickly leaped from the ox cart, exclaiming, "What a racket!" The actions of Wen Jiarui as he disembarked were equally hasty. He had never encountered anyone so talkative. The two hurriedly exchanged a couple of coins to enter the city. Meanwhile, a mounted man arrived at Wenjia village, seeking a child to inquire about the household of Wen Baokai. He soon spotted a grand house of green bricks and large tiles, which was the finest in the entire village. In the county town, Wen Jiarui led Worm to the largest treasure shop, Zhenbaozhai. Upon observing their humble attire, the shopkeeper greeted them with little enthusiasm. "What can I assist you with? Silver ear studs are over here." Dressed so poorly, they were likely only able to afford the cheapest trinkets in the shop. However, Wen Jirue paid no mind to the shopkeeper's demeanor. We are not here to purchase. We have come to sell. Sell? What do you intend to sell? The young attendant's eyes darted around, pondering whether there might be ancestral jewelry for sale. Please summon the shopkeeper. This is beyond your authority, Wen Wan remarked coldly. Such a lackadaisical attitude. How could this establishment claim to be the largest jewelry store in the county? Just as the attendant was about to assert that the shopkeeper was unavailable, the proprietor emerged from within. Welcome, esteemed guests. How may I assist you? The shopkeeper's demeanor was markedly more gracious than that of the young attendant. When Jirue set down his basket, lifted the cloth covering, and revealed the jade raw stone within. Kindly take a look at this, esteemed shopkeeper. The jade stone, now exhibiting a larger patch of emerald green, sparkled brilliantly. Its verdant hue seemed almost alive, pulsating with vitality. The young attendant stole a glance, his eyes widening in astonishment. Is this truly a jade raw stone? He assessed the two individuals before him, realizing they were destined for considerable fortune. The shopkeeper's expression turned serious. Please, follow me. His tone had shifted to one of gravity as he escorted them into the inner chamber, offering fine tea. He meticulously examined the jade raw stone for an extended period, growing increasingly exhilarated with each passing moment. A glimmer of shrewd calculation flickered in his eyes as he deliberated before speaking. Though this stone is sizable, the true dimensions of the jade within can only be determined once it is carved. It may not even yield a piece the size of an egg. May I inquire as to the price you have in mind? If it is reasonable, I shall purchase it. Wen Jirue raised 2 fingers, recalling the price that Wen Wan had suggested. 200 taels? The shopkeeper replied, that seems rather excessive. Let us consider this. I might incur a loss. So how about 150 taels? I will buy it immediately. The shopkeeper's heart brimmed with joy from his bidding. It was evident that he was inexperienced and lacked discernment. He lowered the price, acquiring the jadeite rough for 150 taels. Then informed the owner that he had purchased it for over 1,000 taels. This meant a net profit of 1,000 taels for him. This jadeite rough was indeed a rare find, boasting exceptional imperial green quality. Wen Jirue shook his head, stating, I said 2,000 taels. 2,000 taels? That is impossible. Even if this stone were entirely jade, it could never be worth 2,000 taels. Would you sell it for 300 taels? Though gold holds a price, jade is priceless, and Wen Jirue also believed that no one would pay 2,000 taels, given the significant risk involved. However, 300 taels felt utterly insufficient, after all. Sister Nguyen had sold a piece for 550 taels. When Nguyen stood up decisively, Father, let us go. Since the shopkeeper shows no sincerity, we shall not sell. When Jirue rose as well, covering the jadeite rough with cloth and preparing to leave. Upon witnessing this, the shopkeeper exclaimed, 500 taels. That is my final offer. Wen Nguyen retorted, 2,000 taels, no negotiation. This jade had been purified with auspicious energy. Not only was its quality superb, but wearing it also benefited one's health. With a lesser sum, Wen Nguyen naturally refused to sell. The shopkeeper waved his hand dismissively. 2,000 taels? You won't find anyone in the entire county willing to buy? Even in the capital, no one would dare purchase it. 500 taels is already generous. Go and inquire elsewhere, then return to me. Other shops might not match the prestige of their treasure pavilion, and the shopkeepers there were equally unknowledgeable. Certainly too timid to offer 500 taels for a mere stone. He was certain of his profit of 1,000 taels. The shopkeeper dismissed them with a wave. Be gone. The idle are often burdened with excess. The newly hired attendant proves to be inadequate. After Wen Nguyen and Wen Jirue departed, they ventured to 2 larger jewelry stores in the city, only to find that the proprietors offered even lower prices. There were several smaller jewelry shops, but those establishments could hardly afford to make any offers, prompting Wen Nguyen to refrain from inquiring further. She had nurtured this jadeite rough stone for many days with her violet aura. Once processed into various headpieces and bangles, it could undoubtedly fetch nearly 10,000 taels. Should the designer and the craftsman possess exceptional skills, this jade could be transformed into exquisite ornaments worth far more than that. Even with inferior craftsmanship, it could still sell for 7,000 to 8,000 taels, and her asking price of 2,000 was already quite modest. Father, let us procure some gifts to welcome our elder sister at the Qian family home. As for the extravagant items gifted by Nalingenian, they were far too precious and thus deemed inappropriate, so Wen Nguyen left them behind, taking only 2 wild ducks and a hare. Very well. After all, silver is not immediately needed. If it doesn't sell, it can remain a treasured heirloom. Chapter 52. The heist. When one purchased some pastries and a few useful items before the two set off for Qianjia village. Not far from the county town. There were no ox carts heading to Qianjia village at the city gate, so they planned to walk. Shortly after leaving the city gate, when one noticed someone trailing them. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, yet she continued to walk with an air of composure. Father, are there any shortcuts to Qianjia village? Would taking a small path be quicker? Is my dear sister feeling fatigued? We will reach our destination after crossing this thicket. Here, allow me to carry you. When Jiarwei set down the burdensome basket, intending to carry it into sister. No, I simply wish to see our sister sooner. Hearing this, when Jiarwei chuckled softly, we shall arrive shortly. He descended from the official road, taking a narrow path. Shortly after the two ventured into the woods, a group of ruffians obstructed their passage, demanding, hand over your possessions, and we shall spare your lives. Their faces were obscured by cloth, rendering their features indistinguishable, yet they exuded a distinctly unseemly aura. However, to everyone's astonishment, when one fled, not backward, but forward, when Jiarwei was taken aback and hurried to pursue her, wondering if the girl had become so frightened that she had lost her sense of direction. That little girl has remarkable courage. Seize her, commanded the leader. A few of the ruffians rushed forward with haste. Yet, when Wan was swift, her slate-gray figure darted past them in a blur. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, some clutching their stomachs, others shielding their groins, some grasping their chests, and a few wiping away blood from their noses. Are you attempting to rob me? When Wan declared, placing her foot upon the chest of the leader, her tone teasing. As a heroine, I might consider sparing your lives if you hand over all your silver. The fallen bandits, grimacing in pain, hastily produced their silver coins. Heroine, we beg for mercy. When Jiarwei was left speechless, as was the big bad wolf. Following behind, Nailan Jinyan entered with a bemused expression, trailed by Ouyang Huayan, Ning Huaijie, Lin Xing, and others. Ouyang Huayan recognized when one as the little master spoken of by Feng Yanqin. However, could it truly be that this young lady was merely a peasant girl? Possessing medical knowledge, adept in the design of crossbows, and well-versed in martial arts? Although lacking internal energy, her techniques do not resemble those of an amateur. Could it be that her childhood illness was merely a fade, allowing her to master a myriad of skills in secret? When Wan received the entirety of the silver and copper coins, counting a mere 1.5 taels, a gathering of impoverished souls. The individuals on the ground, would they truly resort to robbery if they were not destitute? Lin Xing's lips twitched, not long ago. Her family's poverty in Nailan Kingdom was quite notable. When Wan glanced at Wen Jiarwei. Father, are you not frightened? Not at all, not frightened. What a lie. He was indeed intimidated by such a formidable daughter. When Wan then turned her gaze towards Nailan Jinyan and his companions. What a coincidence, Brother 17. Nailan Jinyan raised an elegant brow. De Hui brought me here. De Hui trotted over to Wen Wan, playfully shaking his whiskers. Wen Wan affectionately ruffled his fur. It was then that when Jiarwei noticed Nailan Jinyan's presence and quickly remarked, 17 has also arrived. Nailan Jinyan nodded. Uncle Wen, are you well? I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong? He had yet to take action, and those individuals hadn't even had the chance to brush against the hem of his garment. What could possibly trouble him? But how remarkable it is that one can witness others practicing martial arts in dreams, and yet excel in reality without any training. What kind of dreams does his daughter have? He wishes to experience such dreams himself. Ning Huaijie discreetly cast a glance at Wen Jiarwei, astonished within. How could the 17th master address him as uncle? And that young girl dares to call him Brother 17? This, who in the entire Nailan Kingdom possesses the standing to have the Prince of Jin refer to them as uncle? Who would dare to call him brother? All is well. All is well. Wen Jiarwei's scarred face flushed crimson. Initially, he intended to protect his daughter, yet unexpectedly, it was she who shielded him. His daughter was remarkably capable, earning more than he did and possessing greater combat prowess, leaving him devoid of any paternal sense of accomplishment. After Nailan Jinyan spoke, he turned to Ouyang Huayan. Capture them and conduct a thorough interrogation. Ouyang Huayan surveyed the sprawled figures on the ground, unable to rise, and stroked his chin. This girl is impressive. With such swiftness, she incapacitated several adversaries in a mere instant without employing any internal energy, something I could not achieve. Just moments ago, he had boasted before the 17th about the absence of petty crimes in Yuyuan County under his governance, only to be swiftly contradicted. Indeed, The magistrate Lei Li felt a surge of excitement upon hearing that Ouyang Huayan would personally interrogate the culprits. Sir, we should apprehend the waiter from the treasure pavilion. He is the mastermind behind this. We truly acknowledge our misdeeds. To be interrogated at the yamen, we may not perish, but shall certainly suffer. It was rumored that this county magistrate had a particularly brutal method for dealing with petty thieves. Those who had faced him previously claimed they would never dare to thieve again in their lifetimes. Undeniably, their assumptions were correct, as they soon became Ouyang Huayan's training targets. Enduring relentless torment, Lei Li, deftly binding the culprits together with rope, faced the leader, who was genuinely terrified. No, sir, we were robbed by this young lady. Why do you not apprehend her? Lei Li delivered a swift kick. Silence. That is a fine, do you understand? The young master has stated that the government must take advantage of the situation, robbing the wealthy to aid the impoverished, and rooting out the strong to support the weak. Does he not know this? If he is unaware, how dare he linger in Ningyuan County? Lei Li led them away, ignoring their protest of innocence. When Jiarui was taken aback to discover a connection with the attendant from Zenbage, realizing that indeed, riches should never be flaunted, Ning Huaijia pondered, is this truly the esteemed King Jin, the one with a penchant for cleanliness who never permits others to enter his carriage? He cast a curious glance at Wen Wan, noting that aside from her combat prowess, she was rather slight in stature, lacking any remarkable qualities. Especially at such a young age. Could it be that the illustrious young Master 17, with an abundance of talented and beautiful noble women at his disposal, has taken a liking to this girl? Surely, that is implausible. Wen Jiarui waved his hand dismissively, stating, no need, we are headed to Qianjia village for a matter. Ouyang Huayan, the magistrate of Ningyuan County, well acquainted with the towns and villages of the area, interjected, Qianjia village is not far ahead, is it? It is conveniently along the way. Let us go together. Nailin Jingyan, with one hand twisting the bamboo basket at his feet, remarked, Uncle One, please don't stand on ceremony. Let us proceed. Their earnest invitation left no room for further refusal. Ultimately, the two boarded Nailin Jingyan's carriage. Indeed, Qianjia village was quite close. They arrived at the village entrance in less than 5 minutes. Wen Wan and Wen Jue disembarked and bid farewell to their companions before making their way down the village path towards Scholar Qian's home. As Wen Wan approached, she felt a twinge of discomfort in her back, realizing it was nearly noon and that she needed to prepare a meal. Otherwise, the scholar's wife would accuse her of deliberately starving the entire family. She hurried to the kitchen, only to collide with Qian Qingyu, who had just poured a cup of boiling water. The scalding liquid splashed all over Wen Wan. A searing pain coursed through her body, and Wenru could not help but let out a sharp cry, quickly shaking off the dirt that clung to her garments, fanning herself in an attempt to cool down. Qian Qingyu noticed that his exquisite attire had been sullied by the mud from Wenru, and he was incensed. This was a new outfit he had tailored, intended for a dinner with Mainyang. How dare this wretched girl soil his clothes? In a fit of rage, Qian Qingyu instinctively kicked Wenru in the abdomen, exclaiming, You insolent wretch! Are you blind? You've ruined my clothes. Can you even afford to pay for them? Wenru was propelled backward by the force of his kick, crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 53. Want to leave? Dream on. The pain in her abdomen was excruciating, yet she dared not even touch it. Instead, she scrambled to her feet, kneeling on the ground as she crawled towards him. I'm sorry, I didn't TC you. If you take off your clothes, I will wash them for you. Qian Qingyu looked at her with disdain, hurling the cup in his hand at her. Your hands are filthy. Don't touch me. At that moment, Qian Shoujin emerged, casually tossing a bloodstained pair of trousers onto Wenru's head. Washing clothes, are we? Make sure to clean these trousers well. Wenru recoiled at the scent of blood, suppressing the urge to retch. She hastily pulled the trousers down and responded, I will wash them right away. Hearing her son's accusations, the scholar's wife rushed out from the house. What happened? Mother, this wretched girl seduced me and deliberately collided with me, staining my new clothes. I intended to wear them to the poetry gathering. I have always said this clumsy girl should be made to pay us 2 taels of silver and be sent away. Do not disturb me while I read. Mother, you are unwilling again. He and Mei Nyang shared a deep affection, but if her family were to discover that he had a child bride, his wealthy merchant father would undoubtedly refuse to allow her to marry into their family. This wretched woman must not be permitted to remain. He must devise a way to drive her away. Yet, this worthless creature endures all forms of humiliation, even having filthy water poured upon her. She possesses not an ounce of self-respect. The scholar's wife, upon hearing this, struck her across the face and fiercely twisted Wenru's ear. You lowly wench. 3 days without a beating, and you dared to incite rebellion. How dare you tempt my son? Was it not said that you should not approach him and disrupt his studies? Do not think that such behavior qualifies you to be my son's legitimate wife. You are only fit to be a concubine, destined to toil for my family like a beast of burden. Of course, she was unwilling to let this wretched woman go. Who would take care of the numerous tasks at home? The crops had barely been harvested. No, I have not, said Monroe. I was just about to head to the kitchen to prepare a meal, when unexpectedly, the young master emerged from within. Monroe shook her head, tears streaming down her face. Wretched woman, do you still dare to argue? Without punishment, you will not behave. The scholar's wife reached out, pinching Monroe with great force. Monroe curled up, too frightened to run, resist, or even cry out in pain. Any act of defiance would only result in harsher punishment. The mother-in-law might even demand repayment of 2 taels of silver, forcing her to leave. With no money to repay, she could not depart, clenching her teeth. Monroe silently wept. The scholar's family resided at the village's edge, and soon, when Jiarue and Wenwan arrived, before they could approach, they heard the sounds of curses emanating from within. Their expressions changed, and they hurriedly rushed over. The gate was firmly shut, when Jiarue did not bother to knock. Instead, he forcefully kicked it open. There, he beheld Monroe kneeling on the ground, with Qian Posey grasping her hair, incessantly berating her. In a fit of rage, she slapped Monroe across the face. Qian Qingyu stood by, watching with a cold, malevolent smile. Qian Shoujin fanned the flames, exclaiming, "Mother, refrain from striking her face. The crops in the field have only been harvested halfway. She still needs to work. It would be detrimental if others saw her. Just give her a beating and let her go hungry for a few days." Monroe knelt there, her hands clutched around her head, silently enduring it all. When Jiarue's eyes turned red as he rushed forward, shouting, "Stop it!" Wenwan, more direct and forceful, charged ahead and kicked the scholar's wife aside. Her blow was swift and fierce, sending the scholar's wife crashing to the ground, clutching her abdomen, unable to utter a sound from the pain. Seeing someone intrude and knock his mother down, Qian Qingyu hastily grabbed a wooden basin from the ground, shielding himself with it. "Who are you? How dare you invade someone's home in broad daylight and harm others? Is there no law left?" Terrified, Qian Shoujin let out a shriek and dashed inside, securely closing the door. What kind of life was Monroe leading here? She trembled uncontrollably, her eyes tightly shut, fearing that she was hallucinating and not daring to open them. Upon seeing Monroe's swollen cheeks, Wenwan pressed her hand against her pulse, feeling a surge of fury. "Who did this to you?" Wenwan cast a cold glare at Qian Qingyu and the scholar's wife. It was then that Qian Qingyu realized that they were Monroe's father and sister. His fear dissipated. "Your arrival is timely. This woman has been incessantly attempting to seduce me, hindering my studies. Hurry and compensate us with 10 taels of silver, and take her away. We do not desire such a wanton woman in our household." "You." Slap. Slap. A series of rapid and fierce slaps interrupted Qian Qingyu's words, leaving him bewildered. The scholar's mother, witnessing her precious son being struck, momentarily disregarded her own pain and charged forward. "Vile creature, how dare you strike my son? I shall confront you." Slap. 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 The scholar's mother was hid until stars danced before her eyes. When one shook her hand, feeling the sting in her palm. This matter was far from over. She had anticipated that life would be difficult for her here, but not to this extent. "Ah!" A shrill scream pierced the heavens, soaring into the clouds. Startled, when one opened her eyes only to find herself in disbelief, her father and third sister had arrived. "Ah! Murder! You wretched harlot! How dare you strike me? My husband is an official. Prepare to face the guillotine." The scholar's mother shouted, covering her face, her voice resounding as she frantically swung her hands towards Wenwan. This little vixen, she vowed to end her life. Qian Qingyu, worried for his mother's safety, grabbed a nearby pole and lunged forward, seeking death. Wenwan's expression turned cold as she swiftly evaded the scholar's mother's charge, grasping one of her hands and pulling with force, dislocating her arm. Then, with a swift turn, she seized the pole that Qian Qingyu had swung down, pushing it with all her strength, sending him and the pole flying outwards. "Ah!" The scholar's wife let out a piercing scream, her anguish tearing through the air. She gazed at her limp hand, which throbbed with unbearable pain at the slightest movement, her face filled with terror. My hand. Warmth, be cautious." Just as when Jirue's voice echoed, the two were swiftly subdued. Qian Qingyu crashed heavily to the ground, every bone in his body feeling as if it were shattered. When Wan placed her foot firmly on Qian Qingyu's chest, coldly regarding the two who were writhing in agony. Hand over the marriage certificate. Qian Xingyu opened his mouth. His expression one of torment, but words eluded him. Bah, what a dream. You wretched woman, my husband is currently serving in the magistrate's office. Dare to strike us and await your fate in a dungeon. The scholar's wife had never endured such humiliation. Her husband had once been a scholar and now held esteem before the county magistrate. Having become an official, the villagers revered her. How dare this lowly maid strike her? She vowed to make the Wen family suffer. A glint of malice flickered in the scholar's wife's eyes as she cried out desperately, "Someone, help. Save me. They are trying to kill me." Wen Wan turned to Wen Ro. "Sister, do you know where the marriage certificate is?" The villagers of Qianjia village would wreak havoc if they arrived. They had previously beaten someone to death. In a panic, Wen Ro urged the two to flee. "Hurry. There is no time." Yet the term official struck her with realization. No, it was not just that Qian Xiaocai was a mere scholar. The entire village held him in high regard. The lady could bully anyone she pleased. Want to escape? What a fantasy. The village chief, leading a horde of villagers, surged in like a tide. Chapter 54. The village mobilizes. Qian Xingyu observed the village head approaching with a group of villagers, emboldened by the sight. Village head. These two intend to kill us. Take them to the authorities. Let my father imprison them for life. His father, a magistrate, was a trusted aide to the county official. To dare strike him was a path to ruin. Madame Qian sat on the ground, tears and snot streaming down her face. Village head, save me. Quickly apprehend them. This wretched woman has ruined my hand. Take her to the authorities so her father can execute them publicly. The village head exclaimed, "This is outrageous. They dare to enter our homes and inflict harm. Brothers, seize them." Wen Ro, in a flurry of concern, stepped in front of the two, shaking her head anxiously. "No. Village head, they are my father and my sister. It's all a misunderstanding. Do not apprehend them. They have done nothing wrong. It is all my doing." "All my doing." Qian Xingyu, in agony, protested vehemently. "What misunderstanding? To invade our home and beat us thus is also a misunderstanding?" Village head. "This woman is of loose morals, attempting to seduce me before reaching maturity, hindering my studies, and showing no sign of reform. My mother merely intervened to teach her a lesson." The villagers gazed at Wen Ro with newfound scrutiny. They had presumed her to be innocent, only to discover her true nature. No wonder she was often chastised by the scholar's wife. Qian Xingyu was still but a youth. At a crucial juncture in his studies, what if this young harlot led him astray and ruined his health? Such a woman, who disregarded the virtues of womanhood, certainly deserved punishment. Qian Pozi was resting at home, her gaze warm yet filled with resentment. This person had swindled her out of 2 taels of silver. How could she let such an opportunity for vengeance slip away? Village chief, the morals of Qian family village must not be tarnished. Such a woman, who defies the principles of womanhood, deserves a thorough lesson. It is only right to punish her. Even if she were to be killed, no one would dare to object. Yes, her death would be justified. Once she steps into my Qian family's domain, she is one of us. Can she not be hit or scolded? A woman who strays from her duties deserves to be punished severely. When Rua's eyes were red from crying, overwhelmed with shame. "No, I didn't seduce him. I did not act inappropriately." When Jirue's face flushed with anger. "Silence. My daughter is not that kind of person." A figure clad in slate gray moved, delivering several sharp slaps to Qian Xingyu. "A dog's mouth cannot produce ivory. Who, pray tell, is the one being lewd? If you do not clarify this today, I shall break your 3rd leg." This shameless scoundrel, with no evidence to back his claims, could say whatever he wished, tarnishing Wen Rua's reputation. Even as a child bride, neither party could engage in impropriety before reaching adulthood, otherwise they would be scorned by society. Wen Wan, enraged, twisted his arm, dislocating it. "My elder sister seduced you?" "Ah!" Qian Xingyu cried out in agony, cold sweat pouring down his face. He could not utter a word. His hand was ruined. He would be unable to participate in the imperial examination. With another twist, the other arm was also dislocated. "Did she seduce you? Speak up." Wen Wan's small hand rested on his neck. "Ah, no. She did not seduce me. Do not twist my neck. Village chief, help me." Qian Xingyu shrank his head, fear gripping him tightly. "Are you all dead? Quickly, save my son." The village chief's expression shifted dramatically, taken aback by Wen Wan's audacity to harm another in front of so many. "This is intolerable. Seize her at once. Are we to be bullied in our own Qian family village?" The villagers surged forward like a tide, fists raised, their faces contorted with fury. How dare they cause a ruckus in our Qian family village? Brothers, strike. Beat them until their parents cannot recognize them. Eliminate her. Old Lady Qian's eyes glinted with malice as she shouted from the sidelines. Hit her hard. It matters not if she dies. How dare they bully a member of our Qian family village? Since this one has become a child bride of our Qian family, she is one of us. What of beating or scolding her? Does her natal family have any say in this? Even if she dies, she belongs to the Qian family. They are in the wrong for coming here to harm us. If she dies, she deserves it. If she survives, we shall capture her and hand her over to the authorities. You made me lose 2 taels of silver. In this era, many villages were composed of families sharing the same surname, forming a close-knit community. Most residents were distantly related, fostering unity against external threats. In larger villages, the sheer number often led to the oppression of smaller ones, and conflicts that resulted in fatalities were not uncommon. Qian Family Village had earned a notorious reputation for its ruthless inhabitants, who had always been the aggressors. A swarm of villagers pressed forward. With a swift motion of her warm toes, the carrying pole soared into the air, and she deftly caught it. A ring of people in front fell to the ground, howling in pain, utterly bewildered by her swift actions. By the time they comprehended what had transpired, they found themselves sprawled on the ground. The villagers behind, gripped by fear, retreated hastily, no longer daring to advance. A few perceptive individuals turned to seek weapons. With a forceful kick, she struck Qian Xingyu in the abdomen, then stood firmly upon his chest, one hand propping the carrying pole, gazing coolly at the villagers, boldly proclaiming, "Come on, let us see who meets their end first. Will I perish or not?" A chilling scream erupted, echoing through the air Qian Xingyu's voice, torn by agony. The crowd was struck with terror by her ferocity. Paralyzed by fear of death, the scholar's wife, accustomed to her privileges, could not fathom being outmatched by a mere girl amidst such numbers. Witnessing her son beneath her foot, she was consumed by rage. "Wretched girl, release my son. Are you all lifeless? Seize her at once. Grab a hoe. What is there to fear with so many of us?" As the villagers hesitated, she struck Qian Xingyu's hand with the carrying pole. Another heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. "No, don't come closer. Quickly, fetch my father. Mother, give her the marriage certificate." The villagers, now disinclined to approach, turned their gaze toward the village chief. Qian Xingyu was indeed the beloved child of Lord Qian, and his hands, vital for wielding a pen, were of utmost importance. Losing them would be disastrous. The chief, seething with anger and fear, shouted, "Hurry and summon Lord Qian." He pointed at Wenwan, fuming. "You are bold." The villagers had benefited greatly from Qian Shuren's favors. "No, it is not I who am bold, but rather, you are. However, should you fail to present the marriage certificate, I can ensure none of you retain that boldness." "Do you believe it?" Warmth gazed at a certain spot on Qian Xingyu, causing the carrying pole to shift slightly. Qian Xingyu was utterly terrified. "Mother, the marriage certificate. Give it to her, please." The villagers instinctively tightened their legs. The village chief, exasperated, demanded, "What on earth do you intend to do? Qian Xingyu's father is an official. If you harm him, do you not fear the entire family facing execution?" "Execution?" scoffed the defiant one, "a mere minor official, hardly of any consequence. Does he possess the authority to instill fear? I am genuinely terrified. Present the marriage certificate, annul the engagement, and let my elder sister bow in apology, and this matter shall be settled." "To annul the engagement? In your dreams." An enraged voice thundered from behind the crowd. "How dare a mere girl create a ruckus in the Qian family? To trample upon my distinguished son. I shall show her whether this insignificant official possesses the capability to take her head." Coincidentally, a condemned criminal's family had brought 1,000 taels of silver for redemption, and the county magistrate was in search of a substitute executioner. Upon hearing this voice, the villagers exclaimed, "Oh, now these two are doomed. To dare bully someone from the Qian family, they are courting death. They deserve death for daring to mistreat the son of Lord Qian. Take them to the dungeons. Imprison them for life. Decapitation for public display is the least they deserve. Dismember them." The crowd collectively exhaled, parting to create a passage. Chapter 55. I am the law. A middle-aged man clad in a deep blue robe, sporting 2 prominent mustaches, strode in with an air of authority. As he passed, the villagers hastily stepped aside, loudly proclaiming, "Lord Qian, Lord Qian." The scene was so dramatic that it seemed as though one might kneel and cry out, "Long live the emperor." The old woman, Qian, let out a disdainful snort. "Are you frightened?" Wenwan cast her a cold glance, her smile radiant. "Indeed, I am quite terrified." Qian was taken aback. You must be stunned. How can you still smile at such a moment? Qian Xiaocai gazed at Wenwan, perplexed by her ability to maintain a smile amidst such chaos. What emboldened her so? Qian Qingyu, in excruciating pain, lay helpless on the ground, feeling as if he had miraculously survived a calamity. In a weak whisper, he pleaded, "Father, help me. I am on the verge of being beaten to death. My husband, save me. These two wretches have rendered both my son and me incapacitated. The pain is unbearable. Quickly, seize them and behead them. Lord Qian, these two have injured us. Take her to prison and execute them." The villagers clamored to voice their grievances. Qian Xiaocai observed the unnatural droop of his wife and son's hands, their faces swollen and bruised, particularly his son's, whose appearance was so tragic that it was nearly unrecognizable, perfectly suited to substitute for a condemned criminal. He was determined to show her that even a lowly magistrate could exact justice upon them. No. When Ro knelt, preparing to submit, but when Wan swiftly grasped her, "Sister, do not be afraid." When Ro shook her head, unaware that their father was no longer merely a scholar. He had ascended to the rank of magistrate and was esteemed in the presence of the county magistrate. She had even inadvertently overheard him speak of assisting the magistrate in finding someone to take the place of a condemned criminal. Fear gripped her hard at the thought of her father and sister being imprisoned, their lives hanging by a thread. She wept, pleading, "My lord, I beseech you to spare my father and sister. I shall comply with any demand you make." They did not act with malice. When Jirawei, filled with indignation, declared, "Fear not, Sister Ro. I refuse to believe that there exists no place for reason in this world. To fabricate charges is to seek excuses. It was clearly the wife of the Qian family who assaulted my daughter first, and the villagers followed suit. Without a word of inquiry, they cast us into prison and subjected us to brutal torture. Is there no law to uphold justice? A mere constable without rank, unqualified to wield such power." Qian Xiaocai appeared to find the situation ludicrous. "Law? Here, I am the law. I embody reason. If I desire to imprison you, I shall. If I wish to sever your head, I shall do so. Observe whether this constable has the power to end your life. Take them away." A dozen constables advanced, brandishing their swords. The glint of their sharp blades reflected a chilling silver in the sunlight, instilling dread in the hearts of onlookers. Everyone looked on with smug satisfaction at Wenyan. "Impudent girl, why don't you fight now?" mocked old lady Qian. "Are you afraid upon seeing the sword?" Wenyan remained still, merely observing the constables with a cold smile, allowing them to press their swords against her neck, silently counting. 1, 2. A furious wolf howl erupted. "Qian Darren? What imposing authority!" A magnetic, enchanting voice rang out from the crowd. "Since when does a mere constable dare to claim such a title?" This voice caused Qian Xiaocai to stiffen. The county magistrate had heard. He could posture before the villagers. But as a constable without rank, he was merely relying on the trust of the county deputy. In truth, he does not belong to the ranks of genuine officials, who would dare to act grandly before true authority. The county magistrate has recently kept a low profile, distancing himself from the county chief. Wary of provoking someone of significant standing, kneeling before the ground, he humbly addressed, "Your servant pays his respects, my lord," bowing his head, scarcely daring to breathe. The villagers, oblivious to their unusual demeanor, were even more elated, believing that Scholar Qian was faring exceptionally well within the government, even receiving backing from the county magistrate. In the villagers' perception, the village head was a minor official, the town mayor a greater authority, while the county magistrate represented half the sky. The county chief was akin to an expansive azure canopy above. Scholar Qian had ascended to the role of an envoy, assisting the county magistrate. And now he strode through the county with confidence, with the county chief supporting Qian Shoren. It seemed that the people of Qian Family Village would be able to walk with pride in the future. Unconsciously, everyone parted to create a pathway, kneeling in a disordered fashion, offering their greetings. "Your humble subjects pay their respects, my lord." Only Warmth and two others remained standing in the courtyard, with Warmth intending to kneel, but held back by her companion, unable to do so. Observing this, Granny Qian couldn't help but roll her eyes. They were not kneeling even before the county magistrate. Perhaps they were awaiting punishment. A wolf dashed in first, followed closely by 3 strikingly handsome young men, radiant like celestial bodies. Particularly, the man at the forefront, exuding an aura of noble elegance, shone like the brightest sun in the sky, too dazzling to behold. Scholar Qian Jin could not resist lifting her gaze to the newcomers, her heart racing with excitement. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. The wolf approached Warmth, wagging its tail in a manner reminiscent of a dog, announcing, "Miss, I have brought the official. Warmth understood the wolf's eager expression and affectionately patted its head. Yang Huan cast a cold glance at Qian Shotsai. Is he the law of the land? He wouldn't dare to claim such a title. Qian Shoren, are you the law? I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I dare not. Please spare me, my lord. Qian Shoren's head was bowed to the ground, paralyzed with fear. An eerie silence enveloped the crowd, with no one daring to breathe. Nailin Jinyan approached Wen Wan with a measured gait, seemingly oblivious to the multitude of bowed heads before him. Uncle Wan, young lady, have you received word from the eldest sister? The affectionate titles elicited a delayed reaction from the villagers, who could only mutter two words, it's over. These three individuals were not there to support Qian Shotsai, but rather to stand in solidarity with the family of the child bride. When Wan's icy gaze fixed upon Qian Shotsai. No, someone is preventing the message from being delivered. Preventing the message? Nailin Jinyan's hawk-like, piercing gaze turned towards the quaking Qian Dian, who was kneeling on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Is it you, Qian Wangfa, Qian Daili, Qian Darren? Who is blocking the message? The repetition of these titles resonated with bitter irony. The once arrogant figure who boasted of his supremacy was suddenly reduced to a state of fear. Chapter 56, a consequence of one's own making. The names Qian Wangfa, Qian Daili, Qian Darren struck like heavy hammers, deafening and relentless, crushing Qian Shotsai's spirit and leaving him in a cold sweat. He felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, causing him to part his lips in an attempt to speak, yet no sound emerged. A wave of panic surged through him, and he managed to stammer out two words, I dare not. Nailin Jinyan's gaze returned to Qian Shotsai. Qian Shotsai hastily rolled and crawled to retrieve the marriage certificate. No, exclaimed his wife, attempting to intervene. What about the household chores if you abandon your duties? And what of the 2 taels of silver I lost? Qian Shotsai delivered a sharp slap to her face, silencing her. The scholar's wife, already nursing a dislocated shoulder, was struck again by Qian Shoren, causing her to collide with the doorframe and faint from the pain. Ignoring her plight, Qian Shotsai rushed into the room and emerged with the marriage certificate, presenting it with both hands to Nailin Jinyan. Is this it? Nailin Jinyan inquired, receiving the document and passing it to Wen Wan. Yes, she confirmed, glancing at it before carefully stowing it away. She then turned her gaze towards Qian Xingyu, her tone measured. You claim my elder sister seduced you? In what manner? You have the opportunity to clarify. The wolf tilted its head, seemingly deep in thought, then, in a canine manner, approached Qian Xingyu and raised a hind leg to urinate. It cast a glance at him, its eyes clearly mocking him. Look at your own pitiful state. Terrified, Qian Xingyu's face turned ashen. He dared not speak untruths. No, she did not seduce me. I wanted her gone and falsely accused her, hoping my mother would deal with her and send her away. I'm sorry. Only then did Wen Wan support her sister, urging, Elder sister, let us go. Thus, the group departed without casting a glance at the prostrate figure on the ground. The kneeling individual, too intimidated to obstruct them, did not even dare to breathe. After a long while, the onlookers collapsed to the ground, the chilling wind causing a shiver to run down their spines, soaking their thick garments. Qian Shotsai sat on the ground, his expression vacant, engulfed in despair. It is over. Even the county magistrate cannot save him. How could that family of his child bride possibly know the county magistrate? And who is that person who is one step ahead of even the magistrate? The dozen or so constables kneeling on the ground were filled with regret. It is finished. They would undoubtedly lose their positions. The county magistrate has powerful connections. Qian Xingyu approached his father, harboring a glimmer of hope. Father, could it be that the magistrate will not pursue this matter? Surely it is out of respect for the county magistrate that he dares not take action? Qian Shotsai slapped him across the face. It is all your and your mother's doing. Not pursuing this. Settling the score in autumn is the most terrifying of all. How could there be no repercussions? He has just served a few months as an official and is already facing dismissal. Qian Xingyu was left stunned by the blow. He had not been mistaken, and the reckoning came swifter than Qian Shotsai had anticipated. He thought at the very least it would be the next day, giving him some time to prepare. Yet, to his astonishment, he was arrested that very afternoon, stripped of his status as a scholar, and his entire family was reduced to commoners. The Qian family's descendants for 3 generations would be barred from taking the imperial examinations or holding official positions. Furthermore, they were fined 300 taels of silver, and each family member received 20 lashes. A punishment for the years he had exploited his status as a scholar to help villagers evade taxes and bully others. The Qian family had fallen into decline. Qian Xingyu's future was ruined. The villagers of Qianjia village, burdened by the shame of tax evasion, saw their taxes increased by 30%. With a 5-year term to repay all outstanding dues. This was a matter of life and death. The people of Qianjia village despised the Qian family. 2 years prior, it was the scholar's wife who proposed placing the land under the name of Scholar Qian, enabling them to evade tax obligations. They were only required to pay half of the tax to the court. The villagers, seeing a potential profit in such an arrangement, were more than willing to comply. Little did they know that what had once been clandestinely taken and evaded would one day demand full restitution. Furthermore, they would be penalized with an additional half of the tax for 5 years. To add to the misfortune, the students of Qianjia village would be barred from participating in the imperial examinations for 3 years. This was a grave matter. Henceforth, the people of Qianjia village would feel diminished when they ventured beyond their borders. Hatred towards Scholar Qian grew rampant, and both Qian Qingyu and his wife faced the scorn of the villagers as they exited the village. Yet, such is the nature of the world, in times of prosperity, many will rally around you and cling to your success, but in times of decline, those same individuals will abandon you, even trample upon you. The Qian family, indeed, had brought this upon themselves. However, that is a tale for another time. Before the carriage, she was covered in mud and straw, still damp from the elements. The carriage was opulent and exquisite, with plush white tiger fur adorning the seating and a splendid carpet lining the floor. The items within were undeniably precious, beyond anything she had ever encountered, and she feared soiling the carriage. Warmth furrowed her brow upon noticing the burns on Wenru's skin. 17th brother would not mind, but sister, you must tend to those burns immediately, when scalded by hot water. The first course of action is to rinse with cold water or apply ice for half an hour to cool the skin. Otherwise, the injury could worsen. It had already been too long. At this moment, Nailan Jinyan leapt down from the carriage, tossing a vial of ointment to Wen Yuan. He addressed Wen Ro, saying, Miss Wen, there is no need for concern. Carriages are meant for riding. Worrying about soiling them to the point of avoiding their use is to completely lose sight of priorities. Ning Huaijia and Ouyang Huayan exchanged incredulous glances, silently questioning his audacity. This man was so fastidious that even the emperor was not permitted to sit in his carriage. They dared not entertain such notions. My dear, you and your elder sister shall ride in this carriage, Nailan Jinyan instructed Wen Yuan. Thank you, she replied, receiving the vial. Sister, quickly board the carriage. I shall tend to your wounds. Uncle One, let us proceed to another carriage. Nailan Jinyan beckoned Wen Zhirui to join Ouyang Huayan's carriage. Wen Zhirui encouraged Sister Ro. 17 is quite amiable. There is no need for concern. Come aboard so we can treat your injuries. Ouyang Huayan's expression twitched at her words. Amiable? Nonsense. It's all an act. Several gentlemen then boarded another carriage and departed. Seeing this, Wen Ro, with no other option, followed suit and entered the carriage. Inside, Wen Yuan carefully unfastened Wen Ro's garments, revealing an array of bruises, both large and small, evidently old wounds. Most alarming were the burn marks that marred her skin. A surge of anger coursed through Wen Yuan. She yearned to deliver another kick to Qian Qingyu. She retrieved the ointment Nailan Jinyan had given her and unscrewed the cap. Instantly, a refreshing fragrance filled the carriage. She poured the entire contents of the crystalline, translucent ointment onto the wounds and then found a clean cotton ball from the first aid kit Nailan Jinyan had provided. With great care, she applied the ointment evenly over the injuries, discreetly invoking the healing energies of the violet mist to aid in her sister's recovery. A gentle sensation enveloped her, icy and soothing, causing the pain to vanish in an instant. She felt a twinge of unease. Sister Warm, this ointment must be quite expensive, right? Not really, Warm replied, as she carefully bandaged the wound and assisted Gentle in dressing. However, Gentle remained skeptical. With such immediate relief from the pain, how could it not be costly? Warm deftly shifted the conversation, inquiring about Gentle's situation with the Qian family. To spare Warm from worry, Gentle only shared good news, concealing her misfortunes. The bruises were from her own clumsiness, and the burn was an accident she caused herself. She did mention the matter of the condemned prisoner, wishing to avoid innocent parties suffering. Warm chose not to press further. After all, the past was behind them. From now on, she vowed to shield her sister from any suffering or injustice. Chapter 57. This family is finally whole. Nailan Jinyan handed the basket from the carriage to Wen Zhirui. Uncle Wen, I've taken the raw stone and sold it for you. Wen Zhirui, not pondering too deeply, appreciated Nailan Jinyan and graciously accepted the basket. Inside were gifts for the scholar Qian, along with several books Worm had procured for her brothers, intending for them to begin their studies after spring. Nalan Jinyin had other matters to attend to and departed promptly after delivering the basket. She observed when Jurue assisting Gentle down from the carriage and was taken aback. The memory of the reward for asking directions stung her. She couldn't help but scoff. With a few measly coins earned, they're already showing off, renting a carriage. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she approached to indulge in some gossip. Upon seeing her, Gentle greeted her politely, "Aunt Yongfu. Let us speak inside." Wen Jurue seized the opportunity to guide Gentle into the house. Worm followed behind, closing the courtyard gate. As Yongfu's aunt was about to enter, the bamboo door was abruptly slammed shut, leaving her with a face full of dust. However, the villagers held little hope for her. Many believed her fate was sealed. Villager B remarked, "That gentle child is a good girl. What a pity. After all, she has been someone else's wife, living in another's household for a year. Who knows what may transpire? From now on, she can only marry a widower or a divorced man." Villager C chimed in. "I seem to have heard that Scholar Qian has become a magistrate. Quite impressive. I even saw the young master walking with a beautifully dressed young lady. The townsfolk say she is the daughter of a wealthy merchant. It must be that the Qian family no longer wishes for her. How unfortunate. Being jilted is akin to being a second-hand shoe. It will be difficult for her to find a worthy husband. Their daughters seem doomed. One was rejected for being frail. And now another faces the same fate. There must be reasons beyond our comprehension." Yongfu's wife, noticing that Zhu had guests, wisely chose not to linger and continued her gossiping elsewhere. Today, Zhu's sister-in-law, Jiang, happened to visit. Once Yongfu's wife departed, Jiang's murky eyes darted about. "Child, your eldest uncle, Chang, is of an age to marry. You must help keep an eye out for a suitable girl. You know Chang's situation. He needs someone diligent and easy to manage. A girl who has been jilted, but possesses a good character and isn't too unattractive will suffice." Zhu was taken aback. After Jiang finished speaking, she tugged at a nearby boy who was engaged in a cricket fighting game with a bamboo tube. "Chang, would you like your aunt to find you a bride?" Xiangzi lifted his head, revealing a fair and reasonably handsome face. "Grandma, what is a daughter-in-law?" "A daughter-in-law is someone who washes your clothes, prepares your meals, helps you bathe, lulls you to sleep, bears your children, and obeys your every command. Will you play with me?" "Of course. However you wish to play with her is entirely up to you. You can even ride her like a horse." "Then I want to marry a daughter-in-law, auntie. Please find me one. I desire a beautiful daughter-in-law." Zhu, upon hearing this, laughed. "Oh dear, my Xiangzi knows he wants a beautiful wife. Very well. Auntie will find you a lovely daughter-in-law. Just you wait." Jiang hastily interjected, "Child's elder aunt, I entrust this matter to you." "What do you mean? Do I not wish for Xiangzi's happiness as well?" Zhu was quite fond of her maternal family, and she held affection for Xiangzi. She pinched the bridge of her nose, pondering the complication of this task. It would not do to simply declare it, unless by some stroke of luck. After a moment of contemplation, she suggested, "In a few days, when Liang Guer gets married, remember to bring Xiangzi along to the banquet." Jiang hesitated, but Xiangzi is still childlike and naive. Would he not cause trouble amidst the crowd? No, Xiangzi is quite obedient. Very well. Meanwhile, the villagers outside were unaware of the discussions taking place within the warmth of the home. Upon entering, Wang approached her eldest granddaughter, exclaiming, "Foolish child, rise." Overcome with emotion, she embraced her grandchild and wept uncontrollably. Soon, it was unclear who initiated it, but everyone was drawn together in mutual sorrow, shedding tears for the hardships they had endured over the years. It is indeed challenging. After much effort, everyone's emotions have finally settled. Wang, with reddened eyes, clasped her gentle yet calloused hands, hands that ought to be soft, yet felt as rough as a scythe, giving a sensation akin to flesh being cut. Her fingertips and the back of her hands were marred with deep fissures, some of which bore dried traces of blood. The 13-year-old girl, hardened by years of labor, had skin that was coarse and dark, with pronounced dark circles under her eyes, resembling a woman in her 20s. In a moment of frustration, she exclaimed, "That wicked woman, Qian Xiucai's wife, has turned my delicate granddaughter into this." As she spoke, tears began to flow once more. Wu's eyes were swollen, her throat choked with sobs, her heart aching to the point where words eluded her. This was the child she carried for 10 months, once vibrant and lively. Her daughter Ro was the fairest in the 10-mile radius. Ironically, it was Wenra who, despite her own sorrow, endeavored to comfort her mother and grandmother. And the more considerate she was, the deeper their heartache grew. Eventually, It was Wenjiarui who pointed out that both Wenru and Wenwan were hungry, having missed their lunch. Thus, the two women finally ceased their weeping and busied themselves with the meal. The meal that followed was filled with warmth and laughter, a joyful gathering. Chapter 58. She has a way. Wenru wished to assist, yet the family insisted she rest at home. Unable to prevail, she remained indoors, taking up her sewing box to create garments. Wu and Wang worked diligently each night, having already completed the children's clothes and now focusing on the adults. Wenwan occupied herself with drawing and writing, engrossed in her own pursuits. As the afternoon approached, marking the time for the needlework session, Wenwan stepped outside to find Wenru seated in the courtyard, diligently sewing. In the original memories of the protagonist, the elder sister possessed a remarkable fondness for needlework, her nimble fingers capable of embroidering an array of simple flowers and plants. This time, Lin Xing personally came to fetch Wenwan, bringing with her numerous baskets filled with persimmons and an assortment of delicacies. Wenwan furrowed her brow, realizing that she had brought every single persimmon from the tree. Their home was already brimming with the gifts she had received. Tell your master that my family temple is small. If you send any more, we shall have no room left. Thus, Wenwan followed her up the mountain. Upon reaching the summit, Lin Xing led Wenwan to the exterior of a study, where they could overhear the icy voice of Nailan Jinyan emanating from within. Nailan Jinyan cast a frigid gaze upon Tang Wuxian, questioning, "Is this your brilliant idea? To relocate the villagers from the border to safer grounds for the winter, allowing the soldiers to provide unified protection?" Under Nailan Jinyan's scrutinizing stare, Tang Wuxian broke into a cold sweat, forcing himself to respond. "The border is vast and expansive. Those villages are scattered far and wide. If we were to dispatch a unit of soldiers to guard each village, we would leave our border unprotected. We can only consolidate the villagers." Nailan Jinyan hurled the memorandum at him, exclaiming, "Preposterous! With dozens of villages and hundreds of thousands of villagers, where do you propose we find a place for their unified shelter and protection? Your own home? The harshness of the borderland would persist until spring, at least 4 to 5 months away. How could those common folk leave their homes and endure the bitter cold for such an extended period?" Tang Wuxian, inwardly lamenting, dared not voice any further objections as he picked up the memorandum. At that moment, Lin Xing entered, announcing, "Master, Miss Wen has arrived." Instantly, Nailan Jinyan's frigid demeanor softened. "Please let her in." Tang Wuxian, why has your expression changed so swiftly? After Nailan Jinyan spoke, he cast a cold glance towards Tang Wuxian. Tang Wuxian's demeanor stiffened, feeling as though he had received a great reprieve, and he hurriedly performed a bow, respectfully withdrawing. At that moment, Wenwan entered, and Tang Wuxian cast a grateful glance in her direction. "Wenwan." Nailan Jinyan beckoned her over. "Come here." Wenwan approached the desk, where he handed her a letter. "This is a letter of recommendation. I noticed you purchased several sets of books today. Is it that Chun Gu and his brothers wish to attend the academy? You should have them take this letter to the principal of Lushan Academy, Lin Honghao, and beseech him to be their mentor." He then offered a few suggestions on how they should proceed. Wenwan was taken aback by his meticulous attention to detail. Realizing he had noted even this matter, she accepted the letter without hesitation, expressing her gratitude. Remembering her gentle nature, she inquired, "Do you have any skilled embroiderers to recommend?" Upon hearing this, Nailan Jinyan raised his gaze to assess Wenwan, his dark, icy eyes scrutinizing her from head to toe. This girl hardly seems like someone who wields a needle. What a peculiar look. Nailan Jinyan, enlightened, nodded. Yes. He regarded Wenwan, his eyes shimmering with mirth, the icy depths now glistening. "Little girl, was that crossbow your design?" Wenwan nodded. "Yes. Do you have any questions?" She assumed he might have found something unclear. Questions? Indeed, he had a myriad of inquiries about her. How could she possibly understand these matters? Wenwan tilted her head slightly, half jokingly, yet half seriously, observed that she had encountered something similar in miscellaneous books, and claimed that she possessed an extraordinary ability to remember everything she read and recite it fluently, drawing inferences from one example to another. Nailan Jinyan. Outside the door, Lin Xing. After Wenwan finished speaking, she paid no mind to his thoughts. Regardless of his suspicions or how deeply he delved into her ancestral lineage, he would uncover nothing. Surely, he could not conceive that she had traversed from the 21st century. Thus there was nothing for Wenwan to fear. Her gaze settled upon a map and a document on the desk, recalling her earlier tirade. She pointed at the document. "I possess a method to resist those Turks and bandits." Nailan Jinyan, poised to rise and administer acupuncture, halted upon hearing her words. "What method?" "Steward Yuan, having just completed the tasks assigned by the master, hurriedly approached and stood guard outside the door, inadvertently overhearing the conversation. A sense of unease gripped him. Could this spy be initiating some cunning scheme? What could her plot possibly entail? Would she instruct the master to deploy troops to a specific location, only for her to divulge the route to him? Or, for a moment, Steward Yuan's mind swirled with various conspiracy theories. He was eager to discern her ulterior motives, ready to expose her at the opportune moment. When Yuan, ink, paper, and brush, please. Nailin Jinyan. This was typically his phrase. Yet, Nailin Jinyan silently stood up to grind the ink. Steward Yuan, stationed outside, nearly rushed in to accuse her of treason. But for the sake of unveiling her schemes, he restrained himself. Warmth grasped the brush, dipped it into the ink, and skillfully began to draw on the paper. Soon, a multi-storied tower, characterized by its simple yet enclosed design, embodying elements of defense, habitation, and a fusion of Eastern and Western architectural artistry, sprang to life. Nailin Jinyan's icy gaze shimmered with brilliance. Warmth proceeded to sketch several aesthetically pleasing watchtowers, each with a distinct design. Nailin Jinyan's expression was remarkably serious, his frost-like eyes radiant as the midday sun. These towering structures stood as formidable fortresses, their advantages apparent at a glance, with small windows perfectly suited for archery to fend off intruders. Once the drawings were completed, Warmth meticulously explained, this type of dwelling is known as a watchtower. The watchtower is ideally situated at the village entrance or on elevated terrains such as hills or riverbanks, providing a vantage point for surveillance. A large bell is mounted atop the watchtower, with guards stationed day and night to monitor for bandit activity. Upon spotting danger, the bell tolls as a warning to the villagers, urging them to seek refuge within the watchtowers. Warmth then gestured towards another illustration. This structure is called a refuge tower, which, as the name suggests, serves as a sanctuary for the populace. Ideally, the refuge tower should be erected behind the village, with each household allocated a room for temporary shelter during bandit raids or flooding. The government could allocate funds or encourage wealthy merchants in the village to jointly finance the construction of a refuge tower in each village or between neighboring villages to resist bandit incursions. Nailin Jinyan's expression was one of unprecedented seriousness. Outside the study, Guo Mingyan and Li Bing were approaching. Chapter 59. Bring me a dozen. Guo Mingyan and Li Bing stood outside the study door. Yuan, we have matters to report to the 17th master. May I trouble you? Guo Mingyan's tone was tinged with agitation. Lin Xing, standing outside the door, felt his blood surge with excitement, yearning to rush in and behold the wonders of this extraordinary watchtower. Hush! Upon hearing Guo Mingyan's words, he swiftly gestured for silence. Miss Guo, please do not disturb. Guo Mingyan's expression stiffened as she caught the sound of a woman's voice from within. Yuan, the steward, listened intently to the words spoken inside, disregarding Guo Mingyan's plea. The study door stood ajar, revealing two figures standing in close proximity. One was a paragon of elegance, while the other appeared petite and frail, yet radiated an undeniable aura of authority. Together, they stood, the smaller figure's presence rivaling that of her companion. Inside, the atmosphere was warm as delicate explanations flowed, her voice ethereal and enchanting, akin to a gentle breeze. Her slender fingers glided gracefully across the paper, as if tracing the very essence of Nailin Jinyan's heart, evoking an unprecedented tremor within him. With a mere stroke, she safeguarded the fortunes and lives of countless individuals. The primary advantage of the watchtower lay in its dual functionality. It could serve both as a bastion of defense and a strategic point of attack. Villagers could store their grains and resources within its sturdy walls, ensuring that when bandits invaded the village, they could swiftly retreat into the robust sanctuary of the watchtower, thereby securing their lives and possessions. Moreover, it could be constructed from blue bricks, rammed earth, or stone, with even the earthen structures proving remarkably resilient, enduring decades of harsh weather yet remaining steadfast. Her drawing was executed with remarkable speed, each stroke precise and flawless, as if these concepts were already imprinted in her mind. Warmth spoke lightly, yet Nailin Jinyan felt a surge of emotion as he gazed upon the drawing she had created. Unable to contain himself, he picked up his brush and began to transcribe her words meticulously, transforming them into an official document. The two remained silent, the room enveloped in tranquility, with Warmth sketching and Nailin Jinyan writing, even producing an additional drawing inspired by her work. Outside, Guo Mingyan waited, her expression growing increasingly stiff as she beheld the harmonious, yet jarring scene within. How could this be? How could anyone possibly resolve the issues that had lingered for millennia across dynasties? Perhaps it stemmed from the unwavering confidence of the 60 arrows that could pierce through armor. Lin Xing clenched his fists, thinking of the peace of the frontier's populace. If only one could witness the hardships endured by the border inhabitants. Heaven knows how furious he was when he accompanied his lord on campaigns, witnessing villages ravaged and corpses strewn across the ground, and hearing the anguished cries of women who had suffered indignities. Yet the Turkic marauders were cunning. After pillaging, they would swiftly retreat, leaving no trace in the vast desert. They could not be entirely eradicated. For every group that fell, another would emerge. His elder brother traversed the desert for years, determined to eliminate them. Half an hour later, Nalanjinian cupped his fist in salute to warmth, saying earnestly, "Young lady, I extend my gratitude on behalf of the frontier's populace." His words carried a weight that transcended status, merely reflecting his respect. This gesture astonished those outside. Guo Mingyan, taken aback, stumbled back 2 steps. Such reverence was something she had never witnessed before. The Prince of Jin had always been aloof and extraordinary, never deigning to regard anyone. Within the room, Nalanjinian called out loudly, "Lin Xing." The voice of Lin Xing outside surged with excitement as he shouted back, "Present." He hurriedly stepped inside, eager to behold the miraculous watchtowers that Miss Wen had described. Indeed, Lin Xing responded with conviction, solemnly and swiftly accepting the blueprints. He lowered his gaze to examine the impenetrable structures, their intricacies becoming immediately apparent, revealing their profound mysteries. A surge of astonishment coursed through him. Could Miss Wen be a celestial being? How did she conceive such an idea? Suddenly, he dropped to his knees before Wen Wan, offering a gesture of gratitude and reverence. "Miss Wen, I extend my heartfelt thanks on behalf of the hundreds of thousands of citizens at the border." Without waiting for her response, he dashed out to make arrangements. Guo Mingyan was taken aback, for if the master acted thus, so too would his subordinates. It was well known that the 4 esteemed guardians surrounding King Jin were indifferent to anyone but him. Steward Yuan could not help but follow, curious to witness the spectacle. Guo Mingyan and Li Bing trailed behind as well. What was so extraordinary about these watchtowers? Could a mere few edifices truly resolve a problem that had persisted for a century? She remained skeptical. "Lin Xing," Steward Yuan called out to him. "Is there anything amiss with these watchtowers?" Lin Xing glanced at him, then at the approaching Guo Mingyan, finally resting his gaze on Steward Yuan, insinuating, "Steward Yuan, do you suspect that Miss Wen is an infiltrator from another nation?" Yuan's lips moved, though no words escaped. Indeed, he harbored doubts. Guo Mingyan furrowed her brow. How could a mere peasant girl possess such profound knowledge? Does that not raise suspicion? Her doubts deepened. Surely, there was some ulterior motive. Lin Xing shook his head. "Do you truly believe that the master's gratitude is something anyone could bear? Do you know who designed the 60-arrow repeating crossbow? Are you aware of the immense benefits that the construction of this watchtower has brought to the border and to the southern populace frequently troubled by maritime marauders and floods? Which trader would assist in the design of a stronghold to repel foreign invaders? Which saboteur would aid in modifying the 20-arrow repeating crossbow? Which scoundrel would provide a 60-arrow repeating crossbow to an enemy nation? Such traitors, such spies, I would welcome a dozen of them. The more, the better. In our Nalan kingdom." Yuan, the steward, trembled slightly. It was customary for the masters to send him on errands. As a 4th-rank guard, he was akin to a vice commander on the battlefield. When did he ever engage in such menial tasks? However, he was more than willing to serve Miss Wen. Lin Xing only reminded Yuan out of consideration for his close comrade, Yuan Li, who had fought alongside him. Yuan trembled at this. Lin Xing then turned to Guo Mingyan, asking, "Miss Guo, do you think I am right?" Without waiting for their response, he strode away to make arrangements. Guo Mingyan's expression darkened to the utmost. What did Lin Xing mean by this? She felt as if she had been ignited, ready to explode. What is there to report? You go yourself. With a stamp of her foot, she dashed off. Was this a joke at her expense? Did they not know that the 60-arrow repeating crossbow was designed by that wretched woman? The 20-arrow version had also been modified by her, its power significantly enhanced, far surpassing that of the Shirong people. Li Bing, who was so eager to follow just now. Chapter 60. Disappointment of the Wang family. Yuan, the steward, was no fool. Otherwise, he would not have been able to serve beside Nalan Jinyan. In any nation, military defense and offensive technologies are of the utmost secrecy. The evidence presented by Wen Wan is sufficient to establish that she is not a spy for any other country. If she were indeed a traitor, why would she divulge such inventions to an enemy rather than her own nation? Such talent would be far too valuable to waste on espionage. With a heavy heart, Steward Yuan departed. Li Bing, still awaiting his own announcement, glanced towards the study and noticed Hui lazily sprawled on a large rock, basking in the sunlight. He approached cautiously and inquired, Hui, could you possibly go inside and relay my message? Hui merely rolled his eyes and cast a dismissive glance in his direction, his massive wolf form turning away from him. Did it appear as though he was suited for such menial tasks? Li Bing, realizing the futility of his request, decided to wait until the young lady departed before seeking an audience. Little did he know that this wait would extend over an hour. Prince Jean possessed little patience, a fact well known among the court officials. Arriving late or leaving early was a common occurrence during morning assemblies. Even discussions on military matters rarely lasted beyond a quarter of an hour before he could no longer tolerate the incompetence of his advisors. After an hour and a half, he would have cleared the chamber of even the most persistent mosquitoes. Naturally, everyone was eager to depart. None dared to linger in the presence of Prince Jean for longer than 15 minutes. Within the study, Nalin Jinyan regarded Wen Yuan, his icy gaze profound, reminiscent of the most enigmatic starry night. Should the fortified tower and the 60-arrow crossbow be successfully constructed, they would undoubtedly be deemed national treasures. He suddenly felt an intense curiosity about how far she could truly go. He firmly believed that this small village could never confine her. Wen Yuan met someone's fervent gaze and inquired, "What is it?" "This accomplishment is undoubtedly due to your efforts," came the reply. Wen Yuan, unfazed, responded, "As long as I can assist you, that is sufficient. Shall I proceed with the acupuncture?" A flicker of realization crossed Nalin Jinyan's mind. She was solely focused on aiding herself, unaware of the multitude of people who would benefit from her actions, nor the magnitude of the contribution she was making. He was determined to ensure that she received full credit for it, not a fraction less. Rising to his feet, he affirmed, "Indeed." The pair entered the inner chamber. An hour later, Wen Yuan emerged from the study, accompanied by Nalin Jinyan. Li Bing, who had been buffeted by the autumn wind throughout the afternoon, felt a surge of excitement. He intended to bow, but found his body immobilized. Suddenly, a large gray wolf leaped down from a boulder, wagging its tail as it trotted over, embodying the essence of a wolf-dog hybrid. Whether intentionally or not, the imposing wolf bumped into Li Bing before approaching Wen Yuan and wagging its tail. Wen Yuan affectionately ruffled its fur before gracefully mounting it. Li Bing, rendered completely numb, collapsed to the ground with a thud. The sound alone was painful. He felt as though his not-so-young bones had disassembled. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure and saluted. 17th Master, the 60-arrow repeating crossbow has been completed. When shall you find the time to inspect it? Nalin Jinyan turned to Wen Yuan, asking, "Shall we go see it?" Wen Yuan shook her head. "No, I am too busy. That is no trivial matter. It is far from a game. Could it be that the 17th Master has lost his senses?" In the evening, Worm embraced a few books as she descended the mountain on Big Gray. Before she even reached home, she caught sight of the Wong family forcefully expelling Old Master Wen from their residence. Old Master Wen was being chased with a broom, his protests falling on deaf ears. "Get out. Do not come back to my house. You are unwelcome here." He dodged and jumped, bewildered. What is the meaning of this? Why are you acting so irrationally? I merely requested that you convey the recipe to the eldest. If you do not wish to share it, there is no need for violence. His dignity was in tatters. "Leave. If you think I will share the recipe with you, you are sorely mistaken. You old fool. Do not ever step foot in my home again." Wong hurled the broom at Old Master Wen, and with a resounding bang, slammed the bamboo door shut, causing the fence to tremble. Originally, he had brought a piece of pork to visit Rojia, and Wong had been quite pleased, believing that this grandfather still possessed some thoughtfulness. Little did she know, he had come solely for that recipe. This old fool always heeded US words. Old Master Wen glared at the tightly shut bamboo door, his anger causing his beard to bristle as he dusted off the remnants of broom bristles from his clothes. Fuming, "If you don't want me, so be it." With a flick of his sleeves, he turned to leave, only to find a figure and a wolf watching him intently from behind. Startled, Old Master Wen jumped, clutching his racing heart. "Worm. Sister Worm, you nearly frightened me to death." Worm gazed at him with an expressionless face. A clear conscience knows no fear, even when knocking on the door at midnight. As warmth descended from the wolf's back, she intended to knock on the door, but the old man retreated a few steps, distancing himself from the formidable wolf and inching closer to warmth. "Sister Yuan," he implored, "do speak reason. Shouldn't a family support one another? Your uncle is not a stranger. Lianggu requires funds for his scholarly pursuits, and the business of this tavern must not falter. If you share the recipes with him, we are all family. It cannot be deemed a transaction with outsiders. The proprietor of Rui Tavern would have no grounds for objection. Is it not permissible for our kin to utilize our own recipes? Warmth halted her hand mid-knock, observing the indifference etched on her grandfather's countenance. Not a stranger, but perhaps even less than that. Grandfather, will giving the recipes to uncle truly ensure that he will provide the funds necessary to purchase land and construct a home? If we fail to build a shelter, are you aware that our family may very well perish from the cold this winter? Grandfather, do not squander the remaining fragments of our familial bond. The kindness of others should not serve as a means for your calculations. From the memories of the original owner, she found herself ambivalent towards this grandfather, neither particularly fond nor overtly disdainful. Each time he committed an act that chilled the heart, he would swiftly follow it with one that warmed it. To put it plainly, his essence was fundamentally benevolent, yet he was easily swayed and susceptible to manipulation, often leading him to err in judgment. While one may act foolishly for a moment, it is unwise to persist in folly throughout a lifetime. Among his sons, he favored the eldest and the eldest grandson, which was not uncommon among parents. However, to hear a few words from others and then conspire against another son's family who could endure such a thing. At that moment, Wang opened the door, exclaiming, "Sister Nguyen." Pay him no mind. Come inside. Wen, warm and obedient, stepped inside. With the conversation reaching this point, there was little left to say. If he were to awaken to the truth, he would be treated with respect. If he remained stubbornly ignorant, then whatever the future held would unfold as it may. Wang observed the elderly one with a face full of disappointment. Old man, how did that tavern come to be? I cannot believe you are unaware. I do not dwell on past grievances, but my family is prospering more than ever. I implore you, do not conspire with the Zhu family against me. Spare me your presence. Before marrying you, I endured no hardships, yet after our union, I have faced countless tribulations. Now that I have moved out, I find that without you, I need not suffer any longer. I refuse to endure any more pain. I have borne enough affliction in this lifetime. Thus, I beseech you, do not bring me further harm. As she spoke, memories of the past flooded Wang's mind, bringing tears to her eyes. If it were possible, she truly wished to strike him awake with a single blow. Chapter 61. The letter of recommendation. Elder Wen watched his lifelong partner weep, his heart heavy with sorrow, particularly at her words. Before marrying you, I endured no hardships. After our union, I have faced every conceivable pain. These sentiments weighed heavily upon him. They had once been innocent and carefree, and without her, he would not be the man he was today. Had it not been for his mother's disdain over Guizhi's inability to bear children after many years of marriage, and his subsequent drunken encounter with his cousin Zhu, which had resulted in a child, their lives would have unfolded quite differently. He parted his lips, yearning to express something, but ultimately fell silent, letting out a deep sigh as he left dejectedly. Upon returning home, Zhu noticed nothing amiss with Elder Wen and eagerly inquired, "How did it go? Did you manage to obtain the recipe?" Elder Wen lifted his gaze, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions as he regarded Zhu. Zhu's expression stiffened. "What is the matter?" Upon hearing these words, Zhu immediately flew into a rage, her thoughts spilling forth. That wretched Wang is not going to snatch it away. 200 taels of silver, and it's only enough to build one house. It won't ruin her. Such audacity. I shall not part with a single tael. She must be dreaming. Who is so heartless and ungrateful as she? De Lang is the elder brother of Si Lang, and even he does not offer assistance. Old Master One, having listened, cast her a complex glance and chose to disregard her, retreating into the room to rest. It was then that Zhu realized she had misspoken. Something must have been said by that wretched Wang. She hurried after him, her eyes flickering as she spoke gently. "Old Master, Liang is about to take the stage. The examination costs a fortune in silver, and the tavern has not been thriving these past 2 years. Where could we possibly procure 200 taels? Perhaps we could let Si Lang present the dish first, and when the tavern's business improves, we can compensate with the 200 taels and build them a house then." Old Master Wen replied, "If there is no silver, we shall speak of it when there is. Si Lang's family is still residing in a bamboo house. Without funds to build a proper house, they would freeze to death come winter. Do you understand? Enough. I am weary and need to rest. Do not disturb me." Hearing this, Zhu's face darkened with anger. Their lack of a house was none of her concern. It would serve them right to freeze. Yet, such sentiments she would never voice before Old Master One, the old man. From that moment on, no matter what Zhu said, Old Master One remained silent. His demeanor filled her with unease, and she hastily made her way to the town. To her astonishment, there was a momentous event awaiting her in the town, and they no longer quibbled over the recipe. That night, old Master Wen found himself unable to sleep, tossing and turning in bed, plagued by existential doubts. The commotion caused by old Master Wen had cast a pall over the family, particularly affecting Madame Wang. With such a husband, her heart was undoubtedly heavy. Were she in Madame Wang's position, she would have likely resorted to drastic measures long ago, thought Wen Wan. I have delightful news. Would you care to hear it? Wen Wan intentionally diverted everyone's attention. As anticipated, their curiosity was piqued. Madame Wang perked up, asking, Sister Wan, what good news do you have? When Ran chimed in, Sister, what news could it be? Have you devised another scheme to earn silver? What scheme? Speak quickly, exclaimed second brother, eager to lend his support. Wen Ho rolled up his sleeves, exuding determination. I have a plethora of ideas for making money. This hardly qualifies as good news, Wen Wan remarked, casting a surprised glance at them. The family collectively felt a surge of irritation at her teasing tone, igniting a desire to retaliate. Wen Wan then produced the letter of recommendation from Nailan Jinyan and a few books he had gifted her, casually placing them on the table. This is the letter of recommendation and the books from Brother 17. Eldest brother, second brother, and Brother Luo can take this letter to Lushan Academy in the capital and seek out Mr. Lin Honghao as their mentor. Upon hearing this, Wen Jiarui leapt to his feet in excitement, overturning his stool. Sister Wan, did you say we should seek out him at Lushan Academy? Mr. Lin Honghao. What of it? Wen Jiarui, in disbelief, grasped the recommendation letter, rubbing her eyes thrice to ensure she was not mistaken. Indeed, it bore the elegant script of 3 characters, Nguan Jier. Lin Honghao is the esteemed headmaster of Lushan Academy. Do you comprehend? Wen Wan. She did not. Mr. Lin has nearly retreated from the world and never takes disciples. It is a rare blessing for the students of the academy to receive even the slightest guidance from him. It is indeed a formidable challenge for the likes of Shichi to persuade Mr. Lin to accept you as his students, but rest assured, it will not be an easy feat. In the coming days, prepare diligently, for Father will take you to pay your respects to the master the day after tomorrow. Do not squander the goodwill of your elder brother Shichi, understand? Lushan Academy is the finest institution in the entire Jiangning Prefecture, with headmaster Lin Honghao being a prominent scholar of the current era. Students from all corners of the nation flock there to pursue their studies. Gaining admission to Lushan Academy is akin to stepping half into the realm of the Jinshi, as graduates from Lushan are invariably of the Shiokai rank. Among those serving in the court, 1 in 4 is an alumnus of Lushan Academy. In the entirety of the Nailan Kingdom, which boasts nearly 200 academies, none can rival Lushan except for the Imperial Academy in the capital. It is a sacred sanctuary that students from all walks of life aspire to enter. He was acquainted with the instructors at the Bailu Academy in town and had initially intended for a few children to attend there come spring. Never did he dream that they could gain admission to Lushan Academy. Entrance to Lushan requires both a recommendation letter and the successful completion of an entrance examination, the latter of which occurs annually on October 15th. We owe Shichi a tremendous favor indeed. Wen Jiarui was unaware that the crossbow design and tower blueprint that Wen Wan had taken out were not in the least inferior to the recommendation letter. In fact, they were of far greater significance. These were matters of national defense and the welfare of the people. However, when Jiarui pondered who the Shichi was, to be acquainted even with Mr. Lin, knowing he was the child of a prominent family, it appeared he was far more prosperous than Wen Jiarui had initially imagined. Wen Chen nodded solemnly. Upon hearing this, the Wang family grew anxious and advised, Chun, you and your brothers should prepare well. Do not go selling river snails tomorrow. Wen Chun cautiously picked up a book and said, I will go read now. He cherished reading and yearned to attend school. Nothing was more precious than reclaiming what was once lost. I shall also go read. Wen Ho hesitated for a moment before picking up a book and departing. Though when Luo wished to continue listening to the conversation, he obediently followed suit with a book in hand. When Jiarui encouraged, if you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask Father. Having once achieved the top rank among the child scholars, Wen Jiarui would often take the time to guide the younger ones in their studies. Had it not been for his disfigurement, he might have already become a scholar and served in the court, a lifelong regret he bore. Wen Wan noticed the disappointment in his eyes. Glancing at the scar on his face, a remnant of the time he had defended his third uncle against robbers, a thought struck Wen Wan. Perhaps Wen Jiarui could participate in the imperial examination once more. Yet, that would have to wait until spring, when all things revived and sufficient resources became available. For now, the most pressing matter was to construct a house. Chapter 62. The Grand Banquet. When one inquired, "Father, when shall we construct our house?" It suddenly dawned on Wang Shi that they had yet to select an auspicious date. Coincidentally, on that day, several of her grandchildren were to participate in a Master's examination, providing her an opportune moment to beseech the deities for blessings. Building a house is a significant undertaking requiring the breaking of ground. Such matters in modern times often prompt individuals to seek a propitious day, let alone in ancient times. The ancients, steeped in superstition, believed that vows made before the divine necessitated fulfillment to ensure continued favor from the gods. The following day, when Wan rose early to prepare breakfast for the big wolf to take up the mountain, the adults had all gone to the village to sell river snails, planning to conclude their sales for the day. When Wan glanced at the persimmons in the corner and pondered the possibility of persimmon vinegar, she placed the abalone chicken soup into a clay pot, allowing it to simmer gently over the stove. Then, she called upon Wen Ro and Wen Ran to wash the persimmons, dry them, and brew the vinegar. When Xian expressed her astonishment, "Can persimmons indeed be used to make vinegar? I have never heard of such a thing. I am familiar with rice vinegar, as my great-aunt has a large rice vinegar and brewing workshop. Her rice vinegar and wine are sold nationwide, bringing in considerable profits. Indeed, persimmon vinegar is a remarkable substance, boasting numerous benefits, including beauty-enhancing properties, though it requires the right combination of ingredients to achieve its various effects." When Wan elaborated on the virtues of persimmon vinegar, "Such an abundance of benefits from persimmon vinegar? How is it brewed? Sister Wan, please teach me. Let us produce more, and once perfected, we can sell it and earn silver. Perhaps we can even establish our own workshop." When Xian, recalling that she had just devoured 3 persimmons, felt a twinge of regret, realizing how much better it would have been to save them for vinegar production. Unexpectedly, when Wen was taken aback by the foresight displayed by Wen Xin, she nodded and remarked, "All right. I shall establish a brewing workshop as a dowry for my second sister, not only to brew vinegar but also to concoct wine and other delights." Upon hearing this, Wen Xin blushed and stammered, "I didn't mean it that way. Who wants a dowry? I have no intention of marrying." Wen could not resist teasing her. "Then who knew that upon seeing young Master Lin at 17th Brothers, you intended to craft a pair of shoes for him?" Wen Xin's face flushed deeper, and she grew flustered. "That was an elder gentleman. I merely wished to express my gratitude for his assistance. We must not be ungrateful, right, elder sister?" She genuinely had not given it much thought. The man's age was likely comparable to that of her father. Upon hearing this, Wen raised a finger and shook it. "You are mistaken. Young Master Lin is not an elder gentleman. After he shaved his beard, he transformed into a dashing and charming young man. The last time Wen had seen him, he had indeed been clean-shaven." Wen Xin grew increasingly anxious. "Regardless, I have no such intentions." Wenru chuckled softly, "Sister Wan, your second sister is rather shy. Do not mock her." Wen, smiling, responded, "Then I shall prepare a dowry for elder sister instead." Upon hearing this, Wenru blushed and retorted, "Such a young age, and you speak nonsense. Do you dare to let me seal your lips with persimmons?" Wen Xin sighed in relief and joined in teasing her elder sister. "I shall prepare a golden hairpin as a dowry for you, and when I earn more silver, I will buy you land. Then I shall open an embroidery workshop for you." The two sisters continued to jest while washing persimmons, with a gentle reprimand. She could not help but feel a twinge of sorrow within. She dared not express her reluctance to marry again, for she had grown fearful. Yet, remaining at home would bring shame upon her family. Observing the shift in her sister's demeanor, Wen Wan inwardly chastised herself for broaching such a sensitive topic. Quickly, she redirected the conversation. "Eldest sister, second sister, are you not curious about the method of brewing vinegar? Allow me to share. First, you must thoroughly wash these persimmons and then let them dry." As she elaborated on the process of making persimmon vinegar, the sister's attention was indeed captivated, listening intently. The maternal uncles of Wu's family operated a kiln workshop, specializing in the production of wine jars, water tanks, and vinegar vessels, as well as bricks and tiles. Initially, their business flourished, but as the villagers in the surrounding area began to engage in the same trade, competition intensified. Lacking innovation, they struggled to keep pace with others, leading to a decline in their business. Furthermore, due to the circumstances surrounding her second uncle's wife, even providing for the family became a challenge, prompting Wu's father to contemplate abandoning the venture altogether. However, plans often falter in the face of unexpected change. In the afternoon, The entire family received a personal invitation from the elder patriarch to visit the main house in town. Both Old Master Wan and Wen Jiafu came to extend the invitation, bringing along a box of renowned pastries from Taranju in the capital for their grandchildren to enjoy. They announced that when Wan had composed a delightful piece of music, which had been recommended by the Music Academy's representatives for a chance to perform at the grand banquet in the capital, they were invited to dine together and celebrate, as it had been quite some time since the family had experienced any joyous occasion. Initially, Wang Shi was reluctant to attend, but Old Master Wan, with a humble demeanor, offered apologies and flattery, lowering himself in stature. Upon hearing that her own daughter would be present, whom she had not seen in a long while, she ultimately agreed to accompany her children and grandchildren to the gathering. As Warmth administered acupuncture to Nailan Jinyan, she took the opportunity to prepare a meal for him in the kitchen atop the mountain, mentioning that she had a banquet to attend in the evening. In the twilight, the family made their way to the residence of the eldest branch in town. Although the house of the eldest branch was not as grand as the Warm family's ancestral home, it was nonetheless spacious, featuring a two-courtyard layout, complete with front and back gardens, ample enough for their family. They had also engaged a servant woman to handle cooking and cleaning. Upon their arrival, the servant woman scrutinized their attire with a discreet gaze, offering a lukewarm invitation to enter, and discreetly pressed her lips together when they were out of sight. Inside the main hall, a chorus of laughter and merriment filled the air. Even before they approached, the family could hear the sounds of joy. The servant woman stepped outside and called out loudly, "Master, Madam, the fourth Master's family has arrived." At that moment, the laughter and cheer within the room abruptly ceased. It was Warm's grandfather who first regained his composure. Upon seeing Wang Shi and the children, he promptly rose, smiling as he beckoned, "Guizhi, Silang, come in and take a seat." The family entered the hall. The members of the eldest branch quickly responded, greeting them with smiles as they took their places. However, only when you rolled her eyes and turned to converse with a plump woman beside her, feigning ignorance of their presence. The second and third branches stood up, extending their greetings with cheerful smiles. Warmth scanned her surroundings. The room was furnished with a large round table for the main guests, which included Warm's grandfather, Zhu Shi, the family of her aunt, the eldest branch, and two unfamiliar faces, filling the table to capacity. Another table accommodated the families of the second and third branches, as well as Zhu Shi's maternal relatives. In the dimmest corner stood a small table, where the younger sister-in-law awkwardly lingered alone, greeting them with a smile. It was evident that this table had been specifically prepared for their family. Chapter 63, Awaiting the Role of a Matriarch. At this moment, Mrs. Zhu approached, her face beaming with warmth and enthusiasm, embodying the demeanor of a head matron. She pointed to the small table in the corner and said, "Eldest sister, fourth master has arrived. There's a seat available. Please, take a seat, as we are merely waiting for your family to begin the meal." Today, Mrs. Zhu finally cast aside the gloom of the past few days. What if Wang was the legitimate wife? Her own sons and grandchildren were thriving. Even as a concubine, she had managed to usurp the rightful place of the legitimate wife within the one household. Were it not for her granting Wang a position, she would have been left with nowhere to stand. With this thought, her gaze towards Wang grew more condescending and self-satisfied. Wang, upon seeing her daughter, was drawn in by her attention, neglecting Mrs. Zhu. She intended to approach the small table in the corner, but when Wang pulled her back, saying, "Grandmother, you are the rightful wife of grandfather, holding a higher status here. Please sit beside him, otherwise it would be improper. Father is the youngest among the brothers, and it suffices for our family to sit here." Continuously yielding to pressure would leave some individuals perpetually unaware of their own standing. Mrs. Zhu's smile faltered, her radiant expression momentarily frozen as she cast a sharp glance at Wen Wan, a flash of resentment briefly surfacing in her eyes. The main table was already filled, leaving only the spot that Mrs. Zhu had previously occupied. Wen Yu's expression changed dramatically as she stood up abruptly, indignantly exclaiming, "That is my grandmother's seat. She will sit. Where will my grandmother sit?" Little Zhu hastily pulled her daughter down, feigning anger. "Elders are speaking. What business do you, a mere child, have to interject? Have you forgotten your place? Do you fancy yourself one of those rustic girls, unworthy of the stage?" Her words carried a veiled reprimand. Upon hearing this, Wen Yu's expression shifted, and she retook her seat, casting a triumphant glance at Wen Wan. "Mother, I was mistaken. I simply cannot abide those who disrespect their elders. I understand your filial intentions, but when it comes to matters of right and wrong, What authority does a little girl have to speak? There are so many elders present. This was a subtle jab at Wenwan's perceived disregard for her elders. And when Baojin scrutinized Wenwan with a disapproving gaze, her tone dripping with dissatisfaction. So? You are the esteemed Wanjie? Do you even comprehend the concept of propriety? When elders are speaking, it is hardly your place to voice an opinion. Your family has already separated. Upon arriving here, you must understand the etiquette of being a guest. Wenwan, undaunted, chose not to respond to her remarks. Instead, she turned to old Master Wen, casually inquiring, "Grandfather, has the family truly separated? Is my grandmother not your legitimate wife? Does the Wen family not have a rightful matron?" Silence enveloped the room. Wenwan regarded old Master Wen with a detached demeanor. Everyone in the village was well aware of how he had built his fortune. Could he dare claim that there was no rightful position for a legitimate wife? Zhu turned her gaze toward old Master Wen, as did Aunt Wen. Nearly everyone in the room fixed their eyes upon him. Old Master Wen exclaimed, "Why is everyone looking at me? The shared blessing of the family is truly not for one person to bear. How difficult it is for me. If given the chance to start anew, he would undoubtedly refrain from." With an air of indifference, Wang strode past. Zhu's countenance was exceedingly grim, her heart brimming with curses directed at the venerable one and his ancestors. The elderly lady wore a stern expression, casting a piercing glance at Wenwan, thereafter choosing silence. Song Goeiqiang's eyes flickered momentarily, his gaze subtly sweeping over Wenwan's family, yet he remained mute. Guofuzi furrowed his brow as he scrutinized Wenwan's family, inquiring of his daughter beside him, "Nini, who are these people?" Guo Qianni's expression mirrored discomfort. The connections of her future fiancé's family were indeed rather tangled. Thankfully, they had already separated households, sparing them the necessity of cohabitation. Brother Liang's grandmother was merely a concubine. Guofuzi's demeanor darkened further as a realization struck him, prompting him to refrain from further questions. Noticing Guofuzi's discontent, Xiao Zhu felt a pang of anxiety. She had overlooked his adherence to propriety. Swiftly, she rose, declaring, "I'll arrange another seat. It was my oversight." When one stood and approached, linking her arm with Zhu's to assist her in taking a seat. "Grandmother, please sit down. Did you not just mention wanting me to procure a title for you? Let us dine swiftly. After the meal, I must practice the piano. For the competition for the Qianqiu banquet is no trivial matter." Upon hearing this, Zhu's expression finally brightened. Indeed, why should she quarrel with a family of fallen nobility? This Qianqiu banquet, besides celebrating the Empress Dowager's birthday, was rumored to provide an opportunity for the Empress to select brides for several of her adult sons. The county magistrate certainly had connections in the capital. His information could not be erroneous. When her eldest granddaughter was selected for the Grand Autumn Banquet, she finally appeared before the most esteemed individuals in the realm. Given Wanjie's beauty, talent, and intelligence, it was entirely plausible that she might catch the eye of the noble ladies within the palace. What would happen next? The Wang family would likely be unworthy even to carry her shoes. Why bother with such a position? As Zhu Shi pondered this, a smile graced her face. "Well, I shall eagerly await that day." At this moment, the old lady offered her compliments. "Oh dear, Wanjie plays the piano so beautifully and has composed such enchanting melodies. I hear they are of masterful caliber. She is certain to be selected. When Wanjie soars to great heights, do not forget your old aunt." Wenwan smiled gently. "It is not as exaggerated as you say, dear aunt. I merely have the qualification to participate in the competition. There are countless talented young ladies in the capital. I cannot even be certain of my selection." The old lady's kindness towards Wanjie would certainly not be forgotten. Cousin Song Goeiqiang also praised her. "I heard from Lord Li that the piece composed by Wanjie is comparable to that of a master. Since the great Yonglin master ceased composing, there have been no works of such grandiose quality for several years. My cousin in the capital works at the Taiyueshu and believes there is an excellent chance she will be chosen. If Wenwan could enter the affluent circles of the capital, the Wen family would be transformed forever." Guo Qian and I exclaimed. "If she is selected to perform at the Grand Autumn Banquet, she would play before the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. Encountering the true Dragon Son of Heaven, a monumental honor indeed. Many daughters of officials do not possess such a privilege. It would be as if smoke were rising from our ancestors' graves. Wanjie, you are truly remarkable. Please, teach your elder sister to play the piano when you have the time." The earlier discontent of Guofuzi vanished in the wake of these praises. To enter the palace is to seize the opportunity to meet influential figures. The renowned Li Fei of yesteryears also hailed from humble beginnings. her melodious performance captivating the attention of the current emperor. Should Wenwan possess such fortune? If this concubine were to receive a noble title, life would indeed transform. The entire table was filled with praises for Wenwan. Sister-in-law, I envy you. Your children are all exceptional. Liang Guo is destined for greatness, a scholar of the highest order, and Wang Jie's skills on the are unrivaled in the entire Jiangning prefecture. Soon, you shall relish the life of a titled lady, basking in prosperity, unlike some who are either frail or plagued by illness, with a multitude of grandchildren, yet none distinguished. The elder lady concluded with a sidelong glance at Wang Shi. Chapter 64, perhaps merely a lackey. After Wen Baozhen's remark, she deliberately cast a glance at Wang Shi. Wang Shi's visage darkened, on the verge of retorting. Elder One, apprehensive of Wang Shi's explosive temper, which could shatter the pleasant atmosphere, interjected, "Enough now, let us eat. The dishes will lose their appeal if left to cool." Elder One offered Wang Shi a small abalone, saying, "Guiji, do try this abalone." The main family's expression shifted. There were only 8 abalones in total. Zhu Shi's anger surged. How could Wang Shi be worthy of such delicacies? This prized dish was a gift from the county magistrate's wife to Wang Jie, said to be enjoyed by high-ranking officials, and even money could not procure it outside. The old man's affections clearly favored that little vixen, ever thinking of her well-being. Wang Shi gazed at the diminutive abalone in her bowl. About the size of a quail egg, uncertainly questioning, is this really abalone? Why is it so small? It differs from what we have at home. The entire table fell silent, their gazes fixated upon her, their expressions peculiar. Wang Shi remained oblivious. What? With a gentle gasp of surprise, she slightly turned her head and inquired, "Sister and I, did you not mention that abalone is not something an ordinary household can savor?" Her tone was filled with confusion, and her beautiful face reflected her perplexity. Guoqian and I tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and replied with a half-smile. "Have you ever seen any shops in town, the county, or the capital selling such delicacies? These items, such as abalone, sea cucumbers, shark fins, and other exquisite dishes, are not accessible to common folk, hence they cannot partake in them. Perhaps the abalone at Madame Wang's was a gift from some noble?" Upon hearing this, the lady snorted dismissively. What noble acquaintance could that impoverished family possibly have? She cast a light glance at Wang Shi and continued, "Pray tell, Wang Shi, which noble bestowed your abalone? The county magistrate? The governor? Or perhaps some royal kin? Do enlighten me. I am most eager to make their acquaintance." Her tone dripped with disdain, and her expression was laced with sarcasm. Wang Shi's face flushed crimson as she opened her mouth to respond. No. She was unaware of the true status of the 17-year-old. The entire table's gaze turned more peculiar, brimming with mockery, contempt, disdain, and ridicule. A veritable spectrum of derision. Wang Shi felt somewhat uneasy. Could it be that abalone was indeed so precious, not meant for the common populace? Did Sister Nguyen not claim otherwise? Old Master Wen wore a helpless expression. Guiji remained as proud as ever, unwilling to yield. He hastily interjected, "Let us eat. Let us eat. The dishes will turn cold." Zhu Shi chuckled. Yes, let us eat. Eldest sister, although this abalone may not compare in size to yours, you should still savor its flavor. Next time, you might even be able to articulate its taste and texture, right? When Baozhen chimed in with a sardonic tone, indeed. Fabricating tales requires some preparation, does it not? Otherwise, bang. A sudden loud noise erupted from the corner, interrupting Wen Baozhen's words. Everyone was startled by the sound and turned to look. In the corner, one leg of a stool had broken, causing a basket placed atop it to tumble to the ground, scattering its contents everywhere. The gift box was quite large, yet it contained only 4 abalone. The entire table fell into a heavy silence, a stillness akin to death, with all eyes fixated on the 4 abalone. Wen Nguyen began to tidy up the mess, clapped her hands, and then seemed to realize how startled everyone had become. With an apologetic expression, she said, "I am sorry. This stool is rather unstable, unable to bear even this little weight." When Xian remarked, "Perhaps the items are too valuable for the stools here to support," Wen Shun, looking helplessly at Wen Xian, replied, "Sister, it should be that they are too heavy." Wen Xian suddenly appeared enlightened. Right. No matter how valuable, they cannot break the stool's leg. It is the weight that is excessive. The abalone is quite large and heavy. It even broke the sturdy wooden stool. Could it be that the stool is infested with termites? Wen Ho hurried over, picked up the broken piece of the stool leg, and examined it seriously. "I assure you, It's simply because the items are too heavy that the stool broke. When Jiaowei nodded earnestly, indeed. The room was enveloped in a profound silence. Wang Shi looked at her grandchildren with a mix of exasperation and warmth in her heart. Maintaining a nonchalant demeanor, she addressed the table. It's nothing, nothing at all. It's just that the abalone and other delicacies are too valuable. No, rather too heavy, and broke the leg of the stool. No worries. Let us eat, let us eat. Aunt opened her mouth, but ultimately found herself at a loss for words, her face flushing a deep crimson as she lowered her gaze to her bowl. The entire table fell into a hushed silence, each person consumed by their meal. Zhu's face swelled to a hue akin to that of a waterlogged pig's liver. Red and puffy, the several abalone, larger than the rim of a bowl, crashed onto her chest like a boulder, causing her considerable discomfort. A tumult of emotions surging within her. This meal was consumed in heavy silence, laden with unspoken words, a medley of flavors that left a bitter taste in their mouths. Each bite feeling like a fishbone stuck in their throats, impossible to swallow. Only the Wen family dined with relish. On the carriage, Song Guiqiang cast a glance at Wen Jiazhen. Although he was over 50, traces of his youthful charm still lingered. His expression remained inscrutable as he remarked, "Where does the Wang family reside now? I believe they have moved to the village's edge. Let us pay them a visit." Thus, the carriage ventured out of the town towards Wenjia village, eventually halting outside a yard enclosed by a bamboo fence at the village's end. Peering through the carriage curtains, Song Guiqiang scrutinized the few bamboo houses, his brow furrowed. Do you know how they acquired such exquisite abalone? Only the palace possesses specimens of such size. Aunt shook her head, but suddenly recalled something. I heard from my sister-in-law that her family sold the recipe for stir-fried snails to the owner of the Rui restaurant. Perhaps it was a gift from the Rui owner? The owner of Rui restaurant? Tang Bingqiuan's elder brother is engaged in maritime trade and is a royal merchant. It is not surprising for him to possess such prized abalone. Yet, to bestow such a lavish gift merely for a recipe seems excessive. That indeed is of the highest quality. Perhaps those items do not belong to him at all. It is possible that the fourth son has merely become a courier for Tang Bingqiuan, assisting with deliveries. This explanation appears to be the only one that makes sense. Let us depart. Song Guiqiang cast one last glance at the bamboo house, and, losing interest, let down the curtain. A mere errand boy cannot stir any significant turmoil. Upon this realization, Wen Baozhen felt a wave of relief and remarked, how could that impoverished Wang family possibly rise again? Liang Guer is preparing for the examination at Lushan Academy, and Wan Jie intends to visit the capital to purchase a qin. Shall I invite them to stay at our residence for a few days? Upon hearing this, Song Guiqiang's expression grew more serious. Prepare the Huanxia courtyard and the Tingfeng courtyard for their accommodation. Those places are tranquil, providing an undisturbed environment for their studies and practice. Ensure that the servants attend to their needs diligently, especially concerning their meals. Wen Baozhen's heart swelled with joy upon hearing this. Those two courtyards are second only to the main residence, and had previously only hosted the family of Song Guiqiang's first wife. It seems that cultivating a good relationship with Zhu and her eldest nephew was indeed a prudent decision. Chapter 65, The Younger Sister-in-law Wen Baozhen. Having married the affluent merchant Song Guiqiang as his secondary wife, found herself in a precarious position. Had it not been for Song Guiqiang's notorious reputation for bringing misfortune to his wives, leading to the untimely deaths of his previous two spouses, the young women in the city would have shunned him, and she would never have had the opportunity to marry. However, being a Zhu family wife is not as simple as it appears. Once wed, her humble origins as a commoner rendered her a target of disdain from the entire Song family. Gradually, as her family's prosperous restaurant flourished and Liang Guer excelled at Lushan Academy, earning the admiration of his teachers, her standing within the Song household began to solidify. Those relatives who once looked down upon her began to treat her with a modicum of respect. However, it was merely a token gesture of politeness. She refrained from casting her disdainful glances. She was acutely aware that the wealth of the Wen family served as her source of confidence. Thus, she endeavored to curry favor with them. Yet, she had forgotten that when she married, the opulence of her dowry stemmed from the Wang family's concern. As they witnessed her weeping daily, fearing she would be looked down upon after her marriage. At that time, their relationship was relatively amicable. Wen Baozhen held Wang in high regard, addressing her as sister-in-law with genuine respect. Wang, believing she would never bear children, felt despondent and reasoned that material possessions were futile. One cannot bring them into life nor take them in death. In a moment of weakness, She generously bestowed a considerable portion of her belongings to her relatively close sister-in-law, never anticipating the hardships that would ensue. On one occasion, when Sister Yuan required money for medicine, Wang approached her in the capital seeking a loan, only to be met with excuses of financial strain due to the expenses of the Song household. Wang, filled with urgency and indignation, could not restrain herself from scolding her on the spot, calling her ungrateful and a wolf in sheep's clothing. Thus, their relationship soured entirely. Miss Wen Baojian began to treat Wang's family with either indifference or scornful mockery. Of course, this was but a tale of yore. After the meal, once the families of the second and third branches had departed, Master Guo inquired, "Jiafu, what does your fourth brother's family do?" "Those numerous abalones, sea cucumbers, and shark fins, such enormous abalones, larger than a bowl. He must have seen them in the capital, as they are gifts from the emperor." When Jiafu's expression was grim as he faced the humiliation, yet he mustered his spirits when speaking of his future in-laws. "My fourth brother bears scars on his face, rendering him quite fearsome. Thus, no one dares to invite him. He is merely a jack of all trades, performing various menial tasks, delivering goods, laboring at the docks, constructing houses. Nothing lasts, all are fleeting errands. Recently, he did manage to sell a recipe to the proprietor of the Rui restaurant, earning 50 taels. Upon hearing this, Wufuzi pondered for a moment but chose not to inquire further. It was likely that he was handling another's goods, feigning sophistication, oblivious to the fact that such precious items should not be carelessly mishandled or damaged. Could he afford the repercussions? Contemplating this, he refrained from elaborating and merely advised Wen Liang to diligently prepare for the upcoming examination at Lushan Academy before taking his leave with his daughter. Wen Liang personally escorted them out. Guo Qian and I, her face flushed, cast a discreet glance at Wen Liang and quietly slipped him a small token before trailing behind her father as they departed. The two were on the verge of matrimony, a union that should have been forbidden, yet she had implored her father to bring her along upon hearing of Wen Wan's selection for the Qian Qiu banquet competition. Once they left, the atmosphere within the main family's residence turned sour. Despite it being a celebration for Sister Wan, the misfortune brought about by that ill-fated individual had led to a chaotic scene, with abalone and shark fin scattered across the table, leaving the guests unable to enjoy their meal in utter embarrassment. Such a lack of decorum. Was it merely a few abalone that prompted this? When you felt a wave of frustration wash over her, when Wan's gaze was clouded with uncertainty, were those merely a few abalone? She distinctly perceived an assortment of abalone, shark fin, and other delicacies. Why did her fourth uncle's family possess such luxuries? This was utterly unexpected. I surmise he is merely running errands for Boss Tang. It is said that his elder brother, Tang Bingkong, deals in dried seafood. Warm and gentle, she smiled. So it was all a facade, catching her off guard. She softly remarked, "Father, I shall go practice the piano now." With several months remaining until the Qianqiu banquet, the piece she was to perform still eluded her mastery, as certain passages proved too challenging. She must seize the time, for there could be no room for error. She aspired to achieve fame in a single stroke. "Well, cast aside these vexations and focus solely on your practice," urged Xiaozhu. "Yujia, have you completed your painting? Did you not say that Master Su would be at the auction soon? Hurry and finish your artwork. Once you become Master Su's disciple, and your brother passes the imperial examination and secures an official position, you shall be a lady of high standing. With your elder sister's reputation and your own status as Master Su's pupil, you will have your pick of suitors from any esteemed family." Xiaozhu envisioned a grand future, meticulously planning the destinies of her children. And indeed, her offspring were progressing steadily along the path she had envisioned. It was only after her children had departed that Xiaozhu's expression darkened. "Surely, that scoundrel has conned us out of our stool? How could it possibly break with just one kick?" When Jiafu's face mirrored her displeasure, "It must be so. I shall ascertain whether he has deceived me with inferior wood. I will confront that scoundrel." He kicked the leg of a nearby stool with a resounding thud, yet the leg remained intact. Grimacing in pain, he found the stool as sturdy as ever. Xiaozhu was left speechless. How could that wretched child have broken a solid wooden leg? The Wen family departed from the grand residence. Wen Jiamei handed a burden to Wen Wan, smilingly saying, "Sister Wan, this is a cotton garment made by my aunt. The weather is becoming increasingly frigid, so please wear it warmly and take care not to catch a chill." Wen Wan accepted it graciously, replying, "Thank you, aunt." When Jiamei glanced at Wen Chun and the other children, slightly embarrassed, and remarked, "Sister Wan is frail, so I made this for her first. I will make garments for you later." "Aunt, We already have clothes. There's no need for you to make us anything. The children quickly interjected. Everyone was aware of the family's struggles, especially with an elderly grandmother who required care. After her husband's business collapsed, Uncle fell into despair and developed a penchant for alcohol. The weight of their household's burdens rested solely on Aunt's shoulders. She engaged in embroidery, sold eggs, and vegetables. Yet any money she managed to save was surreptitiously taken by Uncle to indulge in drink. Furthermore, Aunt seemed to have inherited the frail constitution of the Wang family. Suffering even more severely, and after 10 years of marriage, she had yet to conceive a child. Fortunately, her mother-in-law bore no ill will, and apart from his drinking, Uncle was generally kind to her. Aunt, you need not make clothes for the children. They have enough. Save your money for the winter, she urged. I have prepared fabric for 3 outfits. Your mother-in-law and uncle also have some. With so many family matters to attend to lately, and my sewing skills not matching yours, I couldn't manage to make the garments. May you conceive soon. Wan Jiamei quickly withdrew her hands behind her, exclaiming, I don't want it, sister-in-law. Keep it to nourish sister-in-law's health. Just moments ago, she had realized the value of the items inside. How could she accept them? In that instant, as when Wan noticed her retracting hands, a glimpse of her arm revealed a bruise. Chapter 66. A person of good character. Wang observed her daughter, who was in her 30s with half of her hair turned white, and felt a pang of sorrow. Take this. We have plenty at home, all gifts from others. Has your mother-in-law's eyesight improved recently? Is Huan Hong still drinking? Everything is well. My mother-in-law's eyes no longer hurt, so she doesn't need to see a doctor anymore. However, her hearing might be declining due to age. They say she can't hear well. My husband has stopped drinking and has been diligently searching for work for the past 6 months, so there is no need for you to worry. Wang sighed with relief upon hearing this. That is good. However, when Wan noticed that her sister-in-law spoke with her head down, her fingers fidgeting restlessly behind her back, she assumed her sister-in-law's anxiety stemmed from years of not bearing children, causing her to age prematurely. I understand. I don't need this. We have just harvested grain, and there is plenty to eat. When Wan stepped forward to grasp her sister-in-law's hand, wanting to check her pulse, Wen Jiarui nodded in agreement, also intending to do the same. He picked up the burden basket and slung it over his shoulder. Younger sister, let us go. I will escort you. Upon hearing this, Wen Jiamei was startled and quickly waved her hands. No, it's unnecessary. When Jiamei had married into a town that was relatively distant, everyone encouraged her. And after some insistence, she reluctantly agreed. When Wan couldn't help but whisper a few words of advice to Wen Jiarui, his expression darkened. But he nodded and led Wen Jiamei to rent a horse-drawn carriage. Meanwhile, Wen Wan's family also headed towards the village. Sister, is Wen Wan a member of the music academy? Wen Wan recalled that Wen Wan had composed a renowned piece which qualified her to attend the Qianqiu banquet, and couldn't resist asking. Warmth finds little gentle reminiscence within the original owner's memories. The original owner perceives herself as gentle and graceful, always courteous to others. However, she holds a particularly vivid impression of Wen Yu, who, due to her disagreeable manner of speaking and haughty demeanor, stands out in the original owner's mind. Today, it seems that this gentility might conceal the deepest intentions. When Xian shook her head, stating that it appeared Wen Yu had taken a great master from the music academy as her teacher. Understanding this, Warmth pressed her fingers to her temples. Seeing this, when Xian appeared anxious and inquired, What's wrong? Are you unwell? Warmth shook her head. It's nothing. Just a sense of self-sabotage, I suppose. I won't sell songs for silver anymore. When Xian replied, puzzled, what does that even mean? It was too late. The carriage driver was unwilling to venture back into the village. While Warmth was engaged in her drawing, she heard a commotion and stepped outside. Worried that Wang might be concerned. In a hushed tone, she asked, Father, how did my aunt injure her hand? Did you ask? Your uncle by marriage was merely overwhelmed before, which led him to drink, but he has never been violent. Now, he seems to be in good spirits, perhaps having found his footing again. I waited to enter until your aunt had been inside for a while, just as you advised. Warmth nodded thoughtfully, wondering if it was merely her misperception. From the original owner's memories, her impression of that uncle by marriage was indeed favorable. He was rather handsome and had once been a peddler, but was deceived into purchasing a batch of counterfeit goods, losing all the family's wealth. What then? Is it that her aunt fears? Meanwhile, the uncle by marriage, who was considered a decent man by Wen Jiarui, sat at the bedside, drinking from a flask while enjoying a foot bath provided by Wen Jiamei. Wen Jiamei, momentarily distracted by the rare occasion of reuniting with her family, inadvertently exerted a little too much force in her actions. He Huan Hong, feeling the sting, retaliated with a kick to her face, knocking her down. Wretched woman, do you intend to break my bones? If you lack innate talent, at least you could serve your husband properly. Crude as you are, you can't even wash a foot. What use is it for me to marry you? When Jiamei shook her head, no, I was merely pondering whether my brother has returned home. Thinking of your brother? What? Do you plan to use Wen Jiarui to pressure me? Do you believe I am afraid of him? Let him come. 3 days without a beating and the roof would cave in. He Huan Hong, barefoot, leapt from the bed and began to kick her mercilessly. In the past, when He Huan Hong was perpetually intoxicated, Wen Jiarui had once beaten him in hopes of sobering him up and motivating him. Yet, instead of awakening, he harbored resentment. And every time he was drunk, he took it out on Wen Jiamei. Let him come. I will fight him. Let us see who prevails. Bring him on. Let him come and strike me. Each kick fell upon her like relentless raindrops, swift and forceful. In agony, Wen Jiamei attempted to flee. Wretched woman, where do you think you're running off to? Looking for some wild man. What? Am I unable to satisfy you? He seized her clothing, flinging her back onto the bed, disregarding her desperate resistance. In another room, Jiang Shi, hearing the commotion, merely shook her head and chose not to intervene. Quietly, she descended from her bed and rummaged through the backpack left by Wen Jiarui. Upon discovering the exquisite fabric, her eyes gleamed with delight. She opened the gift boxes to inspect their contents, then carefully put everything back in its place, as if untouched. Such behavior belied any impression of someone who could not see. Chapter 67. The Great Buddha Temple. It was only as the new year approached that Wen Wan learned of the matters concerning her sister-in-law's family. The following morning, long before dawn, when fatigue enveloped the world, the faint sounds of the Wu family rising to prepare breakfast stirred Wen Wan from her slumber. Though she yearned to remain in the comforts of sleep, her eyelids felt heavy and the desire to continue dozing lingered. Nonetheless, after rolling about in bed, she eventually rose to assist in the morning preparations, for the entire family was already awake. On this day, her elder brother and his companions were to visit Lushan Academy to seek a mentor. The examination at the academy was scheduled for a quarter past the hour of the snake, and the journey to the capital by carriage would take 2 hours, necessitating their departure at the first light of dawn. Breakfast consisted of dough prepared the previous evening, steaming meat buns, and boiled eggs, which the men would conveniently take along. Wen Jiarui borrowed a carriage from the village chief, and the father and sons donned their new garments, bringing along the offerings prepared for their visit, before setting off. After finishing breakfast, Wen Wan, along with Wang and Wu, dressed the children in their best attire, carrying 2 baskets filled with offerings, and made their way to the village entrance to board the bullock cart, destined for the Great Buddha Temple. In recent days, Wu, Wen Ro, and Wen Xian had been diligently sewing each evening, crafting a new set of clothing for every family member. After all, the family's garments were either tattered or ill-fitting. Today, the entire family was adorned in new clothes, and the adage that one's appearance is enhanced by fine attire held true. The family appeared rejuvenated and spirited in their fresh garments. Wen Jiarui and Wu were blessed with good fortune. Their children were more charming and handsome than the last. In recent days, the culinary delights have been abundant, particularly with the nourishing vegetables cultivated under the auspicious purple aura, each one contributing to a more robust physique. The gentle radiance of warmth has also enhanced their complexions, making them appear even more attractive. However, due to daily forays into the river to gather snails and the bustling streets where they peddle their catch, the sun has darkened their skin somewhat. Yet, despite this, everyone emanates a vibrant energy. As it is still early, the villagers are just beginning to rise to prepare breakfast, resulting in a rather quiet path. The Warm family boarded an ox cart at the village entrance, and after half an hour, they arrived at the foot of the verdant mountain. This location is relatively close to the capital, a journey of merely 2 or 3 days, which occasionally attracts nobles from the city who come to pay their respects at the temple, albeit infrequently. After all, there exists a highly revered temple nearby as well. The Great Buddha Temple witnesses a considerable influx of worshippers on the 1st and 15th days of each lunar month, leading to a multitude of ox and horse carts parked at the mountain's base. Numerous stalls have been set up, selling offerings such as gold ingots, incense, and various fruits. In addition to food items like taro, sweet potatoes, peanuts, and pastries, alongside peace talismans and knots. The atmosphere is bustling with activity. Madame Wu procured a set of gold ingot incense, while the fruits and candies needed for their offerings had already been brought along, negating the need for additional purchases. The group then commenced their ascent up the 100-step staircase leading to the temple. After lighting incense before the Buddha and contributing 100 coins for oil, Madame Wang sought the master to determine an auspicious day. Today, a significant number of individuals were seeking divination, forming a lengthy queue that twisted around the platform. It was rumored that someone had obtained a golden slip early that morning, prompting many visitors to seek their fortune in hopes of acquiring one as well. Hearing this, Madame Wu felt a stirring of curiosity. Let us also seek a divination. In the midst of the crowd, Wen Yuan contemplated suggesting to wait until next time. However, when Xin and Wen Ran had already eagerly taken their places in line, radiating excitement and joy, even when Rose's eyes sparkled with a hint of yearning. After a moment of hesitation, Wen Yuan found herself unable to voice her suggestion for a later occasion. Moreover, Wu Shi had already approached, beckoning both Wen Yuan and Wen Ro to join the queue. Wen Yuan recalled that it was the ethereal aura emanating from a Buddha statue that had transported her to this historical realm of the non-existent Nalan kingdom. Resigned to her fate, she thought to herself that it was worth inquiring why she had arrived in this era, curious to discover whether the great Buddha's blessings were genuine. Her family had insisted that Wen Yuan be the first to seek answers, with everyone trailing behind her, eager to learn if her health had truly improved. Wen Yuan mused that instead of consulting the oracle, it would be more prudent to seek answers from within herself. The process of drawing a fortune did not take long, though interpreting it required more time. Consequently, after a quarter of an hour, it was finally her turn. As Wen Yuan approached the fortune container, she observed that all the bamboo sticks were dyed a vibrant red, except for one, which shone in a brilliant gold. She couldn't help but inwardly scoff at the notion that perhaps this entire container contained but a single auspicious stick. Kneeling down, she clasped her hands in reverence before the golden Buddha and then grasped the fortune container, shaking it with a focused mind. To her astonishment, the golden bamboo stick fell to the ground with casual ease. The individuals in line behind her gasped in unison. A golden stick, a sign of great fortune. Someone had indeed drawn the coveted gold stick again. Even Wen Yuan was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected luck. As the crowd gathered around her, they murmured in disbelief, "What an extraordinary day. Someone has drawn a golden stick once more." The golden fortune stick has resided within the great Buddha temple for many years, untouched by the hands of supplicants, until today, when, astonishingly, two individuals sought and obtained it in succession. The onlookers gazed at Wen Yuan with envious eyes, their admiration palpable. Even the temple's abbot was taken aback. The golden stick? The Nalan kingdom has been established for nearly a century, and only the founding emperor had ever drawn the golden stick. Wu, witnessing this event, trembled with excitement. Sister Yuan, quickly go and interpret the fortune. With the envious gazes of the crowd upon her, Wen Yuan calmly picked up the golden stick from the ground and was about to make her way to the fortune interpretation room when the abbot beside her performed a Buddhist gesture and uttered a sacred phrase. Then respectfully said, "Benefactor, having drawn the golden stick, you may seek interpretation from Master Fa. Please hand the stick to me and follow me." Master Fa? Goodness! The esteemed Master Fa is actually here. A gasp escaped from the crowd. Is Master Fa truly that formidable? Someone inquired with curiosity. Haven't you heard of Master Fa? He is a venerable monk with profound knowledge of both celestial and terrestrial matters. He can discern fortunes and foresee the future. Receiving his guidance is indeed a great fortune. Master Fa is indeed remarkable. He is a disciple of Master Yunfa. It is said that previously, all the fortune sticks in the great Buddha temple were made of bamboo, until Master Yunfa traveled through the temple and personally added a golden stick to the fortune box. Shortly thereafter, the founding emperor passed by, drew the golden stick, and, under Master Yunfa's guidance, the Nalan kingdom was established within a few years. The great Buddha temple is distinguished from other temples precisely because of the golden stick personally added by Master Yunfa. It is rumored that Master Fa possesses the true teachings of Master Yunfa. How extraordinary! Upon hearing these words, the crowd gazed enviously at Wen Yuan. How fortunate is this individual to have drawn the golden slip. Yet, one cannot help but notice her frail demeanor. She hardly appears to be a person of good fortune. Indeed, her face bears no flesh, her frame is emaciated, and she possesses a slight stature, hardly the attributes of someone blessed with fortune. I perceive a sharp visage, a countenance marked by hardship, and she pales in comparison to my own sister. In the distance, a few gossipy women whispered among themselves, observing Wen Yuan. One should cultivate verbal virtue in sacred spaces. Appearances can be deceiving, and some individuals possess a long-lasting fortune. An elderly man interjected. Meanwhile, when Wan turned to her mother, Wu, mother, I shall go interpret the oracle. Wu's heart raced with excitement. Dear Wan, do hurry. We shall await you beneath the ancient ginkgo tree shortly. In the heart of the temple stood a centuries-old ginkgo tree, its leaves carpeting the ground like a layer of gold, adorning the temple and captivating visitors. While perplexing the young monks tasked with cleaning, Wen Wan nodded in agreement. Very well. Ascending the rear mountain, along a winding path shrouded in mist. A narrow stone pathway seemed to lead directly to the heavens. Chapter 68. Halfway between the mountain and the sovereign, Wen Wan climbed the steps. Master Yin Fei's humble abode lay further up the mountain, hidden in the depths of the clouds. The air grew increasingly cool as she ascended. After a quarter of an hour, a modest cottage and a fenced garden came into view. The abbot gently rapped on the wooden door. Master Fei Hua. A benefactor seeks the golden slip. A faint, ethereal voice emanated from within. Please enter. The abbot responded. Benefactor, you may come in. I shall not enter. Once the signing is completed, you may descend the mountain by the same route. Do remember not to wander about, for there are ferocious beasts in these hills. Wen Wan nodded slightly and expressed her gratitude to the master of the ceremony. He uttered a phrase of Buddhist wisdom and then began his descent. Pushing open the courtyard gate, Wen Wan stepped inside and was momentarily taken aback by the scene before her. In the courtyard, beneath a verdant flower rack, Nailan Jinyan and Master Fa Hua were engaged in a game of chess. The two men turned their gazes toward her, and Nailan Jinyan raised an eyebrow, inquiring, Did you obtain the golden sign? Wen Wan, equally astonished, replied, Did you also acquire the golden sign? Master Fa Hua, recognizing their acquaintance, glanced at Wen Wan's countenance and, with a twinkle in his eye, stroked his grizzled beard, saying, Indeed, indeed. Wen Wan, perplexed, asked, Indeed what? She scrutinized Master Fa Hua, feeling a sense of familiarity, as if she had encountered him before, not in this ancient setting, but in the modern era. Yet, she was certain she did not know this man. Her memory was quite remarkable. Typically, she did not forget those she had met. Master Fa Hua gestured toward a nearby bench, inviting, Please, take a seat. Wen Wan complied with grace and settled herself comfortably. You have acquired the golden sign, a stroke of extraordinary fortune, rare in a century. May I inquire what you sought? Master Fa Hua asked casually. Wen Wan shook her head in response to his query. I do not seek anything in particular. I merely wish to understand why a simple peasant girl like myself is so fortunate as to meet you, Master Fa Hua. This statement held a double meaning. What she truly wished to ask was why she had traversed into this historically non-existent dynasty, uncertain whether the legendary enlightened monk could comprehend her thoughts. Master Yunfa stroked his beard, glanced at Wen Wan, and produced a black silk pouch, presenting it to her with an air of profound mystery. The answers you seek lie within, he said enigmatically. Upon receiving the pouch and opening it, Wen Wan discovered a slip of paper inside. She withdrew it and beheld the elegantly rounded characters inscribed upon it, half in the mountains, half in the gentleman. A moment of surprise washed over her as she silently pondered, half in the mountains, half in the gentleman? Who could this gentleman refer to? Master Fa Hua made a move. Placing a piece on the chessboard, Nailan Jinyan, with a cool demeanor, casually played his own piece and remarked, Master, you have lost. With a face full of frustration. Master Fa Hua retorted, That does not count. I was distracted by the fortune-telling and misplayed. Let us have another game. Young lady, do you have any further inquiries? If not, you should depart swiftly. The secrets of the heavens must not be divulged. As he spoke, he hastily scrambled the chess pieces, adopting a rather petulant expression. When one thought to herself, I did not expect Master Fa Hua to be such a character. Is he trustworthy? She turned to Nailan Jinyan and inquired, What did you request? What did the master say? Nailan Jinyan cast a sidelong glance at her, his eyes shrouded in mystery, a playful smirk gracing his lips. What did the note say? Reveal it to me first. When Wan, feeling a hint of defiance, rolled her eyes at him, thinking how stingy he was. Not that she was particularly curious. Nailan Jinyan was taken aback by her childlike demeanor, unable to suppress a chuckle at the unexpected sight. Warmth stood up, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Master Fa Hua. I shall not disturb you any longer. Suddenly, Master Fa Hua called out to her, Wait a moment, little girl. Since you are so perceptive, leave me an item you frequently wear, and I shall perform a blessing chant for you, ensuring your safety. Warmth shook her head. I do not possess any item that I wear regularly. Thank you, Master. An object to guarantee her safety? Warmth believed that she alone could safeguard her own well-being. After her departure, Nalin Jinyan retrieved a jade pendant. Could you kindly assist me with a blessing chant, Master? Master Fahua lifted the pendant and glanced at him. I never said I would perform a blessing chant. Oh, come now. I will do it. Why are you so stingy? You must play 10 games of chess with me. Each time he lost, he could not fathom how he could not win even once in 10 games. Nalin Jinyan sat down again. 1 game. 1 game won't suffice, at least 9 games. Nalin Jinyan stood up once more. Oh dear, 5 games. It cannot be any fewer. Master Fahua held him back. 2 games, or I shall not perform the blessing. Master Fahua thought to himself. How he longed to break his vow and curse. It seemed as though he was the one seeking the blessing. Gritting his teeth, Master Fahua conceded, 2 games it is. Others sought his blessing and chants with great difficulty, yet this man dared to negotiate terms. Nalin Jinyan glanced towards the direction of the courtyard, then, with a flick of his garment, sat down once more. Meanwhile, at the great Buddha temple, Warmth and her siblings, along with the Wu family, were seeking omens. The first was Wenran, who gently shook a bamboo stick, causing one to fall. Wenran picked up the fallen stick and, feeling a twinge of nervousness, handed it to the young monk beside her. The monk glanced at it. The first stick, an auspicious one. While seeking a fortune does not require silver, interpreting it certainly does. To sustain such a grand temple, financial resources are essential. This temple is quite adept at commerce, beyond profiting from interpretations. They sell protective talismans and consecrated ritual implements, assist the common folk in analyzing their fortunes, selecting propitious dates, performing rituals, and consulting on feng shui, among other services. Thank you. Wenran smiled sweetly, delighted as she accepted it. Wu remarked with amusement, Sister Ran, you should go ahead and queue for your interpretation. All right. Wenran joyfully ran over with the stick in hand. Following her were Wenxin, Wenru, and Wu. The 19th stick was also auspicious. The 36th stick, likewise auspicious. The 66th stick, yet again, auspicious. The crowd erupted in excitement. My goodness, 5 individuals consecutively drew auspicious fortunes. How extraordinary. Could it be that all the sticks in the are auspicious? What a fortunate day it must be, with so many favorable fortunes. It is undoubtedly an auspicious moment. The heavens have bestowed good fortunes upon us. Those in front, hurry up. I am eagerly waiting to draw an auspicious stick. Consequently, the seekers hastened their pace. And even more individuals lined up to seek their fortunes. Those who come to worship do so either to express gratitude or to seek resolutions for pressing matters. Who would not wish for a favorable fortune to fulfill their desires? Wu, accompanied by her child, excitedly approached the interpretation station. In the interest of privacy, the divination took place within a serene Zen room. When their turn arrived, the family entered together. Ms. Wu greeted the host with her children and placed several slips of divination on the table. The host, having overheard that several individuals had drawn auspicious fortunes, glanced at their faces and inquired, "Are you all family members of the fortunate one?" Ms. Wu nodded in affirmation, saying, "Indeed, that is my daughter, who has suffered from poor health since childhood." Curious, the host asked, "What matters do you seek guidance on?" Suddenly, he seemed to perceive something significant and hurriedly gathered their slips together. Chapter 69. Saving Lives. Ms. Wu and the others felt a surge of anxiety. Could this portend ill fortune? The Wen sisters were also tense. Was it not an auspicious fortune? Ms. Wu anxiously pressed, "What do you mean by not auspicious?" The host, extending his finger, pointed to the 4 slips, touching each word at the beginning and end, declaring, "Purple energy rises from the east. The negative turns to positive, great fortune. Your family is blessed with auspicious signs, and all misfortunes will transform into good fortune. Though challenges may arise, everything will ultimately progress favorably." Hearing this, Ms. Wu exhaled in relief, her heart racing from the fright. Gradually, she comprehended the host's words, her heart swelling with joy. Then my children will be safe and healthy, right? Ms. Wu believed that nothing was more important than health. The host nodded, saying, "That is indeed the case. However, the divination can only illuminate the present fortune and does not necessarily predict one's entire life. Health and longevity depend on one's own vigilance." Upon hearing the news, Madame Wu was filled with joy and promptly offered a silver tael, expressing her gratitude for the host's guidance. The host raised a hand and uttered a phrase of Buddhist wisdom, "You are too kind, benefactor." After interpreting the oracle, Madame Wu, accompanied by several children, ventured beneath the ginkgo tree in search of warmth. As they stepped outside, they encountered a mother and daughter duo, modestly attired yet exuding an inherent nobility in their demeanor. Their expressions bore a hint of discontent, likely due to an unfavorable oracle. This fleeting thought crossed Madame Wu's mind, and she sighed internally, reflecting on the myriad troubles that each individual faces in life, independent of wealth or poverty. With this contemplation, she beckoned her daughters to join her under the ginkgo tree, where warmth awaited them. Among those who sought oracles, some recognized Warmth as the one who had drawn the golden oracle and also identified Madame Wu and her daughters as the bearers of the highest oracle. Witnessing this family united, one could not help but exclaim, "What a marvel it is that the ones who drew both the golden oracle and the supreme oracle are all from the same family. How can others possibly endure this?" Such words stirred a tempest of reactions, as the onlookers were filled with a mix of envy and admiration for Warmth's family. After all, none among them had drawn the highest oracle, with only one person attaining a decent oracle, while the majority received mediocre or lower ones. Unable to contain their curiosity, someone inquired of the host, "Is it possible for one family to draw such auspicious oracles through deceit?" The host replied with another phrase of Buddhist wisdom, adding, "A household that accumulates virtue shall surely enjoy abundant blessings." There are indeed many who queue to seek auspicious days and inquire about their destinies through the 8 characters. And each individual spends more time on this than on drawing and interpreting divinations. It is at this moment that Ms. Wang emerged. As she appeared, she promptly inquired, "So, what omens have you all drawn?" Upon hearing their responses, a pang of apprehension struck Ms. Wang's heart. Could it be another unfavorable omen? Her expression turned serious as she nodded. And thus the group hastily descended the mountain. Noticing Ms. Wang's concern, Wen Wan reassured her, "Grandmother, rest assured, we have drawn a favorable omen." With this declaration, Ms. Wang's anxiety eased, though she refrained from further inquiries in the presence of others. On the ox cart, Ms. Wu asked, "Mother, have we found a date? When is it best to commence the work?" Ms. Wang replied joyfully, "Yes, we have. There are numerous auspicious days at the year's end. The 19th is one such day, and another is the 26th. Which do you think is preferable?" When Ran immediately declared, "The 19th. He eagerly anticipated the construction of their new home. When one concurred, "Let it be the 19th. We will have a few days to prepare." Ms. Wang agreed, "Very well. However, the 26th coincides with Liang Guer's wedding, and I fear it may interfere with our own good fortune in building the house." The family continued to discuss the matter of their new home. The uncle driving the ox cart envied them, reflecting, "Building a house. What a monumental affair in one's lifetime." The mountain path was winding and treacherous, requiring caution, and the ox cart proceeded at a slow pace. Wen Wan's family understood this and did not urge them on. Suddenly, a horse-drawn carriage sped toward them. The elder, hearing the commotion, turned to look and, startled, quickly steered to the side to allow the carriage to pass. Make way, clear the path," the coachman shouted. Warm glanced over from a distance, frowning slightly. The horse appeared to be in distress. The pilgrims walking nearby hastily stepped aside to allow the carriage to pass. One could not help but exclaim, "Are they in such a rush to meet their fate? Driving a carriage at such speed on these mountain roads, it's sheer recklessness. Have they lost their minds? If they wish to risk their lives, they shouldn't endanger others as well. Is the driver a fool?" As the carriage drew nearer, Warm noticed the coachman's anxious expression, desperately trying to bring the horse to a halt, confirming her suspicions. She rose to her feet. "Sister Warm, why are you standing? Sit down quickly," Wang exclaimed in alarm, reaching out to pull Warm back down, but she had already launched herself forward. At that moment, the carriage sped past them. Warm landed securely upon the horse's back. "Sister Warm," Wu gasped, nearly fainting. "Sister Warm, what are you doing?" Wang was on the verge of a heart attack. From the cart, sharp, anguished cries pierced the air. "Miss, what are you doing?" The coachman shouted in shock at Warm. "Is there truly someone daring enough to attempt a horse theft in this situation? This is madness. Bring the horse to a stop." The coachman, nearly in tears, responded, "Heroine. If I could halt the horse, I would have done so already." Warm said nothing. She tightened her legs around the horse's belly, inserting a golden needle into a precise acupuncture point on its head. Then, with a mere thought, a stream of purple energy gradually flowed from her right hand. A warm, ethereal mist, visible only to the discerning eye, gracefully enveloped the horse's entire being. The steed's speed escalated dramatically, akin to a reckless abandon. Within the carriage, the 3 occupants were tossed about mercilessly, their shrieks echoing in the air as they clung desperately to the walls of the carriage, their faces drained of color. "Ah, stop. Please, stop." Warmth furrowed her brow as she gazed ahead. Approximately 200 meters lay before them, leading to a perilous bend. Should the horse fail to regain its composure and reduce its velocity, her only recourse would be to use her needle to render the horse unconscious. However, this too bore its own peril. Should the horse collapse mid-gallop, the momentum could send the carriage tumbling down the mountainside. Just as Warmth prepared to employ her golden needle, the mystical mist dissipated, and the horse's pace appeared to diminish, albeit ever so slightly. With urgency, Warmth tightened her grip on the reins, endeavoring to bring the steed to a halt. Miraculously, the horse began to slow, yet they were already approaching the turn, and the risk of the carriage veering off course remained. With a forceful tug on the reins, she steered the horse to the side. The carriage driver, unable to bear the suspense, shut his eyes in dread. It was all over. The carriage tilted precariously, narrowly navigating the bend. One wheel hung perilously in the air, failing to touch the ground, instilling terror in the onlookers behind. A chorus of gasps erupted. Inside the carriage, the passengers were thrown to one side, sensing the entire compartment might capsize, only to be swiftly righted once more. The horse galloped several hundred meters further before gradually coming to a halt. The occupants, disheveled and shaken, were left in a state of disarray, their hearts racing with fear. The carriage driver, drenched in cold sweat, appeared pale, his limbs trembling uncontrollably, clearly rattled by the ordeal. "It's all right now," Warmth reassured them. He thought he was doomed. Warmth shook her head and said, "It's merely a trifling matter. This horse must have ingested a toxic substance that incited its frenzy. You should hasten to disembark and unload the carriage, lest it becomes agitated once more and bolts." As soon as Warmth's words fell, anxious cries emanated from within the carriage. "Mother, mother, what has happened to you?" Xiaoqing, quickly fetch Mother's medicine. "Hurry." Another worried voice chimed in. "Where is the medicine? Why is it missing?" "Uncle Liang, quickly, take Mother to the medical hall. Her heart condition has flared up." Upon hearing this, the coachman, disregarding everything else, was about to urge the horse onward to the medical hall. However, Warmth stopped him, stating, "We cannot use this horse any longer until we ascertain whether any residual poison remains in its system. Miss, please do not obstruct me. My lady suffers from a heart ailment, and without her medicine, her life hangs in the balance." Warmth resolutely began unloading the carriage, exclaiming, "I shall save your lady. If you attempt to drive the carriage, everyone will be in peril." She then swiftly entered the carriage. The coachman hesitated, questioning whether this young woman could indeed be a healer. Yet, he recalled her remarkable display of skill, leaping from a bullock cart to the horse with such grace and precision. He had witnessed her deftly inserting a golden needle into the horse's head, after which it quickly calmed. Thus, he found himself in a state of indecision. Warmth entered the carriage, revealing a lady lying with her eyes closed in the embrace of a young woman, who cried out, "Mother, dear mother." Another woman frantically rummaged through a bundle, scattering clothing everywhere. "Where's the lady's heart-saving pill? How can it be missing? I distinctly placed it here. Lay her flat on the bench for now. You all must step outside. But my mother has a heart condition." The girl was clearly in a state of utter despair. Liang Ziyun and her maid stood outside the carriage, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions as they observed the scene. The young girl clasped her hands over her mother's chest, pressing down repeatedly. She felt as though she had been bewitched to have listened to her earlier words and exited the carriage. Unable to contain herself, her maid, Xiaoqing, said, "Miss, can she truly save the lady?" "I do not know," Liang Ziyun replied, her heart heavy with unease. Yet, the mountain roads were treacherous, and the medical clinic was so far away, she feared they might arrive too late. The carriage curtains were drawn back by Warmth to allow for better air circulation, enabling them to witness the unfolding events. Passers-by had also halted to observe, murmuring among themselves about Warmth's unconventional method of saving the lady. Is that girl truly a savior? I have never seen such a method. Surely it won't turn a potentially recoverable situation into one that is hopeless. Can a mere child, appearing no older than 10, truly save someone? It's utterly absurd. Yet, she had just demonstrated remarkable skill, managing to halt a frenzied horse. Perhaps she truly possessed a means to save the lady. Wu and others hurried over from the cart. Warm looked bewildered. "Mother, what is Sister Nguyen doing?" She couldn't comprehend the scene before her. Although they frequently visited the medical hall and had encountered doctors numerous times, she had never witnessed such a method of saving a life. Wu was equally perplexed. However, upon glancing at those nearby who awaited the spectacle of her daughter's efforts, she wisely chose to remain silent, merely stating, "Sister Nguyen's actions surely have their rationale. She will undoubtedly revive that lady." Yet, despite her words, as she observed her daughter administering mouth-to-mouth and performing compressions on the woman in the cart, A wave of concern washed over Wu, prompting her to silently invoke the blessings of the Bodhisattva. Wang felt a knot of anxiety in her heart, wondering if Sister Nuan would succeed. Heaven forbid she fails to save her. This heart ailment cannot be treated. My husband passed away due to a sudden heart condition. If that lady were to perish, what would they demand of Sister Nuan? Miss, perhaps we should have Liang Bo prepare the card for a trip to the medical hall. One of the maids, observing the unease surrounding Worm's actions, expressed her doubts. No need, Liang Ziyun replied, glancing at the composed Worm amidst the swirling discussions. Her confidence grew. Besides, going to the medical hall would be too late. At that moment, not far from the roadside, the coachman had just tethered the horse to a stone. Suddenly, the horse neighed loudly, rearing up and nearly kicking the coachman. After landing, it began to stomp its hooves furiously, quickly breaking free from its reins and bolting away, galloping off into the distance. The air was thick with tension as Xiaoqing, pale with fright, gasped in horror, rendered speechless by a wave of dread. Fortunately, had they boarded the carriage again, it could have proven fatal. Liang Bo narrowly avoided a kick from the horse, his heart racing with trepidation. Thankfully, he heeded the words of the young girl. Otherwise, after narrowly escaping death, they would have found themselves in peril once more. If such misfortune were to befall them again, it was doubtful anyone could come to their rescue. Inside the carriage, Wen Nuan diligently performed cardiopulmonary resuscitation on the woman, simultaneously channeling her mental energy to control the purple aura that aided in her healing. As the purple energy dissipated, signs of revival began to manifest in the woman. At that moment, Wen Ro hurried over, presenting a vial of pills to Liang Ziyun. I noticed your carriage had dropped something along the way. Is this the lady's medicine? The lady's medicine, Xiaoqing exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Liang Ziyun's eyes sparkled with hope as well. Give it to me. Wen Nuan took the vial, uncorked it, and inhaled the contents to confirm it contained the vital heart-saving pills. However, she swiftly recapped the vial, declaring, these heart-saving pills cannot be used. Xiaoqing, astonished, questioned, why can't they be used? These were prescribed by the divine physician. Ever since my lady began taking his heart-saving pills, her heart condition has not flared up for quite some time. Chapter 71. Envy with her mother out of danger. Liang Ziyun regained her composure and made a swift decision. We shall not consume these pills. She composed her expression and, with heartfelt gratitude, bowed deeply to Wen Nuan. Today, I am eternally grateful for your timely assistance, and I shall never forget this profound kindness. It was merely a trifling task, as a physician. It is my sacred duty to save lives. Wen Nuan, having spoken, gracefully dismounted from the carriage and approached the Wang family. Liang Ziyun hurriedly grasped her arm. Wait, may I ask your name? I am Liang Ziyun. One must know the identity of their savior. Once my mother's condition stabilizes, I shall pay my respects. Today, you have valiantly saved both my life and my mother's. Had it not been for your timely intervention to halt the carriage, we all might have perished down the ravine. Wen Nuan, such a melodious name, and it suits you splendidly. Are you from one village? When my mother recovers, I shall seek you out for companionship. There are few with the surname Wen in Ningyuan County. I have heard they all reside in the same village. Liang Ziyun was unperturbed by Wen Nuan's candid refusal. She followed her to offer her gratitude to Wang and Wu. Thank you, dear Annies, and to you, Wen Nuan, for your generous assistance today. I shall visit again in the future. Wang and Wu quickly waved their hands. No need for such formalities, young lady. It was our duty. They did not take her promise of a future visit to heart, perceiving it merely as polite discourse. Wen Nuan then called everyone to board the ox cart as they departed. The onlookers, still astonished, could scarcely believe that a girl of barely 10 had performed such a miraculous rescue. Was she not perhaps the reincarnation of Huatua? With a smile, she greeted the villagers, who were equally shocked to see the family donned in new garments. How much silver must have been spent for each one to be clad so finely? Even during the festive season, not every household in the village could afford to bestow a new garment upon each family member. It was already a commendable achievement if every child received a new piece of clothing. Moreover, as it was not the new year, they wore new clothes. Auntie, you look splendid. Where have you been? Inquired the curious wife of a wealthy man. I went to the great Buddha temple to fulfill a vow and, while I was at it, sought an auspicious date for building a house. I have found a favorable day and received a good omen, replied Wang with a beaming smile. Oh, this is indeed joyous news. I shall send Yukai over to lend a hand. Wang nodded in agreement. The others listened, feeling a mixture of envy and admiration, but refrained from voicing their thoughts, instead offering well wishes. However, some envious souls were different. The wife of the second fool, upon seeing the entire family clad in splendid new garments made of fine cotton, couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness, thinking that after the harvest, her own plot of land would no longer belong to her. Her family had become the poorest in the village, and it was supposed to be the family of the destitute that held that title. Yet here they were, donning new clothes and constructing a new house. Overwhelmed with jealousy, she could not resist speaking in a mocking tone. "Auntie, you must have earned a fortune selling snails. Your whole family is dressed in new clothes. Look at me. I've been wearing this outfit for 2 years. Could you perhaps share the secret of how those snails can be cooked so deliciously? I wish to sell snails and earn some silver too." Several villagers who were friendly with the wife of the second fool perked up at her words and slowed their pace, one of whom was the wife of Yongfu. "Yes, indeed. Do share the secret with everyone. After all, your family isn't selling them anymore. Let us know so we too can wear new clothes for the new year. Sister-in-law, if you are not selling, please let us know. It would be beneficial for us to have more dishes." Wang smiled slightly and replied, "I cannot divulge the exact recipe, but if you let the river snails sit for a day or two to expel the mud, and then stir-fry them with plenty of oil, soy sauce, and chili, they will be quite delectable." Previously, an agreement had been made with Boss Tang regarding the method of purging the snails, and if anyone from the village inquired, they would certainly share it, as it is a source of sustenance for impoverished families. Tang Bingxuan's business was not with the destitute, for they could hardly afford to dine out. He was not a miserly individual, and naturally, he consented. However, the wife of Erlazy was not satisfied with this. "Auntie, whom are you trying to deceive? Adding more oil and soy sauce would lead to losses. Both are quite precious commodities. Please share the recipe with me. If we have money, we can all prosper together." Wang shook her head. "What I have shared is the simplest recipe, delicious and at the lowest cost. We usually stir-fry it like this at home. If you believe me, give it a try." Yet, the wife of Erlazy remained skeptical. Which household would be so generous with oil while cooking? This impoverished family, which had once resorted to foraging for grass roots during harsh winters, would not spare oil for river snails. She refused to believe it. "Aunt Wang, you cannot be so selfish. You have harvested all the river snails from the village, profiting yourself, acquiring land and building houses, donning new garments. Yet you refuse to share even a recipe with the villagers. The river snails do not belong solely to your family. Either you compensate each family in the village with a tale of silver, or you divulge the recipe to everyone. We are all from the same village, sharing the same surname, and are like cousins. One cannot be so selfish, can one? Yongfu's daughter-in-law, do you not agree? Yongfu's aunt has harbored resentment ever since the last incident when she selflessly contributed her meager 2 taels of silver. Now that an opportunity has presented itself, how could she refrain from seeking retribution? Indeed, the villagers have completely depleted the river and the pond of their snails, depriving us of the chance to gather and sell them. Surely, some silver should be shared among us. Certain villagers find merit in the words of the daughter-in-law of the second Lotzi, for the river snails do not belong solely to the Wang family. They have harvested all of them, profited, purchased land, built homes, and adorned themselves in new garments without any qualms. Why then should she not share her methods with the rest? Those villagers who are close to the two and wish to benefit chimed in. Indeed, Aunt Wang. Reveal your methods so we can all profit together. Share the methods with everyone. Aunt Wang, you too know that life is hard for us all. Speak up, and we shall overlook the fact that your family has completely harvested the snails from the river. When Nuan felt a chill in her heart, this was clearly a scheme to incite enmity against her family from the entire village. Zhu, not far off, chuckled to herself. For this was the very effect she had inadvertently caused when she mentioned to the daughter-in-law of the second Lotzi that the river's snails did not belong to her family. Chapter 72. Did I misjudge? Wang felt a heavy sinking in her heart. Such was the nature of the villagers. When you were destitute, they scorn and bully you. Yet when you begin to prosper, they envy you, unable to tolerate your good fortune, and will resort to malicious acts to disturb your peace. Some individuals, during each plowing session, meticulously refine their own ridges while surreptitiously transferring a bit of fresh soil from their fields to their neighbors, thereby gradually encroaching upon their land or vegetable gardens. Public resources, such as water from rivers for irrigating rice paddies, wild fruits, vegetables from the mountains, game, and fish from the rivers, anything unclaimed, are coveted as if they were personal possessions. Every year, disputes arise over the appropriation of these resources, leading to quarrels and even physical confrontations. Wang is troubled by the thought that, Following this latest incident with the troublesome daughter-in-law, the entire village might demand compensation for the river snails. Wenqing can't help but softly utter a disdainful sound. What utter shamelessness. When Ran murmurs in response, why didn't they include our family when they were making a profit? Warmth finds amusement in the audacity of these individuals and smiles brightly, saying, my grandmother has already proposed a simple and inexpensive solution. But since everyone is skeptical and desires the recipe we sell to the restaurant, I am willing to share it. However, there is one condition. The troublesome daughter-in-law eagerly interjects. Of course we want it. What is the condition? Warmth chuckles. The recipe has already been sold, and if I were to disclose it to others, I would owe the proprietor of Rui Restaurant 200 taels of silver. Since Annie wishes for everyone to profit, let each family contribute a little silver until we gather the 200 taels. Once we have the amount, I will reveal the recipe. And together we can prosper, selling river snails, building new homes, donning new clothes, and achieving prosperity. Warmth, in her final words, deliberately spoke with great fervor, embodying the spirit of our shared pursuit of prosperity. Yet, the moment was akin to being doused with cold water. Contributing 200 taels of silver together? The Wenjia village is not large, comprising merely 20 households, which translates to nearly 10 taels per household. How is that feasible? The wife of Lizzie exclaimed, what? 200 taels of silver? Why don't you just go rob a bank? It's simply a daydream. Why should we pool our silver for compensation? The wife of Yongfu nodded in agreement. Why must we contribute? Warmth's expression hardened. On what grounds should I divulge my family's vegetable recipes for free? Should we bear the cost of those 200 taels ourselves? Apologies, but my family owes you nothing. After you've gathered the river snails, you ought to compensate the villagers a little, don't you think? Warmth scoffed coldly. Are the river snails yours? If you can make them call you grandmother, I might consider compensating you. Come, family, let us depart. The family disregarded the wives of Lizzie and Yongfu, hastily leaving. Frustrated by their lack of gain, the two women seethed with anger. Yongfu's wife spat, just wait. That family's plague child falls ill frequently. Who knows when they will be bettered in again, spending all their silver and begging everywhere. Don't even think about borrowing from my family. I want to lend a single coin. With that, she turned with a haughty air, pushed open the dilapidated wooden door, and entered her home. Lizzie's wife echoed her sentiment with a haughty spit. I want to lend either. Just because they have a little money doesn't mean they can act all high and mighty. Who knows when they will squander it all again? Warmth had initially planned to visit her maternal grandparents yesterday, but time did not permit. The persimmons, once cleaned and dried, are not suitable for prolonged storage. Thus, a family busied themselves with the meticulous cleansing of the earthenware jar, employing boiling water for disinfection, followed by the gentle drying of the interior with freshly boiled cotton cloths, allowing it to air dry. They then proceeded to remove the stems from persimmons, layering them carefully within the jar, ensuring they were neatly arranged and sealed, allowing for natural fermentation over the course of several months before further processing. The warmth of their industriousness enveloped them. In the capital city, when Jiarui accompanied the three brothers of the Chun family to Lushan Academy, where, armed with a letter of recommendation, they successfully met with the esteemed principal Lin Honghao. Lin Honghao, initially reluctant to accept disciples, had only posed questions to test the children out of respect for Prince Jean. However, after examining the results of the first few, he found himself reconsidering his stance. Indeed, they had demonstrated remarkable potential, having only studied for half a year. And one had not even attended formal schooling yet possessed knowledge surpassing that of students who had studied for several years. A testament to their genuine desire for learning and their diligent efforts. Unbeknownst to Lin Honghao, when Jiarui devoted each evening to gathering firewood, using the flickering flames to teach the children, a practice he had maintained through the years, even during the sweltering heat of summer. Additionally, he would take the two brothers to work, seizing every opportunity to test their knowledge, ensuring they utilized every moment for study, thereby honing their intellect. Lin Honghao surveyed the 3 examination papers with satisfaction. He addressed the brothers, stating, I am a strict instructor, whether in the biting cold of winter or the sweltering heat of summer, as my disciples. You shall rise at the crack of dawn to study and shall not rest until midnight after your readings. Not a single day can be wasted. Are you truly willing to take me as your master? A stern teacher produces exceptional students. When Chun, I am prepared to accept you. The 3 brothers eagerly expressed their willingness. After their agreement, they joyfully departed from Lushan Academy, carrying the books with them. At that moment, the other students had completed their examinations, and many were leaving the academy. As when Liang emerged, when Jiafu approached him, Brother Liang, How did you fare in the exam? Wen Liang replied with a smile, quite well. I am confident I will pass. I happened to review a significant question the day before and consulted Master Guo about it. Upon hearing this, Wen Jiafu felt reassured and exclaimed with excitement, Wonderful, wonderful. The two laughed as they climbed onto the carriage. Just as Wen Jiafu was about to ascend, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. Turning his head, he noticed 4 individuals clad in brand-new brocade robes preparing to board a carriage. Wen Liang had already entered the carriage and, seeing his father lost in thought, leaned out to ask, Father, who are you looking at? I believe I spotted your 4th uncle and a few brothers of Chun, he replied. Wen Liang scoffed at this. You must be mistaken. The people here are either affluent or noble. How could they possibly have the qualifications to be here? Wen Jiafu conceded, Indeed. How could your 4th uncle and Chun come here? They have scarcely studied for a few days. Who would dare to take the examination at Lushan Academy? It must have been a mirage. When Liang lowered his gaze, concealing his disdain, they lack even the qualifications to attend. They cannot even find someone to write a recommendation letter. How could they come? The carriage rolled away. Chapter 73. Departure in the afternoon. De Hui arrived as usual to escort Wen Yuan up the mountain to treat Nailan Jinyan's hand. Steward Yuan respectfully invited Wen Yuan inside, his demeanor as reverent as it was toward Nailan Jinyan. During this session of acupuncture, Wen Yuan once again employed the ethereal purple aura. She had resolved to utilize this mystical energy to aid others, believing that its potency would intensify with each life she saved. Nailan Jinyan had been her ongoing patient, and she was curious to observe how much the efficacy of the purple aura would amplify with each individual she rescued. How does it feel this time? You should be feeling significantly better, right? Wen Yuan inquired. His hand felt exceedingly fatigued and numb, akin to being gnawed by a multitude of ants. Yet, despite this discomfort, his expression remained remarkably composed. He flexed his right hand, managing to form a fist, and his entire arm could be lifted slightly, although it soon fell back down, devoid of strength. It's slightly quicker than anticipated. Wen Yuan could not suppress her joy upon witnessing this progress. She gently grasped his right hand and began to massage it. You should frequently use your left hand to stimulate your right. Now that it can move, try to exercise it as much as possible. I believe that in about 10 to 15 days, your hand will return to its normal state. Is it truly that fast? Nailan Jinyan observed her small hands kneading his arm, feeling a mix of sensations, somewhat numb, yet strangely aware. Is it really quick? I thought you desired an immediate recovery. Moving forward, as long as I administer acupuncture and massages daily, and you engage in exercises whenever possible, you might indeed recover even sooner. 7 days could be sufficient for complete healing. What if there are days when acupuncture cannot be administered? If there is a break of several days, what then? Under such circumstances, recovery would undoubtedly be delayed. A day or 2 would pose little issue, but a few days would certainly have an impact. I may need to leave for a few days, perhaps 10 days, or even half a month. Although Nailan Jinyan verbally acquiesced, his thoughts diverged from this acceptance. Tomorrow, I shall embark on a journey to the capital, lasting approximately a fortnight. De Hui and Xiaohe will remain on the mountain. Should you have any matters to discuss, feel free to summon Xiaohe or visit the magistrate's office to seek out Ouyang Huayan. Wen Yuan nodded, contemplating what matters could possibly require his attention. After administering the acupuncture, she exited the study, her gaze falling upon the towering osmanthus tree, adorned with its fragrant blossoms, standing before the window. She paused momentarily. Steward Yuan initially intended to request that the blossoms be plucked, but as the words lingered on his lips, he altered his approach. Bring a basket. With that, he approached the osmanthus tree and delicately gathered a small bouquet of freshly bloomed flowers. Is this suitable? He inquired. When Yuan joined him, casting a glance at the blossoms. Yes, this is just right. Thus, the two stood beneath the osmanthus tree, one reaching for the higher branches, while the other tended to the lower, their collaborative efforts creating a harmonious scene, embodying the tranquility of time. They spent half an hour gathering the blossoms, collecting an abundance that filled several large baskets. Steward Yuan silently stood behind them, holding a basket, listening in silence as one of them expressed a distaste for the sin of osmanthus, preferring instead to indulge in osmanthus cake and wine. Little did they know, the royal residence and the palace, particularly the Empress Dowager's Ningshou Palace and the Emperor's Ziqin Palace, were adorned with osmanthus trees in every corner, planted solely for the delight of the master who cherished the fragrance. Ultimately, the large baskets of osmanthus were consolidated into a single backpack. which when Wan donned as she mounted de Hui for the descent down the mountain. Nalanjinian gazed at the figure vanishing before him. Raising his hand to inhale the lingering fragrance of osmanthus, its scent sweet and enduring. Though the osmanthus lacks the resplendent beauty of peonies, its fragrance is subtle and far-reaching. Wang inquired anxiously, "Well, did Mr. Lin take them as his disciples?" When Jiarui nodded with a smile, he accepted them all. He had not anticipated it would be so effortless. Wang clasped her hands together in reverence, uttering a prayer, "May the Bodhisattva bless us." The family collectively exhaled in relief. "Wonderful." When Wang cheerfully remarked, "I'll prepare more dishes. Let us celebrate tonight." Wang responded with a smile, "Indeed, we should celebrate. The matter of the three brothers attending school is settled, and we have chosen a date for the house construction." The family had all received auspicious omens, heralding a turn from adversity to prosperity. We then recounted the details of the divination, leaving the fathers and sons astonished. When Ho stroked his chin on another day, "I shall seek a fortune as well, hoping to attain the top scholar." Wen Jiarui could not help but pour cold water on that notion. You sleep at the hour of the rat and rise at the hour of the tiger to study. It's likely you might just succeed. But that means only 2 hours of sleep daily. Wen Ho scratched his nose. "Then perhaps I shall forego that. Mr. Lin's expectations are already quite high. I shall aim for the 3rd place instead." The family burst into laughter at his jest, as though obtaining the 3rd place were a trivial matter. With the date for the house construction already determined, only a few days remained for preparation. When Jiarui planned to visit his father-in-law's home the next day to order a larger supply of bricks and tiles, while Wen Wan expressed her intention to accompany him to the county for errands. Upon witnessing this, Wang gathered numerous items for Wen Jiarui to take to his father-in-law's house the following day, reminding him to provide the elderly couple with some silver. The Wu family had taken care of them over the years, and Wen Jiarui readily agreed. Wu, feeling fortunate to have encountered a benevolent mother-in-law and a good husband, found sweetness in life despite its hardships. During dinner, when Jiaxiang arrived, announcing that Liang had been accepted into Lushan Academy and that their father had sent him to invite them to the old residence for a celebratory meal, Wang promptly declined, stating, "Let him wait until he becomes the top scholar. What significance does merely being accepted into Lushan Academy hold?" She could clearly see Zhu was attempting to flaunt her achievements again. Hadn't the last meal been suffocating enough? She disliked the food at Zhu's house, except for significant matters. To avoid criticism from the villagers that could tarnish her grandchildren's reputation, she had no intention of attending such family gatherings any longer. After all, she was the elder. Whether she attended or not, no one could reproach her. Moreover, her own grandson was also celebrating his acceptance into Lushan Academy today, and she wished to preserve her good spirits. Wang, being of advanced age, retired early. Wu, accompanied by her 3 daughters, busied herself with sewing. When Wang considered visiting the Yamen the next day to inquire about the price of jade mines, hoping to devise a means to accumulate enough silver to purchase one. Over 1,000 taels would certainly not suffice to acquire a mountain, and even if it did, constructing a house would require considerable funds. Thus, she planned to sell her paintings at the auction house to earn more silver, while also scouting for shops and land for sale. Their family needed some tangible enterprises. She was even contemplating establishing a paper-making workshop and a brewing house. So many aspirations lingered, yet the silver remained insufficient. Chapter 74, Maternal Grandfamily, Happy New Year. On the following morning, as the sun began to rise and the mist lingered, Wen Wan prepared a hearty breakfast. Placing it in a wicker basket, she hung one basket around the wolf's neck, secured several boxes of pastries onto its back, and handed a clay jar filled with porridge to Xiao He, instructing them to carry the provisions up the mountain for Nalan Jinyan. After the Wen family had their breakfast, Wen Jurui borrowed an ox cart from the village chief, loaded it with numerous gifts, and set off for Wu family village. The incident involving Qian Shouzai from Qianjia village had stirred a storm of gossip, sweeping across several nearby villages. Good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. Even Wen Wan's maternal family had heard of it. Wen Wan's grandfather, Wu Gang, and grandmother, Mrs. Zhang, were restless throughout the night. As dawn broke and they finished their breakfast, she prepared her backpack, filling it with 5 pieces of cured meat, a basket of eggs, a bag of peanuts, a jar of oil, a packet of salt, a packet of sugar, and a large sack of rice. Her uncle, Wu Qihua, took the load, saying, "All right, I understand." Aunt Yi emerged with a large hemp bag, handing it to Wu Qihua. "This is a new quilt I made for Nuanjia. The temperature difference between day and night is considerable, and the bamboo house lets in the chill. That child is frail. Make sure she has something warm to cover herself with at night. lest she catch a cold. The elder daughter-in-law was genuinely caring, unlike the second daughter-in-law. Wu Qihua accepted it with a nod. At that moment, Mrs. Lei emerged from the house, stretching lazily. Upon seeing Zhang's preparations, her heart sank, and her expression darkened. Another handout to the younger sister. More quilts and meat. Wen Yuan and Wu family members disembarked from the ox cart upon reaching her maternal home, while Wen Zhiwei went to tether the ox. Before they had even stepped inside, the two heard a sharp voice ringing out. Wu paused in his tracks, gripping Wen's arm. Inside the house, Zhang was infuriated upon hearing this. She had specifically urged the eldest to leave early, fearing that the troublesome second daughter-in-law would find out and stir up another quarrel. To her surprise, the woman had risen early today. Typically, she did not rise until the sun was well above the horizon. These strips of cured meat were originally meant for Yin Yang, so of course they are gone. The second son hunted a wild boar, and you sent half of it to your mother's house. Did I ever voice any objections? Today, is it unreasonable for me to send a few strips of cured meat to Yin Yang? Mother, you know that S wild boar, not cured meat. My mother dearly loves cured meat. I'm not saying I can't send some to my sister-in-law, but there is no need to send so much. Here is what I propose. I'll take 3 strips for my mother, and the remaining 2 can go to my sister-in-law. With that, Lei reached out to take them. At that moment, Wu Qihua emerged from the room, his voice filled with anger. Wretched woman! If you dare take even a single strip of cured meat meant for my sister, I shall divorce you today. This cured meat was intended for her. What? Do you have a problem with that? Hearing this, Lei instinctively withdrew her hand, frightened, but couldn't help crying out, What's wrong with that? My mother is not your mother. You can't even spare a few strips of cured meat for her? Is this how you behave as a son-in-law? Her brother had lost money gambling and had sold half of the wild boar to settle his debts, still owing several taels of silver. She merely wished to take a few strips of cured meat to sell and help pay off some of the debt. But this was something she could not let her husband know. Wu Qihua had warned her that if she continued to secretly help her brother with his gambling debts, he would divorce her. Without casting a glance at her, he addressed Wu Qihua, saying, Elder brother, I shall accompany you to visit our sister. It has been quite some time since I have seen my nephews. It would be opportune for us to transport a couple of carts of bricks and ascertain whether they have secured a date for the construction of their home. Over the years, Lei has incessantly pilfered the household's silver and other valuables to settle debts for his maternal family, depleting all his savings. As if it were a matter of course, for he is but a half-son to another family. Yet, he has also absconded with several taels belonging to our mother. With no silver left to steal, he resorts to pilfering grain and the goods ordered by patrons of the family kiln, causing them to fall short of supply and resulting in the return of all goods. His patience has worn thin. Were it not for the sake of his 2 sons, fearing they would be left motherless, he would have long since sought to divorce her. Wu Qihua nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us hasten to load another cart of bricks, as I have only managed to load one. Naturally, he harbored discontent towards the sister-in-law, who seemed solely preoccupied with her maternal family. Nevertheless, she remained his brother's wife, and he refrained from voicing his grievances. Our sister has been busy these past few days, firing bricks and tiles, all because that younger sister was cast out and left homeless. The son-in-law came to place an order for bricks and tiles, and the entire family promptly produced them without receiving a single coin in return. It is acceptable to support our younger sister, but it is intolerable to neglect one's own family. Zhang shook her head, lamenting that the second son had chosen the wrong wife. Her laziness was one thing, but her inability to prioritize was another, as she consistently clung to her maternal family. Zhang believed that aiding one's family was not a fault, for it is no small feat for parents to raise a daughter, should her own family face illness or any legitimate need for financial assistance. She would readily offer her support without hesitation. However, this was different. Lei's thievery was solely to fund his brother's gambling debts, whose wealth is not earned through hard work. The money in her family was painstakingly earned by her husband and his 2 sons. Yet all of it was stolen away by her to repay her mother's family's gambling debts. Who could bear such a loss? Who would not feel anger? The thought of the several taels of silver, saved through a lifetime of toil, being taken away caused her heart to ache anew. As the 2 brothers stepped outside, they spotted their younger sister and Warm walking towards them. A sudden shock gripped their hearts. Had the younger sister not overheard Lei's words? Chapter 75. Embarrassment. New Year's Supplement. A look of embarrassment flickered across Wu Qiya's face. Wu's family feigned ignorance, smiling as they inquired, Eldest brother, second brother, where are you off to? Warm dutifully greeted them. Wu Qihua sighed in relief. We were just planning to deliver 2 carts of bricks to your home. Wuchiye also felt a wave of relief and called out loudly, "Father, mother, our younger sister has arrived." Upon hearing this, the elderly couple hurried out. After exchanging pleasantries, Old Man Wu gazed at Warm, noting her radiant complexion and vitality, a sight he had never witnessed before. She even jumped down from the ox cart herself? He exclaimed with excitement. Has Warm truly recovered her health? Yes, I am well now and shall never fall ill again, she responded. Excellent, excellent, Old Man Wu repeated, his joy spilling over. His daughter had finally emerged from the shadows. She had married well, and her husband was also admirable. Yet, the years had been hard due to the frail health of her child, which had pained him deeply. His ability to assist them had been limited, and his wife often shed tears at the thought. Wu Qihua and Wu Qie looked on with delight as they beheld Warm, who appeared vibrant and even had gained a bit of weight. Wu Qihua, the wind is quite strong outside. Let us retreat indoors to converse. We mustn't let Sister Nuan catch a chill. Wu Qie, did Sister Nuan feel cold on her journey? Come inside quickly. Your second uncle has asked your cousin Jibiao to fetch some bird eggs for you to enjoy. I am not cold. Thank you, second uncle. The family then entered the house, with Wen Nuan cradling 2 bolts of brocade, while the Wu family members carried an assortment of items. Wen Jiawei, having secured the cattle, also brought in numerous belongings, a bag of rice, 2 lengths of fine cotton fabric, 2 bolts of brocade, a basket of dried cured meats, and another of persimmons, alongside a basket of vegetables nurtured with the essence of purple chi and a basket of melons. They also brought a box of fresh fruits, bird's nest, fish maw, and other delicacies sent by Nailan Jinyan. Initially, Lei Shi lay in bed, unmoving, discontent with the arrival of this impoverished family, who seemed to come solely for loans, bringing little more than a basket of eggs. Her mother-in-law remarked on their excessive offerings, prompting her irritation at the sight of their meager existence. Yet upon hearing this, she abruptly sat up, hastily put on her shoes, and rushed outside. Mother, please accept these gifts. Much of it was given by others and cost us no silver. When Jiawei chuckled, Wu Shi swiftly transported the items into the house, exclaiming, Yes, mother should accept them. When Nuan followed, clutching several pieces of fabric. Oh dear, brother-in-law has arrived. And with such a bounty, there is no need for such formality. Lei Shi hurriedly emerged, her eyes brightening upon seeing Wen Nuan with the fabric. Surely, they could be exchanged for several taels of silver. She immediately reached out, saying, Sister Nuan, please give them to your second aunt. Allow me to hold on to them. Warmth skillfully dodged with a swift movement. Wu Qie's face flushed crimson as he grasped Lei's arm, exclaiming, You wretched woman, your brother-in-law has arrived. Shouldn't you hasten to serve him tea? Hasn't my sister already fallen ill? Brother-in-law, have you struck it rich? How much silver did all these things cost? These bolts of fabric, surely they are for my garments, right? And these few are for my husband's attire, I presume? Warmth's cousins had already departed at dawn, some tending to geese, others to ducks, and still others to cattle, while a few scavenged for treasures. They returned with a large basket of cured meats, far more than they could consume. Warmth's cousin, when Jiarue, felt a wave of embarrassment, yet he understood that his second uncle's wife was a rather unrefined character. It was indeed the first time Warmth had encountered someone so shameless. Wu Qie was mortified, a fire of indignation burning within him, yet he could only apologize, saying, Brother-in-law, please do not take offense. This woman is rather foolish. When Jiarue shook his head, It's quite all right. My second brother need not be concerned. He genuinely felt sympathy for his uncle, a man of honest disposition and gentle temperament, burdened with such a wife. The tale of Qian Shouzai being reduced to commoner status had spread in myriad versions, including accounts of Wenro being mistreated by the scholar's wife. According to the official announcement, Qian Shouzai had exploited his status to aid villagers in evading taxes, abusing his power as a constable and oppressing others, thus earning the title of a tyrant before being demoted to commoner. Yet rumors circulated that when Jiarue had intervened, accompanied by the county magistrate, to rescue his daughter, asserting that with the magistrate's backing, he personally dealt with the Qian family and brought Wenro home. However, Old Master Wu dismissed such claims outright. How could one's own son-in-law possibly be acquainted with the newly appointed county magistrate, who has only been in office for half a year? Indeed, the attention of the crowd shifted, and they began to inquire about Wenro's well-being. When Jiarue succinctly recounted the situation and elaborated on how he came to know the 17, mentioning that all these gifts were bestowed by them, it turned out that there was indeed a powerful patron in the form of the county magistrate. Old Master Wu was momentarily taken aback, and then he sighed. expressing his astonishment that the very person who had saved Nguyen Jia was of such high standing. Since they were sharing a household, it was only proper to prepare meals as a form of gratitude. This was a certainty. Subsequently, old Master Wu inquired about the recent happenings within the family. Nguyen Jia shared that they had earned enough silver from selling river snails to purchase land and build a house. However, he refrained from mentioning the several hundred taels that Nguyen had earned from selling her tunes, well aware of the adage that the tallest trees attract the wind. Furthermore, he understood that walls have ears and wished to avoid attracting thieves. Outside, Lei Shi was eavesdropping, her heart racing with shock at the revelation that her sister-in-law's family was connected to the county magistrate. How amusing it was to think about whether those debt collectors from the gambling houses would dare to confront her brother again, let alone threaten him. She even entertained the thought that perhaps revealing the identity of the county magistrate could absolve her brother of his debts altogether. With this notion in mind, Lei Shi hurried away, eager to share this delightful news with her mother, whose family resided in the neighboring village, just a turn away at the village's end. When Nguyen tilted her head slightly, her gaze inadvertently catching a glimpse of a figure darting away. Chapter 76, A Journey to the County Town. When Nguyen observed as Lei Shi dashed out, fully aware that she had been clandestinely listening. Regarding Lei Shi, when Nguyen was aware from the memories of the original owner that she had a fondness for her maternal family, even going so far as to pilfer silver from her husband's household to settle her brother's debts, a revelation she had inadvertently overheard while her grandmother lamented before her mother. As when Nguyen gazed in the direction of her departure, she pondered thoughtfully. It was rather unbecoming for her daughter to build a house while he merely offered a modicum of assistance and yet demanded remuneration. Wuqiwa remarked, "Brother-in-law, to keep the silver well, your actions suggest you do not regard us as brothers." Wuqiwa concurred, stating, "Indeed, as a family, we need not exchange silver. We ought to simply assist one another." Observing their persistent refusals, when Nguyen asserted, "Grandfather, uncle, second uncle, please accept the silver. Over the years, you have aided our family immensely, a debt not quantifiable in currency. Furthermore, my elder cousin and cousin are of an age to seek marriage, and our family is in need of funds. This silver is not payment, but rather a token of goodwill from my parents. Should you reject it, they would feel uneasy. After all, isn't it the essence of family to lend a hand?" Wushi interjected, "Father, mother, do you not consider me your daughter? Is a humble offering of filial respect to be refused? Please accept it." Upon hearing this, the old man acquiesced, for indeed, the family was in need of silver. As for marriage proposals, with the second daughter-in-law present, no one dared approach their household. Zhang Shi then inquired, "When shall the groundbreaking commence?" Nguyen Jia replied, "The 19th shall be the day of breaking ground. That's soon. We must hasten to prepare the bricks and tiles. At that time, your father will take your elder and second brothers to lend assistance." In any case, the workshop at home was devoid of business, and idleness was not a preferable option. After a brief exchange of words, they decided against lingering for lunch, and Nguyen Jia took his leave, mentioning that they needed to make a trip to the county. Aware of their pressing matters, old Wu did not insist on their stay. Once they departed, he instructed his two sons to deliver 2 carts of bricks to Wenjia village. Warmth discreetly slipped a 50-tael silver note to Zhang, acknowledging that a significant portion of her maternal family's hardships stemmed from the Lei family, but also from the original owner's circumstances. In the past, whenever they learned that the original owner required precious medicinal herbs but lacked the funds to procure them, both uncles would promptly provide assistance. Their family had always endeavored to support hers. This gesture of gratitude, though a mere 50 taels, scarcely sufficed. Yet, she believed it more prudent to teach them how to fish rather than merely offering fish. She had already devised a plan to enrich her maternal family. Lei's lips curled in disdain, feeling as though she was being treated like a thief. Zhang remained silent, pondering whether she was truly regarded as a thief, unaware that the greatest threats often lurked within one's own household. Upon arriving in the county, Warmth and Nguyen Jia found that it was nearly noon. Today marked the bustling market day in the county, with the streets alive with activity, every modest noodle shop and eatery filled to capacity. The county's auction house was set to commence at noon, with the deadline for submitting auction items approaching swiftly. Observing the scene, Warmth proposed, "Father, let us buy a few buns to save time." "Very well," Nguyen Jia replied, purchasing 3 large meat buns from the most crowded stall along the street. Though substantial and generously filled, the buns paled in comparison to those Warmth crafted at home, lacking the same delectable quality. Two meat buns vanished in mere moments as when Jiarue finished them, offering his assessment. The bun vendor, displeased, retorted, "My friend, if they were truly unpalatable, how could you devour them so swiftly? My buns are renowned throughout the entire county. Everyone attests to their exquisite taste. Even the county magistrate praises them. I sell thousands each day." When Jiarue chuckled apologetically, "My apologies, good sir. Your buns are indeed delicious, surpassing those of others. Yet, I must confess that my daughter and wife craft even more delectable dishes." He turned to Wenwan, seeking her affirmation. The vendor, upon hearing this, chose not to take offense, imagining that this gentleman must share his experience of having a fierce wife, always mindful to extol her virtues. He understood that one must never utter a word against one's spouse, lest one face dire consequences. Relating to this sentiment, he dismissed any grievances regarding the quality of his buns. When Jiarue continued, "Were my wife and daughter to open a restaurant, their success would be unparalleled." The bun vendor shook his head, pondering the extent of this man's fear of his wife. He mused that he too ought to express similar admiration. "My wife's cooking is truly exquisite. Yet, I hardly ever let her prepare meals, for they often resemble swill." When one felt a stir of inspiration, perhaps they should establish a pastry shop in the town. A restaurant was certainly in order as well, though she knew the townsfolk's purchasing power was limited. Thus, she planned to open establishments in the county and the capital city. Having satisfied their appetites, Wenwan led Jiarue to an inn where they rented a modest room for half an hour, a space that required no deposit. Soon, they each retreated to their respective quarters to don fresh attire. Warmth had taken out the rouge she casually purchased while passing by the cosmetics shop, applying it to Jiarue's face, effectively concealing the scar, transforming her into a dashing young gentleman, radiant as jade. Jiarue gazed at her reflection in astonishment, seeing herself metamorphosed into a wealthy heir. Stunned, she asked, "Sister Nwan, why must we disguise ourselves? My painting is worth more than the piece I composed. The county is chaotic. Wealth should not be ostentatious. I believe it prudent to alter our appearances to avoid recognition," Warmth explained. Understanding dawned on Jiarue as she nodded in agreement. "Wait, Sister Nwan's last composition sold for 550 taels. If your painting is even more valuable, how much could it fetch at auction?" The realization struck her, leaving her momentarily disoriented. As they approached the auction house, Jiarue floated in a daze. Warmth secretly rejoiced that they had left their ox cart at the city gate. Otherwise, they would have surely collided with someone. The auction house, located at the heart of the county, was always bustling on auction days. When Warmth and Jiarue arrived to submit their items, they found that most participants had already completed their submissions due to their tardiness. They entered without needing to queue, just in time to see Wenyu and Zhu Zhenchuan finish handing over their items and turn to leave. Wenyu was wearing a hood. Yet Warmth recognized her at once. Jiarue also identified her, slightly surprised to see Wenyu walking alongside Zhu Zhenchuan. Just as she was about to call out to her, Warmth gently tugged at her hand. Jiarue suddenly realized that he was in disguise. As Zhu Zhenchuan noticed both of their gazes fixated on Wenyu, he promptly stepped in front of her, assuming the role of her protector, escorting her outside while casting a fierce glance at the two, concerned they might offend her. Wenyu also glanced at the two and whispered, "Zhenchuan, don't you think that person bears a slight resemblance to my fourth uncle?" Jiarue stiffened, while Wenwan nonchalantly continued forward. Zhu Zhenchuan looked at Wenwan and the others, dismissing the idea. "Not at all. Would they even afford such fine garments? My former father-in-law, for instance, wore clothes that were not only faded but riddled with patches. There was hardly a decent piece on him. The attire of these two is evidently expensive, easily worth at least 2 taels of silver is said. Can a destitute family afford such luxury?" The mere thought of Wenwan and the scarred Jiarue made Zhu Zhenchuan feel nauseated, as they were the source of his humiliation. Wenyu chuckled awkwardly. "True. My fourth uncle has a scarred face and a fierce countenance that can be quite intimidating. Zhenchuan, do you think my painting has improved? Will that person appreciate it?" Your artistry is exquisite. You will undoubtedly catch Mr. Su's eye. Fortunately, I have severed my engagement with that calamity. Otherwise, I would have lacked the merit to walk alongside someone as remarkable as you." Upon hearing this, Wenyu smiled. "Are you quite certain that Mr. Su will attend the auction today?" Wenyu aspired to apprentice under Master Su, yet found the opportunity elusive. Master Su was a towering figure in the realm of calligraphy and painting, with his works lauded by both the Empress and the Emperor. His paintings commanded a fortune, fiercely sought after by collectors. 5 years ago, He hinted at the desire to take on a gifted disciple, yet alas, no such student has materialized over the years. Master Su and Lin Taifu have been longtime friends. Given that Lin Taifu serves as the head of Lushan Academy, renowned for nurturing exceptional talents, he sought to establish a connection and spend an entire year residing there. This remains a little-known fact. However, this year, Confucius Guo has joined Lushan Academy as a teacher. Inadvertently discovering this information, his sister is the esteemed disciple of Confucius Guo and is also his future daughter-in-law, which is how she came to know of it. Yet, Master Su has always led a reclusive life. She has attempted to visit him several times through Confucius Guo, only to be met with refusal, leaving her with no choice but to resort to this plan. It was confirmed that on that day, while at the academy, she overheard a conversation. Thus today, she and Wen Yu have come to the auction house to sell paintings, aiming to attract Master Su's attention. Zhu Zhenxuan, a student of Lushan Academy, has caught Wen Yu's eye. As the only one from the town to gain admission into the academy, he holds himself in high esteem and naturally looks down upon someone like Wen Yu. Upon hearing this, Wen Yu felt reassured, urging him to enter swiftly and ascertain Master Su's whereabouts. A young man at the auction house, having listened to their exchange, remarked, "So that young lady wishes to apprentice under Master Su. Her paintings are truly remarkable, imbued with spirit. If Master Su were indeed to attend the auction, he would surely take notice of her talent." Master Su is a regular patron of their auction house. Whenever they acquire exquisite paintings, they promptly inform him. However, this knowledge remains confined to the auction house staff, unbeknownst to others. Otherwise, it is likely that every auction would be filled with masterpieces. When you had not strayed far, having overheard their conversation, a subtle smile graced her lips, instilling her with newfound confidence. She raised her chin slightly and proceeded towards the auction venue. When Jiarie cast a cold glance at Zhu Zhenxuan's retreating figure, feeling relieved that Sister Nguyen had severed her engagement with this genteel scoundrel, 100 Zhu Zhengshuans would not be worthy of even one Sister Nguyen. As a man, he could easily perceive the admiration in Zhu Zhenxuan's eyes directed towards Wen Yu. Given their familiarity and proximity in the town, it was likely they had already developed a mutual affection. Such fickle-minded men, who favor wealth over virtue, are of no use in marriage. However, Wen Yuan did not dwell on these thoughts. She hardly regarded the two with any significance. She tugged at Wen Jirui's sleeve, asking, "Father, what are you looking at?" They approached the reception desk. Wen Jirui addressed the elderly man. "Sir, we have a painting to auction." The old man nodded, contemplating that many must indeed be aware of Master Su's presence today. He produced a document, stating, "This is the agreement between the auction parties. Please review it. Only upon your approval can the auction proceed." When Jiarue received the document and scrutinized it earnestly, Wen Yuan glanced over, quickly absorbing its brief contents, noting that the key point was the auction house's requirement of a 20% commission on the final sale price. After Wen Jiarue read through and consulted Wen Yuan for her opinion, he affixed his signature. Wen Yuan then presented a painting. The elderly auctioneer casually unfolded it, only to be taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. He cautiously laid the entire piece flat, his eyes lighting up with admiration. Quickly, he seized a magnifying glass from beside him, his hands trembling slightly as he meticulously examined the painting, his appreciation intensifying with each careful movement. The young man beside her also brightened at the mention of Su Master. He felt that his previous words had been overly presumptuous. Surely, Master Su must have been blinded to have chosen that painting. What a touch of spiritual essence it possessed, compared to this one. It was nothing but folly. The auction house is divided into high-end and regular sections. Precious items such as calligraphy, paintings, antiques, and jade are auctioned in the high-end venue, while ordinary items are relegated to the lower-tier auction house. Wen Yuan and Wen Jure obtained 2 tickets for the high-end auction from the elderly gentleman. Upon entering, they found that the front rows were already filled with attendees. Wen Yuan and Wen Jiarue positioned themselves separately in a row amidst the crowd, choosing a central seat, with the row behind them still vacant. Meanwhile, Wen Yu and Zhu Zhenxuan were still searching for a place to sit. Wen Yu had removed her veil and, scanning the room, cast her gaze upon every elder present, hoping to identify Master Su. Ultimately, she concluded that the venerable gentleman sitting in the center of the middle row, exuding an aura of ethereal wisdom, must be Master Su. "Zhenxuan, let us sit there," she declared, and without hesitation, she made her way over. There was an empty seat behind the sage-like elder, and Wen Yu intended to occupy it. Zhu Zhenxuan was about to protest, claiming there was no available seating. But upon seeing Wen Yu advance, he hurriedly followed. "Sir, are you here for the auction as well?" Wenyu inquired. Su Tingji, ever serious in demeanor, lifted his gaze to regard her. No, I merely came to observe. Wenyu's expression reflected her realization. Ah, since you are not here to auction, might you not take a seat in the back? Do not disturb those of us who are here to auction items. My elder brother has yet to find a seat. Su Tingji, upon hearing this, maintained a solemn expression devoid of any visible emotion. He rose and made his way to the back. Wenyu pursed her lips and muttered softly, a pauper, utterly devoid of self-awareness. Chapter 78. The pretender. The individuals flanking Wenyu were dressed in finery, making it awkward for her to request a seat change. Thus, she decided to target the more vulnerable option, Su Tingji, clad in worn garments, standing behind her. Su Tingji cast a glance at Wenyu, but paid little heed to her remarks, proceeding to the rear without further ado. Wenyu raised an eyebrow, acknowledging his perceptiveness with a smirk. Zhu Zhenchuan approached and took a seat behind her, allowing for an unobstructed view as he sat directly in front of Wenyu. Su Tingji settled in a position slightly to the right, directly behind Wenyu. As Su Tingji turned, he instinctively glanced at her, their eyes meeting for a fleeting moment. He momentarily paused upon seeing her countenance, then Wenyu politely smiled before turning to sit upright. Su Tingji's gaze inadvertently lingered on the nape of her neck. Pondering her disguise as a man, this fleeting thought passed swiftly, and he chose to disregard it. The auction commenced with the sale of paintings and calligraphy, capturing the audience's full attention. The initial artwork, skillfully executed and aesthetically pleasing, garnered interest. However, its value remained modest, fetching prices ranging from 30 to 50 taels per piece. The venerable elder with an ethereal demeanor captured the most bids, as nearly every painting was acquired by him. Soon, it was the turn of Zhu Zhenchuan's artwork, which depicted a serene bamboo scene symbolizing peace, featuring both bamboo and a majestic rooster. His technique was adept. The portrayal of the bamboo exuded a certain spirit, yet the rooster, though well-formed, lacked vitality. Ultimately, it fetched 100 taels, marking the highest bid thus far. Observing the admiration in Wenyu's eyes, Zhu Zhenchuan felt an elation akin to tasting honey, his spirits soaring. It's merely average. This is a piece I created 6 months ago. Having practiced this very painting for half a year, he deemed the 100 taels a fair reward, justifying the months he spent studying bamboo. Brother Zhenchuan, you could produce such a splendid painting 6 months ago. You must be even more skilled now. At that moment, Wenyu's painting was presented for auction, and she quickly took her seat, as did the elder. When her artwork was unveiled, it captivated the audience, prompting a cascade of praises. A magnificent piece. The birds seemed to leap off the page, alive and enchanting, with an artistry reminiscent of Master Su's style. The accolades continued to flow. 50 taels. A voice boldly declared a high offer. 51 taels. 150 taels. The bidding became fervent, soon reaching the day's second highest bid, called out by the esteemed elder in the center. Wenyu's smile grew ever wider, her expression of triumph becoming increasingly difficult to contain. Ultimately, the painting was purchased at a remarkable price of 150 taels by an elder with an air of ethereal grace. Naturally, Zhu Zhenchuan seized the opportunity to flatter, shifting his posture slightly forward, resting his hand on the back of the chair where Wenyu sat, and leaning in to say, You are truly exceptional. A painting fetching 150 taels is nothing short of masterful. Wenyu felt immense satisfaction. Typically, only moderately renowned artists could command such high prices at auction. Though she had yet to gain recognition, she knew it was merely a matter of time. She had simply concealed her talents, never having participated in exhibitions or auctions before. Yet, she wondered if she could capture Master Su's attention. With a humble smile, she replied, I certainly hope so. Today, with a little fortune gained, Brother Zhenchuan will take you to choose a piece of jewelry to celebrate your becoming Master Su's disciple. The two conversed softly while others around them began to murmur in excitement. After all, such a price was a testament to her exceptional skill. She had already reached the threshold of mastery. The inscription on the painting declared it to be the work of Wenyu. Who is Wenyu? A newly emerging artist? I would wager this young lady will undoubtedly achieve great fame in the future. Wenyu? A beautiful name, as gentle as jade. Her art reflects her essence. A true gem of talent waiting to be polished. The attendees learned that she was merely 13 years old. To create such lifelike and enchanting art at such a young age is nothing short of genius. The youth possesses formidable potential. A new master is about to emerge. As Wenyu absorbed the praise from the crowd, a sense of pride welled within her. She cast a glance at the elder in front, who nodded in approval, and her heart settled with assurance. Zhu Zhenxuan gazed at her with a sense of pride, his admiration deepening in his eyes. Yuera truly lived up to her name, resembling a raw jadeite that, with a touch of refinement, could radiate dazzling brilliance. Unlike a certain individual, whose warmth was merely a fade, his name casually bestowed. His speech crude, akin to a worthless piece of charcoal that failed to provide comfort and instead suffocated those around him. It was said that the pestilence had recently improved in health, yet it brought misfortune to Wenyu's family, diminishing the business of the tavern. Truly, a tiresome blight. It was incomprehensible why grandmother had arranged such a match for herself. Thankfully, it was called off. Wen Yuan and Wen Jurwei had been observing the paintings above, refraining from bidding. Upon seeing Wenyu's artwork, Wen Jurwei softly inquired, "Sister Yuan, what do you think of this painting?" He found it quite commendable, yet it paled in comparison to his daughter's piece. Wen Yuan, weary from her late-night painting session and an early rise, felt a bit drowsy. At his words, she opened her eyes and casually glanced at the painting, responding in a flat tone, "Not impressive. It is superficial, lacking in soul." When Yuan raised an eyebrow and lightly remarked, "I truly could not replicate it, even with my eyes closed." After saying this, she disregarded him, closing her eyes once more to rest. Zhu Zhenxuan was taken aback. How could her words be so discordant? Dismissing the thought, he observed Wen Yuan's languid demeanor and retorted with irritation, "Bah, everyone praises it, and you alone find fault. What pretentiousness for someone so young. What do you mean superficial? Lacking in soul? Does she even understand?" Acting as if she does, her words are as vexing as that pestilence. Chapter 79. Masterpiece warmth was too indifferent to acknowledge him, keeping her eyes shut without a glance. The more one engages with such a person, the more spirited they become. Su Tingji sat quietly, refraining from bidding, his expression perpetually solemn. Even when Wenyu's painting was unveiled, he merely cast a fleeting glance, lingering for a mere 2 seconds. Now, he gazed in astonishment at the back of Warmth's head. This young lady possessed an understanding of art. While many failed to appreciate its essence, she discerned it at a single glance, her perception rivaling his own. He specialized in painting flowers and birds, instantly recognizing that this artwork, though splendid and skillfully executed, merely showcased technique without capturing the true essence of the subjects. The flowers remained flowers, and the birds mere birds, devoid of connection or soul. Soon, Warmth's painting was presented. As the auctioneer revealed it, an eerie silence enveloped the room, akin to the stillness before the end of the world. Even those unversed in art could perceive its quality, for it was astonishingly lifelike. Su Tingji straightened his posture, his serious demeanor softening with an expression of surprise, his eyes unwilling to blink as he gazed. The others present mirrored his fascination, unable to divert their attention. After a prolonged silence, someone finally managed to utter 2 words, "Masterpiece." He had searched for a fitting descriptor for so long, yet could only articulate these 2 syllables. As his words echoed, it was as if a switch had been flipped, awakening everyone. Heavens! This painting was extraordinary. The wolf appeared almost sentient. The eagle seemed alive, as if it could soar right out of the canvas. What a magnificent portrayal of a wolf wandering through the countryside, with the eagle stretching its wings. Despite its utter lack of color, it evokes a vivid imagery of the joyous harvest in the autumnal fields nestled among the mountains. In this moment, the absence of hue surpasses the presence of color, and silence resonates more profoundly than sound. Whose masterpiece is this? An anonymous artist? Who is this enigmatic figure? Remarkable indeed, to create such a divine work. The artistry is unparalleled. This nameless individual remains unidentified in name, gender, or age, yet has captured the public's acclaim. Merchants, artists, and scholars attending this auction have exalted him to the status of a deity. Following this auction, the realm of painting and calligraphy has welcomed a new star. This is the anonymous artist. Su Tingji gazed intently at the painting on the stage. The ink wash flows gracefully, resembling streams and clouds intertwining with the delicate strokes. With a few deft lines and splashes of ink, the distant mountains, the expansive waters, and the serene fields of harvest joyfully leap to life upon the canvas. The brush dances with such fluidity that the spirit of the wolf and the majesty of the eagle seem to step into reality. It transcends technique, embodying the essence of simplicity, where the heart finds true joy. This is a painting imbued with soul, where every blade of grass and every tree is animated. Even the silhouette of the farmer wiping his brow, though merely a shadow, conveys his simultaneous experience of toil and joy. No one can avert their gaze. A wave of elation gradually creeps into their hearts. Observing the expressions upon the faces of those present, a gentle warmth envelopes them, even eliciting smiles. A great painting possesses the power to elevate emotions, allowing the viewer to empathize deeply. Undoubtedly, this artwork achieves that. He has finally discovered his disciple. This is the nameless one. Su Tingji's serious countenance is now brimming with excitement. Before there was time to ponder, a resounding voice eclipsed all praises and discussions. 500 taels. The ethereal elder suddenly spoke, offering an unprecedented high bid. This exemplifies the distinction between masterful artworks and ordinary pieces. Once a price is announced, it transcends all comparisons. 600 taels. Immediately followed another resonant voice. Such divine creations, when presented in the capital, could fetch several times their worth. 700 taels. 800 taels. 1,500 taels. Each bid reverberated, creating a sensation throughout the venue, with participants calling out bids of 100 taels in fervent competition. The atmosphere vibrant and lively. Zhu Zhenchuan gazed at the painting, utterly captivated. A fleeting glance at the signature revealed it to be unsigned, indicating the artist's desire for anonymity. Opting instead for a pseudonym, the auction house provided the following details: artist, unknown, age, unknown, creation date, within 3 days, as evidenced by the lingering scent of fresh ink. Such a transcendent, refined, and profoundly evocative artwork must surely be the work of a master who has chosen to remain incognito, Zhu Zhenchuan concluded with certainty. When you felt a stirring in her heart, such artistry could not be achieved without 4 to 5 decades of practice. Could it possibly be the work of Master Su? Master Su is renowned for his exquisite depictions of flowers and birds, each piece a masterpiece, though he occasionally dabbles in landscapes and other creatures, falling short of his floral and avian works. It is conceivable, aside from Master Su, who else in Ningyuan County could produce such a high-caliber painting? The two instinctively attributed this artwork to an elder in their 50s or 60s, believing it beyond the capabilities of someone their age. When you exclaimed, "I must capture this painting." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhenchuan responded, "I shall gift it to you." However, just as he was about to inquire about the price, he realized the bidding had already escalated to 2,000 taels. He opened his mouth, but no sound emerged, his face flushed with embarrassment. Although his family operated a general store in town and lived comfortably, purchasing a painting for 2,000 taels was utterly beyond his means. Such an expenditure was reserved for the exceedingly wealthy. After all, would one sacrifice their entire fortune for a painting, only to forego the necessities of life? Wen Yu, noticing his plight, turned away, biting her lip, thinking, what a miser. As she gazed at the artwork, her heart felt as though it were being scratched by a cat, an insatiable itch fueled by her financial constraints. This only intensified her desire to apprentice under Master Su, for then her own paintings might fetch such lofty prices. In comparison to others, her artistry would no longer seem unattainable. With fame and talent, she could marry into a wealthy family, rather than being relegated to a position where she could barely aspire to purchase a mere painting. The bidding continued unabated, eventually reaching 2,500 taels, at which point the voices began to dwindle, though two individuals remained fervently contesting the bid, the ethereal, immortal-looking elder and Su Tingji. 2,600 taels. Su Tingji declared, her expression as impassive as ever. 2,700 taels. The elder pursued relentlessly. 3,000 taels. Su Tingji added 300 taels without so much as a frown. 3,100 taels. 3,500 taels. Su Tingji increased her bid by 400. This was a token of the bond established between him and his disciple. It was unthinkable for it to fall into another's hands. The ethereal elder, with an air of otherworldliness, opened his mouth, his thoughts drifting to the inadequacy of the silver notes he carried. With a hint of frustration, he lamented, amidst a plethora of worthless items presented earlier, had I known, I would have conserved my funds to directly bid on this masterpiece. He had not anticipated that Ningyuan County could boast such invaluable treasures. Had he brought sufficient silver notes today, selling this artwork in the imperial capital or overseas would have been a trivial endeavor, easily fetching 10,000 taels. When you pondered, did his mention of worthless items include her artwork? Unable to secure that divine creation, the ethereal elder rose abruptly and departed, showing no interest in what lay behind. When you hastily pursued him, calling out, Master Su. Wait. Su Tingji, upon hearing the call, instinctively turned his head, only to witness Wen Yu chasing after an elderly man. Zhu Zhenchuan quickly followed suit. After the painting auction concluded, Su Tingji decided to leave. intent on locating the auction house to inquire about the origin of that particular painting. Wen Wan and Wen Jiarui lingered for a while. As the jade auction was about to commence, Wen Wan spent 20 taels on 2 moderately valued, yet exquisitely crafted jade pendants, and another 50 taels on a piece of jade ruff that was of inferior quality, before finally collecting the 2,800 taels from the auction painting, having deducted the 700 taels commission. After acquiring the answers he sought, Su Tingji waited beneath an elm tree at the entrance of the auction house for Wen Wan and her companion to emerge. Chapter 80. The Art of Deception. Having received their silver notes, Wen Wan and Wen Jiarui promptly made their way to the restroom, removing their makeup and changing their attire before exiting in a sequence, with Wen Jiarui departing through the back door first. As she stepped through the front door, Wen warmly spotted Su Tingji waiting beneath the catalpa tree. Without hesitation, she turned on her heel and altered her course. After waiting in vain for a considerable time, Su Tingji ventured into the auction house only to learn that the 2 individuals had long since collected their silver tickets and departed. He felt a pang of regret, secretly chastising himself for his carelessness. The duo had disguised themselves, undoubtedly wishing to avoid recognition. His apprentice had proven to be exceedingly cunning, but he was resolute in his determination to track them down. At the registration desk, he noticed the auction document bore the signature of someone with the surname Wan, followed by an impression of a handprint. That was sufficient. Knowing the surname Wan was all that mattered. Hastily, Su Tingji boarded his carriage and left. 2 hours later, at Lushan Academy, a carriage came to a halt at the back entrance. An elderly man, moving with unsteady steps, disembarked and made his way inside. He hurried to a secluded courtyard in the academy's rear, where he found Lin Honghao. Ignoring his labored breathing and the sweat beading on his forehead, he exclaimed joyfully, "Lin, I have found my apprentice." Lin Honghao, engrossed in his reading, set his book aside and looked up at his exuberant old friend, inquiring, "Oh, who is it?" "I do not know the full details, but I am certain that the girl's surname is Wen. The Wen family is not prominent in Yuyuan County. She must hail from Wenjiakan in Shengping Town. Even if I must scour every corner of Wenjiakan, I shall ensure she is found." "You have discovered a female apprentice with the surname Wen?" "Indeed. This young girl has already demonstrated an extraordinary talent for painting at such a tender age. Her artistic skills are remarkable. Today, when you went to the auction house with the intention of gaining Master Su's recognition and securing his mentorship, to my surprise, she has truly succeeded." With a heart full of joy, he swiftly turned and departed, eager to share this splendid news with Wen Liang. In the room, upon hearing those words, old Lin became curious. How talented could one be? Lin Honghao straightened his posture, widening his eyes to their fullest extent, leaning down to observe intently. After a considerable time, he exclaimed, "Old Su, I never expected that even with 1 foot in the grave, your painting skills have still improved. I had thought you could only paint flowers and birds." Indeed, the pursuit of knowledge knows no bounds. Old Su. After a moment, Old Su, exasperated, puffed his cheeks and glared at old Lin, who was still admiring the painting, and shouted, "This painting was created by my disciple." Lin Honghao glanced at the painting, then at him, filled with suspicion. "Old Su, did you find a master or a disciple?" "Su Tingji, we are no longer connected. When you and Zhu Zhenchuan chased after the ethereal elder, only to realize they had made a blunder. He was not Master Su, but merely an art dealer specializing in selling paintings." The 2 hurriedly made their way to the auction house, only to nearly collide with Wen Wan. Quick on her feet, Wen Wan dodged out of the way. Wen Yu intended to apologize, but upon recognizing Wen Wan, she held her tongue. She scrutinized Wen Wan with astonishment and said, "Sister Wan, you also came to the county? Could it be that you overheard me mentioning during our meal that Zhenchuan and I would be attending the auction, and so you specifically came to see Zhenchuan?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhenchuan frowned, his expression darkening. How dare she entertain such inappropriate thoughts about him? "We have already called off our engagement. Do not think of entangling me." Warmth rolled her eyes, wishing fervently that the large gray one would relieve himself for her amusement. She deemed the 2 utterly unworthy of her words and circumvented them with a haughty air as she departed. Zhu Zhenchuan was incensed by Warmth's brazen disregard. Goodness, this person is utterly lacking in upbringing. Why does she ignore us? Wen Yu gently tugged at his sleeve, soothingly suggesting, "Zhenchuan, do not be vexed. Perhaps she is merely playing hard to get." "Playing hard to get?" Zhu Zhenchuan pondered, finding merit in her assertion. The thought of that pestering spirit attempting to ensnare him filled him with trepidation. "You err. Let us hasten to seek Master Su." "Very well." The 2 rushed back into the auction house, eager to gather information, yet returned empty-handed. Not a soul would divulge which individual was Master Su, and inquiries about his presence yielded no answers. How infuriating! They couldn't glean even the slightest hint. Observing her crestfallen expression, Zhu Zhenxuan took her to the largest jewelry shop in the county, selecting an exquisite headpiece as a gift for her, and then treated her to the renowned braised pigeon at Tianxiang Tower, spending every last bit of the 100 taels of silver he earned from his painting. Meanwhile, Warmth proceeded to the city gates to reunite with Wen Jiarui. This time, Wen Jiarui had brought an ox cart into the city to facilitate Warmth's shopping. He drove her to the county office. 30,000 taels. My entire fortune amounts to just over 3,000 taels, a tenfold disparity. I must strive earnestly to amass silver. As Warmth inquired about the expanse of barren land, she discovered that all the remaining plots had been bought by others. Thus, the two emerged from the office, dejected. Wen Jiarui lamented with a sense of regret. How was it that this desolate land, which had remained unsold for years, was suddenly purchased? Had he known, he would have acquired several more acres that day. Wen Nuan also felt a tinge of disappointment, for she had meticulously planned the entire stretch of barren land. Yet, with the matter now settled, there was little that could be done. She shook her head and sighed, acknowledging that at the time, they lacked the necessary funds. Let us visit the pawnshop to see if there are any fields or shops for sale, she suggested, eager to procure a storefront, establish a workshop, and earn silver. With a target of 30,000 taels. Very well, Wen Jiarui nodded in agreement. In the realm of Nalan, there existed regulations stipulating that all land without an owner belonged to the crown, thus any unclaimed wasteland or mountain could be sold by local authorities, granting the buyers a usage right. With this right, one merely needed to pay the annual taxes as mandated by the court, and the land could be utilized for a lifetime, even passed down through generations. However, some preferred to avoid dealings with the officials and sought intermediaries at the pawnshop instead. Nevertheless, acquiring large tracts of land directly from the authorities proved more economical, as they only charged for the cost of the transaction. The pawnshop, on the other hand, required a commission for the brokers, which in this era was quite steep, taking between 10 to 20% of the transaction price. One could discern the hefty commission from the 700 taels deducted from her painting's sale. Alas, the authorities did not possess shops for sale, only barren land and unclaimed mountains. Consequently, it was common for citizens to engage in private transactions for fields and shops through the pawnshop. After departing from the authorities, the two redirected their path toward the pawnshop. Ouyang Huayan had just exited the establishment when he spotted a familiar figure leaving. He paused momentarily to confirm his observation, then approached a subordinate of the authorities and inquired, "What business did that father-daughter duo have here just now?" The official was taken aback by the magistrate's inquiry and replied hastily, "They came to purchase wasteland and mountain peaks." "Oh, did they buy any?" Ouyang Huayan inquired casually. "They did not purchase. What they sought was." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Huayan's expression turned somewhat enigmatic. She actually intended to acquire some wasteland in that mountain? "Do you know those two individuals?" "Ah, they were the ones who attempted to rob the attendant from the treasure pavilion last time, and I happened to encounter them," Ouyang Huayan stated before taking her leave. After Ouyang Huayan departed, the county vice magistrate approached. Curious, what did the magistrate just ask you? Chapter 81. A marriage grant. The vice magistrate was somewhat puzzled. Does the magistrate know those two? They wish to buy that mountain range. Is it not Stone Mountain? What purpose would they have for it? The vice magistrate was acquainted with Wen Jiashi and recognized Wen Jiarui as Wen Jiashi's fourth brother, largely due to the striking scar that marred Wen Jiarui's face. This prompted the official to voice his curiosity, for in their eyes, the magistrate was quite approachable, youthful, and devoid of any airs. In order to swiftly grasp the circumstances of the entire county, Ouyang Huayan maintained a humble demeanor, fostering good relations with the staff at the government office. Even the cleaning maid could exchange a few words with her, mentioning that her pig had recently given birth to 8 piglets. Lord Lei, known as Lei Li, was Ouyang Huayan's capable bodyguard, renowned for his exceptional martial prowess. Recently, he apprehended several ruffians who had been robbing others of their jade stones, a matter he was well aware of. The county magistrate, after inquiring briefly, realized that the questions were not directed at him, and thus ceased to ask further. He had been feeling quite constrained lately. As Ouyang Huayan seemed to be deliberately antagonizing him, he decided to seek solace with his mistress. Striding away from the yamen, he abruptly halted midway. Pondering the significance of the raw jade stones or perhaps the stone mountains, he appeared to have stumbled upon a monumental secret. The county magistrate abandoned his plans to visit his mistress and hurriedly exited the city. In a certain exquisite courtyard within the county, Nailan Jinyan was seated in his study, sipping tea while awaiting Ouyang Huayan's arrival. Upon Ouyang's entrance, he casually took a seat beside Nailan Jinyan. "Today, someone from the Yamen came to inquire about purchasing your jade mine," he remarked. Since Nailan Jinyan had personally acquired the mountain range from Ouyang Huayan, he had neglected to inform his subordinates to register it, leaving the officials in ignorance of the ownership. "I refuse to sell," Nailan Jinyan replied without a moment's hesitation. "I knew you would say that. Guess whom I just saw at the Yamen? I encountered the young girl who assisted you with your hand." Upon hearing this, Nailan Jinyan turned his attention towards him, settling back into his seat, signaling for him to elaborate. "What was that girl doing at the Yamen?" "Wait a moment. Did you just mention that someone wants to purchase the jade mine I acquired?" As he continued, Ouyang Huayan could not suppress his glee, having received the news that the emperor had decreed a marriage. "Haha, I only learned of this today, although I have official matters to attend to. The Empress Dowager remains unaware. The emperor has long anticipated my marriage and has already sent several concubines." Nailan Jinyan's icy gaze instantly darkened with a hint of coldness as he regarded him with disdain. "Are you so pleased that I shall persuade the emperor to bestow upon you a marriage?" Ouyang Huayan had been betrothed since childhood, an engagement arranged before he even grasped its significance, to his cousin whom his mother adored immensely. However, he had never harbored any affection for her and consistently resisted the idea of marriage. Each time he expressed his desire to break the engagement, his mother would weep and pressure him to comply. In defiance, he chose to escape to Ningyuan County, assuming the modest role of a county magistrate. Ouyang Huayan immediately felt a surge of trepidation. For reasons unbeknownst to him, his cousin was utterly flawless. Her beauty, family background, etiquette, and intellect were beyond reproach in the capital, and she treated him with utmost respect. Yet, he simply could not bring himself to marry her. The young lady came to the magistracy to purchase wasteland and your jade mine. However, the officials demanded 30,000 taels, and she lacked sufficient funds to complete the purchase. I had previously forgotten that someone mentioned the stone mountain had been sold. With that, he lifted his teacup, quenching his thirst after a long day at the magistracy. The jade mine would only hold value in her possession. Ouyang Huayan sputtered, tea spilling from his mouth. 30,000 taels? He had lost a fortune of 20,000 taels. Nailan Jinyan cast a disdainful glance in his direction. "I shall buy it. 300,000 taels." Ouyang Huayan was taken aback. "She wishes to purchase 100,000 taels. Yet you propose 300,000? This is a blatant case of prioritizing romance over friendship." 17. "Could it be that you have taken a liking to that girl?" Ouyang Huayan questioned, skepticism lacing his tone. Nailan Jinyan rose, casting a fleeting, indifferent glance at him. "You are overthinking it. How old is she? After all?" Ouyang Huayan found it quite difficult to regard that little girl in any other light. Despite being 11 years of age, she had yet to show any signs of development. "So why then did you make such an exception for her? Does His Highness require justification for his preferences?" "I simply find her pleasing to the eye." "Is that not sufficient?" Ouyang Huayan pondered. Thus, Nailan Jinyan intends to cultivate that girl into a loyal confidant? Those whom he favors invariably become either his close brothers or trusted aides, and each of his confidants commands great respect and fear. The girl, despite her tender age, possesses remarkable medical skills, which only deepened Ouyang Huayan's understanding. Speaking of matters of importance, Ouyang Huayan recalled a recent incident. A trusted subordinate of a general from the king of Huainan had been spotted in Ningyuan County. Upon discovery, our people had followed him, but they lost track of him in town. He must have headed towards Fengjia village or Wenjia village. Could it be that the king of Huainan is aware of your presence in the mountains? Nailan Jinyan squinted slightly. That is impossible. With that remark, he departed. Inside the carriage, Nailan Jinyan unexpectedly called out. Soon, a figure descended onto the swiftly moving carriage, donning a silver-gray mask that obscured his features. Master. Investigate the General Wei Yuan who is close to the king of Huainan. Understood. The figure leapt from the carriage, vanishing instantaneously into the dense forest by the roadside. Nailan Jinyan lounged against the wall of the carriage, his gaze catching a glimpse of a vivid yellow in the corner of his eye, his icy eyes darkening. The Empress Mother would not bestow a marriage without cause. He extended his hand, grasping at the void, and the bright yellow scroll fell into his palm, which he promptly tossed out of the carriage window. A handful of yellow powder scattered into the wind, dissipating into the embrace of nature. The darkness in his icy gaze receded somewhat. He reached forth, his slender and elegantly defined fingers gently lifting the lid of the box. Inside, a collection of flower-shaped pastries lay neatly arranged. The base of the box was lined with freshly picked reed leaves, upon which delicate white blossoms quietly bloomed. Reminiscent of a picturesque scene, he picked up a piece of pastry and placed it in his mouth, the unique fragrance of osmanthus instantly filling his senses. An inexplicable gloom lifted, and his spirits brightened. Chapter 82. Never by meanwhile, after when Jiarue departed from the yamen, they made their way to the tooth shop, seeking out Pan Shirchong. This time, there was land for sale, specifically the property of Qian Xiucai from Qianjia village, comprising a total of 20 acres of prime farmland and 5 acres of dry land. The prime farmland was priced at 5 taels of silver per acre, while the dry land was 3 taels per acre. Notably, this land was not located in Qianjia village, but rather in Tianjia village, near the boundary of Fengjia village, not too distant from their own village. Pan Shirchong remarked, these prime fields and dry lands were confiscated by the government and were just released for sale this morning. The government's base price is 5 taels, yet for such contiguous prime farmland, we at the tooth shop typically sell it for 6 to 7 taels per acre. I haven't leaked any information yet, knowing you were interested, so I intended to inquire about how much you would want before releasing it. Once it is out there, it will be snapped up immediately. The land belonging to Qian Xiucai? When Jiarue hesitated for a moment, Wenwan gently tugged at him, saying, Father, we have acquired both fertile and arid lands. Such opportunities are rare. Upon hearing this, Jiarue ceased to ponder further and replied, very well. Let us proceed with the purchase. It is not only inexpensive, but also contiguous, indeed, a rare find. Pan Shirchong expressed his astonishment. Is it truly this little girl who holds the reins? How many acres do you intend to buy? 5 acres? Wenwan replied confidently, all of it. Are there any other parcels of land available? I wish to acquire more. Even uncultivated land will suffice. The fields owned by Scholar Qian may present some complications in the future, yet we must not shy away from endeavors merely due to the prospect of inconvenience. We can address any issues that arise. It is indeed uncommon to find such a vast expanse of arable land for sale, unless it comes from the confiscation of a corrupt official's estate or the misfortune of a profligate heir who squanders their inheritance overnight. Generally, the lands available for sale are fragmented, typically consisting of 2 to 3 acres at most, scattered here and there, making management cumbersome. Moreover, this is land belonging to Scholar Qian. The timing and circumstances are simply fortuitous. We shall purchase it regardless of the distance. Jiarue nodded in agreement, Brother Pan. We shall acquire the land from Scholar Qian. Are there any other fields near our village? Pan Shirchong was genuinely taken aback. Had Jiarue struck it rich? To casually speak of purchasing over 100 taels worth of land and still wish to acquire more was a display of generosity typically reserved for wealthy landlords. Generally, villagers who had saved a bit of silver would only purchase 1 or 2 acres at a time. Yes, there is. The village's second fool sold an acre of good land for about 7 taels of silver per acre. Pan Shirchong then produced a ledger and a stack of maps, flipping through to reveal the distribution of farmland in Xingping town. In his hands, a substantial stack of land distribution maps illustrated the layout of fields and irrigation systems across the various towns within the county. The parcels currently for sale were marked with vermilion dots. It mattered not that it was merely an acre. It was prudent to purchase it first, given its proximity to home. Warm gazes inevitably rested upon several maps. Mr. Pan, may I inquire if there are additional parcels available for purchase? Warm could not suppress her curiosity. Certainly, these are meant for clients to view the specific locations of the land they wish to acquire. Upon hearing this, Warm unreservedly began to peruse the maps. The illustrations were meticulously detailed, with varying line thicknesses clearly delineating each village, rendering the information readily comprehensible. However, the accuracy appeared questionable, as it merely documented the status of the fields, with 1 map per town. Jiarue also leaned in for a closer look. Mr. Pan, are these fields also for sale? Warm inquired, pointing to a red dot on a parcel in Fengjia village. That refers to the 5 acres of inferior land owned by the landlord Feng from your neighboring village, which is also on the market. Priced at 4 taels of silver per acre. This land is subpar. The annual yield from these 5 acres is exceedingly low, making it unwise to invest in. I strongly advise against purchasing it. Even landlord Feng has abandoned it, which speaks volumes about its quality. Labeled as inferior, its yield is comparable to that of wasteland. Please, do not buy it. Warm remained undeterred. It matters not. If we cannot cultivate grain, we need not grow grain. Pan Shirchong shook his head. If you are not growing grain, what purpose does purchasing land serve? Is this not a waste of silver? Wang then pointed to a hill in Fingjia village. And what of this hill? Is it also for sale, and at what price? Moreover, this mountainous region will commence taxation this year. Over 100 acres will incur several taels of silver in taxes, resulting in significant losses. It is advisable not to purchase. If left unsold for 2 or 3 years, it will revert to wasteland, and then one might acquire it tax-free for an additional 3 years. When Wan twitched her lips, could this individual genuinely be a land seller? This is certainly not a worthwhile investment, and that should also be avoided. His honesty suggests he may not profit much from this venture. Nonetheless, such integrity is indeed rare. When Wan's intuition proved correct, Pan Shirchang was the least profitable land dealer among the entire brokerage, typically frequented by acquaintances. Yet few of them possessed the means to purchase land regularly. Unbeknownst to Pan Shirchang, it was precisely his current sincerity and kind-hearted warnings that would lead to Wen Wan's assistance when he lost his position as a broker, ultimately altering the course of his life. However, Wen Wan replied, "Uncle Pan, I appreciate your good intentions, but I have my own plans for this hill and those inferior plots. Hence we have all made purchases." Pan Shirchang turned to Wen Jiruwei, saying, "Brother Jiruwei, you all bought. This is bound to result in losses. You must, under no circumstances, allow a child to dictate decisions. This is not a matter of merely 100 or so won. It concerns over 100 taels of silver. Even if you stumble upon some fortuitous windfall, you cannot squander your wealth so recklessly. I will inform you when the good land becomes available." Wen Jiruwei, placing his trust in Wen Wan, shook his head. "Brother Pan, I understand your well-meaning advice, but my daughter is not mistaken. We have all made our purchases. Sister Wan must surely have discovered a method to transform wasteland into fertile soil in her dreams." Pan Shirchang could not resist the urge to touch Wen Jiruwei's forehead, exclaiming, "Could it be that the fever has made you foolish? You are not usually this daft. Surely, you are not playing a prank on me, seeking to amuse me by feigning support?" He certainly wished to sell the land, as he could earn a commission, even for 5 acres of inferior land. The commission would amount to 200 won. Wen Jiruwei, bemused, produced 3 banknotes of 100 taels each, saying, "Brother Pan, please do the calculations for me." Chapter 83. With wealth comes audacity. Pan Shirchang was rendered speechless upon seeing the 3 banknotes. Despite his fervent warnings against purchasing, Wen Jiruwei insisted on proceeding. Could it be that his sister Wan possessed prophetic abilities, that her words could not be wrong? Ignoring the wisdom of the elders, he was now facing the consequences. What a stubborn man! A doting father! Previously, he had failed to perceive this side of Wen Jiruwei. Where did this confidence stem from? As for Wen Jiruwei, where could he find such confidence? His daughter had even mastered martial arts in her dreams, surpassing him in skill. What reason had he to feel insecure? When Wan nodded affirmatively, "Trust me." He trusted her not at all. Pan Shirchang shook his head and accepted the banknotes, proceeding to draft the purchase agreement. When Wan inquired, "Uncle Pan, are there any shops or workshops for sale?" 30,000 taels. She needed to earn this amount swiftly to purchase a jade mine. It would not suffice to rely solely on selling her paintings. Acquiring a shop to conduct business was the quickest way to generate wealth, and it also promised a sustainable livelihood. As Pan Shirchang's hand trembled, a drop of ink fell onto the document, ruining the nearly completed agreement. A quarter of an hour later, Pan Shirchang led Wen Wan and Wen Jiruwei to the front of a shop in the county. The shops in the county are highly sought after, with few available for sale. Rentals, however, are more common. Only this street frequently has shops for sale, and this particular shop is priced at 300 taels. Worm glanced at the shop, small, only about 50 square feet, lacking a backyard, and in a condition that was neither new nor old, yet acceptable. Wen Jiruwei appeared quite satisfied with the shop. The price is comparable to those in the town. I maintain that this is not a lucrative location. The entire street's businesses struggle to thrive. This shop has been on the market for a month without any buyers. Everyone knows this street is not prosperous. I strongly advise against purchasing it. Otherwise, you will soon be seeking my assistance to sell it again." Worm expressed a desire to take a look, which prompted him to bring the father and daughter along. However, Worm's thoughts drifted to the adjacent, significantly larger 2-story shop, which is perfectly connected to this one. "Pan Shirbua, is the shop next door also for sale?" "Yes. That establishment is a restaurant that has been on the market for 2 months without finding a buyer. The owner is asking for 1,500 taels. Despite the seemingly low price, This restaurant was built only 3 years ago and has already changed ownership 4 or 5 times, with none managing to sustain it long term. The price of the restaurant has plummeted from an initial 4,000 taels to the current 1,500. Wouldn't you say that constitutes a substantial loss? Let us go take a look. Worm felt an even stronger urge to see it. Very well. Pan Shirchang fundamentally doubted that they could afford such a large restaurant for 1,500 taels, as such establishments are typically considered only by the wealthiest merchants from the city. Yet, several affluent merchants from the city had already attempted to purchase it and failed to manage it successfully. Nevertheless, it posed no issue to take them to see it. As it was merely a few steps away, Pan Shirchang retrieved his keys and unlocked the door, allowing them to enter. The restaurant was shrouded in dust, indicating it had been neglected for quite some time. However, the decor remained relatively new. Pan Shirchang guided the two visitors on a brief tour of the establishment, which boasted a spacious layout with a 2-courtyard design. The ground floor alone measured 1,000 square feet, and combined with the upper level, it totaled 2,000 square feet, not including the 2 courtyards at the back. Remarkably, this restaurant surpassed even the one belonging to the De family in size. Perhaps its location in a less prosperous street of the county town contributed to its lack of business. The clientele here consisted primarily of ordinary citizens, and the menu likely lacked distinctive offerings. Consequently, the restaurant struggled to attract patrons despite its asking price of 1,500 taels, which was indeed quite low for a county town, certainly not comparable to smaller villages. On ordinary days, eggs sold for 2 won each, while during market days, they fetched at least 3 won for 2. Warmth remarked, "This restaurant appears to be a good deal." However, despite its seemingly attractive pricing, the establishment suffered from poor feng shui, which hindered its potential for prosperity. The entire street was afflicted by this unfortunate energy, resulting in a high turnover of businesses. There had even been instances of 15 shops listed for sale within a month. I strongly advise you against purchasing property on this street. I will notify you when other streets have available shops. Pan Shirchang shared all the information he possessed. In the town, wealthy families abounded, and businesses thrived. Typically, individuals would not sell their properties unless in dire need of funds. Pan Shirchang, noticing Warmth's interest, had brought them in for a look, harboring little belief that Warmth possessed the means to make such a purchase. 1,500 taels was a sum that a peasant family could scarcely hope to earn in a lifetime. "It's all right, Uncle Pan. We have purchased both this restaurant and the adjacent shop," when one exclaimed, producing 2 silver notes of 2,000 taels each. The restaurant's backyard conveniently connected to the neighboring shop, making it easier to unify the 2 spaces. When Wan intended to transform the small shop into a dim sum establishment, Pan Shirchang stumbled back in disbelief. All the business documents signed today bore solely Wen Wan's name, a stipulation insisted upon by Wen Jiarui. After finalizing the contracts, Pan Shirchang found himself utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, while handling the silver notes, he had doubted their authenticity. He even questioned whether he was dreaming, pinching his thigh hard to confirm his reality. Wen Wan carefully stored the documents and turned to Pan Shirchang, saying, "Uncle Pan, please inform me whenever a shop on this street is for sale. If possible, I intend to acquire all the shops along this street." Pan Shirchang was taken aback. "More purchases? Have you lost your mind?" With the land and shops secured, the matters of registration and transfer at the government office would be left for Pan Shirchang to handle. He would deliver the official contracts to them later. The 2 bid farewell to Pan Shirchang, who remained dazed. He pondered whether Wen Jiarui had stumbled upon a treasure. As Wen Wan stepped outside, she remarked, "Father, let us purchase a carriage." Wen Jiarui was equally astonished by his daughter's purchasing power. The profits earned today were swiftly depleting, and acquiring a carriage along with a horse would require at least 50 to 60 taels. If they sought a sturdy young horse, it would be 70 to 80 taels. And for those renowned steeds, the price could range from 100 to several hundred taels. After all, a carriage was indeed a luxury for the affluent. Perhaps we should first acquire an ox cart. The ox can assist in tilling the land. The Wang family from the neighboring village has a calf they have nurtured for 6 months, which is quite fortuitous. Given how extravagantly my daughter spends money, I am concerned that by the time our house is completed, our funds will be depleted. Thus, let us procure the ox cart first, and we can consider purchasing a horse-drawn cart later, as it offers greater speed, beneficial for my elder brother and his schooling. Very well. The response was laced with reluctance. In my youth, I also traveled to school by ox cart. However, the money is earned by my daughter, and she should be free to purchase whatever she desires. These shops and lands shall serve as her dowry in due course. Pan Shirchong felt a sense of numbness. With money, one can indulge. One can remain closed for a year and still feast for another. Pan Shirchong could not help but lament. Today alone, he earned 20 taels, surpassing the total he had earned in an entire year. Yet, he remained oblivious to the jealousy he had stirred among his peers in the pawnshop. Some had whispered malicious words before the owner, claiming he had deliberately sold the lands and shops at a low price, thereby depriving the pawnshop of profits. Originally, the shop could have earned an additional 1,000 or so taels, but as a result, the owner dismissed him. Chapter 84. The woman. Now that we have acquired land and fields, Wen Wan plans to experiment with using auspicious energy to transform the grain seeds, to see if it is possible to cultivate crops during the winter. The two ventured into the largest general store in the city. The store was vast, with items meticulously arranged by category. Upon entering, Wen Wan inquired, "Excuse me, proprietor, do you have any newly arrived rice seeds for sale? Ideally, I am looking for glutinous rice seeds." She had once perused information on agricultural technology on a website, focusing on research concerning the overwintering of rice. She recalled that it noted the strong cold resistance of glutinous rice. Therefore, Wen Wan planned to attempt the transformation of glutinous rice using purple qi, curious to see if its potency could indeed enable the rice to survive the winter. Although the yield of glutinous rice is somewhat lower than that of ordinary rice, it is nourishing. The shopkeeper regarded Wen Jiarue with an expression akin to that of a monster. "Brother, the new grain has just arrived, and we are still far from the spring sowing season. The seeds have yet to be selected." Wen Jiarue was not surprised by this. Typically, rice seeds are not purchased until after the new year. Thus, he realized that he had mistakenly assumed these two intended to plant rice in winter. Such folly had been attempted before, but all had ended in failure. The methods of farming have been passed down through generations for hundreds of years. Could they possibly be incorrect? A delay of 10 days or half a month would be inconsequential, especially since she planned to plant after improving the seeds with purple qi. "Old seeds are fine. Just give me 200 jin." Ultimately, Wen Wan procured all the grains of this era: rice, millet, foxtail millet, wheat, and soybeans. She even acquired sorghum, peanuts, hemp, and a variety of other seeds, purchasing a bit of each. Observing Wen Wan's fervent buying, Wen Jiarue could not suppress his curiosity. Asking softly, "Sister Wan, can we really grow them?" Wen Wan replied, "I don't know, but let's give it a try. Even if they do not grow, it won't matter." "Will it?" Wen Jiarue was left speechless. "By the way, after all, we have plenty of land at home." After purchasing the seeds, Wen Jiarue was diligently loading the bags onto the ox cart, showing no need for Wen Wan's assistance. Thus, she decided to examine the bowls and utensils displayed at the entrance of the grocery store, as she aimed to understand the level of porcelain craftsmanship in this era, which would aid her in assisting her maternal family to prosper step by step. As Wen Wan picked up various pieces of porcelain to inspect their prices, her mind wandered to the exquisite set of tableware that Nailan Jinyan had gifted them, leading her to a rough understanding of their value. After a brief appraisal, she set the bowl down and was about to exit when a woman in her 20s, with a neat hairstyle and fair complexion, gracefully entered. The young woman strode into the grocery store and playfully tossed a fragrant handkerchief at the shopkeeper, inquiring, "Do you sell bird's nest?" Bird's nest, that exquisite delicacy reserved for the affluent, was not something available at their humble establishment. "What is the matter? Have you remarried Yangzi's wife? Dressed so splendidly, the fabric of your attire is something I haven't encountered even at the Pingan fabric shop. Have you become the young mistress of a prominent family?" The shopkeeper, enticed by the fragrance of the handkerchief, felt a pang of envy. However, if this widow had indeed married into a wealthy household, he dared not make his move. After all, who would desire a woman whose husband had perished just after their marriage? "Shopkeeper, your grocery store is quite expansive, yet you don't even stock bird's nest? I've heard it possesses beauty-enhancing properties. Wouldn't you consider procuring some?" Upon hearing this, Wen Wan cast a discerning glance at the woman. A widow, she thought. Yet, observing her gait and complexion, it became evident that she was with child, likely in her first trimester, still discreetly hidden from view. "Is unavailable. But I do have a bit of. This substance is particularly nourishing for women, and I assure you, it will ensure a rosy complexion. Would you like some? Is it truly as wonderful as you say? How do you sell it? Let me see. Do not deceive me. The money is not an issue, but I do not have it in the store. Come with me to the warehouse to take a look. How can you sell it if it is not in the store?" "Hee hee, this is not for sale. It is only for you." The two walked into the inner chamber. The shop assistant, accustomed to such occurrences, pretended not to notice. At this moment, had already loaded all the goods onto the ox cart and stood outside the door, calling out to Sister Nguyen, "All is ready. Let us depart." Oh, exited the grocery store and climbed onto the cart, not giving the woman a second thought. Outside the courtyard, halted the cart and spotted descending the mountain, accompanied by an elderly man carrying a wooden box. With his funds, he had purchased the jade mine they discovered. Once they learned of it, it would surely infuriate them. "Ha ha ha," replied nonchalantly. "Elder brother, you jest. Our house is yet to be constructed. How could I possibly lend you money? In fact, I was hoping to borrow a bit from you for some furniture." Observing his demeanor, was not angered and chuckled heartily. "Ha, do not regret not borrowing. This is a tremendous opportunity for fortune. I had intended to share a portion of it with you, but never mind. Ha, big brother is still fortunate to have you. I must take my leave now, as I still need to borrow money from my aunt. He is on the verge of acquiring a jade mine, poised to amass great wealth, and nothing can presently dampen his exuberant spirits. The county magistrate has promised him that as long as he can produce 10,000 taels to purchase the jade mine, he will cover the remaining 20,000 taels. And moreover, the acquisition will be made in the name of Wen Jiafu. He would then hold 30%, while the magistrate would retain 70%. Such a substantial jade mine, even if he is only entitled to a 30% share, would still yield over 100,000 taels. However, he currently lacks even the requisite 10,000 taels. So he plans to venture to the capital city that very night to seek a loan from his grandaunt's family or propose a partnership, splitting the 30% equally with them. Dividing the potential earnings of over 100,000 taels would still net him several tens of thousands, a sum he could never hope to earn in a lifetime of running a tavern. As when Jiafu contemplates this, he flicks his horsewhip, eager to reach the city, secure the funds, and purchase the jade mine. When one observes the mud on the two of them, lost in thought. Chapter 85. The main house has another invitation upon returning home, when Jiarue unloads the 10 large ceramic jars from the ox cart, along with the grain seeds Wen Wan purchased, and then hastily heads to the village chief's house to return the cart. Wen Wan notices a pile of bricks in the courtyard and asks, "Has uncle and second uncle left?" "They left a while ago." "Why are you so late?" Wushi pours a glass of water for Wen Wan. "We went to the pawn shop to buy some land. Here are the transaction documents, mother. You should secure them in the cabinet." Wen Wan casually pulls out a stack of contracts and hands them to Wushi, speaking nonchalantly. "All of them?" Wushi exclaims in astonishment as she receives the documents. After she married into the Wen family, when Jiarue taught her to recognize characters, and as the children learned, she also followed suit, thus acquiring the ability to read. She flipped through the business documents one by one, causing Mrs. Wu to tremble in astonishment. "Mother, look at this." Mrs. Wu excitedly handed the document to Mrs. Wang. Mrs. Wang calmly received it. She understood that contiguous fields were rare, and with 1 or 2 acres requiring a separate deed, several acres would entail numerous documents. Their family was large, so purchasing a few more acres would be just right. However, upon glancing at the document, Mrs. Wang was no longer composed. That night, the entire family was kept awake by the stack of documents. Wen Ho finally believed in the numerous profitable methods Wen Wan had mentioned, realizing he need not ponder further. Wen Wan also found herself unable to sleep, not from excitement, but from the tasks at hand. In her room, she utilized the purple energy to enhance the seeds. The first endeavor focused on rice seeds. 100 pounds of rice seeds was no small feat to improve. After nurturing them with purple energy once, she observed little change. If one attempt proved insufficient, she resolved to try again after the purple energy had replenished. Once that was concluded, she took out her brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, diving into her writing and sketches. The following morning, Wen Wan once again employed the purple energy to refine the rice seeds, and this time, the grains appeared noticeably fuller. With another enhancement that evening, she anticipated they would be ready for seedling cultivation. After breakfast, when Jiarue set off to the neighboring village to purchase a cow from the old Wang family, he planned to buy the cow and then head to town to acquire an ox cart, subsequently enlisting some laborers to assist in plowing the land. With over 20 acres to turn over promptly for wheat planting, relying solely on his family's efforts would be insufficient. After Wen Jiarue's departure, the Wang and Wu families, accompanied by Wen Rou, Wen Xian, and Wen Ran, ventured forth to cultivate the land, with plans to soon construct their abode. However, their 5 acres of uncultivated land remained untouched. Wen Wan chose to remain at home to focus on her drawings, burdened with numerous plans and responsibilities. Meanwhile, The three brothers of the one family dedicated an hour each morning to their studies before assisting in the fields. It was rumored that when Yu had found a master to apprentice under, when Liang had gained admission to Lushan Academy, and when Jiafu had successfully conducted a significant business deal, bringing joy to their family, who resolved to invite the entire village to celebrate together. Would they attend Zhu's display of vanity? If she had the energy for such trivialities, she would prefer to channel it into cultivating the land, aiming to complete their house before winter, leaving Zhu to boast about her ancestors. One Jiaxiang intended to persuade, "Aunt, the entire village will be present. 10 tables have been set up in the courtyard, ample seating for all. Father insisted I invite you, fourth brother, and the children to join us." This implied that they would not be relegated to a corner this time. Everyone from the village would attend, save for Aunt and her family, who would inevitably be whispered about, accused of envying the eldest brother's family, perceived as aloof, disregarding the dignity of their elder brother, and lacking fraternal affection. In short, the villagers would utter many unkind words, and he could not fathom the repercussions, only acknowledging the poor reputation it would cast upon fourth brother's family. "If you do not wish to go, tell the old man that I have no appetite for Zhu's cooking." When Jiaxiang wore an expression of helplessness, yet he understood that despite his aunt's harsh words, she possessed a kind heart. He then turned to Wen, concern etched across his features. "Sister Wen, are you unwell? Have you seen a doctor? Would you like third uncle to take you to town for a consultation?" The good days at the fourth brother's home had scarcely begun when Sister Wen's old ailment reemerged. "Third uncle, I am perfectly fine," she insisted, aware that her feigned illness would deter everyone from visiting them. "Isn't that so?" One Jiaxiang looked at Wen with a bemused expression, gently patting her head. "You must not jest about your health, do you understand?" "Ba ba ba." Wang repeatedly spat in disapproval. Children are often thoughtless, their innocent words can be troublesome. May the deities forgive them. Health is paramount. May you live a long and prosperous life. Seeing their concern, Wen felt helpless. "I understand. I will refrain from such antics next time." Wang admonished, "One must not speak carelessly. Do you comprehend?" Wen stuck out her tongue and nodded. Old Master Wen sighed inwardly upon noticing that when Jiaxiang had not invited Wang, the county magistrate had also arrived, and he had sent the third brother to summon them, hoping to afford Guizhi some dignity, but she was always obstinate. Zhu was unwilling to let such an excellent opportunity for boasting slip away, with her own descendants thriving. She was determined to provoke Wang, whose children she deemed unworthy. She nudged Old Master Wen. "Old man, today is a grand occasion for our one family. A day of glory. The elder sister is the legitimate wife. How could she not attend? Those unaware might think our family lacks decorum, tarnishing the reputation of Liang Gur and the others. Please, go and invite the elder sister. Sister Wan's absence is inconsequential, but the elder sister must be present. The county magistrate and Master Gui's family are here to witness." Old Master Wen contemplated and agreed. Indeed, the families of high status place great importance on etiquette and cannot afford to lose face in front of such esteemed individuals. Thus, he resolved to personally summon Guizhi. Master Wen was aware that only his personal invitation could persuade the Wang family. Guizhi suffered from rheumatism, a lingering ailment resulting from an improper confinement period after childbirth. Her mother had neglected her during this crucial time, leading to the development of this affliction, which tormented her with pain on rainy days, depriving her of sleep. Only the rheumatism plaster from Huarentang in the capital could alleviate her suffering. At the village entrance, a carriage rolled into the lane of Wenjia village. Su Tingji lifted the curtain of the carriage, gazing at the pastoral landscape flanking the road, which was indeed picturesque and serene. A fitting environment to nurture such a gifted apprentice. Su Tingji instructed the driver to halt the carriage, alighted, and hurried a few paces to approach a woman nearby. "Excuse me, madam, is this Wenjia village?" Chapter 86. Praise and flattery. The woman in question was Aunt Yongfu. Initially, she had no intention of engaging with Su Tingji, but recalling that the previous horseman had rewarded the local deity with a silver tail, she swiftly altered her disposition. With a smile, she replied, "Indeed, this is Wenjia village. Which esteemed individual are you seeking?" "I am a resident of Wenjia village and know every soul here. I can guide you to anyone you wish to find." "Is there a young girl in Wenjia village renowned for her exceptional painting skills?" "Oh dear, how do you know? I was just about to visit her home for a feast. Come, I shall lead you to her." Su Tingji was taken aback by the ease of his discovery, but upon reflection, he understood. His disciple's exceptional talent in painting must have gained her fame in their village. It was inconceivable that the villagers would not recognize her. He smiled and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Aunt Yongfu." Aunt Yongfu appeared somewhat stunned, only receiving a mere thank you without any reward. She cleared her throat and remarked, "Last time, an elder asked for directions and generously rewarded me with a silver tael." Su Dingji silently took out a silver tael and handed it to her. With the silver in hand, Aunt Yongfu's enthusiasm intensified. "Let me tell you, that family's children are each like reincarnated stars of literature. The eldest son has gone to that mountain academy to study. I've heard that many high-ranking officials from Nayland country have emerged from there. The eldest daughter plays the zither exceptionally well and has been selected for the Empress Dowager's 1,000-year banquet, where she'll reportedly meet both the Emperor and the Empress Dowager. The second daughter's paintings are so lifelike that each one is worth a fortune, and I've heard she plans to apprentice under some illustrious figure. She will undoubtedly achieve greatness." Hearing this, Su Tingji felt a pang of anxiety. If his disciple chose another master, what would become of him? "Madam, please take me to find her at once," he implored, producing another silver tael. "Oh my, splendid, splendid." Aunt Yongfu beamed, her joy evident as she exclaimed, "Just ahead." "Who are you, sir? What business do you have with Miss Yu?" With the additional silver, Aunt Yongfu's hospitality flourished, her curiosity ignited fervently. At the Wen family's old residence, a lively scene unfolded with 10 tables filled to the brim with guests. Old Master Wen and Wen Jiafu were surrounded by admirers, reveling in their praises. Their faces flushed from indulging in a few too many drinks. Although Guofuzi had initially harbored reservations about his daughter's marriage, he could not deny the remarkable achievements of Wen Jiafu's children. One had even qualified for the prestigious Qinqiu banquet competition, while another had truly caught the attention of Master Su. Wen Liang's academic progress was commendable as well, and who knows, he might carve out a notable future. At this moment, Guofuzi felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The county magistrate's family had also been invited by Wen Jiafu, and before departing, he cautioned his wife to extend greater courtesy towards the Wen family. The jade mine he had approached Wen Jiafu about purchasing in his name was also a gesture of goodwill. Should Wen Wan soar to prominence, it was certain that Wen Liang would not be left behind. Now, even Wen Yu had garnered Master Su's esteem, which was beyond Guofuzi's expectations. Master Su's paintings were lauded even by the emperor himself. His family in the capital was well regarded, with many of Su's disciples holding official positions, each of them surpassing Guofuzi, the mere county magistrate, in stature. Indeed, even his distant cousin employed at the Yongla Bureau in the capital could not compare. Such lofty connections were beyond the reach of men like him. To become a disciple of Master Su was akin to touching the fringes of the most esteemed circles in the Nayland Kingdom. Should one want to attract the attention of the emperor or a prince, she would truly step into the heart of the most exalted realm. Guofuzi believed that his investment in Wen Jiafu was exceedingly wise. On the side of the womenfolk, the village girls were eager to approach Wen Wan and Wen Yu. Wen Yu, in particular, engaged only with the county magistrate's daughter, Guofuzi's daughter, and the granddaughter of his aunt, Song Jinxiu, among others. Regarding the obsequious flattery of those village girls, it was met with disdain. Someone inquired, "Why haven't the gentle and warm-hearted sisters arrived?" Hearing this, Lady Song Yuding, the daughter of the esteemed matron, pursed her lips, causing the flesh of her face to bunch together, and replied with a tone of contempt, "They are illiterate. Only familiar with the soil, how dare they come? Do they not fear the shame? What kind of gathering is this? This feast is held to celebrate the fact that Sister Yu has become a disciple of Master Su." The village girls immediately fell silent, as they too were unlettered. Wen Yu smiled quietly without uttering a word. Meanwhile, the village matrons surrounded Mrs. Zhu, exclaiming, "Madame Jiafu, in our village, your family is the most accomplished. Which household can invite the entire village on ordinary days? How do you raise your children so effectively? Truly remarkable." "You are mistaken. Jiafu is indeed accomplished. But the real gems are his children. Each one surpasses the last. Sister-in-law, when your Liang becomes a high official, do not forget to support us. The elders of the village. Wan Jie is also impressive. Our ancestors have never had the chance to meet the Empress or the Emperor. Yet Wan Jie has managed to meet them. The old Wen family must have their ancestors smiling down upon them. Sister Yu is remarkable as well. Master Su wishes to take her as his disciple. Is it not said that Master Su's paintings are even displayed in the Emperor's study for admiration? Each piece is worth a fortune. Soon, you shall enjoy the comforts of life as a matriarch. Do not forget us, your sisters." The villagers' praises flowed freely, as if they were without cost. Today, Madame Zhu adorned herself in a magnificent new garment adorned with longevity patterns, exuding an air of opulence. As she basked in the praises showered upon her by the onlookers, her heart swelled with delight, unable to suppress her smile. Casting a glance at the aloof Madame Wang, who sat rigidly beside her and was largely overlooked by the crowd, she remarked, "Elder sister, is not my precious you exceptional? Are you aware of the sum her painting fetched at auction?" Madame Wang had been invited by the venerable old Master One, who had lavished her with kind words and deference. He had even enlisted the assistance of the village elder, his cousin, to accompany him. Unable to disregard the elder's dignity, Madame Wang attended alone, leaving her daughter-in-law behind. With a disdainful glance at Madame Zhu, she retorted, "It was merely 150 taels. My daughter-in-law's painting, however, sold for 3,000 taels. Use work? Huh. It doesn't even cover the commission Wan's piece commanded. Far from it." The thought bolstered Madame Wang's posture, and she regarded Madame Zhu with a smirk, relishing the opportunity to witness her folly as if she were a mere performer in a circus. This newfound sensation was rather enjoyable to her. Chapter 87. Is he Master Su? Madame Wang had no intention of disclosing Wan's accomplishments, merely driven by a momentary urge to compete. Her reluctance stemmed from concerns about their own unstable home, fearing it might attract thieves, coupled with her superstitions. As the ancient adage warns, excessive wisdom breeds misfortune. The gifted are often envied by the heavens. She wished to shield Wan from any potential harm. Madame Zhu felt momentarily stifled. Was it merely 150 taels? The way it was spoken made it seem as trivial as a mere penny. Observing Madame Wang's disdainful demeanor, she inwardly cursed her pretentiousness. Yet, this only served to affirm Madame Wang's jealousy, further fueling Madame Zhu's sense of triumph. Unbeknownst to her, Wang regarded her as nothing more than a jester. It seemed that her elder sister had struck a considerable fortune, dismissing 150 taels as insignificant. Although the division was merely half of a third, it was still a jade mine, which would allow their family to profit handsomely, potentially earning tens of thousands of taels. This was indeed a grand venture. Most importantly, it facilitated an alliance with the county magistrate, having secured a jade mine this time. Who could predict what lucrative opportunities might arise in the future? The recent success of her maternal family elevated her status within the Song household, where members now treated her with utmost respect. Consequently, she felt no hesitation in teasing Wang through Zhu. Some families harbor a misfortune, a harbinger of calamity, frequently summoning doctors, heedless of advice, yet cherishing them as treasures. Even if they possess a piece of jade, their wealth is unlikely to endure. Who knows, it may vanish one day. It's not as if they own a jade mountain. After delivering this veiled remark, she affectionately linked her arm with Zhu's sleeve. "Sister-in-law, thanks to Jiafu Tiju, we have jointly acquired a jade mine. From now on, we shall await the arrival of silver daily. It is all due to the esteemed magistrate's regard. We must extend our gratitude to him and his wife. Furthermore, we owe thanks to the individual who discovered the raw jade yet lacked the funds to purchase the mine. Otherwise, how could we have acquired a treasure worth more than mountains of gold and silver, one that could sustain us for generations?" When Baozhen, brimming with pride, cast a triumphant glance at Wang and exclaimed, "Indeed." Wang's expression darkened, and she spat disdainfully. That dowry was truly squandered. Last night, when the remaining wasteland was mentioned as having been purchased, Xilang inquired of Nuan Jie why she desired to acquire the rocky mountain at the back. Nuan Jie revealed her suspicion that it might be a jade mine. Alas, with 30,000 taels, she lacked sufficient funds for the purchase. It appears that the jade mine has been acquired by the large family, deliberately provoking her with their words. Yet, the truth remains that her family lacks the silver to buy it, which benefits them. Seeing Wang Shi's face darken, Zhu Shi chuckled. "Oh, how infuriating for you. You wretched creature. You believe that by selling a recipe and acquiring a piece of jade, you have achieved something remarkable? Such delusions of grandeur to think you can purchase an entire jade mine. Do you possess that much silver? Our family is quite different. Our grandchildren are prosperous. And even the county magistrate does not forget to bestow favors upon them, seeking to ingratiate himself. You once relied on your family as flower shop, being wealthy enough to usurp your own cousin. This is your retribution. I shall seize everything from you, trampling upon you and your descendants for a lifetime. This is what Wang Shi owes me." However, when Baozhen was displeased, interpreting Wang Shi's remarks as an insult directed at her, the voice of the Yongfu daughter-in-law was loud, and many heard her. Among the male guests, Guofuzi immediately stood up. "Is it not the esteemed Master Su who has arrived? Jiafu, hurry, go welcome him. And where is Yu Jie? Have her greet the master." Meanwhile, Xiao Zhu Shi, when you, and when one were conversing with the county magistrate's wife and his daughter. When they all stood up upon hearing the news, Xiao Zhu Shi, filled with excitement, adjusted the plum blossom hairpin atop when Yu's head. Tucking the fallen strands behind her ear, Yu Jie quickly go to welcome Master Su. When you could hardly contain her excitement, all right. She had initially intended to personally visit Lushan Academy to seek someone out. However, Master Guo advised her that since Master Su was aware of her surname, he would undoubtedly locate her. If she were to approach Master Su directly, he might grow suspicious, realizing that he had eavesdropped on their conversation. She was also concerned that Master Su might not find her, yet to her surprise, he arrived swiftly, illustrating his regard for her as a disciple. Wen Yu, along with the likes of Xiao Zhu, Wen Wan, and others, took the lead and hurried outside to greet him. The elder of the Wen family, Wen Jiafu, Wen Liang, Master Gui, and the county magistrate hastily adjusted their attire and rushed out as well. The elder one was so overwhelmed with excitement that his hands trembled. How fortunate that Master Su chose to visit during their family gathering. What an honor. Zhu and the aunt also hurriedly followed suit. Wang remained seated, dismissively stating, "What is there to see?" Zhu laughed even more brightly, responding, "True, it's not your grandchildren seeking a master." With that, she paid Wang no further mind and walked out contentedly, leaving Wang to stew in her jealousy. The onlookers in the courtyard fell silent, observing the solemnity of the moment. Their hearts tinged with curiosity and a hint of exhilaration. Could they truly witness such a distinguished and unattainable figure as Master Su? As a throng of people emerged to greet him, Su Dingji was taken aback, furrowing his brow, his serious expression deepening. Was his disciple's family celebrating an occasion? Had he arrived at an inopportune time? Master Guo immediately recognized Su Dingji, approaching him with a respectful salute and saying, "Master Su." When Jiafu also quickly bowed, saying, "I am unaware of Master Su's esteemed visit. My apologies for the lack of a proper welcome." His heart raced with excitement. Today, Master Su has accepted Yu Jie as his disciple, and from now on, the county magistrate will surely treat him with greater deference. The county magistrate and others all bowed and greeted him. To everyone's surprise, Master Su personally visited the village, underscoring his significant regard for his disciple, Wen Yu. Shouldn't the distribution from the jade mine be more favorable to the Wen family? The ladies from the Wen household also extended their greetings. Yet, when Yu stood there, gazing at Master Su, utterly bewildered, a sense of foreboding began to stir within her. He is Master Su. Yesterday, she had thought he was merely a destitute beggar. The very person she had offered her seat to was actually Master Su. How could he possibly be Master Su? Would he recognize her? With so many people at the auction that day, surely he must have forgotten. Zhu Zhenchuan has also arrived today, wishing to become a disciple of Master Su. However, upon seeing the newcomer, he was rendered speechless. So yesterday, he occupied the seat vacated by Master Su. Chapter 88, A Plea for Monthly Votes. Unbeknownst to me, it has been nearly a year since I began this journey. First and foremost, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to my readers for their unwavering companionship and support. Thank you for your understanding regarding my slow updates and your steadfast loyalty. I am also thankful to the lovely individuals who have assisted in correcting my mistakes, as well as to my editor for their guidance. In appreciation of your support, I will be offering a series of updates on the 11th. Before this burst of updates, I kindly ask for your monthly votes and rewards. Considering I have consistently updated for 10 months without interruption, which means I have been diligently working for 10 months without rest. In fact, it has been longer, as I prepared for more than a month prior to the release. Even during hospital visits, I persevered without faltering in my updates. Lastly, I wish all my beloved readers a life filled with joy, happiness, and well-being. Chapter 89. She cannot. The county magistrate approached with enthusiasm. Master Su, are you here to see Miss Wen? Please come in. When Jiafu also warmly invited, Master Su, please enter. Since you wish to take Sister Yu as your apprentice, we could have personally brought her to visit you. How could we trouble you to come here yourself? Mr. Guo urged. Master Su, please step inside. Su Tingji was somewhat taken aback by how these individuals knew of his intention to find a disciple, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Securing a disciple was paramount. He softened his serious demeanor, lest he frighten his prospective apprentice. As he entered amidst their respectful greetings, he was ushered to the seat of honor. Su Tingji had donned a new robe for this occasion, its black silk shimmering subtly under the sunlight, occasionally glinting with flecks of gold. The intricate patterns of auspicious clouds and mythical beasts were faintly visible, exuding an understated elegance. Even those in the village with little discernment could tell that this fabric was extraordinary. Seated in the main position, his naturally stern expression surveyed the gathering of young women. Furrowing his brow, none of them appeared to be his disciple. Turning to Aunt Yongfu, he inquired, "What of the young lady you mentioned, the one skilled in painting?" "That would be her." Aunt Yongfu pointed towards Wenyu. Su Tingji's gaze fell upon Wenyu, and his serious countenance grew even more so. "Her? Are you jesting?" "Indeed." Aunt Yongfu nodded affirmatively. When Jiafu urged, "Sister Yu, quickly come and greet your master." The county magistrate chuckled. Miss Wen is so delighted by Master Su's personal visit that she seems quite dazed. Little Zhu quickly tugged at her dazed daughter. "Yujia, why aren't you going to pay your respects to Master Su?" Su Tingji wore a grave expression, her brows tightly knitted. "Wait." Wen Yu's body stiffened. Master Su's demeanor was exceedingly solemn. "I cannot accept." As Wen Yu was halfway through her bow, kneeling there, her face turned ashen upon hearing those words. Her body swayed slightly. The crowd was bewildered. What does cannot accept mean? Su Tingji rose and approached Aunt Yongfu. "Are you referring to the most talented painter in Wenjia village?" "Indeed." Aunt Yongfu nodded. "It is not her." Su Tingji's expression became even more serious. Guofuzi was taken aback. "Not her. What does that mean?" The county magistrate was stunned. "Not her?" When Jiafu's face stiffened, "What did Master Su say?" "Not Yujia?" Everyone fell silent, gazing at Master Su. When you clenched the handkerchief tightly, her complexion paled. Her body swaying again, cold sweat pouring down. "It's over. If it's not Yujia, then who could it be?" Aunt Yongfu voiced the collective doubt. "I don't know her name, but my disciple is certainly not her." "Is there another girl in Wenjia village who excels at painting?" "There isn't. Aside from the two daughters of Wenjiafu, the other girls in our village can't even hold a brush, let alone paint. Yujia is the finest painter in our village. Even in the entire town. If you don't believe it, ask anyone else." The villagers quickly chimed in. Indeed, only Yujia can paint in the whole village. They are all simple folk, born to daughters who tend to vegetables and catch insects, proficient only in washing clothes and cooking. Painting? Don't jest. It cannot possibly be her. Are you unaware? How could I be ignorant? Today, their family has invited the entire village to a banquet. It is solely because Sister Yu's painting has caught the eye of Master Su, who wishes to take her as his apprentice. If you doubt it, ask the other young women, do they possess any knowledge of painting? All the maidens of our village are present here. As for the three sisters of warmth, Aunt Yongfu completely disregarded them. They are from the village's most destitute household. One is bedridden daily, and the other two are engrossed in playing in the mud, likely never having grass to brush. How could they possibly engage in such an exalted pursuit as painting? It is not Master Su, but Master Su. Someone in the village corrected Aunt Yongfu. The crowd was bewildered. Wasn't it said that when you had become Master Su's disciple, and a celebration was in order? Yet now that Master Su has arrived, why does he seem not to recognize Wenyu, instead searching for another girl who can paint? Are all the maidens of the village here? Su Tingji surveyed the surroundings, her brow furrowed with 100 knots, her expression utterly serious. No. There is no little disciple of his here. Could it be that his little disciple does not reside in Wenjia village? That would indeed be troublesome. Ningyuan County is vast. Su Tingji appeared dejected. Apologies, I must have come to the wrong place. After uttering this, Su Tingji turned to leave. Guofuzi grew anxious, fearing that Su Tingji had failed to recognize Wenyu, and hastily reminded her, Master Su. Wenyu's painting fetched an astonishing price of 150 taels at the auction. Master Su, are you not in search of a disciple? Miss Wenyu possesses an extraordinary talent in the realm of painting and calligraphy. Are you not considering taking her under your wing? She is indeed a remarkably gifted child. After Su Tingji spoke, she turned and departed. The words "she is not capable" struck Wenyu with an inexplicable surge of emotion. Without a second thought, she queried, Master Su, are you upset because I asked you to take a seat that day? I am willing to apologize. The term painting brimmed with Wenyu's pride, serving as her perceived leverage over others. It represented her potential ascent to greatness. However, Master Su publicly declared her artwork inadequate before the entire village. How could she endure such humiliation? Moreover, today was meant to celebrate her becoming Master Su's disciple, an occasion for which she had invited the entire village, as well as the county magistrate and several affluent townsfolk. To her dismay, Master Su had not come to acknowledge her as a disciple, but rather to proclaim her inadequacy. Such disgrace, such indignity, was unbearable for someone with her strong sense of pride and competitiveness. Yet, Wenyu was not one to lash out indiscriminately. She suppressed her rising anger and inquired, Master Su, my painting fetched 150 taels at the auction. Apart from your own works, no one has surpassed my price. May I dare to ask, In what manner is my painting lacking? The villagers nodded in agreement. 150 taels for a single painting. Such a piece was equivalent to a grand estate. To deem such a painting inadequate was simply unfathomable. Even Mr. Gua and the county magistrate turned their gaze toward Master Su, for a painting that could fetch 150 taels could hardly be dismissed as lacking merit. Though it may not compare to the masterpieces of renowned artists, it is certainly commendable. Moreover, Wen Yu is merely 12 years old. To create a painting valued at 150 taels at such a tender age is truly remarkable. Chapter 90. A sudden realization of thunderous wrath after Su Tingji finished speaking. She departed, leaving Wen Yu with a countenance that was utterly ashen, surrounded by a multitude of individuals bearing various expressions. Villager, what does it mean for a painting to be worth 3,000 taels? One could purchase an entire street of shops in town with that amount. Gasped. The villagers inhaled sharply. Whose child possesses such extraordinary talent? Master Su's words were devoid of courtesy. Wen Yu's face was pale beyond description. The sun shone brightly in the courtyard, at the peak of its intensity. Yet she felt as though she had plunged into a frigid abyss. A chill enveloped her entire being. All her pride and self-respect lay shattered. The crowd was silent, each person lost in their own thoughts. Only Wang Shi broke the stillness, approaching Zhu Shi with a look of astonishment. Zhu Shi, did you not say that today's banquet was to celebrate Sister Yu's apprenticeship under Master Su? That person just now was Master Su himself, was it not? The crowd. Her words pierced through the air like ice breaking. When you burst into tears and fled, she could never face anyone again. Little Zhu Shi hurried after her. Zhu Zhenxuan glared at Wang Shi, filled with ire. Grandmother had said that Wang Nai was a good person. She was indeed a venomous matron. Zhu Shi turned and glared at Wang Shi with venomous disdain. How could this wretched woman bring up such matters? Wang Shi feigned innocence. Why do you look at me so fiercely? Am I not speaking the truth? Alas, are we still celebrating? Can we eat now? I am quite famished. Always preoccupied with her own discomfort, today it was finally her turn to vent. Mrs. Zhu, seething with anger, exclaimed, "Leave." "Oh, then I shall take my leave," replied Mrs. Wang, lifting her foot to depart, her spirits soaring. How fortunate she was to have attended today. After Mrs. Wang's exit, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. The county magistrate's wife, sensing the tension, approached her husband and took her leave as well. Others, too, discreetly followed suit, bidding farewell. Mr. Wen and the elder Mr. Wen forced smiles as they saw off their guests. Once everyone had departed, Mr. Wen gazed at the 10 tables laden with sumptuous dishes, a bitter irony. In his fury, he overturned a table, scattering a banquet of fine meats across the floor. Today's humiliation was truly monumental. In her heart, Mrs. Zhu made a mental note against Mrs. Wan. Although she had not dined, she had certainly feasted on joy. Ha ha. Little did they know how triumphant Mrs. Zhu felt today. Subsequently, Mrs. Wang animatedly recounted the events to everyone. It was not that she could not bear to see the younger generation flourish, but she simply held a deep disdain for the child, Wen Yu. Her temperament was unpleasant, exuding an air of superiority. She embodied the very essence of Master Su's critique, snobbish. It is often said that one's writing reflects one's character, and indeed, one's art mirrors the person as well. Such a young age, yet already so full of pretentiousness. If she does not experience some hardships now to learn her lessons, she will only grow more twisted with age. Wen Wan listened with a slight smile, recognizing the piercing accuracy of Master Su's assessment. Art, in its purest form, is simply a reflection of what it is. One paints what one perceives, and that is sufficient. Wen Yu's aspirations are far too numerous, her intentions overly driven. Her art is but a hollow facade, devoid of soul. No. It would be more accurate to say her soul has become distorted. The family did not take the matter to heart, and Wen Jurue believed that his niece, Wen Yu, needed to learn a lesson and endure some hardship. Perhaps, after experiencing this, she would become a better person. Meanwhile, Wen Jurue pondered whether Master Su was searching for his own daughter, Wanjia. Master Su seems to be looking for you. He wishes to take you as his disciple. What do you think? I have no desire for that, Wan replied. Oh, Wen Jurue ceased to pursue the topic further. In the county, Su Dingji went directly to the government office to find Ouyang Huayan. He was determined to search every corner of the county until he discovered where his apprentice had gone. Today, a gleeful official informed him that the mountain had been sold for 30,000 taels, purchased by someone named Wen Jiafu. The county magistrate was delighted, believing this might elevate his status. However, a sense of foreboding arose within Ouyang Huayan. He recalled that the girl's father was named Wen Jurue, not Wen Jiafu. Upon checking the household registration, he confirmed his fears. It was indeed a mistake. He felt as if thunder had struck him. Would the 17 ruin him? Ouyang Huayan glared furiously at the official. How could you sell that stone mountain to Wenjiafu? It was the first time the official had witnessed Ouyang Huayan so fierce and commanding. Typically, he spoke in a gentle manner. The official stammered, Master, you said to sell the jade mine, didn't you? Ouyang Huayan was nearly driven to the brink of despair. I meant to sell it to that father and daughter, not to anyone else. How am I to explain this now? Fortunately, it was sold for 30,000 taels, preventing a loss. Otherwise, 17 would undoubtedly demand 300,000 taels in compensation. No, a jade mine could potentially yield far more than 300,000 taels. That young girl picked up a piece that turned out to be exquisite imperial green. Just that single piece is worth 10,000 taels. Selling it for 30,000 taels was a colossal blunder. If 17 were to demand compensation, the constable pondered, is there a rule dictating to whom one must sell? He assumed that the highest bidder would prevail. Observing the county magistrate, whose handsome visage bore the stormy portent of impending trouble, the constable felt a surge of anxiety. But, sir, the county. The deputy magistrate was present as well, and he urged me to sell. What does that have to do with that Li Huayan? How could he meddle in this matter? 300,000 taels? The constable nearly knelt in despair. He stammered through the events of yesterday, recounting every detail. Ouyang Huayan listened intently, deep in thought. He concluded that the cunning old fox, Li Huayan, had deduced from his words that the stone mountain was indeed a jade mine and had swiftly taken action before him. Regardless of the circumstances, the outcome was that the cold-blooded and merciless demon, 17, had lost the jade mine to the deputy magistrate. With the jade mine, the deputy magistrate would have an excellent excuse for his embezzled silver in the future. Jade is priceless. Who can truly ascertain how much silver he has gained? It was a headache. He felt as though he wished for death. Oh, divine powers, grant him salvation. Chapter 91, The Legend. Moreover, with the deputy magistrate's involvement, Ouyang Huayan's thoughts began to spiral further. 17, my brother, my dear ancestor, I am deeply sorry. Just as he finished his letter, Su Tingji arrived. Ouyang Huayan, seeing his agitated demeanor, inquired with surprise, Su Lauren, is there something troubling you? I am searching for someone, and I require your assistance in unearthing her. Curious. Ouyang Huayan responded, who has offended you, Su Lauren? I shall certainly help you find them and teach them a lesson. No one has wronged me. I am in search of my little disciple. Her surname is Wan, a girl of about 10 years. Su Lauren has found his disciple. Another girl with the surname Wan? It seems I have an uncanny connection with those of that name. At this, Ouyang Huayan immediately thought of the young girl Wan. He recalled her knowledge of medicine, though he had not heard of her artistic talents. Most of the Wan family resides in Wenjiakan, and I know of a girl there. Not Wenjiakan. She is not there. I have already searched. Su Dingji interrupted, thinking he was referring to Wenyu. Please check the household registration records at the Yamen to see where else those with the surname Wan might reside. Ah, very well. Rest assured. I shall certainly help you find her. As days passed, Su Lauren scoured the entire county and even the surrounding prefectures for anyone with the surname Wan. Yet he could not locate his little disciple. He began searching in other counties. Meanwhile, Wan remained blissfully unaware of these events. She was preoccupied with improving seeds, tilling soil for seedlings, planting wheat, and sketching furniture designs in preparation for the opening of her shop. The family was exceedingly busy, almost overwhelmed by their tasks. With the impending construction of their new house just days away, they were determined to cultivate one more season's worth of grain before the building commenced. If they delayed, they would find themselves entangled in the busyness of construction, and planting too late would jeopardize the spring harvest. Each day, Wen Jirue led a crew of 20 laborers to sow wheat on the 20 acres of fertile land. Wen Wan hesitated to plant rice on this valuable farmland, harboring doubts about its hardiness through the winter, although it was a well-known fact that wheat could survive the cold. She pondered whether the mystical energies could be potent enough to alter the rice's genetic resistance to frost. Consequently, she nurtured a small patch of rice seedlings in a barren area, planning to experiment with rice cultivation on the acre of fertile land once owned by the previous tenant. After 3 days of diligent work, the team finally completed the planting of the 20 acres of fertile land and 5 acres of dry land in Tianjia village. The mountain peak remained untouched, to be addressed when spring arrived. Since the 5 acres of inferior land from Fingjia village was adjacent to Wenjia village's fields, the villagers quickly learned of Wenjiarue's acquisition of the 5 acres and were curious about what he intended to plant. This inferior land was worth at least 20 taels. evoking a wave of envy among the villagers. However, this particular land was of poor quality, nearly barren. Curiosity piqued. Villagers approached to inquire further. Upon discovering that he was planting wheat, they laughed at his perceived folly. This mockery was primarily from the younger generation. But when the news reached the ears of the elders, the reaction was markedly different. An anxious elder from the village hurried over, exclaiming, "Jiarue, are you truly planting wheat? Can we grow wheat here? Are you unaware of the legends passed down by our ancestors? Stop immediately, do not sell. This could lead to grave consequences." There exists a legend in Ningyuan County, one that the elders are well acquainted with. For over a century, no one in Ningyuan County has considered planting wheat. And thus this tale has gradually been forgotten by the younger generations, who remain oblivious to its existence. However, some elderly individuals recall having heard of it in their youth. Long ago, during a plague in the north, a family of refugees arrived in Ningyuan County, hailing from a region where wheat was cultivated. They asserted that wheat could withstand the cold, and believed it feasible to plant a crop in the winter. Consequently, they cleared a patch of land and sowed wheat in the winter season. Alas, that year, both winter and spring passed without a drop of rain, leading to the failure of the winter wheat, which perished from drought. Following the drought, floods ensued, and that year, Ningyuan County reaped nothing. The populace attributed the calamity to that family of refugees. Winter is a time for the land to rest and rejuvenate. Their family contravened the natural order and disrespected the ancestral traditions, disturbing the slumbering spirit of the land. As a result, the deities sought to punish the people of Ningyuan County, bringing forth relentless disasters that year. Eventually, the county magistrate executed the man, conducting a sacrifice to the heavens on behalf of the populace, and only then did the following year bring favorable weather. Thus, the people of Ningyuan County will cultivate any grain, yet they steadfastly abstain from planting wheat. Wang Jiarue has certainly heard of this tale. It is a legend from ancient times. Nonetheless, he has never truly believed it. Uncle, it is merely a legend and should not be taken literally. That man simply had the misfortune of encountering a year of calamity in Ningyuan County. Upon learning of the news, the venerable master went hurriedly made his way to the fields, visibly agitated. This is preposterous, even if it is merely a legend. Should that person tragically encounter a natural disaster, one must be inclined to believe such occurrences rather than dismiss them entirely. The land is sacred and inviolable. The cycles of spring plowing, summer planting, autumn harvesting, and winter nurturing have been established over millennia. You reckless lad, are you seeking your own demise? Why must you disrupt this age-old tradition? Madame Zhu, having heard the news moments earlier, followed Master Wen. Though her intentions were not to counsel but rather to exacerbate the situation. Just days prior, when you had become the subject of ridicule among the villagers. And Madame Wang's malicious actions were still fresh in her memory. With a sarcastic tone, Madame Zhu remarked, "Fourth son, if you wish to court death, so be it. But do not endanger the lives of the entire populace of Ningyuan County. Can you bear such a burden? Having a plague within your own household is one thing. Surely you do not harbor resentment to the extent of wishing calamity upon the entire village and county. And what of those who assist you in cultivating the land? When disaster strikes, will you share the consequences with them?" She gestured towards the few hired hands engaged by Wen Jiarue. The hired workers exchanged anxious glances, clearly unsettled. They had not heard of this legend, yet certain matters are better believed than dismissed. Indeed, Brother Jiarue, perhaps we ought to refrain from planting. Jiarue, feeling embarrassed, replied, "I shall not cultivate this land any longer. Please settle my wages for the past few days and return them to me. I dare not proceed." Some villagers, upon hearing this, felt a rising panic. To offend the deity of the land could unleash calamities, and such occurrences could lead to dire consequences. As the villagers clamored, "Jiarue, better to believe it exists than to believe it does not. My brother, I implore you, do not plant it. The consequences are beyond your capacity to bear, beyond our villages, and indeed, beyond the entire county's populace. Jiarue, do not sow it. Do not bring us harm. If you dare to plant again, I shall unleash the chickens to devour all your wheat seeds." Wen Jiarue furrowed his brow, troubled by the villagers' unfounded fears. What was to be done? Should he truly refrain from planting? At that moment, Wen Nuan, accompanied by her loyal companions Xiao He and De Hui, approached the fields with refreshments for the laborers. From a distance, she overheard the uproar, her brow knitting in concern. What a convenient excuse to lay blame. She understood the superstitions of the ancients, recognizing that if misfortune were to befall them, whether in the form of an unexpected snowfall this winter or excessive rain next year, these ignorant souls would surely attribute it to their household. Was it truly an option to abstain from planting? Certainly not. Compromise held no place in her lexicon, only the resolve to confront challenges head-on. She firmly believed that every problem harbored a solution. Wen Yuan refrained from intervening directly, instead contemplating her strategy. Observing her stillness, Xiao He, assuming they had reached their destination, descended from the sky. Inspired by a sudden idea, she realized that if they were to indulge in superstition, she could turn their own weapon against them. She beckoned to Xiao He, who promptly landed in her palm. In hushed tones, Wen Yuan whispered her plan to Xiao He. After a moment of contemplation, the eagle tilted its head, seemingly grasping her intent, and nodded in understanding. It then relinquished the copper kettle it had been clutching in its beak to Wen Yuan. Warmth took off into the sky, soaring to great heights, circling momentarily before heading towards the mountains. It was only then that warmth began to walk in the direction of Wenjirui. The gray figure, with a food box hanging around its neck, followed at a leisurely pace behind warmth. Its wolf-like eyes glimmered with a thoughtful light, pondering over warmth's words. The others continued to shout for Wenjirui to cease planting, while several laborers urged him to settle their wages, fearing to plant any further. If ignorance was bliss, knowing the truth made it impossible to proceed. When Jiarue contemplated his options, even if he insisted on planting, the villagers would undoubtedly release their chickens to ravage the crops. He firmly believed that the wheat could endure the winter. One Jiarue stated, "I have read that this wheat can indeed survive the winter." That legend was merely a coincidence. The individual happened to encounter favorable weather. I must cultivate this land. If heaven truly takes offense, I shall bear the consequences. Old Master, when was nearly driven to exasperation, "Be silent. What do you mean by bearing the consequences?" Zhu scoffed, "Fourth brother, how do you intend to shoulder such a burden? Do you possess mountains of gold or mines? I had thought you, as someone educated, would understand the principles of filial piety and righteousness. What of your parents? What of the elders of our village? What of the citizens of the entire county? You are leading us into an abyss from which there is no return. Indeed, if heaven were to punish us, the entire county would suffer. Can you afford to compensate for that? What do you have to offer in recompense? What will you offer as compensation? Speak." One villager after another pressed him relentlessly. Faced with the crowd's inquiries, when Jirue's expression turned icy, the land has already been sown, and the offended have been offended. If calamity truly descends upon us, I shall atone with my life. I shall offer my life as recompense. Is it not said that the magistrate granted death to that individual, and the disaster ceased? If disaster truly strikes, I will immediately sacrifice my life for atonement, ensuring that no harm befalls the others. Is that satisfactory? At that moment, when one approached, her voice ringing clear, "Indeed, it was I who insisted on planting this winter wheat. If it is the case that our sowing of wheat brings forth continuous calamity, I too shall atone with my life. I shall offer my life as recompense." When Jiarue's countenance shifted as he observed his sister's approach, he thought to himself that it sufficed for him to offer his life in atonement. What sin did his sister have to atone for with her life? While he could wager his own existence, he could never allow his daughter's life to be jeopardized. The villagers were momentarily silenced, taken aback by the gravity of their declarations. They were willing to risk death for the sake of cultivation. Old Master when nearly spat blood in exasperation. Compensation? Nonsense. This land shall not be sown. We have only just begun, and it is of no matter. Cease immediately, and do not plant any further. His fury was palpable. That lunatic, the fourth. To speak of atonement with death. His life belongs to me. How dare he jest with his own existence? When Nuan understood their intentions were for their own good, yet she firmly believed that this wheat could indeed thrive. She would not yield to a baseless legend. She shook her head and said, "Village chief, we did not choose to cultivate this land. It is the Bodhisattva who has commanded us to do so. Therefore, we must plant." Upon hearing this, Zhu scoffed derisively, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "The Bodhisattva commanded you to plant? How exactly did the Bodhisattva instruct you? Pray tell. Let me warn you, do not trivialize the Bodhisattva, for such mockery invites retribution." When Nuan cast a calm glance in her direction and replied, "Retribution only befalls those treacherous individuals." As her words lingered in the air, a flock of migratory birds soared overhead, and a droplet of bird droppings fell squarely upon Zhu's head. Realizing something had landed on her, she brushed her hand against it only to discover the unpleasant truth: bird excrement. Her stomach churned at the sight. When one could not suppress her laughter, exclaiming, "Oh, behold! Retribution has arrived, and how immediate it is." A bystander chuckled. Zhu is indeed having a most unfortunate day. How revolting. The villagers were busy harvesting in the fields, and it was not uncommon for some to strike it lucky. It was merely coincidence, after all. The speaker thought the tale of the person who sowed wheat was simply a case of misfortune meeting natural disaster. It was all just chance. Sister Nguyen, why do you say that the Bodhisattva commanded you to plant this wheat? Everyone turned to Wen Nguyen, awaiting her explanation. Not long ago, I had a dream wherein a radiant guanyin, clad in white, appeared before me and instructed me to plant a season of wheat after the autumn harvest to benefit the villagers. In return, my health would be restored, and I would enjoy a life of wellness henceforth. I told her that my illness had left my family without land to cultivate. She taught me a method to sell stir-fried snails for profit. The following day, I shared this with my father, and indeed, our family earned enough money from selling stir-fried snails to purchase land. Planting winter wheat is what the Bodhisattva instructed us to do, and I have already pledged to it. Hence we must cultivate it. The village chief was astonished. So the recipe for stir-fried snails was indeed imparted by the Bodhisattva? Of course. Otherwise, how could our family have conceived the idea of selling stir-fried snails? Who knows if you are fabricating a dream to deceive us? Aunt Yangfu could not help but question. Chapter 93. Truly remarkable. When Nguyen had anticipated such skepticism and calmly replied, my recovery is entirely due to the Bodhisattva's blessing. How else can you explain my sudden improvement? Aunt Yangfu, the wife of Lai Zi, she has consumed so many medicines and consulted numerous doctors over the years. What is so extraordinary about her healing? In any case, this wheat cannot be sown. Who can ascertain the truth of her dream? If calamity strikes after planting, it would be too late for your family to atone with your lives. Other villagers nodded in agreement. Indeed, in the event of a disaster, it would be too late for you to seek atonement with your lives. As children grow, their bodies gradually strengthen, leading to fewer ailments. This is not a blessing from the Bodhisattva. The wheat must not be sown. I do not wish for another year of drought and floods. Yes, it cannot be planted. Who takes dreams seriously? Moreover, how can we be certain that you are not lying? Warming, upon hearing their words, feigned urgency and declared, I am not lying. My dream must be true. In my dream, magpies helped our family plant wheat. Truly, this winter wheat can definitely be sown. It is undeniably a matter that will benefit our fellow villagers. Moreover, the Bodhisattva must have felt that the person from the legend met an unjust end, and thus wishes to vindicate him. The wife of the second fool rolled her eyes. Oh dear, this is becoming increasingly absurd. Does the Bodhisattva even concern himself with vindications? Aunt Yangfu scoffed. Well then, when the magpies come to assist you in planting wheat, we shall not interfere. Plant as you wish. The wife of the second fool retorted. Exactly. Did you not claim that your dream is genuine? If magpies truly come to aid you in sowing wheat, we will not stand in your way. The others chimed in. Indeed, wait until the magpies arrive to help you plant wheat. Then you may sow. Otherwise, you shall not. We refuse to be led to our doom. Do not think that dying in atonement will suffice. When calamity strikes, it will be too late for your repentance. Who knows whether you will perish first or if we all shall meet our demise together. In any case, planting is out of the question, unless the magpies truly come to assist you. When Jiarue asserted, regardless, Sister Nguyen has stated that the Bodhisattva said if our family plants winter wheat, her health and longevity will be assured. Hence, this wheat must be planted by our family. Not a chance, unless the magpies come. If you plant, I shall burn your fields. Yes, it cannot be planted. If you have the ability, summon the magpies, and only then will we allow you to plant. At that moment, a chorus of bird calls echoed from the heavens. The sound was unmistakably that of magpies. A child looked up and exclaimed in delight, Look, it's magpies. They have truly come. The crowd, intrigued, turned their gaze skyward, witnessing a flock of birds descending gracefully, landing upon the fields of Wenjiarue. They flitted about the freshly turned earth, and after a brief frolic, as if reminded of a forgotten task, they alighted on several baskets resting on the ground. These baskets were filled with wheat seeds, placed there moments ago by the laborers. The magpies bent down, pecking at the seeds within the baskets. The birds are stealing the seeds. Chase them away. Someone instinctively shouted. The village head, struck by a thought, hurried over. Upon noticing the approaching figure, the magpies fluttered their wings in alarm and took flight, leaving behind a scattering of plump wheat seeds nestled in the brown earth, a testament to their visit. The village head gazed at the charming seeds on the yellow soil, disbelief etched on his face, and murmured, Could it be that magpies have come to assist in sowing wheat? How extraordinary! Villagers flocked to witness the spectacle. My goodness! Magpies have indeed come to help sow the wheat. How is this possible? Are those truly magpies? Could they be crows instead? It is magpies, I know them well. Besides, have you ever seen a crow with white feathers? Is the dream of the pestilence spirit real? Did the deity truly instruct her to sow wheat in winter? Surely not. How could a deity guide a pestilent spirit? The wife of the second-rate man also wore a face of disbelief. The crowd found it hard to believe. It was truly astonishing. Old Master Wen was equally taken aback by the earlier spectacle, gazing at Wen Nuan with disbelief. Sister Nuan, did you truly have such a dream, in which the Bodhisattva instructed you on cultivating winter wheat, and that your health would improve as a result? Of course it's true. Otherwise, why would our family undertake this endeavor? Are we truly so reckless as to fear death? Wen Nuan replied, then addressed everyone. Now the magpies have come to assist us in sowing the wheat. What do you have to say now? Who among you dares to prevent our cultivation? Wen Jie spoke up. Esteemed elders and fellow villagers, this is the Bodhisattva's guidance for my sister Nuan to plant. Just moments ago, the magpies delivered a warning. Should you hinder us, if anything befalls my sister Nuan, or if the wheat remains unplanted due to your interference, any ensuing calamity shall be your responsibility. Whoever obstructs us today shall bear the consequences. The tasks ordained by the Bodhisattva, if neglected, may invite unforeseen misfortune. If such misfortune arises, those who impede us today shall be solely accountable for it. The crowd fell silent. The earlier scene was indeed miraculous. They had vehemently opposed the planting of wheat. Yet the arrival of the magpies had validated their cause. Surely, it was a celestial warning from the Bodhisattva. Their superstitions took hold, and they began to believe Wen Nuan's words. If Wen Jie failed to plant the wheat and misfortune befell them, he would undoubtedly hold them accountable. Moreover, the arrival of the magpies to assist in farming was clearly a sign from the Bodhisattva. Disregarding such a divine warning could invoke divine wrath. Thus, they resigned themselves to the Bodhisattva's dream. If they wish to plant, let them do so. I shall not be involved. If any troubles arise, do not seek me out. Someone waved their hand and walked away. The magpies came to assist. Magpies are indeed auspicious birds, heralds of good fortune. Brother Jie, your family is experiencing a turn of luck. Go ahead and plant. I shall not hinder you. Just remember not to rely on me. With that, he also departed. The others dared not intervene either, declaring that it was up to them. If they wished to plant, let them do so. At this moment, Wen Nuan spoke up. Actually, dear uncles, you too could consider planting this winter wheat. Upon hearing this, some felt a stirring in their hearts. With the magpies heralding joy and the Bodhisattva offering a warning, why not plant a little? Yet, some waved their hands dismissively. Forget it. The Bodhisattva may have sent you a dream, but it was not meant for me. You can plant it yourself. I dare not take the risk, lest it delay the spring rice planting. With that, he walked away. Those who had felt a spark of inspiration now abandoned their thoughts. Planting winter wheat, after all, bore its own risks. Even if the magpies were to assist, it did not guarantee the truth of the legends. Better to refrain. Should the Wen family successfully cultivate it, they could plant next year without haste. They believed there was still time, yet not long after, each one of them regretted deeply. Feeling as if they had turned their insides green with remorse, they slapped themselves in despair. Chapter 94, Not Planting. Wen Jie sighed with relief, grateful for Sister Nuan's cleverness. But how did the magpies appear? He glanced at the cloudless blue sky. Was it truly heaven aiding their family? The village chief approached Wen Nuan. His expression enigmatic. Sister Nuan, do tell Uncle Village Chief, did you truly dream that the Bodhisattva urged you to plant winter wheat? Indeed. Did not the magpies convey that to you? Wen Nuan replied, her face unflushed, her heart steady. The village chief gazed meaningfully at Warmth, pondering why. Among the multitude of souls in this world, the Bodhisattva had chosen solely her to enter the dream. She bore the notorious titles of the Plague God, the Ill-Fated Beauty, and the Short-Lived Ghost. It was widely known throughout the 10 miles and 8 villages that she was a source of trouble for both people and possessions. Could it be that heaven intends to bestow significant responsibilities upon a person by first subjecting them to trials and tribulations? Now that Warmth's sufferings have dissipated, transforming her from a harbinger of calamity into a beacon of fortune? Regardless, within a mere span of days, the fate of Jia Rui's family had undergone a remarkable reversal. While others harvested bountiful grains, his family was acquiring land, purchasing fields, and preparing to build a house. The village chief, deep in thought, resolved to follow their lead henceforth. All right, Uncle Village Chief, I shall heed Warmth's advice and plant winter wheat. I shall procure some wheat immediately. Uncle Village Chief, I still have some at home. Allow me to share it with you. The town's grain store had been completely cleared of wheat by her family, with only the remnants ground into flour. With the new harvest arriving, the old wheat had dwindled significantly. 1 acre required 10 kilograms of seeds, and with their 30 acres, they needed 600 gene. In the county, they had not purchased enough, prompting Wenjiarue to venture to the town, as all had been acquired at a bargain price of 1 per gene. He bought it all. Warmth entrusted 20 gene to her aunt's family and 60 gene to her maternal grandparents, leaving some to spare. Very well, I shall go fetch it. How much silver is required? I shall pay. How could I possibly accept your silver, Uncle Village Chief? You have generously lent us your ox cart on numerous occasions and have always supported our family. Warmth handed the food basket and copper kettle to Wenjiarue, only to realize that Big Gray had placed another food basket in the field and had vanished. She felt no concern. It was likely that he had ventured into the mountains with Little Black. The village chief pondered, how clever and grateful Warm's sister is. At last, fortune seems to be turning in her favor. I hope that once the wheat is sown, her health truly improves. Once the wheat sprouts, he must also help restore her reputation, shedding the titles of plague and disaster. After they departed, Wenjiarue inquired whether the short-term workers would still plant. The workers, looking somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Of course we will plant. We sincerely apologize. We did not realize it was the Bodhisattva guiding you to plant. To be able to heed the Bodhisattva's guidance is a blessing we have earned over 3 lifetimes. Let us begin immediately. Indeed, Brother Jirue, we truly regret our earlier behavior. We shall plant right away." Wenjiarue did not hold their previous actions against them, for the few acres of land needed to be sown by tomorrow. Hiring more workers would waste half a day, which would not be worth it. With the house construction imminent, there was no time to lose. Upon hearing that the villagers had obstructed their winter wheat planting, Wang and Wu hurried over. "Is fourth brother all right?" Wang inquired anxiously. "He is fine. Everything has been resolved." "Do not worry, mother," Wenjiarue assured her. Observing the workers laboring, Wu realized the situation had been addressed and curiously asked, "How was it resolved?" Wenjiarue briefly explained the circumstances. Wang remarked, "May the Bodhisattva bless us." Indeed, Wang replied with a hint of indifference. "When did you have that dream? Why did you not mention it before? What difference does it make to say or not say?" The old man opened his mouth, about to express. "If it was a dream from before we moved out, then mentioning it would have spared us the need to relocate." However, before he could voice his thought, Wang continued, "Would you speak of a dream so freely? Who would believe it if you did? In a whimsical reverie, one might dream of stir-fried river snails, subsequently unveiling a recipe to the master, enabling him to peddle it in the tavern and amass greater wealth to support Liang Ji's education." The elder gentleman opened his mouth, a visage of helplessness adorning his face. "That was not my intention. Best for it to remain so," remarked old Master Wen, while the Wang family was still clearing the fields. After exchanging a few words with Wenjiarue, she and Wu departed, disregarding old Master Wen. With a sigh, he too took his leave, feeling that Guiji was increasingly difficult to placate. Not far away, on a narrow path, 2 figures observed the earlier scene unfold. "Sir, do you believe the Bodhisattva's dreams are truly prophetic? It seems rather mystical, does it not? How do we account for the magpie assisting in the sowing of wheat?" Once everyone had vacated the area, one approached Wenjiarue. "So, has the fourth brother ceased sowing wheat?" "Not at all," he continues. "Should we not follow suit and plant wheat in our fields?" Zhu's eyes widened in disbelief at this suggestion. "Have you lost your senses? Are you intent on leading our entire family to their ruin? Should you dare to plant, I shall sever your ties with De Lang, Air Lang, and San Lang. Do not jeopardize my descendants. They are promising, with a splendid future ahead, and must not be squandered under your watch. Why the haste? Allow me to explain." Old Master Wen recounted the earlier events. Zhu's eyes widened further. Is it truly so miraculous? Soon, she pondered if luring the magpie was merely a trick devised by that wretched family. Dreaming of the Bodhisattva? With her cursed fate, how could she possibly possess such fortune? She remained unconvinced. "I shall not plant. Can one truly believe in dreams? What if that legend comes true? The entire family would be ruined. The Wen family would face extinction. I tell you, if any signs of disaster or misfortune appear next year, you must immediately sever ties with the fourth. Do not involve the Lang and the others, otherwise, the whole family will perish." How could you face the ancestors of the Wen family? Old Master Wen felt a twinge of fear upon hearing this, yet he replied, "Surely it cannot be that dire. You mustn't doubt me. I merely wish to preserve the Wen lineage and remind you. Wen Wan had just given 2 acres of wheat seeds to the village chief. After seeing him off, a carriage halted outside the courtyard. A young lady jumped down, and upon spotting Wen Wan, she exclaimed joyously, "Madam, Miss, I have found Miss Wen. This truly is their home." Liang Ziyun, supported by her maid, descended from the carriage. Wen Wan, taken aback, asked, "Miss Liang, what brings you here?" "My mother has recovered and is eager to express her gratitude to you," Liang Ziyun replied, turning back to assist her mother in alighting from the carriage. From within emerged a lady of exquisite beauty, her features soft and gentle, radiating an aura of grace, adorned with a delicate hairpin yet devoid of any other embellishments. She wore a rose-red gown that exuded elegance without ostentation. She was the lady whom Wen Wan had saved that day, Madame Chang Xiaoxin of the Chang family. Chapter 95. The visit of Liang Ziyun. Upon descending, Madame Chang smiled warmly at Wen Wan, saying, "I hope you do not take offense at my unannounced visit. It is indeed a breach of etiquette, but the debt of gratitude for the life-saving grace you bestowed upon me weighs heavily on my heart. I find it difficult to find peace without expressing my thanks in person." As she smiled, her radiant countenance became even more enchanting. "Madam, you are too courteous. It is but a trifling effort, and you need not concern yourself with it. Please, do come in." Warmth ushered several individuals into the abode. The coachman and Xiaoqing descended from the carriage, bearing a multitude of gifts. The Wang and Wu families, along with tender-hearted sisters, were still tilling the land in the fields, while 3 brothers remained indoors engrossed in their studies. Upon hearing the arrival of guests, they stepped outside. When Chun emerged and, at first glance, beheld Liang Ziyun, who was inspecting the bamboo house, he was momentarily taken aback. This maiden was truly beautiful, as if she had stepped forth from a painting. Liang Ziyun noticed Wen Chun and bestowed upon him a gentle smile, followed by a respectful nod. Young Master Wen. Wen Ho and Wen Luo, positioned behind, were equally astonished by the guests, for the air of nobility surrounding them did not suggest they were acquaintances from their household. Warmth introduced them. "This is my elder brother, second brother, and younger brother. Brothers, this is the lady and the young miss I encountered at the great Buddha temple." The 3 brothers promptly bowed in respect. Warmth served them tea. Chang observed the exquisite tea cups, the color of the tea, and the aroma wafting towards her nostrils, feeling a slight astonishment within, though her visage remained composed. This teacup, this tea. Residing in a bamboo house while savoring tea worth 100 taels of silver? Was the Wen family truly an ordinary agrarian household? Their ability to locate this place indicated they had thoroughly inquired into the circumstances of the Wen family. However, she did not delve deeper. Whether they were an ordinary farming family or not, they were undoubtedly the benefactors of her and her daughter's salvation, and that was sufficient. Warmth appeared to discern her astonishment, remarking, "This tea is a gift from others." Upon hearing this, Miss Chang understood immediately. The child possessed remarkable medical skills and a kind heart. It was not surprising that someone of influence would present them with fine tea. After all, she herself had prepared a generous gift today. Liang Ziyun surveyed the cozy farmhouse courtyard before speaking. "Sister Warming, does your family reside in a bamboo house? Is it not drafty? Do you not feel cold at night?" "It is merely temporary lodging. It is manageable now, as there is a layer of thatch inside. However, it will be insufficient in winter." "But we have already found a date to build a proper house," Warming replied. Upon hearing this, Liang Ziyun sighed in relief. "That is wonderful. When will the construction commence? Remember to notify me on the day of the build. I shall come to offer my congratulations." Warming smiled in acknowledgement, further endearing herself to Miss Chang. "Madam, you appear somewhat improved. How has your health been lately?" Warming inquired. Miss Chang sighed in response. "It remains much the same. There are numerous troubles at home in the capital, and even though our family has distanced ourselves from the city, those individuals do not spare us. My mother has been restless in her sleep these past few nights. Sister Warming, could you assist in examining her once more?" Liang Ziyun's face reflected her concern. "Very well. Madam, please place your hand upon the table. I shall take your pulse." Warming did not hesitate. Miss Chang complied, resting her hand on the bamboo table. Warming meticulously examined her pulse. It was evident that this heart ailment could not be remedied solely through medication. Surgery could offer a solution, but alas, the conditions here were not conducive to such procedures. Nonetheless, one must strive to save a life until the very end. The lady's willingness to venture here shortly after her condition stabilized speaks volumes. Her ability to arrive in person rather than dispatching servants to convey gifts indicates her sincere gratitude. Her humble demeanor upon arrival further attests to her admirable character. For this reason alone, Wenwan is open to fostering additional friendships. Liang Ziyun, visibly anxious, inquired. Sister Wenwan, how's my mother? There is no need for concern. The lady's health is stable at present, Wenwan reassured her. As long as she avoids undue stress and maintains a proper diet and rest, while continuing to take the heart-saving pills, she should remain relatively well. Wenwan furrowed her brow, contemplating the treatment plan. The integration of qi, acupuncture, and herbal remedies must be meticulously orchestrated to achieve optimal therapeutic outcomes. That is reassuring, Liang Ziyun remarked, accustomed to such reassurances from physicians. I have already stated that there is nothing to worry about. Mrs. Chang chimed in, feeling her daughter was overreacting. She took Wenwan's hand affectionately and said, Miss Wen, you are my savior. There is no need for formalities. Ziyun may call you sister. And if you do not mind, I would be honored if you would refer to me as Aunt. Titles are but a formality. What significance do they hold? Wenwan replied graciously. Would you like to see this heart affliction treated? Both women were taken aback by her words. Yang Ziyun excitedly asked, is it truly treatable? Mrs. Chang gazed at Wenwan with a mix of hope and anticipation. I will certainly give it a try, Wenwan responded. However, it will require acupuncture, and it cannot be resolved in a single session. It will likely take 4 to 5 treatment cycles, approximately a month in total. This can be regarded as the transformation of an ailing heart. It is estimated that with the medication prescribed by Wenwan, combined with the therapeutic effects of the purple energy, it would require at least 4 or 5 sessions of the latter for a full recovery. She has allocated a month to restore her health. How wonderful! Sister Wenwan, how can I possibly express my gratitude to you? Yang Ziyun exclaimed, grasping Wenwan's hand fervently. Treat me as your doctor, and bestow upon me a consultation fee. Wenwan replied casually. How could that be? To offer you mere silver would be to demean your worth. Chang felt the sentiment deeply. How could any amount of silver adequately repay such kindness? Wenwan. She wasn't afraid of being insulted. Let them insult her profusely. She lacked nothing but silver. Yet, neither of them could hear the thoughts echoing in Wenwan's mind. As Liang Ziyun's carriage reached the village entrance, 2 carriages approached from the official road. Intending to turn down, Liang Bo maneuvered his vehicle to the side, allowing the 2 carriages to pass first. Among them was the carriage belonging to Aunt Wen Baozhen, while the other belonged to the eldest branch of the family. Sitting inside her carriage, Wen Baozhen heard the sound of hooves and lifted the curtain to peer outside. Upon recognizing the familiar carriage and driver, she was taken aback. Why is the magistrate's carriage here? Could it be that the Wen family village has relatives among them? The magistrate had only assumed his role last month, and on that day, she happened to pass by the magistrate's office, witnessing the arrival of his family. She took note of their carriage and driver, hoping for a future opportunity to cultivate a relationship. Although the horses pulling the carriage were different, the driver was unmistakable. This was a family she had longed to befriend. Chapter 96. Whence comes the dandy? Upon arriving at the ancestral home of the Wen family, Wen Baozhen inquired of Ms. Zhu whether she was aware of the destination of the horse-drawn carriage that had just departed the village. Ms. Zhu, however, was oblivious. Having been struck by a droplet of bird droppings, which necessitated a washing of her hair, she had not even ventured beyond her doorstep. Wen Jiafu, observing Wen Baozhen's anxious probing, could not restrain his curiosity and asked, Aunt, do you recognize the occupants of that carriage? Wen Baozhen replied, how I wish I did. That carriage belongs to the family of the governor. I merely recognize the vehicle. At this revelation, Wen Jiafu felt a jolt of realization and pondered. Why would the governor visit our village? The governor, a man of considerable stature, held the rank of a 4th-grade official, the head of a provincial administration. Each governor is directly appointed by the emperor, and although he may not reside in the imperial court, he is undoubtedly a close minister of the emperor. The entire Nayland kingdom boasts merely 13 provinces, each with its own governor. Such individuals are far beyond the reach of a humble merchant like him. He must bow low even before a mere county magistrate. Could it be that someone in our village is a distant relative of the governor? If there exists any connection, it would be prudent to cultivate that relationship. Ms. Zhu, grasping the crux of the matter, suggested, I shall consult Aunt Yangfu. She is sure to know. Indeed. Aunt Yangfu was informed, having coincidentally witnessed the carriage departing from the courtyard of the Wen family. She had, in a rather gossipy manner, inquired of Wenwan as to the identity of the occupants. Wenwan, however, had dismissed her with a vague response, stating they were merely passing through and seeking directions. When Jiafu, with a countenance of profound dismay, lamented, the governor sought directions at Old Four's home, and Old Four was oblivious to it. Yet they still invited him in for tea. What a splendid opportunity it was to make the acquaintance of the esteemed governor's family. To have let such a chance slip away is utterly lamentable. When Baojun pressed her lips together, remarking that those who fail to seize opportunities are indeed akin to an uncarved block of wood, destined to remain in the shadows, scraping by in the dirt. Such individuals are forever unable to rise above their circumstances. She felt immensely fortunate to have cultivated a close relationship with the Zhu family, a decision reflecting remarkable foresight. They soon shifted their focus to the matter of mining, as the jade mine had been entrusted to the county magistrate's personnel for exploitation. However, the Wen family harbored concerns that the entire operation was under the auspices of the magistrate's men, leaving them uncertain about the quantity of jade unearthed. Thus, they contemplated enlisting Wen Jiaxiang to assist in the mining efforts, ensuring accurate records of the yield. Wen Jiaxiang expressed reluctance. "I have already promised my fourth brother to help him construct his house." Zhu struck him lightly on the head, exclaiming, "Who do you regard as your true brother? Are you to aid your younger brother instead of your elder? The fourth brother is not some base wretch," Wen Jiaxiang retorted, curling his lip. After all, how could he not consider the fourth brother his true sibling? Furthermore, he had never shared a close bond with this elder brother, who was far too calculating. Old Master Wen shot a disapproving glance at Zhu, asserting, "What nonsense are you spouting? The fourth is indeed a true brother." "What do you mean by base wretch?" "He is my son." Aware that her words had been hasty, Zhu quickly amended. "I was momentarily vexed by that insufferable child and spoke out of turn. Yet, this matter requires the involvement of true brothers for it to be reliable. Anyone can build a house. I could lend a hand myself." Old Master Wen did not take offense, as the matter at hand was of utmost importance. "Your mother speaks wisely. Anyone can assist your fourth brother in constructing his house. But this endeavor must be undertaken by a close relative for your elder brother. Moreover, this is a long-term commitment. The jade mine will require several years of diligent extraction. Henceforth, you need not hunt in the mountains or seek short-term labor. The house can be completed in merely a month. Your father will lend a hand to the fourth." Madame Zhu issued a stern warning. "Let me make myself clear. If you dare to assist your fourth brother with his house instead of your elder brother, I shall dismantle a wall for every brick you lay." When Jiaxiang was acutely aware that Madame Zhu meant what she said, she would indeed cause a ruckus. Frowning, he stood up and made for the door. "Where are you going, third brother? Look at how you've upset mother." When Jiafu exclaimed, "I am going to find the fourth brother," When Jiaxiang retorted irritably. His intention was not to aid Wen Jiafu, but rather to prevent Madame Zhu from creating a scene. Building a house is a joyous occasion, and disputes are ill-suited for such moments. After warmly sending Liang Ziyun on her way, another visitor, Ouyang Huayan, arrived. "What brings Master Ouyang here?" Wen Wan inquired with surprise. Ouyang Huayan dismounted his horse and produced 5 silver notes from his pocket. "This is what 17 asked me to deliver to you," claiming it to be the proceeds from the sale of the raw jade. Wen Wan accepted the notes without inspecting their value, for given his status, he would not stoop to deceive a mere girl. "My apologies, young lady," Ouyang Huayan began, contemplating his words carefully before coming to offer his sincere regrets. Wen Wan questioned, "What have you done to wrong me?" Ouyang Huayan proceeded to explain the situation concerning the jade mine. 17 intended for me to sell it to you, and I have failed in my duty. I am truly sorry. Having sold it, I cannot go back on my word." Wen Wan was taken aback upon hearing this. "It's fine. If it's sold, then it's sold. I currently lack the means to purchase it myself. One might say that the loss of a horse may lead to unforeseen fortune. Even if she had bought it, she presently lacks the capability to exploit it. It would merely be a claim to ownership. Without power or authority, possessing a jade mine could invite disaster. As it stands, everything is quite favorable. Someone is assisting in extracting the jade for her." A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Wen Wan's eyes, accompanied by a chilling demeanor. Hearing this, Ouyang Huayan felt an even deeper sense of guilt. He glanced at the silver note in Wen Wan's hand, feeling utterly despondent. After all, 17 had prepared the silver note for purchasing the jade mine. "Little girl, Ouyang Gij will compensate you," Ouyang Huayan vowed silently. Yet, Wen Wan remained unfazed. "It's nothing to worry about, just a jade mine. There is no need for young Master Ouyang to concern himself." Ouyang Huayan was astounded by Wen Wan's magnanimity. Just a jade mine. The way the little girl spoke so lightly, her tone implying that she had lost not a jade mine, but merely a few silver coins. Yet, a jade mine is as valuable as mountains of gold and silver. The Nalan dynasty forbids private mining of gold, silver, iron, coal, and salt. The only mine permitted for exploitation is the jade mine. To possess a jade mine is to ensure prosperity for generations. How could she speak so nonchalantly, as if it were of no consequence? Moreover, he could genuinely discern that she was unperturbed, not holding the jade mine in her heart. Even he himself could not dismiss it, having been preoccupied with it for so long. Suddenly, he began to comprehend why 17 regarded her with such esteem. This level of magnanimity is unparalleled. Child, from now on, you shall be my sister, and I will protect you. Ouyang Huayan gently ruffled Wen Wan's hair, speaking earnestly. At that moment, when Ho happened to emerge from the house and overheard the exchange, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. Who was this dandy that dared to lay his eyes upon his sister? Absolutely not. Who do you think you are, calling her your sister? Get out. When Ho seized the hoe resting by the door and swung it towards Ouyang Huayan. Chapter 97. He won't mind in broad daylight. Daring to enter the house to entice my sister. I will put an end to you, you scoundrel. When Ho chased after Ouyang Huayan, wielding the hoe, Ouyang Huayan dodged frantically, exclaiming, "No, it's a misunderstanding. I'm not misunderstanding my foot. I saw you with my own eyes." At that moment, Wan Jiaxiang arrived at the courtyard gate, and upon hearing the commotion, he threw a punch at Ouyang Huayan, who was attempting to flee. How could these young rakes, these spoiled heirs, have fallen so low as to abduct underage girls? Inside the house, Wen Chun and Wen Luo, hearing the uproar, rushed out with farming tools in hand to assist. Wen Wan thought to herself, so this is why her father said to keep the tools by the door for convenience. Was this truly convenient? In an instant, Ouyang Huayan was forced out the door by the group, unable to retaliate. Wen Ho slammed the courtyard door shut, causing the bamboo fence to tremble. With one hand resting on the hoe, he imparted wisdom to his sheltered sister, who had been bedridden for years. Sister Wan, never open the door to strangers and do not believe their words. Understand? The world can be treacherous. Some people wear a beautiful facade, but do not let their appearance deceive you. In truth, it is a great wolf clad in human skin, specializing in the abduction of young women. These individuals sell the innocent girls to brothels or dismember them to beg on the streets. When Jiaxiang nodded, particularly handsome men should not be trusted. When Luo remarked, they should appear more ferocious. Otherwise, evildoers will not fear them. It is best if they resemble a fierce wolf rather than a dog. A small black figure that had just landed on the rooftop nodded. The wolf is not a dog, merely the size of a puppy. Outside the courtyard, Ouyang Huayan, who had narrowly escaped, exclaimed. When Wan interjected, "You have misunderstood. Young Master Ouyang is not a villain. He is the county magistrate and assisted in rescuing my elder sister last time. He has come to deliver silver notes to me on behalf of Brother 17. The crowd. So, they were just attacking the county magistrate. Wen Jiaxiang was on the verge of tears. His punch had bruised the magistrate's eye. Sister Wan, why did you not mention this sooner? Everyone turned their gaze towards her. Do you understand the peril you have caused? Assaulting a court official is a crime. We could end up in prison. When Wan calmly replied, I was startled by your actions and did not react in time. The crowd. Outside the courtyard, Ouyang Huayan, whose eyes were too pained to open, thought. Wen Jiaxiang, as an elder, suggested, should we not apologize to the magistrate? Will he forgive our transgression? Wen Wan reassured, it is of no concern, he will not mind. Outside the courtyard, Ouyang Huayan thought, who says he does not mind? Is this truly his recognized sister? This place is no longer tenable. He covered his eyes and swiftly mounted his horse to depart. 17, considering his grievous injuries, would surely not hold a grudge any longer. In the manor, the kitchen maids had already prepared dinner. Madame Chang insisted on having 2 more warm dishes of melons and vegetables stir-fried. The greens were as vibrant as emeralds, while the cucumbers resembled jade, crisp and glistening, evoking an irresistible desire to partake. With a smile, Madame Chang approached him gently, inquiring, has my husband returned from the court? Yes, my dear. Have you felt unwell today? He responded, his voice slightly nasally. A result of reading the logs left by the former governor of Ninghui late into the night and catching a chill. No. I rested in bed all day and feel much better now. Your cold, however, has not yet improved. Should we not have the doctor prescribe some medicine? No need. For a cold will take 7 days to mend, regardless of medication. Madame Chang remained silent, acknowledging the truth in his words. Noticing some dirt on his robes, she teased. Did my husband go play in the mud today? He was preoccupied with how to persuade the citizens of Ningyuan County to plant winter wheat, and unexpectedly, someone had come to his aid. Madame Chang was astonished to hear. Did a magpie truly come to assist in farming? Is that true? It must be an idea conceived by that family, he replied. Madame Chang concurred, pondering the rarity of divine interventions. As they conversed, they made their way to the dining room, where Liang Ziyun was already seated, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Before Madame Chang could utter a word, Liang Ziyun joyfully exclaimed, "Today we visited Sister Wen's home, and she gifted us these little cabbages and cucumbers." Under the table, Madame Chang playfully nudged Liang Ziyun's foot, chiding, "Why bring up such matters at the table?" She had just mentioned that she had lain in bed all day and felt much better. It was then that Liang Ziyun realized she had misspoken. It was I who went to visit Sister Wen, not Mother. Chang's expression reflected a mix of surprise and understanding. Was this not a case of trying to conceal the truth? He had repeatedly cautioned her, saying that once he had finished his bathing ritual and her health had improved, he would accompany her to express gratitude to their benefactor. After the incident that befell them during their previous visit to the great Buddha temple, he was understandably anxious. Chang hurried to reassure her, mentioning that there was indeed a way to remedy her heart ailment. Liang Ziyun quickly nodded in agreement. "Father, Sister Wen said that Mother's heart condition should heal in about a month. However, the divine physician Feng stated that it cannot be completely cured. Perhaps we will only know through trial. Sister Wen has prescribed some medicine for me to take for a few days, after which she will return to administer acupuncture." Aware of his concerns, Chang readily agreed. Ultimately, the 2 dishes of food proved insufficient for the 3 of them, prompting Chang to order another dish. This evening, the 3 indulged in an extra half bowl of rice each. They felt considerably lighter. He had always taken 7 days to recover from a cold, regardless of medication. Yet here he was, feeling better on the 4th day? Could the nourishing vegetables from last night truly have restorative properties? This thought ignited a flicker of hope within him, leading to a surge of joy at the prospect that perhaps his wife might truly recover.